Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Offering loyalty to Fleet Admiral at the beginning. 1OL. Chapter 001. Travel through the pirates and light a cigarette with Bailey. 183rd. Chapter 001. Travel through the pirates and light a cigarette with Bailey. Next. Hello everyone, I am the user of the brain fruit, hollow down pointing triangle. Pirates World, Naval Headquarters Marineford, Ministry of Justice Court Hall. The presiding judge with 3 heads sat at the top, with 6 pairs of eyes flashing chilling light, all looking towards the dock. To the left of the presiding judge, Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku looked solemnly at the pile of documents in front of him. The jury seats were filled with senior generals from the Naval Headquarters. Sitting in the first row were 2 of the 3 most powerful admirals in the Naval Headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino. Sitting on either side of the 2 were the Admiral Reserve members, Vice Admiral Gion and Vice Admiral Cake. All the Vice Admirals of the headquarters, led by Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, were present and sat in the seats behind the 2 admirals and the 2 alternate admirals. Like Sengoku, the 2 admirals and most of the Vice Admirals present had solemn expressions as they all looked towards the empty dock. On both sides of the hall, dozens of Naval Headquarters officers gathered together. As the trial had not yet begun, the officers were whispering to each other. Quiet. Suddenly, the presiding judge raised the gavel and slammed it down. The trial begins. After a slight pause, the 3 judges all looked towards the door and said in unison, "Bring the people up." At the same time, outside the door of the courtroom, Xia Yu, wearing the uniform of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, was distracted as he looked at the closed door opposite. Before he knew it, 6 years had passed since he accidentally traveled to the pirates' world. During these 6 years, he mastered Marine 6 styles, armament hockey and observation hockey through his own efforts, and also practiced his swordsmanship to the level of a great swordsman. He even accidentally awakened Conqueror's hockey a year ago. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, when he first joined the Marine, he did not do so for any kind of justice, but simply wanted to live longer in this world. Therefore, he improved his own strength through practice while trying his best to get along well with his colleagues. He firmly believed that no matter which world it was, even in the world of pirates where the strong were respected, it was not all about fighting and killing, and the ways of the world were universal. Through getting along with his colleagues, he gradually discovered that the soldiers at the bottom basically had a very hard life. Not only did they have to be prepared to fight desperately with the powerful pirates at all times, but they also had to worry about their lives. Because the salaries of Marine soldiers are almost negligible, and because the higher-ups always use justice as an excuse. As a time traveler, he has no relatives in this world and the salary doesn't matter to him. As long as he has a place to sleep and a canteen to fill his stomach, it's enough. But other Marine soldiers can't do what he can do, where one person can feed the whole family. After discovering this situation, he used every paycheck to help colleagues in need. Gradually, more and more Marine soldiers became his friends. Every time when he followed his superiors to capture pirates, the Marine soldiers who had received his help would always rush in front of him first, erecting a high wall to ensure that he would not be harmed. As his strength increased and his reputation in the headquarters gradually spread, he soon came into the sight of the officers of the headquarters. After a year of missions outside, he attended the officer training camp. As soon as the 6-month officer training was completed, he was promoted to ensign of the headquarters. Not only did he have his own subordinates, but his salary also increased a lot. Taking advantage of his position, he began to amass a fortune, and then distributed all the illegal gains to his subordinates who needed help. Not only that, he also secretly colluded with bounty hunters, deliberately letting some pirates go, so that the bounty hunters who had already communicated with him would rush over to capture them as soon as possible, and then he shared the bounty with the bounty hunters. As time went by, his strength increased rapidly and his military rank also rose. In just a few years, he became the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. When he became the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, he helped more than tens of thousands of soldiers. Many of them had no worries because of his help, and devoted themselves to the just cause and stood together with him. Some became his subordinates, and some, out of gratitude for his help, regarded him as a belief. But the good times didn't last long. When he embezzled a considerable amount of public funds to help some officers in need, he was spotted by the Naval Headquarters Internal Investigation Team and was eventually arrested and imprisoned. Just as Xia Yu was distracted by the closed door of the trial hall in front of him, the door suddenly opened. Then, 2 bailiffs walked over quickly and saluted his upright body. Instead of keeping their distance because Xia Yu was a prisoner, their eyes were full of admiration. Adult Xia Yu. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, dozens of officers from the headquarters who had been standing in line behind him took a step forward in unison. Hearing this, Xia Yu turned around, swept his gentle eyes over dozens of fanatical officers, and then revealed a smile. Then, without any hesitation, he walked into the trial hall with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Wow! As soon as Xia Yu walked into the trial hall, the officers sitting on both sides of the hall stood up almost at the same time and turned to face Xia Yu. Some looked fanatical, some clenched their fists, and more were looking forward to it. Of course, there were a few who were so nervous that sweat broke out on their foreheads. The officers who were fanatical and eagerly waiting were all those who had received favors from Xia Yu, while those who were nervous and sweating were those who had maintained a cooperative relationship with Xia Yu all these years. Once Xia Yu told everything about them during the trial, they would face jail time just like Xia Yu was doing now. Xia Yu didn't look at the officers who stood up, but walked straight to the defendant's seat, then raised his head slightly and looked at the presiding judge with 3 heads on the bench. Seeing this, all the officers who stood up turned around and cast their eyes towards the presiding judge. Xia Yu, Vice Admiral. Feeling the invisible pressure coming suddenly, the chief judge secretly swallowed his saliva, then picked up the hammer and knocked it down, saying in a deep voice, "The evidence of your corruption and bribery is complete. According to the results of the internal investigation team, you have embezzled a total of 200 billion baileys since you joined naval headquarters. Do you admit it?" "Yes." Xia Yu nodded. "Very good." The presiding judge breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "However, the investigation team spent 3 full months investigating and searched everywhere, but in the end they only found 120,000 belly in your home. May I ask, where did the 200 billion belly you embezzled go? Were there other people who were in cahoots with you and participated in dividing the spoils?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Some people were moved to hear that Xia Yu had embezzled 200 billion, but only had 120,000 baileys at home. They all knew that Xia Yu had helped them a lot over the years, but they didn't expect that after Xia Yu embezzled so much baileys, he left almost nothing for himself. Some people were moved, but naturally some people were so nervous that they almost suffocated when they heard the presiding judge asking Xia Yu whether he had any accomplices. No one participated in the division of the spoils. At this moment, Xia Yu's voice was like a loud bell, clearly ringing in the ears of all the officers present. "I spent it myself." "You're lying." The chief judge suddenly raised his voice and said loudly, "According to the investigation team, you don't have any assets in your name. You live in an apartment distributed by the department, and the furniture in your home has not been changed in 6 years. How could you spend 200 billion by yourself?" Xia Yu remained calm. "I like to light my cigarette with Bailey." Chapter 002. Mutiny, seize the position of Marshal. 183rds. Chapter 002. Mutiny, seize the position of Marshal. Yu, the presiding judge, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Sengoku, who was sitting next to him, shook his head silently, looking at Xia Yu standing in the dock with complicated eyes. Those officers who had participated in Xia Yu's corruption and bribery all breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked up at Xia Yu with gratitude. The chief judge suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "This amount is enough to send you to Eni's lobby for justice. You should think carefully before answering. If you cooperate with our work and reveal all the officers involved in corruption and bribery, we will consider reducing your punishment." Xia Yu did not hesitate at all and simply said, "No one is involved." Okay. The presiding judge said, "Okay," 3 times in a row, picked up another document, and said coldly, "Last year, you approved your soldiers to collect 3,000 tons of steak from the quartermaster. Don't tell me you ate it all by yourself." "Yes." Xia Yu nodded again. "I have a big appetite." Unexpectedly, Xia Yu dared to say that she ate it all by herself. The chief judge stood up suddenly, his eyes red with anger, and said, "Xia Yu, do you really want to take all the blame by yourself? If this is the outcome you want to see, then I will satisfy you. Come here, take Xia Yu to the prison and send him to Eni's lobby early tomorrow morning." Presiding judge. Hearing that the chief judge was going to take Xia Yu to Eni's lobby, Marshal Sengoku, who had been sitting next to him, suddenly turned his head and said in a deep voice, "This matter still needs further investigation, don't rush to make a final judgment." Marshal Sengoku, the case is very clear. The presiding judge waved his hand and said, "If you hadn't been taking a nap just now, you would have heard it all." Xia Yu confessed to the crimes he committed. The case is so clear that there is no need to continue the investigation. After a slight pause, the presiding judge suddenly picked up the hammer and slammed it down hard. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Xia Yu embezzled 200 billion barrels of public funds and bribed many officers of this department. On behalf of the Ministry of Justice of the World Government, I hereby sentence Xia Yu to death and escort him to Eni's lobby for execution tomorrow. As soon as the presiding judge finished speaking, the entire courtroom exploded. Then, the officers of the headquarters sitting on both sides of the hall stood up almost at the same time. In addition to the 2 admirals and 2 admiral alternates in the first row of the jury seats, many vice admirals sitting in the back row also stood up and looked at the presiding judge in disbelief. "Judge, you are not qualified to sentence Xia Yu Vice Admiral to death. I surrender myself. Since I followed Xia Yu Vice Admiral, I have earned a total of 70 million baileys from him. Whoever dares to take Lord Xia Yu away will have to step over my dead body. Master Xia Yu is a good man. If he hadn't paid us double our wages every year over the years, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. He embezzled for our sake." As officers came forward one after another, the entire hall suddenly fell into chaos. 2 of the officers took the opportunity to rush to the dock and wanted to take Xia Yu away. Okay. Looking at the officers who were suddenly furious, the chief judge narrowed his eyes at the same time and said loudly and excitedly, "Xia Yu Vice Admiral, you see it. These are all evidence. Not only have you embezzled and accepted bribes, but you have also formed a clique for personal gain. Now even if the commander-in-chief Kong comes, he can't save you. Ah, this is so scary." At this moment, Admiral Borsellino, who was sitting in the first row of the jury seats, suddenly stood up, and an invisible and powerful pressure was released, which instantly quieted the boiling hall. Borsellino did not look up. When the hall was quiet, he slowly raised his hand to check his watch and said lazily, "It's time to get off work." After saying this, Borsellino turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Admiral Sakazuki also stood up. After sweeping a sharp gaze over all the officers present, he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This is a trial court, so stop making noise. Xia Yu's corruption is a fact, and there is sufficient evidence. This matter ends here. If anyone dares to make trouble here, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, Sakazuki did not stop, turned around and quickly followed Borsellino out of the trial hall. At the same time, Admiral Candidate Cake also stood up and glanced at Xia Yu, who was standing in the dock being protected by several officers, then turned around and walked out in silence. The two admirals and one alternate admiral left one after another, and the vice admirals and rear admirals on the jury also stood up and walked out in an orderly manner. Soon, Admiral Candidate Gion was the only one left on the jury. Gion did not leave. Instead, he stood up slowly after everyone had looked over and said calmly, "Judge, it is true that Xia Yu embezzled and accepted bribes and cooperated with bounty hunters to earn bounties. We have no objection to you handling the case according to the law. However, you cannot arbitrarily accuse him of a false charge. If Xia Yu Vice Admiral is forming a clique for personal gain, then I am also his accomplice. After all, over the years, every time I went out on a mission, it was Xia Yu Vice Admiral who helped take care of my family." At this point, Gion glanced at Xia Yu, and then swept his eyes to the officers who rushed in front of Xia Yu. "Please be patient, the Marshal has not spoken. Unless the Holy Land directly orders, no one can sentence Xia Yu Vice Admiral to death. I bet my entire future to guarantee you. If anyone dares to abuse his power during this period and accuse Xia Yu Vice Admiral of forming a clique for personal gain, not only will I not agree, but the knife at my waist will not agree either." The turmoil was resolved due to the departure of two admirals and the words of Admiral Candidate Gion. Due to Gion's identity as the Vice Admiral and Marshal Sengoku's silence, the Chief Judge did not dare to speak out anymore and ordered Xia Yu to be thrown into jail pending further action. The trial of Xia Yu then ended quietly. In the evening, in the cell where Xia Yu was held solitary confinement in the headquarters prison, Xia Yu sat on the floor, looked around, then shook his head and smiled. As early as when the internal investigation team began to investigate him, he anticipated what he would face next. At that time, a colleague from the headquarters wrote to him and asked him to escape from Marineford before the internal investigation team could find out the results, but he did not do so. Because he knew in his heart that if he escaped from the headquarters, he would become a deserter and be wanted by the world government with a reward. The most important thing is that he has been running the headquarters for so many years. He believes that even if he is found out to have committed corruption and bribery, with the connections he has built up over the years, the most he would do is to strip him of his position as Vice Admiral and then lock him up for a year or two. But he never expected that Marshal Sengoku would not be in charge of this trial. The world government actually transferred the Chief Judge of Eni's lobby to the headquarters. Of course, when he saw the judge with 3 heads, who were actually 3 people in disguise, he knew someone was trying to get him. Because over the years, while he was doing charity, he also took advantage of many truly corrupt officers in his department. This means that this time he will no longer be stripped of his Vice Admiral rank and imprisoned for a year or two, but someone may actually take this opportunity to kill him. Clang! Suddenly, the prison door was opened. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 colonels and commodores from the naval headquarters filed in. Xia Yu is an adult. Xia Yu Vice Admiral. As soon as they arrived outside the cell where Xia Yu was, 7 or 8 officers stood up straight and saluted Xia Yu. Then, the leading officer stepped forward excitedly and grabbed the iron bars. "Master Xia Yu, I just heard that the reason why the Holy Land sent the Chief Judge of Eni's lobby here is because CP9's top commander Spandine is secretly colluding with him, and his purpose is to kill you." Spandine. Xia Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought about Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who had been at odds with him all these years, and those officers who had never gained any benefit from him in these years, but he never expected the supreme commander of CP9, Spandine. Now, when he suddenly heard the name Spandine, he suddenly realized. Although CP9 has few members, it is an agent organization directly under the world government and is at the same level as the Marine. Of course, these are not important. What is important is that CP9 has always had close contacts with Marine. In many cases, CP9 will complete tasks with the assistance of Marine. Over time, a chain of interests has gradually taken shape, especially in the sale of official positions, where the cooperation is very close. Spandine is a man who will do anything to get promoted. Over the years, he has gained huge benefits by cooperating with the Marine. However, since he has been promoted step by step and has continued to gather people's hearts, many officers in the naval headquarters no longer cooperate with Spandine and have switched to his command. Faced with such a situation, Spandine would naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. He would definitely try every means to get rid of him. Of course, it was definitely not just Spandine who was involved. There must have been many officers from the naval headquarters involved as well. Xia Yu is an adult. Just as Xia Yu fell silent, the officer holding the iron bars suddenly raised his head and said fanatically, "They will definitely try their best to accuse you of various crimes and send you to Eni's lobby for execution. Instead of waiting to die, why don't we take the initiative? Yes, as long as Lord Xia Yu gives the order, the brothers will go through fire and water without hesitation." Hearing this, Xia Yu slowly raised his head, staring at the officers standing outside the iron fence with a sharp gaze. At the same time, ding dong, a light sound suddenly rang in his mind, followed by a series of prompts. Good fortune comes to those who go, and good fortune comes to those who love. Congratulations to the host for finally getting rewarded for all the hard work over the years and successfully activating the selection system. It has been detected that all Marine soldiers and officers in the naval headquarters who have received favors from the host are sharpening their knives and preparing to rescue the host from prison. Now you have two choices. First, wait for your subordinates to come and break the prison. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with a warship for escaping. Second, launch a mutiny to seize the position of marshal. If the mutiny succeeds, all the abilities you have mastered will be elevated to the highest level. Chapter 003 I don't care even if I become the enemy of the whole world. 183rds. Chapter 003 I don't care even if I become the enemy of the whole world. Xia Yu certainly would not sit still and wait for death. Even if there was no system, even if the chief judge was in cahoots with the highest commander of CP9, he would not let himself die here. Most importantly, as his business operations over the years began to bear fruit, he was no longer the recruit who just wanted to survive, but had already begun to secretly plan for the position of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. As a time traveler, how can you be inferior to others for long? Now that the system appeared in time, he naturally did not need to hesitate and made a decisive decision in his heart. After a brief silence, Xia Yu slowly stood up and approached the iron railing. Looking at the 7 or 8 officers standing outside the iron railing and waiting eagerly, he said slowly, I have a plan that you need to execute immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 or 8 people present all showed joy on their faces and took a step forward towards the iron railing. Whether it's Spandine or the 3 judges in Ennie's lobby who are disguised as 3-headed monsters, they are not my target. After glancing at the officers present, Xia Yu's eyes gradually lit up with a ray of ambition. Since we are going to do it, let's do it in a big way. My goal is to replace Marshal Sengoku. Hearing this, 7 or 8 officers were stunned for a moment, then they raised their hands and saluted enthusiastically, saying in unison, loyalty, sincerity, Naval Headquarters, Officers Quarters Building 8. Building 8 is inhabited by officers above the rank of ensign and below the rank of colonel. Except for officers who are currently attending the officer training camp and are crowded in a dormitory, the rest of the officers have their own independent dormitories. 3rd floor, Dormitory 301. A young officer wearing a Naval Headquarters colonel's coat stood in front of the desk with a serious expression, staring intently at the thick stack of Baileys placed on the desk, exactly 12 million Baileys in total. Although he is now a colonel in the headquarters and has his own warship, he is very clear that he cannot be promoted to colonel so quickly by himself. After all, before this, he was just a major in a marine branch of West Blue. The reason why he was transferred to the headquarters was because a fellow villager of his worked in the headquarters and recommended him to Xia Yu Vice Admiral. At that time, he learned a lot about Xia Yu Vice Admiral's deeds through this fellow villager, and knew that Xia Yu Vice Admiral was kind and generous in the headquarters. Anyone who really needed help, regardless of their military rank, would be lent a helping hand by Xia Yu Vice Admiral. When he contacted this fellow villager from the headquarters through Den Mushi, it was simply because his mother at home was seriously ill and his salary at the branch was not enough to pay for his mother's medical expenses. During this period, he begged everyone, but received cold responses. Even the colonel of his branch was ready to expel him for running away to take care of his mother every other day. In desperation, he thought of his fellow villager who worked in the headquarters. Just wanting to give it a try, he contacted this fellow villager and got a response from Xia Yu Vice Admiral through him. After learning about his true situation, Xia Yu Vice Admiral personally left the headquarters and appeared at his branch base in West Blue. He personally sent his mother to the best hospital and paid all the expenses. Thanks to the help of Xia Yu Vice Admiral, his mother's condition gradually began to improve. Just when he was thinking about how to repay Xia Yu Vice Admiral, a transfer order suddenly appeared in front of him, asking him to take his mother to the naval headquarters. After arriving at the naval headquarters, he was not only promoted to colonel, but also became a subordinate of Xia Yu Vice Admiral. His mother was arranged to live in the Marineford family residential area and was cared for by doctors from the medical team of the headquarters. Stoke, do you know why I want to help you? Xia Yu asked at that time. He shook his head, because he really didn't know why such a big man as Xia Yu Vice Admiral would help him, a small branch major, so much. Xia Yu Vice Admiral's answer still lingers in his mind. Xia Yu Vice Admiral said, because you didn't think of doing anything against justice when you were most desperate. Of course, as a righteous marine, you should do so. But Stoke, justice also needs to be judged according to the situation. If my mother was seriously ill and dying, and there was no one to turn to for help, I would decisively give up the so-called justice. Because mother is the greatest. For my mother, I don't care even if I have to be the enemy of the whole world. Xia Yu Vice Admiral's words made him understand a truth, that is, if he couldn't even protect the people he loved the most, what was the meaning of the justice he insisted on? After that, he kept his gratitude to Xia Yu Vice Admiral in his heart, and got along well with many like-minded colleagues in the naval headquarters. He also gained a firm foothold in the headquarters because of the protection of Xia Yu Vice Admiral. But the good times did not last long. Before he could do anything big with Xia Yu Vice Admiral was thrown into jail. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was an unexpected knock on the door. Then, The door behind him was violently slammed open. "Colonel Stalker, it's time for Xia Yu Vice Admiral to need you." Hearing this, Stoke quickly turned around. When he saw the two officers breaking into his bedroom, his eyes instantly changed from confusion at first to fanaticism. His body straightened instantly, and he raised his hand to salute, "Loyalty." As Stoke shouted slogans, the voices of "Loyalty" in building number 8 came out from the adult dormitories one after another, gradually gathering into a torrent under the night sky, and quickly spread to other officer dormitories and first-level soldier buildings. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Senior Office's residential area. Dozens of young officers rushed quickly towards independent courtyards under the cover of night. Two of the young officers came to the gate of a building at the edge of the residential area and rang the bell without hesitation. As the bell rang, the door of a 3-story building in the courtyard opened immediately, and a middle-aged man wearing a marine cap and a dark red suit walked out. The middle-aged man was none other than Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, one of the 3 most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters. Possessing the ability of Logia Lava Fruit, he pursues complete justice. In order to complete the mission, he can list his colleagues and civilians as targets for annihilation without hesitation, which makes many soldiers in the headquarters fear him. Most officers and soldiers in the headquarters usually keep their distance from him. However, the 2 young officers standing outside the gate were not afraid of him walking out of the door with a frown on his face. They took a step forward, raised their heads and shouted in unison, "Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Xia Yu wants to see you." Sakazuki's eyes were stern as he stared at the 2 young officers. Invisible pressure quietly burst out and locked onto the 2 men in an instant. Feeling the powerful pressure released by one of the strongest fighters in the headquarters, the 2 young officers felt suffocated and their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably. But even so, the 2 men still did not bend down, maintaining the saluting posture with their bodies straight. As expected of the soldiers led by Xia Yu, seeing the reactions of the 2, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible admiration, and then he took a straightforward step forward, "Lead the way." Chapter 004. Inciting Akainu to rebel, "I will not keep this glory to myself." 483rds. Chapter 004. Inciting Akainu to rebel, "I will not keep this glory to myself." Sakazuki had just followed the 2 young officers out of the courtyard and walked towards the headquarters prison. In front of the doors of many houses where the rear admiral and vice admiral lived in this residential area, there were at least 2 young officers standing. Some of them simply ignored the existence of the admiral, as if a major accident had happened, and walked in a hurry. "Xia Yu, what is this going to do?" Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's face suddenly darkened. Now his trial has not yet been completely concluded. If he causes a serious incident, not to mention that Marshal Sengoku can't save him, I will definitely not let him off easily. The 2 young officers walking in front did not speak, and kept quickening their pace as if they had not heard anything. Seeing this, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he still endured it. After all, Xia Yu was not only the vice admiral under his command, but also his junior fellow apprentice, because when Xia Yu was receiving officer training, the one who was responsible for training that batch of officers was his teacher, Admiral of Headquarters of Zephyr, codenamed Black Arm. When Xia Yu was promoted to vice admiral of the department and assigned to work under him, he did not really agree with this subordinate at first. Xia Yu's style of doing things, especially his attempt to please everyone in the naval headquarters, was really hard for him to understand. As a righteous general of the naval headquarters, it would have been fine if he didn't focus on catching pirates and eradicating evil, but he actually played around with social connections in the headquarters. However, although he found it difficult to understand and even felt a little ashamed at the time, he soon discovered that once Xia Yu went out on a mission, the cruel methods he displayed when facing the heinous pirates on the sea were somewhat similar to his, and even worse than his in some places. Because every time Xia Yu went out to capture pirates, he didn't focus on catching or capturing them, but almost always chose to shoot them on the spot. The reason given by Xia Yu was that the funds allocated by the world government should not be used to detain these criminals, but should be used to increase the salaries of marine soldiers and officers at all levels who capture criminals. It was Xia Yu's style of doing things that made him turn a blind eye to some of Xia Yu's mistakes that he thought were insignificant, and he even chose to stay away from her while the investigation team was investigating and collecting evidence. Soon, Sakazuki walked out of the residential area and arrived at Marineford Square. As soon as he entered the square, Sakazuki stopped abruptly, and then looked in disbelief at the crowd of figures gathered in the square under the cover of night. When he saw that most of the people gathered in the square were officers and soldiers who had followed Xia Yu, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. As early as when Xia Yu was investigated by the investigation team and arrested and imprisoned, he had a premonition that something would happen. Because Xia Yu's influence in the headquarters has been growing over the years, many officers even regard Xia Yu as a belief. In many major events, as long as Xia Yu does not nod, let alone the admiral, even the orders of Marshal Sengoku will be selectively ignored by them. He was not very clear why these officers and soldiers supported Xia Yu so much. He only knew that every time Xia Yu led the warship out on a mission and encountered criminals, Xia Yu, as the vice admiral, was always the one standing in the front. Something bad is happening. Looking at the dense crowd in the square from afar, even Sakazuki couldn't help but tense up. If there was unrest in the headquarters at this time, it would be a huge blow to both the Marine and the world government. Because Xia Yu's influence in the naval headquarters was too great, if he was not stopped in time, he believed that these people gathered in Marineford under the cover of night not just to rescue Xia Yu from prison. Thinking of this, Sakazuki did not dare to delay. He quickened his pace to overtake the two young officers in front of him and arrived at the prison as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered the prison, Sakazuki's heartstrings tightened again. Because at this time, dozens of officers of all levels of the headquarters had gathered in the prison, including a vice admiral of the headquarters. The most important thing is that the prison guards also changed into marine officer uniforms and stood neatly outside the iron bars. Admiral Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki could react, dozens of officers in the prison turned around and saluted him almost at the same time. What are you going to do? Shooting a sharp gaze at all the officers present, Sakazuki walked to the cell where Xia Yu was imprisoned and said in a deep voice, "Everyone get out." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire prison fell into silence, and all the officers stood there motionless in their original postures. Do you want to rebel? Sakazuki clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one more chance. Leave the prison immediately, otherwise it will be regarded as rebellion." As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the tightly closed cell door suddenly opened with a clang. Then, Xia Yu, who was supposed to be wearing handcuffs and shackles, walked out of the cell with ease and stood in front of Sakazuki. Xia Yu. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu not only did not wear handcuffs and shackles, but also walked out of the cell in a swagger. Sakazuki's pupils shrank, and his face was horrified and he asked, "Are you really going to start a rebellion?" If it was just Xia Yu alone, he, as the strongest fighter in the unit, would not worry about how much trouble Xia Yu could cause. But the current situation is that not only has the prison been controlled by officers from the headquarters who are loyal to Xia Yu, but tens of thousands of people have gathered outside in Marineford Square. Such a large-scale rebellion would be difficult to stop even if he was one of the strongest fighters in the department. Most importantly, he didn't know how many more people would join in the future. Especially during the day in the Judgment Hall, the reaction of Borsellino, who was also an admiral like him, was very intriguing. Admiral Substitute Gion also made his position clear, stating that he would never allow the presiding judge to take Xia Yu to Eni's lobby. Admiral Sakazuki, you can't call it rebellion now. Xia Yu walked out of the cell and raised her head slightly to look at Sakazuki, who was over 3 meters tall and gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. She said calmly, "If it fails, it's called rebellion. If it succeeds, it's called revolution." Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, Xia Yu continued with a shocking statement. "I will replace Sengoku as the new marshal of the naval headquarters tonight, and I will find out all the real cancers hidden in the marine team, and let the light of justice drive away all the darkness in the world. If the mutiny fails, I will shoulder all the responsibility. If I succeed, I won't be the only one to take the credit. Admiral Sakazuki, would you stand with me? A new book is starting. It is very important to read the new book and put it on the bookshelf. If you brothers like this book, can you move your little fingers to add it to the bookshelf?" Exoxo. Chapter 005. Seizing the position of marshal is only part of the plan. 5/183. Chapter 005. Seizing the position of marshal is only part of the plan. Previous. Next. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the officers of all levels of the naval headquarters standing around took out a red silk scarf from their arms and wrapped it around their left arms, and then looked at Sakazuki with fanatic expressions, as if they were ready to attack Sakazuki if he showed any abnormality. However, Sakazuki did not take it seriously. Although all the officers present at this moment were ensigns and above, including a vice admiral, if a battle broke out, he alone would be enough to wipe them all out. Of course, he wouldn't choose to do that. Because he was very curious about where Xia Yu got the courage to say such a treasonous thing in front of him, one of the most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters, that he wanted to replace Marshal Sengoku. Xia Yu was of course also very clear that just a few words from him would not only fail to convince Sakazuki to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but might also provoke Sakazuki's wrath. Seeing that Sakazuki didn't react much, Xia Yu turned around and walked to a chair not far away and sat down. Seeing this, the two prison guards who had changed into officer uniforms quickly brought a chair and placed it behind Sakazuki. Seeing this, Sakazuki did not hesitate and sat down facing Xia Yu. Xia Yu didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, the investigation team should be led by the Naval Headquarters Inspector General for corruption and bribery of senior officers. However, this time the investigation against me was not led by the Inspector General of the headquarters but was carried out by Eni's lobby instead. From the moment the presiding judge of Eni's lobby appeared in the Naval Headquarters courtroom, I knew that no matter what the result of this investigation was, I would not be able to escape death. However, at that time, I simply thought that it was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider who was secretly doing this. His tricks were not enough to cause any big waves, so I didn't take it seriously. However, according to the information I have now, it is not Ghost Spider who wants me dead, but CP9's highest commander Spandine. Admiral Sakazuki should know more about Spandine than I do. Spandine is a coward who only loves life and fears death. The reason he became the highest commander of CP9 was that he was promoted by stepping on the corpses of his colleagues through shady means. He only cares about promotion and power. He will do whatever it takes to get rid of any obstacle on his way to promotion. Now that they are targeting me, how can I let them get what they want? Of course, Spandine and his ilk are nothing more than clowns in my eyes. The reason why the chief judge of Eni's lobby came to naval headquarters to try me is not entirely because Spandine is in cahoots with him, because the two of them alone are not enough to shake my influence in the headquarters. The people who really dominate this are the power rooms. As for the reason, at this point, Xia Yu shook his head and smiled. Of course, the power room does not want the naval headquarters to be united from top to bottom. Once the huge war machine of the Marine is united, the threat to the world government will be far greater than those lawless pirates on the Grand Line and the revolutionary army that has been causing trouble all over the world in recent years. Just imagine, what would happen if the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, all the vice admirals, and other officers at all levels and the 100,000 elite soldiers of the headquarters were loyal to only one person? Without the huge war machine of the Marine Department, how would the world government deal with the countless pirates who have become increasingly rampant since the Age of Exploration? How would it deal with the situation of the 4 emperors that have just formed in the New World? How would it deal with the revolutionary army that launch revolutions all over the world? World government must undergo a thorough reshuffle. The celestial dragons who are high up and enjoying all the privileges but doing nothing should not exist. The Grand Line and the pirates who are growing stronger day by day in the 4 seas must also be eliminated. And all of this is not a decision I made because I am facing a life or death decision now. Instead, I have been secretly planning this since I was promoted to ensign. To be honest, the money I embezzled and obtained through illegal means is not 200 billion. I haven't counted it in detail, but it is definitely more than 200 billion. Of course, I can't spend such a huge amount of money myself, and I won't enjoy the extravagant life brought by money, because that is not what I pursue. This is why the investigation team only found more than 100,000 Baileys in my home. Because I have distributed all of these Baileys to colleagues who really need them, such as you present here. At this point, Xia Yu turned his head to look at a Commodore standing on his left. This is Commodore Moto. He has justice in his heart and is ready to sacrifice his life for justice. He has resisted all temptations. However, he protected those who needed protection and guarded the unwavering justice in his heart, but he failed to protect his wife and daughter. When he was out on a mission, his hometown was attacked by pirates, and his wife and daughter died at the hands of the pirates. After learning about this, he immediately returned to his hometown and started hunting down the pirates who killed his wife and daughter. But because of this incident, he was accused of deserting his post by the colonel of his branch and thrown into prison. I helped him. Not only did I help him kill his enemy, I also transferred him to the headquarters. In the end, he became a commodore through his own efforts. There are many officers like Commodore in the headquarters, and of course they are not limited to the headquarters. At least half of the colonels in the major marine branch bases in the 4 seas are my people. As long as I give the order now, they will come from all over the world to help me become the marshal. Hearing this, Sakazuki's face suddenly darkened. Are you threatening me? No, no, no. Xia Yu waved her hands, her tone as calm as ever. It's not a threat, but a sincere invitation to you. I believe you have seen me every time I go out on a mission over the years, and you have a certain understanding of my style of doing things. In my opinion, severe punishments must be imposed in troubled times. All criminals that arose during the Age of Exploration must be purged, and even some sacrifices are necessary for this. So, even though many officers in this unit keep their distance from you, I still respect you and hope to work with you to accomplish something earth-shattering. For justice. Hearing this, Sakazuki slowly raised his head, stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, your justice is to launch a rebellion to seize the position of marshal. Xia Yu smiled and shook his head. I said that I will not enjoy this honor alone. Seizing the position of marshal is only part of the plan. Chapter 006. All requests will be answered. The latest order from the Holy Land. 183rds. Chapter 006. All requests will be answered. The latest order from the Holy Land. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marshal's residence, Sengoku looked at the uninvited judge with a serious expression. Unlike in the trial hall, the judge with 3 heads became 3 people, namely Bass, Kabir and another one whose name Sengoku didn't even know, only that he called himself Her Royal Highness the Princess. As the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku certainly knew that the Chief Judge was not a weirdo with 3 heads. He had always known that they were 3 people in disguise, so he was not surprised that the Chief Judge turned into 3 people. Marshal Sengoku, I believe you have already guessed the purpose of our visit. As soon as he walked to the sofa and sat down, Bass, who was sitting on the left, spoke first and got straight to the point. Yes, we are here for the matter of Xia Yu Vice Admiral. This investigation and trial against Xia Yu Vice Admiral was not forced by Eni's lobby, and we, Eni's lobby, do not have the right to intervene directly. After all, we are directly under the world government and have the same status. As he spoke, Bass took out a document from his arms and handed it to Sengoku. This is the latest order from the Holy Land. Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly, and he stared at the document in front of him. Eni's lobby's involvement in the investigation and trial of the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters was authorized by the Power Room. What he didn't understand was why the Power Room wanted you to die. Although he had little contact with Xia Yu, the Vice Admiral of the Headquarters, Xia Yu was able to become the Vice Admiral not only because he had a good personal relationship with officers at all levels of the Headquarters, but a large part of the reason was because Xia Yu had strong strength and a performance that could be described as dazzling. In the year when he just became a major, Xia Yu captured more than a dozen notorious pirate groups by himself. Although almost all members of these pirate groups were executed on the spot by Xia Yu in an extreme way, it was also because of Xia Yu's thundering methods that wherever Xia Yu had been, whether it was a town or a village, there were almost no pirates appearing in recent years. In Xia Yu's words, in troubled times, severe punishments are imposed. Imprisonment and education are basically ineffective against pirates. When it is time to kill, they must be killed without mercy, otherwise the toiling masses living at the bottom of society will suffer. The most important thing is that as an admiral, Sakazuki's methods are far more extreme than Xiao Yu's. He can tolerate and condone Sakazuki's methods, and naturally he will turn a blind eye to Xiao Yu's methods of catching criminals. As for Xiao Yu's corruption and bribery, in his opinion it was just a young man making the mistakes that should be made at this age. As a marshal, all he could do was to give some appropriate warnings at the appropriate time. Most importantly, Xiao Yu did not use the illegally obtained income to enjoy life, but used it to do things that the world government failed to do, and help those who really needed help. As the commander-in-chief of the headquarters and nicknamed the resourceful general, how could Sengoku not know that corruption has always existed in the marine? But he knew in his heart that some corruption must be eradicated, but corruption like Xiao Yu's was a healthy development direction for the marine as a whole. Seeing that Sengoku just looked at it without picking up the document, Bass didn't waste any words and took out another investigation report from his arms. He said seriously, "Marshal Sengoku, this investigation report is not from the internal investigation team, but from CPO. According to this investigation report, Xiao Yu began to amass huge wealth through various channels as early as 5 years ago, and distributed all the illegal gains to his colleagues. In just 1 year, the amount of his illegal gains exceeded 1 billion baileys. In the following year, not only did he not restrain himself, but he even went even further after being promoted to captain, illegally obtaining more than 8 billion baileys through various channels. It was also in this year that he was promoted to major and was commended by the conference for capturing and executing more than a dozen pirates. He was a hero and idol in the hearts of the younger generation of officers and marines. According to the CPO investigation, it was also from this year that the situation began to develop in an uncontrollable direction, because he began to form gangs with illegally obtained baileys, making countless officers and soldiers in dire straits become his death squad. It was also from this year that a saying began to spread in the naval headquarters and even in many branch bases around the world: Major Xiao Yu of the headquarters will respond to any request. At this point, Bass looked up at Sengoku, whose face had become extremely serious. "Do you need me to continue? Marshal Sengoku, I believe that you know some things better than us. For the Holy Land, the Marine is the largest and most efficient department under the world government. It is also a double-edged sword. The only way to prevent this double-edged sword from posing a threat to the world government is to let officers at all levels of the naval headquarters perform their duties and check and balance each other. However, everything Xiao Yu has done is about to get out of the control of the Holy Land. If he is not suppressed in time, he will definitely become a major concern for the Holy Land in the future. You have already seen it in the trial hall today. At that time, at least half of all the officers participating in the trial ignored the existence of you, the Marshal, and ignored our trial to protect Xiao Yu. This means that these officers only have Vice Admiral Xiao Yu in their eyes. I have no doubt that if Xiao Yu raised his arm at that time, not only would the officers in the hull rebel on the spot, but the officers and soldiers outside the hull would also rush in. Even if Xiao Yu has no intention of rebelling, he already has the ability and strength to rebel." Looking at Bass, who kept talking, Sengoku suddenly sighed. Bass's meaning was very simple, that is, Xiao Yu must die, otherwise the Holy Land would not be at ease. Bass came to the door not to discuss with him, but to ask him not to interfere in this matter. After a brief silence, Sengoku picked up the document on the table and looked at it, then shook his head helplessly and said, "Why did the Holy Land choose this time? Don't they know that the situation in the Grand Line is very serious now? If there is turmoil inside the Marine, the situation outside will become even more out of control." As Marshal Sengoku worried about the situation in the New World, Bass smiled and said disapprovingly, "There are only two things happening in the New World right now. One is the sudden rise of Captain Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates, who has become the new Sea Emperor alongside Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The other is the Elbaf incident. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. The Holy Land wants the 4 emperors of the New World to stand side by side. As for the Elbaf incident, it was the Knights of God sent by the Holy Land who were behind the scenes." Sengoku's pupils shrank again and he looked at Bass in disbelief. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi placed next to him suddenly rang. Then, a hurried voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. More than 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered at Marineford Square, and the prison where Xiao Yu Vice Admiral is being held has also been occupied by dozens of headquarters officers. Chapter 007 The Mutiny Begins, Anyone Who Stands in the Way Will Die. 7 183rds. Chapter 007 The Mutiny Begins, Anyone Who Stands in the Way Will Die. Previous. Next. What? The sudden report made Marshal Sengoku's eyes widen in surprise. He quickly stood up and grabbed the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Bass's reaction was calm, with a barely perceptible cunning flashing across his lips. "Marshal Sengoku, it seems that the Holy Land's concerns have become a reality." At the same time, Marineford Square, the officers of the headquarters who took the first action because Xiao Yu was trapped in prison and tens of thousands of soldiers stood neatly in the square, and each soldier and officer had a red scarf wrapped around his shoulder. Standing in front of the soldiers were a dozen or so rear admirals and more than 30 commodores from the headquarters. Standing in front of these rear admiral commodores and soldiers were 3 vice admirals of the headquarters, namely Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral Barry, and Vice Admiral Bastiu. Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel. Great, I didn't expect that Lord Flying Squirrel is one of ours. Vice Admiral Storoberry, the hero who chased the Sun Pirates back then. Why is he here too? Master Bastiou, are you going to fight for Master Xiao Yu as well? Great. The three Vice Admirals of the headquarters did not react much to the noise coming from the soldiers. After looking around at everyone, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral raised his head slightly and looked at the night sky. He is a senior Vice Admiral of the department. As early as when Xiao Yu was still an ensign, he was already the Vice Admiral of the department and participated in many major events. He has a very high reputation in the department. However, because he was a rigid person, even after being promoted to Vice Admiral, he had few colleagues he could talk to in the headquarters. He was even ostracized by other Vice Admirals because he was too serious and rigid in his attitude towards things. Of course, the exclusion among his colleagues was insignificant to him, because he did not become a Marine for social connections. What he wanted to do was to ensure that more people received the protection of justice. So he focused all his attention on his work and participated in all major events, including the Battle of Etwall. However, during a mission outside, his old father at home was seriously ill and dying. He wanted to see him before he died, but after his brother called the headquarters did not immediately inform him of this. In desperation, his brother found out that there was an officer in the headquarters who would respond to any request. What he and his brother did not expect was that after learning about his father's last wish to see his eldest son before his death, Xiao Yu, who was already a rear admiral at the time, immediately drove a warship to his hometown and brought his father to him. When he saw Xiao Yu carrying his father down from the warship and standing in front of him, he thought he was hallucinating. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Yu not only brought his father to him, but also brought a medical team to ensure that his father could talk to him. Although his father eventually passed away, he and Xiao Yu developed a deep friendship. In their spare time, they would talk about the future of Marine, as well as explore some of the malpractices and corruption within world government and Marine. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the three of them. Following the sound, he saw the drunk Ghost Spider and Doberman, the two Vice Admirals of the headquarters. They had obviously drunk quite a bit of alcohol, and before they came over, the smell of alcohol drifted in with the wind, causing the Flying Squirrel to frown. Isn't this Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel? Ahaha, Staloberry and Bastiou are here too. Come on, let's go have a drink. The Ghost Spider came over with his arm around the soldiers, glanced at them standing in a row in the square, then immediately shook off Doberman and staggered to the Flying Squirrel, picked up the Flying Squirrel and prepared to turn around. The Flying Squirrel did not move, but turned its head to look in the direction of the headquarters prison. At this moment, lights suddenly came on in the direction of the headquarters prison, and then a line of officers with red scarves wrapped around their shoulders came out and stood in 2 rows. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel did not hesitate at all, and decisively broke free from the Ghost Spider's hand, turned around and faced the more than 10,000 soldiers standing in a row in the square, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, target the prison gate, run." Wow, tens of thousands of soldiers turned around at the same time and ran towards the prison gate. The sudden scene made Ghost Spider and Doberman's faces change slightly, and they said in unison, "Flying Squirrel, what are you going to do?" "You too, times have changed." Without waiting for the Flying Squirrel to speak, Bastiou, who was carrying a machete on his shoulder, suddenly turned around and said in a shocking tone, "Marine needs a better marshal, and this person can only be Xiao Yu Vice Admiral." "What?" Ghost Spider and Doberman spoke in unison again. After a short period of stagnation, the two woke up one after another. Then, Ghost Spider took a step back as if facing a formidable enemy, staring at Bastiou with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Bastiou, how dare you say such a treasonous word?" "Damn it!" Doberman finally came to his senses and cried out, "Spider Ghost, stop them. They're trying to break into the prison." Bang, bang, bang. Before Spider Demon could react, a series of crisp gunshots rang out without warning, and the whistling bullets instantly pierced through the bodies of Spider Demon and Doberman, who had just taken out a Den Mushi. Soon after, a group of soldiers swarmed over, approached the two men and emptied their magazines without hesitation. However, they are both Vice Admirals of the department after all. Even though their bodies were pierced, the two men did not die on the spot. "Damn it, who told you to shoot?" Looking at Ghost Spider and Doberman lying in a pool of blood, Flying Squirrel hurried forward and shouted, "Don't waste time here, go and meet Xiao Yu Vice Admiral." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the Flying Squirrel finished speaking, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out again. 2 officers appeared in front of Ghost Spider and Doberman at some point, pointed their guns at their heads and emptied their magazines without hesitation. "Vice Admiral, this is war." After executing Ghost Spider and Doberman, one of the officers wearing the rear admiral shoulder straps immediately looked up at Flying Squirrel and said fanatically, "Anyone who stands in the way of Lord Xiao Yu is our enemy, no matter who it is." After saying this, the officer wasted no more time, turned around and ran into the main force, heading towards the prison at lightning speed. The Flying Squirrel's heart sank, and he looked at the 2 Vice Admirals lying in a pool of blood, already breathless, with a complicated expression. He certainly supported Xiao Yu Vice Admiral, but he did not want this incident to result in the bloodshed and sacrifice of a large number of officers in his own department. What he most didn't expect was that 2 powerful Vice Admirals, Doberman and Spider-Man, would end their lives in this way. At this moment, crisp gunshots continued to be heard in the dormitory buildings and residential areas of the naval headquarters. Obviously, this was an action taken by officers or soldiers loyal to Xia Yu to eliminate dissidents and help Xia Yu successfully seize the position of marshal. As gunshots suddenly rang out over Marineford, shrill alarms were triggered. In an instant, the sound of gunfire and alarms merged into the Shinigami's horn, and a mutiny that had been planned for 6 years began. Chapter 008. Follow the Vice Admiral to fight a new war. 183rds. Chapter 008. Follow the Vice Admiral to fight a new war. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Armory. As dense gunfire rang out over Marineford, the soldiers guarding the armory were awakened one after another and rushed to the gate as soon as possible. However, just as they rushed to the gate, a group of people rushed in. Immediately afterwards, dense swarms of bullets whizzed out, instantly clearing out all the soldiers inside the armory door. Damn it! Inside the armory, several officers who were drinking and having fun stood up and rushed out after hearing the sharp gunshots. However, they were still a step too late. As soon as they rushed out, the door of the armory was blown open. Immediately, a rear admiral officer wearing a rear admiral coat rushed in front of them at an astonishing speed. Everyone, I am in charge of the armory now. Without waiting for the officers to react, the rear admiral threw a document at them and said coldly, "You now have two choices, either follow Lord Xia Yu to fight a new war, or die." Amid the shrill alarms, a team of more than 1,000 people poured into the naval headquarters building like a tide. Although it was already early in the morning, there were still many people on duty in the headquarters building. Before the team that had just rushed into the headquarters hall had time to disperse, the patrol soldiers on duty raised their guns one after another. The man in the lead, who was wearing a colonel's coat, immediately shouted, "Whose subordinates are you? How dare you trespass into the headquarters building? I order you." Before the colonel could finish his words, a figure flashed over like a ghost. The next second, finger gun. As the cold voice rang out, the colonel's body suddenly stiffened, and then he looked down at the big hand that pierced his chest, his face full of disbelief. Before the colonel could react, intensive gunfire rang out, killing all the soldiers on duty behind him in an instant. The sharp gunshot woke the colonel up. He didn't care about the pain from the finger pistol piercing his chest. He gritted his teeth and raised his head. When he saw the face of the person who shot him, he couldn't hold back any longer and said in a lost voice, "Hound." Vice Admiral. The one who killed the colonel was the naval headquarters Vice Admiral Hound, who had messy hair and pointed glasses and was the user of the Zone Dog Hound Fruits Hound form. "Feel sorry." The Hound had a blank expression on his face and said calmly, "I killed you not because I have a deep hatred for you. Rest in peace, Colonel." After saying that, Hound decisively withdrew his hand, quickly pulled out his gun, pointed it at the Vice Admiral's forehead and pulled the trigger. At the same time, a group of soldiers carrying buckets and various cleaning tools immediately filed in. After the colonel and other on-duty personnel were dragged away, they immediately cleaned the floor as quickly as possible and laid a red carpet. The Hound Vice Admiral did not stop, but walked quickly towards the elevator. Every time he reached a floor, there would be fierce gunfire, roars and scolding on the floor the elevator passed through. In response, the Hound Vice Admiral still had no reaction, and stood in the elevator with an indifferent expression going straight to the top floor. When he walked out of the elevator, the soldiers who had reached the top floor before him were already standing neatly on both sides of the corridor. Seeing this, the Hound Vice Admiral did not hesitate at all and quickly walked through the corridor to the door of an office. In the office, there stood Admiral Borsellino wearing an admiral cloak. Borsellino stood with his back to the gate, looking up slightly at the plaque on the wall with the words, "Ambiguous Justice," written on it. He seemed not to hear the gunshots outside, and his body did not move. "Borsellino Admiral." The Hound Vice Admiral came to the door and saluted, then walked into the office with his head held high and stood behind Borsellino, straightening his body and saying, "Master Xia Yu asked me to bring you a message. It's really scary." Borsellino pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose, then turned around and looked at the Hound Vice Admiral standing upright in front of him and the soldiers waiting outside the door, and said lazily, "I knew Xia Yu would not sit still and wait for death, but I didn't expect him to make such a big fuss." After a slight pause, Borsellino looked at the Den Mushi on his wrist and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead, let me hear how he will persuade me not to get involved in this matter." Master Xia Yu said that if we fail, he will bear all the blame. If we succeed, he will not be the only one to enjoy the glory. Lord Xia Yu also said that he has always responded to requests and repaid favors over the years. As long as Admiral Borsellino does not interfere in this matter, it will be a great favor to him. That's not enough. Borsellino shook his head. You want an admiral to stay put with just a verbal promise like this? Even if you fail in the end, I, as the admiral, will be blamed. As if he knew that Borsellino would give such an answer, the Hound Vice Admiral immediately took out a document from his arms and handed it to Borsellino. Seeing this, Borsellino was stunned at first, and then his face changed drastically after seeing the contents recorded in the document. It's not easy. After reading the contents of the document, Borsellino spoke seriously. It seems that Xia Yu did not act on impulse, but had already arranged everything in secret. He even investigated my background so clearly. After a slight pause, Borsellino suddenly lowered his head and looked down at the Hound, with a hint of murderous intent in his words. How many people know the contents of this document? The Hound shook his head. Master Xia Yu said that if Admiral Borsellino finds out that the seal of this document has been torn, he can kill me and all the soldiers present. Hearing this, the murderous intent in Borsellino's eyes gradually faded, and he said lightly, as expected of Xia Yu, as he wishes, I will not interfere in this matter. Wow. As soon as Borsellino finished speaking, 2 young officers suddenly rushed into the office and poured 2 buckets of seawater on Borsellino. I have offended Admiral Borsellino. The hound was not idle either. He immediately took out a pair of seastone handcuffs and handcuffed Borsellino's hands. Do this so that you can explain to the Holy Land if we fail. In addition, if we fail, the contents of this document will be sealed forever when we are executed. As he spoke, the hound took the Vice Admiral file from Borsellino's hand and burned it in front of Borsellino. Borsellino, who was soaked to the skin and had lost his strength due to the seastone handcuffs, collapsed on the ground with a funny expression that made people laugh. However, the hound didn't dare laugh. The reason why they were able to get Borsellino to cooperate was not because they were strong, but because of the document Xia Yu gave him. Otherwise, let alone those present, the officers and soldiers who participated in the mutiny would not be able to defeat Borsellino. You know, Borsellino is one of the most powerful admirals in the department, and he is also a top-level warrior who has developed the ability of Lovia Sparkling Fruit to Ultimate. Chapter 009 There is no justice in my heart anymore, only the Vice Admiral. 9/183. Chapter 009 There is no justice in my heart anymore, only the Vice Admiral. Glancing at Borsellino, who was slumped on the floor with his back against the desk, the hound immediately stepped back and saluted him. He then turned around and ordered, leave 2 people to accompany Admiral Borsellino. If the mutiny fails, you know what to do. Loyalty. The 2 soldiers who stayed behind raised their hands at the same time, their expressions fanatical. After watching the hound Vice Admiral walk out of the office, the 2 soldiers immediately turned to look at Borsellino and pointed their guns at their heads. Seeing this, Borsellino's eyes flashed with surprise. When he heard the hound say, the mutiny has failed, you know what to do, he thought that the 2 soldiers would choose to perish together with him. But judging from the reactions of the 2 people, it was obviously not what he imagined. What are you doing? Borsellino blinked and asked in confusion, are you planning to commit suicide after the mutiny fails? Yes. One of the soldiers raised his head and said with a firm expression, from the moment we chose to follow Master Xia Yu, we have been ready to die for Master Xia Yu. If the mutiny fails, we will never live in vain. Borsellino shook his head. What on earth has Xia Yu done for you to make you so crazy loyal to him? Upon hearing this, another soldier immediately stepped forward and said, Lord Borsellino, I used to be your subordinate. 2 years ago, I followed your warship to New World to fight the pirates. However, I believe you don't remember, or you don't even know that I followed you. After all, I was just a corporal at the time. But Lord Xia Yu not only knew my name, but also saved me from the dire straits when I was most desperate. Oh, Borsellino looked up at the soldier, trying to find information about him from his memory, but finally gave up because he had no information about him at all. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath secretly, and with his strong strength, he stood up and walked to the office chair to sit down, and said lightly, tell me, how did Xia Yu save you from the dire straits? The soldier took a step forward and said seriously, I was born in South Blue. Before first joined the Marine Corps, I was a soldier in the King's Army of a country in South Blue. In this country, the greatest achievement for a soldier is to rush forward to protect His Majesty the King when he is in danger. But what would the soldiers think if His Majesty was injured while trying to save them? At this point, the soldier suddenly became excited, staring at Borsellino with burning eyes. 2 years ago, I followed your warship to New World to wipe out the pirates, and we also followed Lord Xia Yu's warship. The battle was fierce at that time. We rushed onto the pirate ship under intensive bombardment and fought hand to hand with the pirates. I saw batches of classmates falling or being shot into the sea by the damned pirates. In order to avenge my comrades, I rushed towards the captain of the other ship regardless of everything. But I'm too weak. The other party didn't even care about my existence. Just a shock wave was enough to send me flying into the sea. It was also at that time that you took action. You used your fruit power to defeat the other captain, and the pirate's ship was dismembered and fell into the sea because it could not withstand the damage of your fruit power. I was floating on the sea at the time, and could only watch the wreckage of the fallen pirate's ship falling towards me. I don't blame you, because war is always accompanied by death. As a righteous Marine, you should always be prepared to sacrifice for justice. But just when I gave up and was ready to embrace death, Lord Xia Yu's warship came over. When the wreckage of the pirates' ship was about to fall, he rescued me and brought me to his warship, and he personally bandaged my wounds. From that moment on, there is no justice in my heart, only Lord Xia Yu. Master Xia Yu is going to capture the pirates, and I will follow him until death. Master Xia Yu is going to make the world his enemy, and I will offer my loyalty and life to Master Xia Yu. In the headquarters prison, the shrill alarm sounded for a long time, and various gunshots came one after another. Sakazuki's face became particularly gloomy, and he stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. He didn't need to look to know that the Marine soldiers and officers at all levels who had gathered in the square were taking thunderous measures to control the headquarters. Xia Yu, do you have to make such a big fuss? After a brief silence, Sakazuki slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you. As long as I kill you, this rebellion will end. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi in the arms of the Commodore standing next to Xia Yu suddenly rang. Bulu Bulu. The familiar voice of the Den Den Mushi sounded particularly harsh in the prison. The Commodore did not dare to neglect it and immediately took out the Den Den Mushi and said, "Go ahead. I'm Vice Admiral of the Hound." The Hound Vice Admiral's somewhat excited voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "Please tell Master Xia Yu immediately that Admiral Borsellino has been controlled." Hearing the message coming from Den Den Mushi, Sakazuki looked up in shock, eyes full of disbelief. In the entire naval headquarters, Borsellino is his best friend, and because of this, no one knows Borsellino's strength better than him. It is no exaggeration to say that unless Sengoku and Garp both sided with Xia Yu, Borsellino alone could put an end to the rebellion. However, the message coming out of Den Den Mushi now is that Borsellino is being controlled. After a brief moment of shock, Sakazuki sighed to himself. He didn't believe that Borsellino would be controlled. At this time, Borsellino was controlled. There was only one answer, and that was Borsellino who pursued ambiguous justice. His only brother chose to stand idly by. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi that had just ended the call rang again. Before the Commodore standing next to Xia Yu could speak, the Den Den Mushi in the arms of other officers present began to ring. Report, the armory has been controlled. Report, dormitory building number 7 has also been controlled. Report, the science class has also been controlled. Report, Gion Vice Admiral has stopped Cake Vice Admiral. Report, Major Hina has been controlled. Report, all external Den Den Mushi are under surveillance. Report, with each report, Sakazuki's expression became increasingly ugly. He never expected that the rebellion would happen so quickly, let alone that even Gion, the admiral candidate, would choose to side with Xia Yu and even take action to stop Vice Admiral Cake, who was also an admiral candidate. Although he had not heard Marshal Sengoku's report yet, he knew in his heart that if the rebellion was not stopped in time, an unprecedented bloodshed would occur in the headquarters. Because not everyone in the headquarters is loyal to Xia Yu, at least half of the officers and soldiers will appear one after another to prevent the rebellion from expanding. By then, the stability of the naval headquarters will be completely broken, and no matter who wins the final victory, the Marine will suffer an unprecedented blow and may even be unable to recover, thus affecting the balance and order of the world. The most important thing is that the officers of Grand Line and many branch bases in the four seas may be rushing straight to the headquarters at full speed. If the warships of these branch bases participating in the rebellion arrive and cooperate with the rebellious soldiers in the headquarters, even if Xia Yu cannot successfully seize the position of marshal, he will cut off the source of funds and make the naval headquarters become an empty shell. Chapter 010 I am the Admiral, how much do you look down on me? 10-183. Chapter 010 I am the Admiral, how much do you look down on me? Time is running out, Admiral Sakazuki. After carefully listening to the reports coming from Den Den Mushi, Xia Yu slowly raised his head and looked at the tall Sakazuki, saying calmly, "You have 30 seconds to consider whether you will share this glory with me, or continue to pursue your so-called complete justice for the corrupt world government. In my opinion, your so-called complete justice is a huge joke, because you don't understand what complete justice is at all. The so-called complete justice means that even celestial dragons must be treated equally, but you can't do it. Not only can you not do it, but you also have to endure the suppression and scolding from the power room. In fact, you hate celestial dragons very much, and you are even more dissatisfied with the 5 elders in the Holy Land's power room. It's just that you dare not resist, or you haven't found an opportunity to resist yet. Now this opportunity is before you." At this point, Xia Yu looked at his watch and changed the subject. "You have 10 seconds. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, all the officers standing around him took a step forward in unison. Then, a scene that Sakazuki had not expected appeared. Each officer was carrying a bucket filled with seawater that smelled of the sea. It was obvious that they had already thought of a way to deal with him. Although the sea water was not enough to completely deprive him of his combat effectiveness, as long as he was restrained, Xia Yu would have a chance to kill him. You know, although Xia Yu is the youngest vice admiral in the headquarters, both armament hockey and observation hockey are stronger than other vice admirals. Most importantly, Xia Yu's swordsmanship is also very strong, even better than the admiral candidate Gion. Not only that, several of the officers even took out iron hooks made of sea stone, as if they were ready to attack Xia Yu decisively as long as he chose to be his enemy. 3. Xia Yu spoke again, slowly and calmly. 2. Clang. Suddenly, the prison's big iron door opened. Then, 3 vice admirals, Flying Squirrel, Baishu and Stallo Berry, quickly rushed into the prison. Following them, more than a dozen officers of various levels also stood in 2 rows after entering the prison. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Bastius, Stallo Berry, how is it possible, even you have joined this rebellion? Sakazuki was shocked when he saw the 3 vice admirals standing in a row behind Xia Yu. You know, whether it was Flying Squirrel, Baishu or Stallo Berry, they were all the backbone of naval headquarters and veteran vice admirals of naval headquarters. Their longest contact with Xia Yu was only 6 years. He knew that the officers at all levels who had been promoted in the 6 years since Xia Yu joined the headquarters would be shaken in their faith in justice, but he really couldn't think of the reason that made these veteran vice admirals turn against Xia Yu and resolutely participate in this rebellion. Xia Yu is an adult. As soon as he came behind Xia Yu, the Flying Squirrel immediately stepped forward, bowed and said, "Can I have a chat with Admiral Sakazuki?" No, Xia Yu waved his hand and said calmly, "Admiral Sakazuki has made his choice." As soon as the words fell, Xia Yu's aura suddenly rose. "Xia Yu, do you want to make me submit by force?" Feeling Xia Yu's aura suddenly rising to ultimate, Sakazuki's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said in a deep voice, "Very good, then let me see if you have the ability to become the marshal of this headquarters." As he spoke, he, who had the ability of the Logia lava fruit, no longer hesitated and decisively released the ability of the fruit, and rolling magma dripped down his arms to the ground. At the same time, he took a step forward, and his huge magma fist hit Xia Yu's face at an astonishing speed. Dark Hound. With a loud shout, the originally cold prison suddenly became extremely hot due to Sakazuki's fruit ability. The huge magma-like fist was infinitely enlarged in Xia Yu's pupils at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. However, although Sakazuki's attack speed was fast enough, Xia Yu was already prepared. The moment the huge fist filled with fiery energy came towards him, he decisively released all his strength, and Marine 6 styles quietly launched. Paper arts. Just a gentle voice was heard, and Xia Yu's body suddenly dodged the oncoming huge fist like a piece of thin paper. At the same time, the officers of all ranks standing around poured all the seawater in the buckets towards Sakazuki without hesitation. Crash. In an instant, the pouring seawater covered Xia Yu and Sakazuki, leaving Sakazuki in a narrow space with nowhere to hide. Innocent. Looking at the splashing seawater, Sakazuki sneered and released his unique lava fruit ability without reservation. As soon as the splashing seawater covered him, it was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature released by the magma. Seizing this golden opportunity, Xia Yu dodged Sakazuki's attack with paper arts, and appeared in front of Sakazuki in a flash. She then launched the finger pistol from Marine 6 styles, turning her palm into fingers and poking Sakazuki's chest accurately. As if he had predicted that Xia Yu would fight back like this, Sakazuki's mouth flashed with cruelty, and he said coldly, "You are just a petty trick." Before Sakazuki could finish his words, Xia Yu suddenly shouted coldly, "Arm." Buzz. The moment the words came out, the finger pistol instantly hardened its armament hockey, and then suddenly accelerated, sinking into Sakazuki's body with a puff. Xia Yu succeeded in his attack but did not stop there. He used Marine 6 styles, shave, and disappeared in front of Sakazuki. When he appeared again, he was behind Sakazuki with a hook made of seastone in his hand. Now, Xia Yu appeared behind Sakazuki with a hook in hand, and without any hesitation, he said decisively, "Let's go together." Before he finished speaking, the iron hook in his hand swept towards Sakazuki as fast as lightning. Immediately afterwards, several officers standing nearby also threw out the seastone hooks in their hands. Flying Squirrel, Staloberry and Bastiu were also not idle. They all drew their weapons and watched the changes on the field as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Facing hooks sweeping in from all directions, Sakazuki remained expressionless and stood still. At the moment when the seastone hook was about to hook him, his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. "Don't forget, I'm the admiral of this headquarters." As Sakazuki's figure disappeared, his voice came from behind everyone, with indescribable anger and murderous intent in his words. "How much do you think of me to use this trick to take me down?" Chapter 011 Conqueror's Hockey Shock Sakainu. 11/183. Chapter 011 Conqueror's Hockey Shock Sakainu. Hearing this, Xia Yu turned around and looked immediately. Sakazuki was seen blocking the gate like a door god, with hot magma bubbling from his body due to his elementalization. The oppressive feeling unique to the admiral of headquarters made the officers of all levels in the prison feel suffocated. Some of the relatively weaker officers couldn't help trembling because of Sakazuki's powerful aura. "You brought me here to trap me in this prison." After scanning the officers at all levels with cold eyes, Sakazuki took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "It's a good idea, but now it seems that this place may become your burial place." Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki raised his molten arm without hesitation, Dog Bites Red Lotus. In an instant, the molten arm turned into a huge dog head burning with blazing flames, and then extended and flew out at an astonishing speed, carrying terrifying energy fluctuations, and instantly appeared in front of Xia Yu. Facing the huge dog head roaring towards him, Xia Yu did not dodge. Instead, he quickly grasped the hilt of the long sword at his waist with his right hand, and then drew the sword out of the sheath as fast as lightning. Buzz. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, a low-frequency vibration suddenly appeared in the void in front of Xia Yu. Then, visible flames instantly wrapped around the long sword, and invisible and majestic pressure burst out from Xia Yu's body, causing a low-frequency vibration in the void again. Boom. There was a deafening explosion, and the huge dog head that came whistling collided violently with the sword. When the two collided, a circle of terrifying shock waves suddenly surged out, knocking all the officers of all levels around them to the ground. Even the powerful Flying Squirrel, Bastiu and Staloberry, the three vice-admirals, were uncontrollably blown back at this moment. Boom boom. Finally, after the two violent energies collided, the ground could no longer bear it and made a deafening roar. Then, the ground under Xia Yu's feet began to crack, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the surroundings, like a huge spider web, trapping everyone present. Before everyone present could react, the prison collapsed with a violent shaking. The terrifying energy intertwined after the two collisions broke through the top of the prison and rushed into the night sky. Sakazuki, who never expected that Xia Yu could actually take his attack head-on and cause the entire prison to collapse, looked at Xia Yu in horror, holding the sword in one hand. His aura rose to ultimate, and his clothes fluttered because of the air waves swept by the shock wave. He looked like a domineering king. After being stunned for several seconds, Sakazuki finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Conqueror's Haki." As he spoke, Sakazuki stared straight at the sword in Xia Yu's hand. Unlike an ordinary long sword, the long sword in Xia Yu's hand was surrounded by a circle of flames containing terrifying energy. As an admiral of the headquarters, he was familiar with such flames, but he found it difficult to accept. Because Xia Yu not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but also wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the blade of the sword, and he, as Xia Yu's direct superior, was totally unaware of it. The most important thing is that there are many strong people who possess Conqueror's Haki in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, but there are very few strong people who can dominate the entanglement. The strong people who can master the entanglement are either the Sea Emperors who dominate the New World, or have become legends. The most important thing is that Xia Yu not only mastered the Ba-chan, but also hid it from all of them. With such strength and cunning, it is no wonder that Xia Yu was so confident about this rebellion. Equally shocked were the officers of all ranks who were knocked to the ground, as well as the Flying Squirrel, Bastiu and Stallo Berry. Since Xia Yu became the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, they have received help from Xia Yu for various reasons and have become closer and closer to Xia Yu. During this period, they have gone out on missions several times. Although they all have their own subordinates and warships, they will keep in touch at all times. When they are free, they will find a place to have a few drinks, or go to the training ground to exchange ideas. They knew that Xia Yu had not only mastered armament Haki and observation Haki to a level that was beyond their reach, but also possessed swordsmanship that was as good as Gion's, and his mastery of Marine's 6 styles could be described as perfection. I originally thought that this was all Xia Yu knew, but I didn't expect that Xia Yu had already awakened Conqueror's Haki. You're asking me if I have what it takes to become a marshal. Xia Yu released Conqueror's Haki and blocked the dog-gnawing red lotus with his domineering entanglement. He took a step forward and stared at Sakazuki, who was blocking the prison door with burning eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Sakazuki, you underestimate me. I said that becoming a marine marshal is only part of the plan." As he spoke, Xia Yu immediately stepped out, holding the sword high in his hand. Xia Yu is an adult. Seeing that Xia Yu and Sakazuki were about to fight again, the Flying Squirrel, who had recovered from the sudden shock of Xia Yu possessing Conqueror's Haki, quickly shouted, "Can I have a chat with Admiral Sakazuki?" Xia Yu turned his head to look at the Flying Squirrel, as if he knew what the Flying Squirrel was going to say, and said in a deep voice, "Flying Squirrel, now is not the time to talk about this." "No, I have to say it now." The Flying Squirrel stepped forward stubbornly and stood in front of Xia Yu, then raised his head and faced Sakazuki, saying loudly, "Admiral Sakazuki, you have a share of the funds that Lord Xia Yu has moved over the years." "Flying Squirrel, stop talking nonsense here." Sakazuki walked forward slowly and said in a deep voice, "Look outside, because of your rebellion, Marineford is in such a mess now. As an admiral, we must stop the situation from getting worse." As if the Flying Squirrel hadn't heard him, he continued to raise his voice and said, "Admiral Sakazuki, your mother is still alive." Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, the Flying Squirrel took out a document from his arms and shook it. 3 years ago, Lord Xia Yu, who was still a rear admiral at the time, had a battle with a pirate ship during a mission. When Lord Xia Yu killed all the pirates on the pirate ship, he found that there were many civilians imprisoned by the pirates on the ship. Although most of the civilians were sent back to their hometowns by Lord Xia Yu, one of the old women completely lost her memory due to madness, so he had to take her back to the headquarters. Hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils shrank slightly. However, his expression immediately darkened, and he said sternly, "Flying Squirrel, my mother was killed by the pirates when I was young. I buried her with my own hands. That old woman can't be my mother." The Flying Squirrel did not explain and threw the document in front of Sakazuki. "This is the result of the investigation that Lord Xia Yu asked us to do." Chapter 012, Marshal, Times Have Changed. 12/183. Chapter 012, Marshal, Times Have Changed. Looking at the document thrown at his feet, Sakazuki didn't know whether to pick it up and read it or not. The things he experienced in his childhood came to his mind. Although many things had become blurred with the passage of time, and some could not even be remembered at all, the image of his mother closing her eyes in his arms was still clearly imprinted in the depths of his memory. At that time, he was just a child of 7 or 8 years old. His parents were still alive and his life was pretty decent. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly one day, a pirate ship docked at the dock of his hometown. Then, the pirates jumped off the ship and started burning, killing and looting. In order to protect him and his mother, his father was beheaded by the evil pirates, and in order to protect him, his mother was pierced through the body by the pirates. But even so, the mother still protected him with her body, making the pirates think that he was also killed. In fact, he was so frightened by what happened suddenly that he hid under his mother, not daring to breathe. He didn't dare to crawl out from under his mother until the pirates finished burning, killing and looting and left. Although decades have passed, he still remembers the scene of his mother caressing his cheek with her remaining breath. Because all the folks in his hometown were killed by the pirates, he could only bury his mother in the backyard of his house. Then, with hatred for the pirates, he embarked on an adventurous journey to the marine base without hesitation, and was determined to wipe out all the pirates in the world. Decades passed in a flash, countless pirates died in his hands, and countless pirates were captured and imprisoned by him. But even so, he still did not forget the oath he made in front of his mother's grave to kill all the pirates. After a brief silence, although he was sure in his heart that Xia Yu must have made a mistake, he still bent down uncontrollably and picked up the document. As soon as he opened the file, a photo suddenly caught his unprepared eyes. The person in the photo is a hunchbacked, wrinkled old man who looks to be in his 70s. The old man sat upright on the sofa in the living room with a kind smile on his face. Standing next to him was Xia Yu wearing a rear admiral coat. He had heard about Xia Yu rescuing an old man while on a mission, but he had never asked about it. Even after Xia Yu was promoted to vice admiral and transferred to his command, he had never been to Xia Yu's home. He only knew that Xia Yu had been taking care of the old man for 3 years. In addition, he was a workaholic and seldom hung around the family compound. He was either at work or on his way to work every day, so he had never seen the old man that Xia Yu brought back. The moment he saw the old man in the photo, he froze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted. Then, he couldn't wait to browse the investigation report in the file. The more I read down, the more my hands holding the documents shook uncontrollably. After reading the investigation report, he could no longer hold back and looked up at Flying Squirrel and Xia Yu, saying in a hoarse and incoherent voice, "You. No, this is impossible. I buried my mother with my own hands. She can't be alive." At this point, he picked up the photo and looked at it. Although it had been decades since then, the face of his mother in the photo was not what he remembered, but he felt extremely familiar with it. His heartbeat accelerated at this moment, almost jumping out of his throat, making him lose his calmness as an admiral and the seriousness and indifference he had maintained for decades. He lost control of his emotions and changed his words. "Xia Yu, where's the old lady now?" Hearing this, Xia Yu slowly sheathed his sword, and then without even looking at Sakazuki, he simply said, "Let's go." "No, you can't leave." Sakazuki came to Xia Yu in one step and said in a deep voice, "Take me to see her." Seeing this, Xia Yu frowned slightly. The flying squirrel standing nearby hurried forward, bowed and said, "Master Xia Yu, I will take Admiral Sakazuki over." Xia Yu nodded, then walked around Sakazuki and strode out of the prison that had been destroyed and turned into ruins. As soon as they walked out of the prison gate, tens of thousands of marine soldiers standing in 2 rows almost simultaneously put their legs together, raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." The uniform and loud voices resounded through the night sky and echoed over Marineford for a long time. Hearing the slogan that suddenly resounded through the night sky, the soldiers controlling the major dormitories, armories, science classes, and major fortresses of the headquarters also stopped and faced the direction of Marineford Square. Obviously, an unprecedented rebellion ended the moment Xia Yu walked out of the prison gate. Looking at the officers of all levels and tens of thousands of soldiers standing in 2 neat rows, Xia Yu nodded slightly, then walked forward with big strides, head held high and chest puffed out. At the same time, Sengoku ran out of his house as soon as he received the news. As soon as he entered the headquarters building, a pungent smell of blood hit him in the face. Before he could react, Vice Admiral the Hound rushed out with hundreds of soldiers. "Marshal Sengoku, please stay." The Hound walked quickly to the opposite side of Sengoku, raised his hand and saluted, then said in a shocking tone, "Marineford is basically under our control now. If you don't want Marineford to be destroyed, please stand still and wait for Master Xia Yu to come." Marshal Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked around. When he saw that the familiar figures in the lobby on the first floor of the headquarters had disappeared, and all he saw were soldiers pointing their guns at him, he could no longer hold back, and his marshal's coat fluttered without wind, and he shouted at the Hound, "Hound, you are so cruel to your colleagues. Tell me the truth, have you killed all the soldiers on duty in the headquarters building?" Before the Hound could speak, the 3 base who followed Sengoku suddenly jumped out, pointed at the Hound and yelled angrily, "You are a traitor, you will pay for what you are doing now." Looking at the 3 people from Bass who suddenly jumped out, the Hound's eyes flashed coldly, "Shut up." Before he finished his words, several soldiers standing behind him rushed forward and pulled the trigger at Bass and the other 2. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, Bass and his 2 companions were shot to pieces by the soldiers who had emptied their magazines before they even had the chance to scream. "Damn it, Hound, how dare you!" Unexpectedly, the Hound killed the 3 base without hesitation, and Sengoku almost vomited blood on the spot. You know, the 3 base were the chief judges of Eni's lobby, and they were on the same level as him. As long as the 3 base were still alive, he still had a glimmer of confidence in saving this rebellion, but with the 3 being shot to death, the situation would become completely out of control. "Marshal, times have changed." Hound waved his hand to signal the soldiers to retreat, and then said calmly, "Lord Xia Yu said that in troubled times, severe punishment is needed, and the bloodshed and sacrifices began with our generation. The Marine must be reformed, and the corrupt elements and parasites in the world government must be purged." Chapter 013 Sengoku, all 3 admirals are controlled. 13/183. Chapter 013 Sengoku, all 3 admirals are controlled. Hound, you are too presumptuous. Glancing at the 3 base men lying on the ground, Sengoku ignored the guns pointed at him, quickly walked up to the Hound, and gritted his teeth and said, "The chief inquisitor who killed Eni's lobby, there is no turning back from this rebellion. However, I can assure you that as long as you stop in time, I will mediate this matter with the Holy Land." Before Sengoku could finish his words, the Hound immediately spoke up to stop him. "Marshal Sengoku, this is a war, not an exercise. Lord Xia Yu said that failure is rebellion. Not only have we not failed, we have basically controlled the situation, and we have gained control of the situation with minimal sacrifice. By the way, Admiral Borsellino is under our control. If Lord Sengoku wants to delay time and wait for the 3 admirals to take action, the result may disappoint you. What did you say? Hearing that Admiral Borsellino was actually controlled, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly. He really wanted to delay time just now to buy time for the admiral and other officers and soldiers who had not yet joined Xia Yu to turn the tide. In his opinion, the reason why the officers at all levels who participated in the rebellion were so successful was because the officers and soldiers loyal to Xia Yu acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, and many people were caught off guard by launching the rebellion in the early hours of the morning. Once the admiral or others in this department react, this rebellion will be quickly suppressed. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed secretly, then turned around and looked at the Marineford Square where the alarm bells were ringing in the night, and said solemnly, Borsellino, at this time, are you still insisting on your ambiguous justice? As the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, he certainly didn't believe that Borsellino could be controlled by Vice Admiral and a few hundred marine soldiers. You know, Borsellino is a user of Logia sparkling fruit. If Borsellino is a little more serious, Vice Admiral and the hundreds of rebels who entered the headquarters building would all fall down in one encounter. Borsellino chose to be controlled, apparently just watching from the sidelines or waiting for the outcome of the rebellion. Because the war happening in Marineford at this time was not a contest between justice and evil, but a power reshuffle in the naval headquarters. Sakazuki. Suddenly, Sengoku turned back to look at the Hound unwillingly and said in a deep voice, did he also choose silence? Vice Admiral the Hound shook his head and said, I am only responsible for controlling Admiral Kizaru and waiting for the marshal here. However, judging from the current situation, Admiral Sakazuki should also be under control. Alright, Sengoku waved his hands and said speechlessly, you guys think you can control 2 admirals at the same time? Just say such childish words once, that's enough. The Hound smiled and said nothing. It is undeniable that if the 2 admirals acted at the same time, their rebellion would definitely end in failure. Because whether it is him or the other vice admirals, even if they all joined forces, they would definitely not be the opponents of the 2 admirals. However, things are not as simple and clear as they seem. If one can accomplish everything one wants with strength alone, then there is no need to call Marshal Sengoku the resourceful general. This world would not need any conspiracies or tricks, and would only need to use strength to crush the enemy. After a slight pause, Sengoku said in a deep voice, Xia Yu doesn't want my old boss to stand here and wait for him, does he? The Hound turned sideways and said simply, Your Excellency Marshal, you can go to your office. HMPH. Sengoku snorted, flicking his sleeves and turning around to walk straight past the Hound. The Hound did not dare to delay and followed closely into the elevator. As the 2 entered the elevator, the soldiers guarding the first-floor lobby immediately ran forward, dragged up the bodies of Base and the other 2, and left. Then, the soldiers in charge of cleaning skillfully cleaned up the bloodline on the ground and quickly laid out the red carpet. Sengoku adults, Sengoku adults. At this moment, an officer rushed into the hall and shouted to Sengoku who had already walked into the elevator, something bad has happened. Surprisingly, the soldiers who were present and participating in the rebellion did not stop him, but allowed him to rush to the elevator door. Glancing at the adjutant who had come to the elevator door, Sengoku shook his head and smiled bitterly, is there anything worse than the current situation? The soldier glanced at the Hound and said in a trembling voice, all communications with this headquarters have been cut off. Marineford has completely lost contact with the outside world. Hearing this, Sengoku was not surprised and said calmly, it seems that Xia Yu has been preparing for this for many years. Even without this trial, he would have launched a rebellion at the right time. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Female Officers Dormitory Building. The entire building was surrounded by dense marine soldiers, and the one leading this rebel army was none other than Vice Admiral Gion of the headquarters, also known as Konpira. The tall Gion stood at the front of the team, his cloak fluttering in the wind, staring at the dormitory building gate in front of him with a complicated expression. Although she participated in the rebellion, she did not want to cause too much bloodshed. Especially at this time in the female officers' dormitory building, she hoped that all female officers would not walk out of that door. Gion, why is this happening? At this moment, a voice filled with despair came over. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a vice admiral coat and handcuffed, being pushed in front of Gion by 2 soldiers. The middle-aged man was none other than Vice Admiral Cake, who was also an admiral candidate like Gion. Cake Vice Admiral's influence in the headquarters is no less than Xia Yu's, because almost everyone in the headquarters knows that he likes Gion. Even though he was rejected by Gion dozens of times, he never gave up. As long as he found an opportunity, he would run to Gion with flowers in his hands and confess his love in various ways. Tonight was the 90th time that he failed to confess his love. But what he didn't expect was that not only did his confession fail this time, but he also happened to meet Gion who was involved in the rebellion. In order to stop Gion from making further mistakes, he immediately took action to stop him. However, facing Gion and the officers of all levels who followed Gion, no matter how strong he was quickly controlled and was even handcuffed by Gion himself. Cake, who was pushed forward by 2 soldiers, looked very decadent. He stared at Gion with lifeless eyes, as if the most important thing in his life had been taken away. At the same time, in room 201 on the 3rd floor of the female officers' dormitory building, A female officer wearing a Marine major's coat and holding a lady's cigarette between her fingers stood by the window, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gion, who was leading hundreds of soldiers to control the entire dormitory building. In the dormitory behind her, there were 7 or 8 panicked female officers standing, obviously frightened by the sudden scene. Hina, what is going on? A female officer in a nightgown came up to the major and said in a trembling voice, why did Vice Admiral Gion lead troops to surround the dormitory building? Could it be that she? Before the female officer could finish her words, the major female officer named Hina suddenly moved, took a puff of her cigarette, and shook her head, saying, Hina doesn't understand either. However, the alarm bells of our headquarters are ringing now. Obviously, something big has happened. After a slight pause, Hina suddenly turned around and asked solemnly, have you contacted Mr. Garp? Chapter 014. The new headquarters marshal, reshaping the Marine. 14/183. Chapter 014. The new headquarters marshal, reshaping the Marine. Can't get in touch. The female officer shook her head and continued, all the Den Mushi cannot be dialed through. The headquarters, communication must have been cut off. Hearing this, Hina's expression gradually became serious. Why is this happening? Hina doesn't understand. No, I'll go down and ask Gion. Stop, Major Hina. The female officer quickly stopped him and said, didn't Vice Admiral Gion just tell us to stay in the dormitory? Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed on the spot. Hina ignored him and walked out. Other female officers did not dare to disobey the orders of Vice Admiral Gion, but she was not afraid. Putting aside her military rank, she had a good relationship with Gion in private, and she believed that Gion would never kill her without asking any questions. As soon as Hina arrived at the gate, more than a dozen female officers who had been hiding inside the gate came over and asked her questions. Major Hina, what is going on? Has our headquarters been invaded? It can't be an invasion. If it was an invasion, Gion Vice Admiral would definitely not let us stay in the dormitory. Rebellion. Could it be that there is a traitor in our headquarters? Wait, is it because of Xia Yu Vice Admiral's incident? Yesterday, my colleagues in the trial hall sent me news that the chief judge in charge of investigating Xia Yu Vice Admiral's incident seemed to have announced in court that he would sentence Xia Yu Vice Admiral to death and that he would be transferred to Eni's lobby this morning. Major Hina, do you know what's going on? Looking at the group of female officers surrounding her, Hina frowned slightly and said indifferently, Hina doesn't know what's going on. You guys get out of the way first, I'll go ask Vice Admiral Gion. With that said, Hina took a step forward. Hina, don't come out. As soon as Hina walked out of the door, Gion's voice came from afar, what you need to do now is not to get involved, stay in the dormitory and wait for things to be over. Gion, can't I leave the dormitory? Hina kept walking, completely ignoring Gion's reminder, and walked over while saying, the headquarters has been invaded, why don't you let us leave the dormitory to join the battle? Hina doesn't understand, our headquarters has not been invaded. Gion put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and said seriously, Hina, go back immediately. This is for your own good. Hina, who was less than 5 meters away from Gion, stopped and glanced at the soldiers standing ready. She immediately looked up at Gion and said, since our headquarters has not been invaded, why are you putting on such a show? Is it because of Xia Yu Vice Admiral? Are you going to stop Eni's lobby from taking him away? Yes. Gion did not hide it. He looked at Hina with a complicated expression and said softly, Hina, don't make it difficult for me. Go back to the dormitory quickly. When this is over, you will still be a Marine major. Just as Hina was about to speak, dozens of soldiers standing neatly behind Gion suddenly turned around, raised their hands in salute, and shouted in unison, loyalty. Looking in the direction of the voice, Hina's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. In front of her sight, Admiral Sakazuki, wearing a marine cap and dark red casual clothes, seemed to be in a hurry. Accompanied by Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, he walked quickly towards the family residential area without even looking at the people present. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki Admiral would turn a deaf ear to everything in front of him, and even hurried away as if nothing had happened. Hina's eyes flashed with doubt, and she said with her red lips, Gion, Sakazuki Admiral is also involved. What is going on? Hina is very confused. Gion did not answer, but watched Sakazuki, who was accompanied by Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, heading straight for the family residential area. The huge rock that was weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. Obviously, Admiral Sakazuki had been persuaded by Xia Yu, or had reached some kind of agreement with Xia Yu. In this way, their action would reduce a huge obstacle. Otherwise, with Sakazuki's temper and the thorough justice he pursued, he would definitely suppress the rebellion at all costs. By then, she couldn't imagine how many people would die as a result of this operation. After watching Sakazuki and the Flying Squirrel disappear, Gion immediately retracted his gaze to look at Hina, who was full of confusion, and whispered, Hina, after tonight, a new marshal will replace Lord Sengoku at the headquarters and the new era of the Marine has entered the countdown. What happened tonight was not an external invasion, but Lord Xia Yu wants to reshape the Marine. Naval Headquarters, Family Residential Area. Accompanied by Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, Sakazuki arrived at the gate of a 2-story courtyard. There was a guard post every 3 steps around the far gate, with 20 to 30 fully armed soldiers standing there. It was obvious that Xia Yu was worried that the operation would affect this place, so he arranged a team to guard here. The yard was in a mess. The land in front of the gate had been dug up 3 feet deep. All kinds of flowers and plants were thrown all over the ground in a mess, and almost all of them had withered and decayed. This is Xia Yu's courtyard. The surrounding land was dug up by the investigation team because they wanted to find out whether there was any huge amount of illegal income buried by Xia Yu in Xia Yu's home or the surrounding land. However, Sakazuki didn't have the heart to care about such insignificant things at this time. As soon as he arrived at the gate, his eyes stopped at a hunched figure in the yard. I saw this hunched figure tremblingly picking up the flowers and plants scattered on the ground, muttering to himself, as if cursing the members of the investigation team who destroyed the flowers and plants. Although the figure had its back to him, Sakazuki couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster the moment he saw the figure. The flying squirrel standing next to Sakazuki didn't expect that there was a figure standing in the yard, picking up destroyed flowers and plants in the night. He was stunned at first, then his face changed drastically. At the same time, without thinking too much, he flashed over the fence on both sides of the yard gate and stood in front of the old man. "Old man, why haven't you rested yet?" As soon as it arrived in front of the old man, the flying squirrel anxiously took the withered flowers and plants from the old man's hand, and at the same time reached out to support the old man. The old man looked up blankly at the flying squirrel vice admiral who suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" "Flying squirrel, I'm a flying squirrel." The flying squirrel supported the old man and carefully turned around and walked towards the two-story building in the courtyard, saying loudly, "I am your grandson's colleague." Hearing the word, grandson, the old man suddenly grabbed the flying squirrel's arm and was so excited that he spoke very clearly, "Where is my grandson? Where did he go? These days, bad guys come to our house every day to cause trouble. You are Marine, right? Go and catch those bad guys." Okay, I'll catch them all and throw them to jail later." The flying squirrel nodded repeatedly. Just then, Sakazuki walked in. Looking at the old man so close to him, Sakazuki seemed to want to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say a word, but just stared at the old man intently. "I'm hungry." The old man seemed not to have seen Sakazuki, and seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. He looked up at the flying squirrel like a child. "Please go inside and sit for a while." The flying squirrel helped the old man into the house and said, "I'll go get it for you." Before the flying squirrel could finish his words, Sakazuki turned and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 015 Sakazuki's Mother. 15/183. Chapter 015 Sakazuki's Mother. Sakazuki came to the kitchen and took a deep breath. Then he turned around and looked at the figure sitting in the living room. The sharp eyes under the military cap, which had never shown any emotional fluctuations over the years, gradually softened. Although he was not 100% sure that the old woman in front of him was the mother who died in his arms, the feeling of blood connection between mother and son became stronger and stronger. However, he did not rashly recognize her. Relying on his almost blurred memory, he prepared to make a bowl of his mother's favorite food for the old lady. To be precise, it is his favorite food. Born in North Blue, he likes to eat white rice with chili peppers since he can remember because of the cold climate in his hometown. Of course, it is not because he likes to eat it this way, but because of the conditions. He has continued this habit until now. Gradually, his subordinates and colleagues with whom he does not interact much have also learned that his favorite dish is white rice with chili peppers. However, thinking that the old man was hungry, he gave up the idea of testing him and skillfully made a bowl of ramen for the old man. After a while, he brought a bowl of hot ramen to the old man. Then, he quickly returned to the kitchen, took a bowl of rice, picked up some fresh peppers, sat opposite the old man and started to eat them with big mouthfuls, as if he had been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. The flying squirrel that was accompanying the old man had question marks over his head. Sakazuki's action quickly caught the old man's attention. After staring at Sakazuki for a while, the old man seemed to forget that he was hungry, and asked carefully, "Are you also a colleague of my grandson?" Sakazuki nodded. The old man suddenly perked up, came up to Sakazuki, and asked tentatively, "Can you give me some white rice and chili?" Sakazuki was stunned for a moment, then put the bowl of rice in front of the old man. Seeing this, the old man seemed to be worried that Sakazuki would go back on his word, so he quickly took the bowl of rice and the chili on the table and hid them under the table, and said mysteriously, "My son likes white rice and chili the most." Halfway through his words, the old man suddenly hung his head in frustration, and his voice instantly became choked, "But I can't find my son." Before he finished speaking, the old man immediately turned his head to look at the flying squirrel. "Hey, you, can you help me find my son?" Okay. The flying squirrel nodded repeatedly. "We have been looking for it all these years." "Oh, yeah, what's my son's name?" The old man thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up in a panic and said anxiously, I forgot who my son is." Who is my son?" Yes, white rice and chili." After walking around twice, the old man took out the white rice and chili peppers hidden under the table and handed them to the flying squirrel. "My son likes white rice and chili peppers the most. Can you help me find him?" The flying squirrel took the bowl of rice and peppers and placed them in front of Sakazuki. He said tentatively, "Old man, do you think he looks like your son? His name is Sakazuki, and he's the admiral of headquarters." "Who is Sakazuki?" The old man took a look at Sakazuki and shook his head. "How could he be my son? My son is not that old. He is only 8 years old." The flying squirrel shrugged helplessly and explained to Sakazuki, "I'm sorry, Admiral Sakazuki, the old man's Alzheimer's disease is getting worse and worse. He can't even remember Xia Yu. He only knows that Xia Yu is his grandson, but he doesn't know who Xia Yu is. Before he finished speaking, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in the flying squirrel's eyes, and he looked at Sakazuki in disbelief. At this time, Sakazuki pulled the brim of his hat very low, so that the flying squirrel could not see his eyes at all, but he saw 2 lines of tears sliding silently down Sakazuki's face. Sakazuki's mood at this moment was excited and complicated. He was certain that the old woman in front of him was his mother who had died in his arms that year, but he didn't dare to recognize her. Because it was he who buried his still-living mother in the yard. If he had dug his mother's grave deeper, he would have been the real murderer of his mother. Thinking of his mother waking up under the soil, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart, and he almost suffocated. Most importantly, although decades later, his mother had forgotten who he was, she had never forgotten his favorite white rice and chili. After a brief silence, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, completely disregarding her usual image. With tears on her face, she walked behind the old man and quickly lifted up his clothes. As the old man's clothes were opened, he immediately saw a through wound on his back. Even after decades, the scar was still clearly visible. With years of experience, he recognized at a glance that the through wound was caused by a sharp blade that penetrated from the chest to the back. Looking at the scar, Sakazuki immediately recalled the scene when his mother was young and was pierced through the body by pirates with a sharp blade. You let me go." The old man was obviously frightened by Sakazuki's action. He quickly turned around and slapped Sakazuki in the face. At the same time, he ran tremblingly behind the flying squirrel and nervously grabbed the flying squirrel's arm. Sakazuki, who was slapped, stood there and raised his head slightly, took a deep breath, then knelt down on his knees facing the old woman, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Mother." Before he could finish his words, Sakazuki bowed his head heavily, his shoulders shaking violently, obviously trying hard to control his emotions and not cry out. Naval Headquarters Marineford was filled with smoke. Although the situation had been basically under control, there were still a few officers at the headquarters waiting for an opportunity to resist. Unlike the major fortresses in Marineford where the sound of gunfire and explosions from various battles occasionally filled the night sky, the yard where Xia Yu was located was completely quiet. Sakazuki has calmed down. Relying on the remaining memories in his mind and the innate sense of intimacy, he no longer doubts the old man's identity and stays quietly by his side. The old man's memory was seriously confused. He was protecting the rice and chili tightly just a moment ago, but now he returned the rice and chili to Sakazuki because he saw tears on Sakazuki's face. Sakazuki didn't say anything, just focused on showing off. Although it was just simple white rice and chili, it was the first time in decades that he had eaten something so delicious. "You like white rice and chili, too?" The old man didn't move his chopsticks, staring at Sakazuki intently, and said kindly, "It's the same as my son. If you find my son, don't bully him. He has wanted to be a marine since he was a child. By the way, what's your name?" Hearing his mother's constant nagging, Sakazuki, who was showing off, thought of how he buried his mother in the ground with his own hands when she was still alive. He couldn't help but burst into tears again. However, he still promptly replied, "Sakazuki. Sakazuki." The old man blinked and said thoughtfully, "My son. By the way, do you know what my son's name is?" Sakazuki Re Kaido. Sakazuki. Chapter 016 Akainu. Mother is never a choice. 16-183. Chapter 016 Akainu. Mother is never a choice. The old man seemed to have his memory restored, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, my son is also called Sakazuki, but he is only 8 years old. No, my son should be grown up, otherwise how can I have a grandson? At this point, the old man's eyes became blank again. He turned his head to look at the flying squirrel and asked curiously, "Who is my grandson?" I seem to have forgotten again. Woo, I forgot my grandson." Having said that, the old man stood up in a panic and ran towards the bedroom. Seeing this, the flying squirrel did not stop him, but looked at Sakazuki with a serious expression. Sakazuki also took this opportunity to put down the bowl, looked up at the flying squirrel, and asked, "Has Xia Yu been taking care of mother for the past 3 years?" The flying squirrel nodded. When going out on a mission, Master Xia Yu will ask Vice Admiral Gion for help. Normally, Master Xia Yu will always accompany the old man, because many times, Master Xia Yu only needs to turn around, and the old man may forget who he is, and even mistake him for a bad guy and drive him out. Hearing this, Sakazuki turned his head to look at his mother who was looking for her grandson all over the room, and his eyes gradually became firm. He didn't think Xia Yu did this on purpose. Because he had read the investigation report, Xia Yu did not know the relationship between him and the old lady until he found out the identity of his mother. This means that Xia Yu has no purpose in taking care of the old man. Thinking of this, Sakazuki no longer hesitated and simply asked, "Can your Den Mushi be used? Help me contact Xia Yu." The flying squirrel took out his Den Mushi and dialed. Soon, the Den Mushi was connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the flying squirrel went straight to the point and said, "Turn to Lord Yu." After a few seconds, Xia Yu's voice came out from the Den Mushi, "Flying squirrel, I'll give you 10 minutes. No matter what choice Sakazuki makes, you must return to your position immediately and follow me to see Sengoku." Sakazuki brought the Den Mushi in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I am Sakazuki. I only ask one thing now. If your answer is what I want, I will help you become the marshal." Without waiting for Den Den Mushi to respond, Sakazuki immediately changed the subject. Since you have already investigated my mother's identity, why don't you just use this as a condition to make a deal with me? You should know that this will be my only weakness. No reason. Xiao Yu's voice came out of the Den Den Mushi slowly. I believe that after you know the old man's identity, you will definitely compromise on what happened tonight, and even fight for me unwillingly. Because at any time, my mother is never a choice. But I won't do that, because for me, my family members are not bargaining chips. At the same time, on the way to the Marine Headquarters building, Xiao Yu threw the Den Den Mushi to Storoberry beside him, looked up at the towering headquarters building in front of him, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Although he didn't say much to Sakazuki, when Sakazuki took the initiative to contact him through Den Den Mushi, it was enough to show Sakazuki's attitude. As for Sakazuki, the admiral of the headquarters, Xiao Yu did not need him to stand out and stand shoulder to shoulder with him at this time. As long as Sakazuki chose to watch, great things could be accomplished tonight. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard, and then a bullet tore through the void and headed straight for Xiao Yu's face with absolute precision. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to react, Bastiu, who had been following him silently, suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. The huge shark-slaying sword swung in an arc, cutting off the oncoming bullet. Immediately afterwards, Bastiu took a step forward, and the shark-slaying knife burst out with a terrible aura, and then he slashed in the direction where the bullet came from without hesitation. Brush! A slashing wave containing a terrifying aura flashed out and instantly cut off the roof of a building hundreds of meters away. Along with a shrill scream coming from the top of the building, the neatly cut off roof immediately tilted and fell, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Yu did not stop because of this little episode. At the same time that Bastiu swung his sword in the air, he had already stepped out and walked straight towards the headquarters building, surrounded by Stoloberry, the vice admiral, the rear admiral, officers at all levels and hundreds of soldiers. Xiao Yu, you marine scum! Just as Xiao Yu walked through the door and into the hall, a roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed out from the team of soldiers guarding the first floor and pounced on Xiao Yu as fast as lightning. Finger gun. Seeing that the man was about to kill Xiao Yu, Barry, who was following Xiao Yu closely, suddenly dodged forward, and the finger pistol, one of the Marine 6 styles, accurately penetrated the man's chest. Damn it! The officer who was stopped by Stoloberry's pupils shrank, and then he stared at Stoloberry with eyes wide open and filled with rage, and said sternly, Stoloberry, why on earth is this happening? You were the hero who chased the Sun Pirates back then, and you were Admiral Kizaru's most trusted deputy. Why did you follow Xiao Yu, a marine scum, to rebel? Stoloberry grabbed his neck and said expressionlessly, it is meaningless to talk about right and wrong now. Anyone who stands in the way of Lord Xiao Yu is our enemy. So, you can go to hell. Before he finished speaking, Stoloberry broke his neck neatly, and then quickly caught up with Xiao Yu who was already walking towards the elevator. This is Stoloberry, cold-blooded and decisive in killing. In a way, he and Admiral Sakazuki are the same kind of people, but he became Admiral Borsellino's subordinate. Although Admiral Borsellino trusted him very much, he could not agree with Admiral Borsellino's ambiguous justice, and it was even more difficult for him to integrate into the team of other vice admirals under Admiral Borsellino. This made him very upset, but he had nowhere to say it and could only bury it deep in his heart. Until one day, he went to New World to carry out a mission with Xiao Yu, who had just been promoted to vice admiral. When he saw how Xiao Yu treated the pirates, he seemed to have found a soulmate. After the mission was over, he took the initiative to find Xiao Yu for the first time. After several contacts, he was completely impressed by the personal charm of Xiao Yu, the youngest vice admiral of the naval headquarters, and regarded her as a confidant, becoming a close friend with whom he could talk about anything. Most importantly, he discovered that Xiao Yu not only had strong abilities, but also had great ambitions that were beyond his reach. After fully understanding what Xiao Yu wanted, he secretly made up his mind to become one of Xiao Yu's most powerful assistants. However, he still underestimated Xiao Yu's ambition. Xiao Yu wants more than just to become the youngest marshal in marine history. Of course, none of this matters anymore. The important thing is that no matter what Xiao Yu does, he will choose to stand side by side with him. A man will die for his friend. Chapter 0175 Elders. Yimu, 17183. Chapter 0175 Elders. Yimu. At the same time, round table conference room in the naval headquarters building. Sengoku still sat at the top of the marshal's chair, with Hound and a group of marine officers of all levels loyal to Xiao Yu scattered on both sides. There was a dead silence in the conference room, with only the heavy breathing of a few soldiers due to the rising adrenaline. They were all marine soldiers and officers loyal to Xiao Yu. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to escort Marshal Sengoku to this conference room. You know, they have never been able to enter this conference room, because only naval headquarters rear admiral and officers above rear admiral are qualified to enter this conference room. At this time, they not only walked into this conference hall, but also brought the marshal, who was once high and mighty in their hearts, here. At the same time as they were nervous, they all felt an unprecedented sense of pride burning in their hearts. Bang! At this moment, the tightly closed door of the conference hall was violently pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Vice Admiral Maynard stormed into the meeting room angrily, followed by Huo Shaoshan, who was also the Vice Admiral of the department. Marshal Sengoku. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Maynard's eyes widened and he looked at Sengoku, who was sitting in the marshal's position, in disbelief. He was stunned for several seconds before he suddenly woke up. He turned his eyes to the Hound in excitement and shouted, "Hound, what is going on? Are you also involved in the rebellion?" The Hound shrugged slightly and said calmly, "Maynard, please be patient. If you continue to make a scene, I will not show you mercy just because we are colleagues. Many people have died tonight. If you want to be one of them, I can satisfy you." Hearing this, Maynard rushed over. "Maynard." Before Maynard could rush to the Hound, Sengoku suddenly spoke up and said in a deep voice, "Sit down." At this moment, Huo came over, raised his hand and patted Maynard on the shoulder, then sat down in the empty seat to the right of Sengoku. Maynard did not sit down immediately, but glared at the Hound with wide eyes. As if he knew what Maynard was thinking, the Hound took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Maynard, I now order you to sit down. Otherwise, this will be your burial place." As the Hound finished speaking, the soldiers standing on both sides of the conference hall raised their guns and pointed them at Maynard with cold muzzles. Marshal Sengoku, rebellion, rebellion. Xia Yu rebelled. Suddenly, an extremely urgent voice came from outside the conference room. Before anyone present could react, several figures quickly rushed into the conference room. Leading the group was also Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, named Steels, followed closely by Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Urban, who had long flowing hair and a pair of fangs, and Rear Admiral Red King, who had 6 chins. As soon as they walked into the conference room, the 3 people who were in a hurry a second ago were stunned. Feeling the tense atmosphere in the conference room, the 3 of them swallowed in tacit understanding, then walked silently to the left side of Sengoku and sat down. Seeing this, Maynard stopped confronting the Hound and decisively sat down next to the burning mountain. It's not that he gave in, but there were more and more colleagues in the conference hall who stood on the same side as him, and Marshal Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, remained silent. Naturally, he had to choose to endure temporarily and wait and see. Just as Stirs and the other 2 sat down, they heard clear footsteps outside the door. Then, Gion, wearing the Vice Admiral cape, walked into the conference hall in a heroic manner, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he sat down in the empty seat diagonally opposite Sengoku. As soon as Gion sat down, 2 Rear Admirals and more than 10 soldiers followed and stood in an orderly manner behind her. "Gion, what do you mean?" Seeing that Gion was sitting in a place where she shouldn't normally sit, Maynard's face changed slightly and he asked in a deep voice, "You also participated in the rebellion?" Gion did not answer Maynard, but looked at Sengoku with an apologetic look, nodded slightly and said, "Marshal Sengoku, I am sorry about what happened tonight. For the sake of true justice, I can only choose to follow Lord Xia Yu." When these words came out, Maynard, Huo, Stirs and others all widened their eyes. When they first saw Gion walk into the conference hall, they thought Gion was also invited by the rebels, but they didn't expect that Gion had already defected to Xia Yu and even called Xia Yu, "Sir." This means that Gion did not choose to stand side by side with Xia Yu, but chose to be loyal. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that Gion is an admiral candidate and a kendo expert with the greatest hope of becoming one of the next 3 admirals. Such a person with a bright future actually chooses to be loyal to a young and rising vice admiral. True justice. There was a hint of doubt in Sengoku's eyes. He was more curious about Gion's choice than Maynard and others. "Yes, true justice." Gion nodded and said slowly, "Master Xia Yu told me something about the world government. I didn't believe it at first and even thought that Master Xia Yu was exaggerating. Even when I followed Master Xia Yu's instructions and found Vegapunk from the science class to verify it, I was still skeptical. It was not until I went to the Holy Land for my rotation that I believed that what Lord Xia Yu said was not an exaggeration." Sengoku's expression changed slightly. "Vegapunk. The Holy Land, what did he tell you?" Gion did not answer directly, but asked, "Sengoku-sama, have you ever been to the Holy Land Palace? It is the palace that was built when the 20 kings founded the world government 800 years ago. Above the palace hall stands a void throne. We all know that no one will be allowed to sit on the void throne, because the void throne represents the equality between the 20 countries that founded the world government, and means that no one can sit on it and become a dictator. However, according to what I have learned, there have been people who have wanted to sit on the void throne over the years. This is impossible." Sengoku stood up suddenly, staring at Gion with a calm face, and excitedly called Gion by his code name. "Momosuke, this is a lie made up by Xia Yu, hoping that you can help him launch this rebellion. You should know that the reason why Xia Yu was able to control the situation so quickly tonight was not because he was about to be transferred to Eni's lobby and fought to the death, but because he had already planned all of this in secret. Marshal Sengoku, I'm not a child." Gion's face remained calm. "Lord Xia Yu told me these things 3 years ago. At that time, he told me not to rush to verify all of this because it might put my life in danger. However, I have been secretly investigating for the past 3 years. Until 4 months ago, I finally found a clue and was able to confirm that the so-called highest authority in the world government, the 5 elders of the Room of Power, were just puppets of someone. Because behind them there is a man behind the scenes who has the ambition to become a dictator." At this point, Gion's emotions finally showed a slight fluctuation. She slowly stood up and said in a shocking tone, "The person behind the scenes now lives in a place called Hanano-Ma in the Holy Land. The 5 elders call him Lord Yim. Chapter 018 My Honor is Loyalty. 18 183. Chapter 018 My Honor is Loyalty. Madam Yimu, Hearing this unfamiliar name, Sengoku's eyes flashed with confusion. As the Naval Headquarters Marshal, he traveled back and forth between the Holy Land of Mariajoy and the Naval Headquarters Marineford countless times. He was also responsible for the security of the Holy Land of Mariajoy several times and provided escort for the World Summit held every 4 years. During this period, he would carefully guard Mariajoy to prevent any accidents. But even so, he had never heard of the name Lord Yimu. Even Sengoku was unfamiliar with him, so naturally everyone else present had a confused expression, looking at each other and were skeptical about Gion's words. Just at this moment, the top floor of the headquarters building. As the elevator door opened, Xia Yu, who was standing in the elevator, stepped out decisively without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the two Vice Admirals Staloberry and Bastiu followed closely behind, and several other Rear Admirals ran out before Xia Yu and stood respectfully in front of the door of the conference hall at the end of the corridor. As soon as Xia Yu approached, two Rear Admirals immediately opened the door. Seeing this, Xia Yu walked into the conference hall without stopping, with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Wa-la-la, Gion, Hound and other headquarters officers and the soldiers standing behind them who were in the conference hall stood up and took a step forward. Xia Yu did not walk towards his seat, but quickly came to Sengoku under the gaze of everyone. Stand at attention. Without waiting for Sengoku to react, Xia Yu suddenly put his feet together and raised his right hand towards Sengoku, salute to the marshal. As Xia Yu finished speaking, Staloberry, Bastiu and a group of Rear Admiral Commodores who followed closely behind him also put their legs together and straightened their bodies. Gion, Hound and others were no exception. They all straightened their bodies and faced Marshal Sengoku and shouted in unison, loyalty. Sengoku didn't react much, and looked calmly at Xia Yu who saluted him. Maynard and other officers who had not yet surrendered to Xia Yu had unfriendly expressions on their faces and stared at Xia Yu as if they were facing a great enemy. Xia Yu Vice Admiral, you are very busy tonight. After a brief silence, Sengoku shook his head and sighed, then said slowly, using the lives and blood of your colleagues to achieve your ambitions, is this the justice you insist on? Hearing this, Xia Yu took out a document from his arms and placed it in front of Sengoku, then took a step back and said, many years ago, I met a prophet on the Fishman Island. She said that I was a general who achieved success at the cost of thousands of lives. I don't think so. In my opinion, life and death are all decided by oneself. Marshal Sengoku, Marineford is basically under my control now. If you don't want to see more people die because of resistance, please sign your name on this document. Xia Yu, you traitor. Without waiting for Sengoku to react, Maynard stood up suddenly, staring at Xia Yu with red eyes, as long as we are alive, you will never succeed. Court death. Stalo, Barry and Bastiu did not wait for Xia Yu to give orders, and took a step forward in tacit understanding. The next second, Barry's finger pistol was pointing at Maynard's chest. At the same time, Bastiu had the big knife in his hand on Maynard's neck. Then, Gion also subconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife, and the hound grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. If Maynard, Huo Shaoshan, and Sturls and others made any unusual movements, they would suppress and kill them without hesitation. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference hall became tense and a battle was about to break out. Staloberry, Bastiu, Maynard, who was controlled by the finger pistol and the broadsword, had red eyes and said angrily, Xia Yu has only been in the headquarters for 6 years. What did he do to you that made you abandon the honor of the Marine and follow him to launch a rebellion? A man will die for his friend. Staloberry looked at Maynard with an indifferent expression and said in a deep voice, my honor is loyalty. Bastiu said without any nonsense, sit down, or I won't consider our friendship. Maynard was furious and instinctively wanted to take a step forward. At this moment, Sengoku slammed the conference table and said in a deep voice, enough. Maynard, sit down first. After saying that, he didn't even look at them anymore and opened the file Xia Yu had placed in front of him. As soon as he saw the contents of the document, Sengoku's pupils shrank, and then he looked up at Xia Yu, and said in disbelief, let you temporarily take over the position of the Marshal of the Headquarters. Xia Yu, do you think this is realistic? The appointment of the Marshal of the Headquarters is not up to me, and without the permission of the Holy Land. No permission from the Holy Land is required. Xia Yu smiled and said, as long as the soldiers of the Naval Headquarters and the 4 Seas and Grand Line fortresses know that you are ill, I will temporarily take charge of all marine affairs. Of course, Marshal Sengoku can choose not to sign, but if he does so, many people will die tonight. Hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. As the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, he certainly knew that this was Xia Yu's delaying tactic. As long as he could temporarily stabilize the soldiers of the 4 Seas and the major marine branches and fortresses of the Grand Line, Xia Yu could quickly send out his confidants to eliminate all uncontrollable factors at the lowest cost. As long as Xia Yu completely controls the marine, the Holy Land will only have 2 choices. One is to compromise with Xia Yu, who is holding the marine accountable, and recognize the legitimacy of Marshal Xia Yu Naval Headquarters. The other is to mobilize all combat departments of the world government in anger to fight against the marine taken over by Xia Yu. Seeing Marshal Sengoku fall silent, Xia Yu stopped standing and turned around and walked to the empty seat opposite Sengoku at the conference table. As soon as they came to the conference table, Gion, who was standing next to them, immediately moved her chair forward. After Xia Yu sat down, she immediately held the handle of the knife and stepped back to stand on Xia Yu's left-hand side. Then, Berry and Bastiu also quickly came to Xiao Yu's right-hand side and looked at Sengoku, who was facing her with a serious expression. Master Sengoku, you can't sign this. Suddenly, Maynard stood up again and said excitedly, we are not without the strength to fight now. As long as we fight to the death and hold on until Vice Admiral Garp returns from vacation, victory will definitely belong to us. In addition, the 3 admirals have not fully expressed their opinions. Bang! Before Maynard could finish his words, the tightly closed door of the conference hall was knocked open again. Then, Sakazuki, who had changed into the Admiral of Headquarters coat and wore a marine cap, walked quickly into the conference room accompanied by Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Maynard, Huo and Stirs, he walked straight to Xiao Yu. Admiral Sakazuki. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki ignored Marshal Sengoku and stood beside Xiao Yu. Maynard's pupils shrank and he said in a lost voice, You, what are you doing? Even you. No, this is impossible. You are the admiral who can't tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. Where is the thorough justice you uphold? Sengoku also looked up at Sakazuki at this time and said in a deep voice, Sakazuki, is this your choice? Sakazuki raised his head slowly, with a brief hesitation in his eyes, but in just a moment he put aside all distracting thoughts and nodded firmly, yes. Chapter 019 Akainu submits his Pledge of Allegiance. 19-183. Chapter 019 Akainu submits his Pledge of Allegiance. Before he could finish his words, Sakazuki suddenly appeared in front of Maynard. The next second, Maynard was grabbed by the neck and lifted above his head. Before anyone present could react, his unique Logia Lava Fruit ability was quietly released. As Sakazuki's arm turned into molten lava, Maynard, whose neck was strangled, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Sengoku had never expected Sakazuki to suddenly attack. He stood up with a horrified look on his face and shouted, put down Maynard. Crack. With a crisp sound, Maynard's neck was snapped. Then, Sakazuki threw him aside, ignoring Sengoku's bloodshot eyes. His sharp and gloomy eyes swept over Huo, Sturls and others, and said with murderous intent, from now on, no matter who it is, those who disrespect Xiao Yu will end up like this. After a slight pause, Sakazuki immediately turned his attention to Sengoku. This is my attitude. Marshal Sengoku, if you don't want to see Marineford covered by a magma volcano, sign your name on this document. Sakazuki, you. Sengoku turned his head to look at Maynard, whose neck was not only strangled but also half burned by the lava. He said with bloodshot eyes, what you are doing will put the Marine in an irreparable situation. If the Holy Land knew all this, it would definitely not recognize the legitimacy of Xiao Yu. By then, countless Marine soldiers will shed blood and sacrifice their lives because of you and die with regret. Marshal Sengoku, it's not important to talk about this now. Sakazuki stared at Sengoku with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, from the moment I saw Mother, I no longer cared about right or wrong. After saying that, Sakazuki stopped talking nonsense, turned back to Xiao Yu, his eyes more determined than ever before. In the past, he pursued complete justice because he saw his parents die tragically at the hands of the pirates, and because the seeds of hatred buried in his heart since childhood were taking root. But after learning that his mother had come back to life and was taken care of by Xiao Yu for 3 years, the justice he insisted on in his heart began to waver. It wasn't because he was disappointed with the Marine or the world government, but because he felt guilty. When he thought about how his mother had not died but had been buried in the ground by him, he wanted to punch himself first. He couldn't imagine how his mother survived after breaking out of the ground, and he couldn't imagine what his mother had been through in the years since he joined the Marine. Based on the fact that even though his mother had Alzheimer's disease and forgot his name, she still remembered his favorite white rice and chili peppers, he could conclude that his mother must have been looking for his whereabouts after she survived. Otherwise, his mother would definitely not have remembered his favorite food even as her Alzheimer's disease became more and more serious. He thanked Xiao Yu for reuniting him with his mother, thanked Xiao Yu for giving him the opportunity to make up for the big mistake he almost made when he was young, and thanked Xiao Yu for her meticulous care over the past 3 years. You know, his mother suffers from Alzheimer's disease and may forget Xiao Yu at any time. In this case, Xiao Yu could send his mother to a nursing home in naval headquarters or hire a nanny. Most importantly, according to what the Flying Squirrel said, Xiao Yu's original plan was that if the operation was successful, that would be great, but if it failed and he died, he would let the Flying Squirrel hand over the investigation report to him, because Xiao Yu was worried that if he failed and died, the elderly man suffering from Alzheimer's disease would be left unattended. It's really over now. Sengoku watched Sakazuki walk to Xiao Yu with a determined look for a moment, and sighed inwardly. Borsellino had not shown up until now, and his attitude was clear enough. In addition, Sakazuki, the admiral who pursued complete justice, also stood firmly beside Xiao Yu. Even if he risked everything, he could not change the current situation. Although he still has the trump card of Garp, who has the title of Marine Hero, and another Admiral Kuzan, Garp is on vacation and most likely went to East Blue. When Garp comes back, no matter how strong Garp is, he will not be able to compete with Sakazuki, Xiao Yu and all the officers at all levels of the headquarters who have defected. As for Admiral Kuzan, he still had no hope, because 3 days ago, Kuzan had gone off on his bicycle to some unknown sea area. Based on his understanding of Kuzan, he would not come back unless he had been away for 10 days or half a month. Even if Kuzan comes back now, under the current situation, Xiao Yu will have nothing to fear with Sakazuki joining. Of course, now is not the time to talk about the worst-case scenario. After Xia Yu completely controlled the marine, the Holy Land would most likely compromise, and might even directly appoint Xia Yu as the new naval headquarters marshal. After all, at this time, the New World had a new maritime emperor, and the Revolutionary Army had grown stronger over the years, seriously threatening the rule of the world government. If the Holy Land went to war with Xia Yu at this time, it would obviously not be a wise choice. Furthermore, once the Revolutionary Army joins forces with the marine controlled by Xia Yu, the Holy Land will be attacked from all sides. And all this was obviously within Xia Yu's calculations. Of course, whether he signed or not did not have much impact on Xia Yu. If he did not sign, Xia Yu would only need to eliminate all the soldiers and officers in the headquarters who did not stand in line. After all, more than half or even more officers and soldiers had chosen to be loyal to Xia Yu. After a brief silence, Sengoku slowly raised his head and looked at Xia Yu, his expression serious. Xia Yu, how have Garp, Zephyr, and I treated you since you entered the headquarters? Xia Yu nodded. Very good, especially Mr. Zephyr. When I was in the officer training camp, he had high hopes for me. As for Garp, although he has always wanted to train me to be his successor, I don't quite agree with his philosophy. To be precise, I don't agree with the justice that Marine upholds from top to bottom. Because in my opinion, as long as the celestial dragons are pressing down on the world government, there will be no so-called justice in the Marine. That's why I want to use my own way to free the Marine's justice from any constraints and shackles. Sengoku shook his head. I don't mean to argue with you. I just want to know why you're hiding something from us since we've all been nice to you. Xia Yu laughed and said calmly, Marshal Sengoku, what I did was to launch a mutiny. Can I not hide it? No, no, no. Sengoku waved his hands, staring at Xia Yu with burning eyes. I mean the person named I am that Gion mentioned just now. Since you know something that none of us know, why didn't you choose to tell me or Garp and Zephyr, but tell Gion instead? Hearing this, Xia Yu turned her head to look at Gion standing beside her and asked in surprise, did you tell them? Gion nodded. Xia Yu did not blame him. He turned his gaze to Sengoku and asked, do you believe everything Gion said? About Hanama and the existence of I am sure that not only do you not believe it now, but you will also think that I am making it up just to convince Gion and the others to follow me in the rebellion. You don't believe it under the current circumstances. Do you think you would believe it if I told you before? Sengoku kept his eyes on Xia Yu, as if he wanted to see through Xia Yu's true thoughts deep in his heart. So, there really is a place called Wahian in the Holy Land. And a Lord Yimu who wants to sit on the throne of the void. Xia Yu waved his hand and said, Marshal Sengoku, instead of being skeptical here, why not go to the Holy Land and ask the 5 elders in person, or go to the Holy Land to see for yourself? Although I know that Yimu lives among the flowers, I don't know if Yimu is a man or a woman. If you can see Yimu's true face alive, remember to come back and tell me. But before that, you need to sign this document first and make a speech immediately to make those officers and soldiers who are hiding and waiting for an opportunity to reverse the situation give up their resistance. Chapter 020 Rewards arrived ahead of schedule, all abilities maxed out. 2183rds. Chapter 020 Rewards arrived ahead of schedule, all abilities maxed out. Sengoku looked at the documents in front of him and hesitated to speak. Finally he chose to compromise, picked up the pen and quickly signed his name on the document. Sengoku signed his name, and the hound standing nearby immediately stepped forward to pick up the document and handed it to the adjutant beside him, saying simply, send a copy of this document to all branches and fortresses immediately. Yes, the adjutant did not dare to delay. He took the document with both hands, turned around and ran out of the meeting room quickly. The hound did not retreat. He stood in front of Sengoku holding a radio den mushi and bowed, saying, Sir Sengoku, I need you to make a radio speech next. Ask all officers and soldiers who have not given up resistance to gather at Marineford Square within 10 minutes and announce that Sir Xia Yu will temporarily take over the position of marshal. Hearing this, Sengoku stopped hesitating and simply took the den mushi. After a brief silence, Sengoku took a deep breath and then said slowly, I am Sengoku. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please stop fighting immediately and lay down your weapons and go to Marineford Square. This farce should end. As Sengoku's voice came out through the radio den mushi, the loudspeakers placed throughout Marineford started to sound, transmitting Sengoku's voice to every corner. Marineford Female Office's dormitory building. Major Hina and a group of female officers standing in the dormitory stood up straight and looked towards the headquarters building after hearing the voice coming from the radio. Major Hina, it's Master Sengoku's voice. Great, the mutiny is over. Did we win? Hearing the voices coming from all around her, Hina frowned slightly. You all didn't understand what Marshal Sengoku said. Marshal Sengoku asked us to stop fighting and lay down our weapons and go to the square. What do you mean? A female officer blinked blankly. Hina didn't explain, but simply turned around and walked out of the dormitory. When she walked out of the dormitory building, hundreds of female officers from the headquarters had gathered in front of the door, and many of them were walking towards Marineford Square in an orderly manner. Not only in the dormitory building where they were, but also in the male office's dormitory building not far away, there were dense crowds of people appearing one after another. Soon, the road leading to Marineford Square was crowded with people. Some looked nervous, while others were talking and laughing, as if what happened in Marineford had nothing to do with them. Although people around her greeted her from time to time, Hina always had an expression that kept people at a distance. She was too lazy to even look at the other person and just followed the crowd to the square. A few minutes later, Hina followed the large group to the entrance of the square. The square, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was now brightly lit. The noisy crowd a second ago quieted down after entering Marineford Square. It was not that they consciously abided by the order, but that the square was surrounded by densely packed soldiers holding guns. Almost every soldier had a red scarf wrapped around his shoulders, making it easy to distinguish them from the soldiers walking into the square. What's going on? When the female officer following Hina saw the soldiers standing around the square with live ammunition and a commodore or rear admiral at intervals, she immediately hid behind Hina nervously and said in a trembling voice, "Hina, could the rebels have won? Woohoo, will they kill us?" Before Hina could react, Sengoku's voice came over the radio again. "I apologize to everyone for what happened tonight. From now on, Xia Yu Vice Admiral will temporarily take over the Marshal's power on my behalf." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet square suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, the officers who had been trapped in the dormitory building and who had entered the square first jumped out one after another, raising their voices in protest. "Marshal Sengoku, how can you compromise with the rebels? How can Xia Yu replace you as the marshal of this department? Marshal Sengoku must be held hostage by Xia Yu." Seeing the crowd suddenly in chaos, the soldiers standing around the square raised their guns. Then, a rear admiral led a team of 100 people and rushed into the square. The leading rear admiral rushed towards the chaotic crowd and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, be quiet, traitor! We will never allow Xia Yu to lead the Marines." Facing the rear admiral who was charging over, the leading officer, who was also wearing a rear admiral coat, raised his arms and shouted, "Who is willing to charge into the headquarters building with me?" Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone else could join in, a series of ear-piercing gunshots rang out without warning. Then, a cloud of blood mist floated out of the rear admiral who had just raised his arms and shouted, "Court death." The two soldiers following the rear admiral rushed to the shot rear admiral officer after running out of bullets, raised the butt of their rifles and smashed it hard on his forehead. The sudden scene plunged the chaotic square into deathly silence. A rear admiral of the headquarters was killed by two soldiers. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, looking in disbelief at the rear admiral who was knocked to the ground by the butt of the gun. At the same time, Sengoku, who was in the conference room on the top floor of the headquarters building, stood up and went to the window as soon as he heard the gunshots coming from the direction of the square. Although they were some distance away and the square was packed with people, he couldn't see clearly what was happening. He could only see that everyone had fallen silent at this moment, like the calm before a volcanic eruption, with a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Xia Yu didn't react, but looked at Sengoku with interest. The current situation is basically under his control, so he is not worried about any accidents. However, it would be difficult for Sengoku to make all the soldiers and officers in the headquarters give up resistance with just one sentence. Sensing the smell of gunpowder coming from the square, Sengoku raised his voice and shouted without thinking, "Do you want Marineford to be a river of blood? If you want to see this, fight to your heart's content. I believe those lawless pirates on the sea will be very happy to see you both lose because of infighting. If you want this farce to end, obey orders. I declare that Xia Yu will now temporarily assume the power of marshal. From this moment on, anyone who resists will be considered treason." After saying the word, betrayal, Sengoku seemed to have been drained of all his energy. He felt so weak that he almost fell to the ground. Although the real traitors were Xia Yu's side, he had to say this in order to prevent the situation from getting worse and causing more bloodshed. As for where Marine will go next, he can only pin his hopes on the final choice of the Holy Land and Xia Yu. Just when Sengoku announced that Xia Yu would temporarily assume the power of marshal, a sudden voice immediately rang in Xia Yu's mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for his successful coup in becoming the naval headquarters marshal. Reminder: rewards are being sent. Tip: testing the abilities that the host has mastered. Hint: the abilities detected by the host are Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, Swordsmanship, and Marine 6 Styles. Tip: the abilities that the host has mastered are being improved. Hint: sword skills have been successfully improved to the highest level. Reminder: Marine 6 Styles has successfully reached the highest level. Reminder: Armament Hockey has been successfully elevated to the highest level. Reminder: Observation Hockey has been successfully elevated to the highest level. Hint: Conqueror's Hockey has been successfully elevated to the highest level. As the system prompts continued to sound, Xia Yu, who was unprepared, suddenly felt dizzy. The next second, he was in a completely unfamiliar space, and the information related to the abilities enhanced by the system came flooding in from all directions. It was like an epiphany, and the knowledge, techniques, and application of Conqueror's Hockey, Swordsmanship, and Marine 6 Styles in combat were all integrated at this moment, and he could use them as easily as if he had an arm. In just a breath, Xia Yu seemed to have gone through a spring and autumn. Feeling the abundant energy fluctuations in his body, as well as the strong confidence brought by the elevation of various abilities to the highest level, Xia Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. Although he did not expect to receive rewards by temporarily exercising the power of the marshal, it was always good to receive rewards in advance, especially the feeling after the strength improvement was really great. After enjoying the pleasure of being able to reach the highest level with one click, Xiao Yu stood up calmly and said, "Everyone, the situation has been basically decided. Gather all departments to go to Marineford. I have something to say." Having said that, Xiao Yu immediately turned his attention to Huo Shaoshan and Stirs and others. As if they knew what Xiao Yu was thinking, Stirls and the others, knowing that the situation was hopeless, stopped being silent and immediately stood up, straightened their backs, raised their hands and saluted, imitating the Hound and the others who had shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Xiao Yu nodded. "This will be the wisest choice in your life." After saying that, Xiao Yu didn't waste any more time and simply turned around and left. Chapter 021 Zephyr. He will be a very penultimate leader. 21 183rds. Chapter 021 Zephyr. He will be a very penultimate leader. As Xiao Yu turned and left, Sengoku and Sakazuki were soon the only ones left in the conference room. "Sakazuki, tell me what you really think." As if Sengoku knew that Sakazuki would stay, he did not turn around, but turned his back to Sakazuki and said in a deep voice, "You have to think clearly. Xiao Yu wants more than just the marshal of the headquarters. Do you really intend to follow this path to the end?" Sakazuki nodded. "I was a little hesitant before entering here, but after hearing that there is a Master Yimu hiding behind the scenes in the Holy Land, I believe my choice will not be wrong." Sengoku frowned slightly. Imu's existence is only Xiao Yu's one-sided statement, it's too early to assert it now. Sakazuki said in a deep voice without any hesitation, "I believe it." After saying that, Sakazuki did not stop, turned around and walked out with big strides. When he walked out of the conference hall, he suddenly stopped and looked back. "Even if Yimu, the behind-the-scenes figure, didn't exist, it wouldn't affect my choice. Because Xiao Yu gave me the opportunity to fulfill my filial piety in front of the hall and enjoy the happiness of my children." Hearing this, Sengoku turned around abruptly and stared at Sakazuki. "The old lady Xiao Yu has been taken care of for the past 3 years, is she your mother?" Sakazuki didn't answer, but simply walked out. After watching Sakazuki disappear out the door, Sengoku shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What a good trick, Xiao Yu, you actually found Sakazuki's only weakness." After a slight pause, Sengoku looked around the empty conference room, then walked to the window and looked down at the brightly lit Marineford Square. The square had become quiet at this time. All the soldiers and officers stood in an orderly line, waiting for the arrival of the new Marshal Xiao Yu. Just then, Xiao Yu and his group walked out of the headquarters gate and entered Sengoku's sight. Looking at the young figure walking towards Marineford surrounded by Gion and others, Sengoku inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to see how far this young man, who was very good at scheming, means, and winning people's hearts could go. If the Holy Land compromised and recognized the legitimacy of Xiao Yu's headquarters marshal, Xiao Yu might take this opportunity to fight for more rights and interests for Marine, so that Marine's justice would no longer have any shackles and constraints. As the marshal of the naval headquarters, how could he not know that the world government today is no longer the world government of the past? The celestial dragons who live in the Holy Land and claim to be the descendants of God are becoming more and more presumptuous because they enjoy supreme privileges. They take human lives lightly, rob people's wives, and so on. For the celestial dragons, who are the world's nobles, these things are just the privileges they deserve. Even if something happens, the Admiral of Headquarters must not only rush over unconditionally to protect their safety, but also cannot provide shelter for the oppressed lower-class civilians. As Xiao Yu said, as long as the celestial dragons are like a mountain pressing down on the world government, the Marines under the world government will not be able to achieve true justice. He understood all these principles, but he didn't have the courage to break them all. Because one move can affect the entire body, once someone stands up to break it all, it will definitely lead to greater unrest. The most important thing is that the world government has been standing on the top of the red line for 800 years. There must be a reason for its existence. All it can do is to do its job as well as possible and spread Marine's justice to the whole world to the best of its ability. Sengoku watched Xiao Yu and his group leave the headquarters building until they disappeared into the night. He then retracted his gaze and muttered to himself, "Since ancient times, fame and success have always belonged to the young. I was once full of vigor and vitality in my old age." Before he finished speaking, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around and looked towards the door. In front of the gate, 3 figures were standing there at some point. The leader was none other than Zephyr, the former admiral of the naval headquarters, codenamed Black Arm. Following behind Zephyr were 2 young officers, a man and a woman. The young male officer is named Binz. He is dressed in strange clothes. He is the user of the flourishing fruit and is deeply trusted by Zephyr. The young female officer was named Ain. She was wearing a pair of black pointed high heels and a blue cloak. There was a melancholy in her eyes, as if she had just experienced a life and death separation. Zephyr. Not expecting Zephyr to show up at this time, Sengoku hurried over and asked anxiously, "Why are you here?" "Your arm," Sengoku said as he came in front of Zephyr and immediately looked at Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr raised his left hand and touched his broken arm, saying calmly, "Don't worry, it's been 3 years, I'm used to it. But you have to urge the science class to develop the mechanical arm as soon as possible." Sengoku hesitated. As if he knew what Sengoku was thinking, Zephyr walked straight to the conference table, pulled up a chair and sat down, then looked up at Sengoku and said, "Forgot that you have handed over the power of marshal to Xiao Yu. However, even if you are not the marshal, the science class will still give you face." Sengoku's pupils shrank, and he stared at Zephyr in shock. You were not surprised by what happened at the headquarters. Could it be that you knew that Xia Yu would launch a mutiny? Zephyr smiled and nodded. He is my student. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly and said weakly, it seems that you were completely disappointed with Marine. Yes. Zephyr glanced at the two students, Ain and Binz, standing in front of the door, and spoke with a hint of resentment and hatred. If it weren't for Xia Yu, I might have created a brand new Marine by now. After all, you all forgot about the attack on the training ship 3 years ago, which resulted in dozens of young lives being buried at sea. I no longer have any hope for the Marine. Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he explained in time, I didn't forget. You haven't forgotten. Zephyr stood up abruptly, emotional. Dozens of young officers from our headquarters died in the sea. As the commander-in-chief of our headquarters, you should order a full-scale pursuit until they are captured and publicly executed. Because only in this way can the pirates who dared to kill the Marine be afraid, and can the dozens of young lives who died rest in peace, and can the living continue to uphold justice. But you didn't do that. You didn't make me feel cold for 3 years. Zephyr raised his hand and pointed at Ain and Binz. It's them, and all the young officers who shoulder the future of the Marine like them. Finding himself on the verge of losing control of his emotions, Zephyr paused for a moment, then sat back in his chair and lowered his voice and said, Sengoku, you are old, we are all old. Sengoku didn't say anything, but stood there with a grim look on his face and mixed emotions. He would naturally not forget the incident 3 years ago when the training ship led by Zephyr was attacked and dozens of young officers died at sea. He had been sending people to hunt down the murderer who massacred dozens of young trainee officers. But he didn't explain, because as the commander-in-chief of the headquarters, he had to face more than just one pirates. He had to consider the overall situation and couldn't send out all 3 admirals for the sake of one pirates. However, what Zephyr said makes sense. Dozens of young officers were brutally murdered, and the murderers are still at large. He has an unshirkable responsibility. I know what you're thinking. Seeing that Sengoku remained silent, Zephyr spoke again. Are you thinking now that the reason I chose to stand aside and watch is because Xia Yu promised me to bring the pirates who attacked the training ship to justice? To tell you the truth, Xia Yu did not promise me anything, but I believe he will not let me down. At this point, Zephyr turned his head to look at the two students standing quietly outside the door, Ain, Binz. The outcome of tonight has been decided. From now on, you will follow Xia Yu. He will be a very penultimate leader. Chapter 022, Marine's Absolute Justice at Stake. 22-183. Chapter 022, Marine's Absolute Justice at Stake. After leaving the conference hall, Sakazuki did not immediately follow Xia Yu out of the headquarters building. He first came to his office and took a look at the plaque hanging on the main wall of the office. His eyes stopped at the big words, Complete Justice, on the plaque. After a brief silence, he suddenly let out a breath, as if he had put down the last burden, and a smile appeared on his face that had not appeared in decades. Then, without stopping, he simply turned around and walked out of his office. As he passed Borsellino's office, the two soldiers standing in front of the door quickly stood at attention and shouted in unison, Loyalty. Sakazuki raised his hand in return and asked, Is Admiral Kizaru in there? One of the soldiers nodded, Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. Sakazuki didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, Open the door. The two soldiers apparently knew Sakazuki's current identity and immediately opened the office door. In the office, Borsellino sat in front of his desk. Perhaps because he was wearing seastone handcuffs, or perhaps it was just his nature, he looked listless. Oh, seeing Sakazuki walk into the office, Borsellino's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he sat up straight and said lazily, It's really scary. I didn't expect Xia Yu to convince you. Didn't you choose to stand aside and watch? Sakazuki came to the desk and looked down at Borsellino, and said in a deep voice, Tell me what you really think in your heart. What can I think? Borsellino raised his handcuffed hands, looking helpless. Because they were also demon fruit power, they could not normally touch the handcuffs made of seastone. Sakazuki did not hesitate at all. He turned his head to look at the two soldiers standing next to him who were responsible for guarding Borsellino, and ordered, Unlock the handcuffs. In addition, your mission has ended, gather at the square immediately. Yes, the two soldiers saluted and quickly uncuffed Borsellino. After the two soldiers left the office, Sakazuki looked at Borsellino seriously, You should know that you are my only brother in naval headquarters. If you accept the choice I have made now, can you continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Borsellino did not answer immediately. He simply moved his wrist, then slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the brightly lit Marineford Square. At this time, there were at least 50,000 people gathered in the square. Surprisingly, no one made a sound at this time. They all stood in the square in an orderly manner, looking forward to it. I want to know what Xia Yu did to make you make such a choice. After a brief silence, Borsellino did not turn around, but followed the figure who left the headquarters building and headed straight for the square. Don't tell me what crime he found out about you. He found my mother. Before Borsellino could finish his words, Sakazuki immediately spoke up, and took good care of the old man for 3 years. Borsellino turned around and said in disbelief, Is this the old man Xia Yu rescued 3 years ago? I met him once. He seemed to have severe Alzheimer's disease. Because of the disease, he forgot everyone around him. He left home alone and searched for his grandson in the family compound. At that time, I didn't know who his grandson was, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to accompany him. At this point, Borsellino seemed to have amnesia, and changed the subject, asking, by the way, what did you say last time? A question mark appeared above Sakazuki's head, and he asked uncertainly, can you continue to stand by my side? Borsellino shook his head. One more sentence. Sakazuki thought for a moment and asked tentatively, brother, let's go see our mother. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light flew out from the office and instantly landed in front of Xia Yu's home in the family residential area. After leaving the headquarters building, Xia Yu and his party also arrived at the entrance of Marineford Square. As soon as Xia Yu walked to the entrance, the soldiers standing neatly on both sides of the entrance raised their hands and saluted. Tens of thousands of soldiers standing in neat rows in the square and officers at all levels of the headquarters also looked sideways at this moment. In the crowd, the female soldiers in Haine's team also looked at Xia Yu with trepidation. Xia Yu did not stop. Surrounded by vice admirals including Gion, Flying Squirrel, Bastiu, Staloberry, and Hound, he walked into the square and headed towards the platform. When Xia Yu and his party walked into the square and passed in front of the first column, all the soldiers and officers standing in front of the team immediately stepped forward, straightened their backs and shouted in unison, loyalty. Xia Yu raised her hand and returned the greeting. When he passed by the second row, the soldiers in the second row also stepped forward, shouting the word, loyalty, in unison in a fanatical and excited manner. Xia Yu still didn't reply, but returned the greeting with a warm smile. Just as Xia Yu passed by the third queue, before the soldiers in this queue could shout slogans, a tall figure suddenly rushed out from the fourth queue, followed by a loud shout that made the ears of many people present buzz. Xia Yu. A loud shout filled with anger was heard, and a tall figure stood opposite Xia Yu, emitting powerful aura fluctuations like a moving hill. Gion Giant. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Staloberry, who never left Xia Yu's side, changed his expression slightly, but he still did not hesitate at all. He and Gion, who was standing on Xia Yu's left, took a step forward and took a fighting stance at the same time. Although the Flying Squirrel, Hound, and Bastiu did not rush to Xia Yu's defense immediately, they still watched the oppressive figure that suddenly rushed out as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It's not that they are making a fuss, but the one blocking the way is the Vice Admiral Gion Giant, a powerful warrior from the Giant tribe. Most importantly, Gion Giant not only has several times more strength and endurance than an average person, but as the naval headquarters, he also has the power to command all subordinates within the headquarters. Facing a Vice Admiral of the same level, and a powerful warrior from the Giant tribe, they would of course go all out. If Gion Giant made the slightest move, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation and not give Gion Giant any chance. What a crazy behavior Xia Yu. Facing the 5 Vice Admirals who could attack at any time, Gion Giant did not dare to move forward rashly. He just stood there and looked down at Xia Yu with his height advantage. However, for the sake of the absolute justice of the Marine, I must stand up and stop you. Before he finished speaking, Gion Giant suddenly drew out the giant sword behind him as fast as lightning, and a tremendous fighting spirit burst out, causing his extremely large Vice Admiral coat to flutter wildly. The invisible pressure surged out like a tsunami and instantly covered Xia Yu. Gion Giant. Xia Yu raised his hand to stop Staloberry and others who were about to rush out, and said calmly, you should have stood up earlier to fight for justice, because if you take action now, you will be accused of being a rebel. While speaking, Xia Yu took a step forward. Boom. The moment his footsteps touched the ground began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a circle of terrifying air waves burst out from under his feet, forming a red and black flame cloud in the blink of an eye. The invisible and powerful pressure silently caused the void to emit a low-frequency vibration. The next second, Gion Giant, who had just drawn his sword, felt as if his body was imprisoned and unable to move. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his head, making it impossible for him to resist. He knelt down facing Xia Yu with a thud. This is. Gion Giant knelt on the ground and used his giant sword to support his body. He then raised his head with all his strength and looked at Xia Yu. He said in shock, Conqueror's Haki. You actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 023, Pay Loyalty to the Marshal. 23 183rds. Chapter 023, Pay Loyalty to the Marshal. Not only Gion Giant was shocked, but all the Vice Admirals including Gion standing behind Xia Yu, as well as many officers in the square were looking at the kneeling figure with horror. What shocked them was not that Xia Yu awakened Conqueror's Haki, but that Xia Yu actually used Conqueror's Haki alone to shock Gion Giant, the Vice Admiral, to his knees without any resistance. Most importantly, Xia Yu Conqueror's Haki did not affect anyone else present, but only targeted Gion Giant. After a brief silence, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd, and various voices emerged one after another. What happened? Why did Vice Admiral Gion suddenly kneel down? Didn't you hear? Conqueror's Haki. Master Xia Yu released Conqueror's Haki. What is Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki is the qualification of a king that only 1 in a million people possesses. It is an innate ability. Most importantly, Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained, it can only be improved by improving one's own strength. Even if Conqueror's Haki is a person who only 1 in a million people has the qualifications to be a king, it is impossible for him to shock Vice Admiral Gion to the point where he has no power to resist. There is only one truth. Lord Xia Yu's strength is very likely close to that of an admiral, or even beyond that of an admiral. Xia Yu ignored the shock of everyone present and walked towards Gion Giant at a steady pace. Every time he took a step forward, Gion felt the weight of the five elements mountain above his head increase, making him completely unable to contend with it. His huge body crawled down as Xiao Yu got closer. When Xiao Yu walked in front of him, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. But even so, the pressure on his head did not ease at all. As he prostrated himself on the ground, several cracks immediately appeared on the ground and then spread in all directions. Seeing the ground cracking under Gion, the vice admirals following Xiao Yu widened their eyes, and the soldiers in the square had to dodge hastily because the cracks spread to their feet. Conqueror's Haki cracks the ground. Gion, who was following behind Xiao Yu, looked down at the crack that spread to his feet, then looked up at the figure who was standing in front of Gion, his face full of disbelief. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated, it can only be improved as one's own strength increases. Stolo Berry also showed a fanatical expression at this time, and there was a hint of excitement in his words. Master Xiao Yu can use Conqueror's Haki to crack the ground, which is enough to show that his own strength may have surpassed the Admiral. Xiao Yu came to Gion and didn't say anything, but looked at the giant Vice Admiral in front of him calmly. Although Gion was lying on the ground, Xiao Yu, who was less than 1.9 meters tall, could only look at him straight in the face because of his huge body. Bet on the Marine's absolute justice. After staring at Gion for a moment, Xiao Yu suddenly looked up and laughed. Vice Admiral Gion, aren't you curious at all about why you, a giant, have lived in the naval headquarters since you were a child? Gion struggled to raise his head, but found that he seemed to be stuck to the ground and couldn't lift his head at all. He could only speak with difficulty. Xiao Yu, you are the Vice Admiral of this department, but you launched a rebellion to seize the position of Marshal. You are not qualified to talk about justice in front of me. It seems that you are indeed not curious. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled, then took a step forward. Buzz. As Xiao Yu's footsteps fell, the void vibrated at a low frequency again, and the Conqueror's Haki, which had been raised to the highest level by the system, gushed out. The next second, the ground collapsed with a bang, and Gion, who was on the ground, fell down and was exactly level with the ground. Not bad. Looking at the figure embedded in the ground, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and was very satisfied with the Conqueror's Haki that had been elevated to the highest level. The appearance of Gion did not require him to take action, and the reason why he stopped Staloberry and others was that he wanted to test how domineering Conqueror's Haki, which had just been raised to the highest level by the system, was. Of course, releasing Conqueror's Haki to suppress Gion is just a small test for him now. The power of the highest level Conqueror's Haki is far more than that. Just at this moment, a ball of light rose up from the residential area, then drew an arc in the night sky and fell straight to Marineford Square. As the flash disappeared, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsalino stood side by side behind Xiao Yu. Admiral Sakazuki, Borsalino Admiral. As soon as the two admirals appeared, there was chaos in the crowd again. Many people placed their last hope on them and shouted excitedly. However, just when these people were excited thinking that the two admirals were coming to stop Xiao Yu, Sakazuki immediately stepped forward, raised his hand and saluted Xiao Yu and said, Marshal Xiao Yu, Sakazuki is back. Sakazuki's appearance instantly quieted Marineford Square. The soldiers and officers in the crowd who had been looking forward to it all had a flash of despair in their eyes. Even Admiral Sakazuki, who advocated absolute justice, had pledged his loyalty to Xiao Yu. What reason did they have for hope? Borsalino, who was standing side by side with Sakazuki, was also not idle and raised his hand to salute. Xiao Yu turned around and smiled at the two of them, then walked out decisively. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Borsalino hurried to follow. Immediately afterwards, Gion, Flying Squirrel and other vice admirals regained their composure and followed closely behind. Because of Gion's little episode and the timely appearance of Admiral Sakazuki and Borsalino, there was no more noise from the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square. They all straightened their backs and looked towards the steps, watching Xiao Yu standing on the platform. Xiao Yu climbed onto the high platform and glanced down at everyone in the square, then took a step forward under everyone's attention. Everyone. As soon as Xiao Yu took a step forward, Sakazuki, who was standing at the bottom of the platform, immediately turned around and saluted Xiao Yu, saying loudly, "Salute to the Marshal of our headquarters." Wow! Tens of thousands of people in the square took a step forward in unison, then raised their heads to the platform and shouted in unison, "Loyalty! Honesty!" The loud and uniform voices resounded throughout the sky above Marineford, eventually converging into a torrent that lasted for a long time under the night sky. In the conference room of the headquarters building, Sengoku and Zephyr stood by the window and looked at the young marshal standing on the high platform in the square from afar. They felt the passion and enthusiasm in the air and sighed at the same time, "It's great to be young." Before they finished speaking, their expressions suddenly changed slightly, and they looked up at the sea outside the Marineford wall at the same time. On the sea outside the wall of Marineford, a figure was seen riding a bicycle slowly approaching Marineford in the moonlight. As the figure continued to move forward, the originally blue sea in front of him immediately froze into ice at an alarming speed. Chapter 024 Pirates must be eliminated for justice. 24 183rds. Chapter 024 Pirates must be eliminated for justice. At the same time, on the high platform of Marineford Square, Xiao Yu also looked up at the high wall in the distance under the attention of everyone. The moment he looked up, the high wall in his sight was immediately frozen into a sculpture. Then, a figure climbed up the high wall, turned his back to the moonlight and looked towards Marineford Square. Standing on the high wall was the last of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, codenamed Iokiji, Kuzan, who possessed the ability of Logia frozen fruit. Oh my, it seems something big happened at the naval headquarters during my trip. Kuzan, who was nearly 3 meters tall, looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square from afar, and finally looked at the platform in confusion. Because of the sudden chill that enveloped the entire square, many people in the square turned their heads to look over. When they saw the figure standing on the high wall, they all showed delighted expressions. But they immediately calmed down and turned their gazes to the new marshal standing on the podium. On the high platform, Borsellino and Sakazuki also saw Kuzan suddenly appear on the high wall. However, neither of them spoke, one remained alert, while the other was lazy and casual, as if all this had little to do with him. Kuzan Admiral. At this moment, the flying squirrel standing in a row behind the 2 admirals Sakazuki and Borsellino decisively turned around and took a step forward, saying seriously, "You are back just in time. Lord Sengoku is ill, so Lord Shiau Yu will temporarily take over the position of admiral." I see. Kuzan looked at the platform again, with a hint of confusion in his laziness. But why is it Vice Admiral Shiau Yu? If Marshal Sengoku is ill, the position of Marshal should be chosen from the 3 admirals. As Shiau Yu is the Vice Admiral, isn't Marshal Sengoku afraid that he will find it difficult to obey? As he spoke, Kuzan arrived at Marineford Square in a flash, and walked up the steps slowly under the gaze of everyone, standing in front of Sakazuki and Borsellino, looking up at Shiau Yu on the podium. "I smell blood in the air. Can I understand that Marshal Sengoku is not ill, but you launched a mutiny?" Shiau Yu smiled and nodded. "Your understanding is correct. As you can see, the reason why I stand in this position is not because of Sengoku's appointment, but because the current naval headquarters, except for you, have pledged their loyalty to me." After a slight pause, Shiau Yu turned his head to look at the Hound. The Hound walked out quickly and handed the document signed by Sengoku to Kuzan. Kuzan took the document and looked at it, then immediately looked up and asked, "Can I go see Marshal Sengoku?" "Of course." Shiau Yu nodded. "He is in the conference room with Teacher Zephyr." Hearing this, Kuzan simply turned around and left. At this moment, 2 figures flashed over quickly. They were Ian and Binz, who had rushed over from the headquarters building. As soon as they arrived at the stage, Ian and Binz immediately straightened their bodies, raised their hands and saluted, and shouted in unison. "Adult Shiau Yu, Ian is here to report." Binz reports for duty. Kuzan, who had just turned around, looked at Ian and Binz, who came to report with some surprise. As a fellow Zephyr student, he was no stranger to Ian and Binz. Not only that, he also knew that both of them were survivors of the attack on the training ship 3 years ago. As a student of Zephyr, he always kept the attack on the training ship in mind and looked for the attacker every time he went out on vacation, because he knew in his heart that the attack on the training ship was a big blow to Teacher Zephyr, and if they could not catch the attacker, Teacher Zephyr would become more and more disappointed with Marine and might even break off relations with Marine. However, he searched all over the world and even went to New World alone many times, but he still couldn't find the murderer who attacked the training ship 3 years ago. Of course, none of this matters. What's important is that the appearance of Ain and Binz at this time is enough to show that Shiau Yu mobilized the troops to become the new Marine Marshal, and not only was he supported by Teacher Zephyr, but he may even have participated in it. This means that whether he accepts it or not, the overall situation has been decided. Thinking of this, Kuzan secretly let out a breath of cold air, then turned back and looked at Sakazuki and Borsellino calmly. From their reactions, he did not see that they were dissatisfied with Shiau Yu's mutiny. Sakazuki, in particular, seemed to have become a different person, with a firm look in his eyes, and he had obviously accepted the fact that Shiau Yu became the marshal of the headquarters. As for Borsellino, he seemed nonchalant, but he did not have any extra thoughts. Seeing the reactions of the 2 admirals, Kuzan did not stop and walked quickly towards the headquarters building. Shiau Yu didn't care about Kuzan's departure. After Ain and Binz returned to their positions, he took a deep breath, then quickly looked around at everyone present, and said slowly, "I know that among the tens of thousands of people present now, there are still many people who can't let go of what happened tonight. Because in tonight's operation, many Vice Admirals, including Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Maynard, as well as officers and soldiers at all levels below the Vice Admiral, lost their lives. Many of you here are subordinates of these officers. If you disagree with my temporary authority as Marshal, you can stand up bravely. I will arrange a warship to take you away. Of course, you can also choose to stay and pledge allegiance to me." After a slight pause, Shiau Yu raised her voice a little. "Now, I'll give you 1 minute to make a choice." As Shiau Yu finished speaking, Marineford Square fell into silence again. As Shiau Yu said, many officers and soldiers present were the Ghost Spiders who were killed. When Vice Admiral subordinates such as Doberman saw the bodies of their superiors, their first reaction was to rise up in resistance. However, Marineford was basically controlled by the rebels. They could only bury their anger deep in their hearts and plan to find a chance to escape from Marineford and wait for an opportunity to fight back. But when they saw that both Admirals Sakazuki and Borsellino chose to be loyal to Shiau Yu, their anger was instantly extinguished. Most importantly, they didn't expect Shiau Yu to say that he would send a warship to take them away. They did not doubt Shiau Yu's words, because although they had not had any contact with Shiau Yu over the years due to disagreements between their superiors and Shiau Yu, they knew from their colleagues that Shiau Yu not only responded to requests but also kept his word. After a brief silence, Several officers suddenly stood up from the queue, straightened their backs and saluted Xia Yu, saying, "Loyalty." As these officers stood out from the line, the soldiers behind them also raised their hands to salute and shouted slogans in unison that resounded through the sky. Loyalty, loyalty. For a moment, the word, loyalty, was heard repeatedly in the queue, but no one chose to stand up and leave. Of course, this is understandable. Even the Admiral has chosen to be loyal. Why should they, who are of low status and have little influence, risk their lives? Looking at the figures who kept coming out to offer their loyalty, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the highest level of observation hockey, which was upgraded through the system, was quietly activated. In just a blink of an eye, observation hockey silently covered the entire Marineford, and everyone's voices were monitored by observation hockey and had nowhere to hide. After monitoring the thoughts of everyone, especially those who offered their loyalty at this time, through observation hockey, a smile gradually appeared on Xia Yu's face, and he immediately raised his hand to signal the soldiers and officers who offered their loyalty at this time to join the line. Although there were a few individuals who did not offer their complete loyalty, they were simply worried that he would take revenge on them later and did not have any extra thoughts. Xia Yu did not take it to heart and said slowly, "You have made the wisest choice in your life. Of course, I will not enjoy this honor alone." After a slight pause, Xia Yu released observation hockey again. However, this time he was not going to use observation hockey to monitor the thoughts of everyone present, but to use observation hockey to give a brainwashing speech. Because observation hockey, which has been elevated to the highest level through the system, not only has the ability to predict part of the future, but also has the rare ability to convey its own consciousness to others, influence their minds and thoughts, and even change their values and thoughts. After a brief silence, Xia Yu, who released observation hockey again, took a step forward and raised his voice, "Everyone, the future of Marine has arrived. I firmly believe that it is our great mission to eliminate the evil tendencies of the old era and build a harmonious, free and equal new world in this era. The era when celestial dragons enjoy all the privileges should come to an end, and those evil pirates on the sea must also be eliminated. For justice." Chapter 025 Kuzan. Answer me, are you willing to stand by me? 25 183rds. Chapter 025 Kuzan. Answer me, are you willing to stand by me? Xia Yu's speech was extremely persuasive, and coupled with the influence of observation hockey, the atmosphere in the square was quickly ignited, with slogans of loyalty, one after another. The most excited were the soldiers and officers who had been following Xia Yu for years. They were like chicken blood, shouting slogans until their voices became hoarse. Some of them even shouted exaggerated slogans such as, "Kill the Holy Land and break away from the world government," raising the atmosphere in the square to an unprecedented level. The reaction of tens of thousands of soldiers in the square was unexpected for the two admirals standing under the platform and the group of vice admirals headed by Gion. Xia Yu's speech was indeed very passionate, but this is a skill that every commander must have. For example, Giant, whenever there was a major event in the headquarters, it was Vice Admiral who gave the speech to motivate the soldiers and officers. Before Xia Yu, Vice Admiral Gian's speech was recognized as their most inflammatory one. However, the scene before their eyes at this moment was even more exaggerated than when Vice Admiral Gion was giving his speech. Almost every soldier and officer, and even the vice admirals standing in a row with Gion, seemed to be possessed, waving their arms and shouting slogans of loyalty. Not only the two admirals and Gion and others were in disbelief, but Sengoku and Zephyr who were in the conference hall were also dumbfounded by the shouts that were getting louder and louder from the direction of the square. But soon, they discovered something unusual. Rare observation hockey. Sengoku noticed something unusual and retracted his gaze, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He conveys his thoughts and consciousness through speeches, so that everyone present can resonate with him. No wonder he can gain the unwavering loyalty of so many people in the headquarters in just 6 years. Zephyr didn't answer, but suddenly turned around and looked towards the door. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly looked back. Outside the door of the conference hall, Kuzan was standing there at some point, holding a document signed by Sengoku in his hand with a complicated expression. "Teacher Zephyr, do you support everything Xia Yu is doing now?" Kuzan walked into the meeting room and got straight to the point. "I believe you all heard Xia Yu's speech just now. He said that the era of celestial dragons enjoying privileges should come to an end. If this statement is known to the Holy Land, Marine will fall into an irreparable situation from now on." Zephyr's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Kuzan, do you want to stop this?" "No." Kuzan's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "I just want to know your true thoughts." Hearing this, Zephyr shook his head and smiled, "Kuzan, my opinion is not important. You are one of my most proud disciples and the one who knows me best. In my heart, the former Marine is dead. Of course, I know you best. After returning from Ohara, you have been brooding over Sakazuki's actions. You even let Nico Robin, the only survivor of Ohara, go. You even changed the burning justice you insisted on to lazy justice. Aren't you also very disappointed with Marine?" Kuzan exhaled and said slowly, "Teacher Zephyr, etc." Before Kuzan could finish his words, Sengoku, who was standing aside, suddenly stepped forward and looked at Kuzan in disbelief. "You were the one who let Nico Robin go. Kuzan, how could you do this? If the Holy Land knew about this, your future would be over. You should know that the Holy Land hates historians who study the history of the past 100 years the most. As a general of this headquarters, you actually let Nico Robin go. What on earth were you thinking?" As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Zephyr stepped forward and said, Kuzan, don't listen to his nonsense. Xia Yu has the final say in this headquarters now. Isn't it just letting Nico Robin go? It's no big deal. As long as you continue to stay at the naval headquarters to assist Xia Yu, with the help of the 3 admirals and the unprecedented unity of the Marines because of Xia Yu, it won't matter even if the Holy Land finds out. Kuzan nodded. I understand Mr. Zephyr's choice. Is it true that no matter what Xia Yu does next, even if it means going to war with the world government, Mr. Zephyr will fully support Xia Yu? Zephyr said with a firm look, it's natural. The naval headquarters, which had experienced a mutiny, gradually calmed down after Xia Yu's speech. Accompanied by 2 admirals and a group of vice admirals, Xia Yu returned to the top floor of the headquarters building. However, he did not go to the conference hall, but went straight to the door of the marshal's office. Before Gion, who was following behind him, could push the office door open, the tightly closed office door suddenly opened. Then, Kuzan, who was nearly 3 meters tall, walked out of the office. Kuzan Admiral. Unexpectedly, Kuzan would come out of the marshal's office. Gion, who was about to open the door, immediately took a step forward as if facing the great enemy and asked in a deep voice, why are you in the marshal's office? Kuzan glanced at Gion, then looked away to Xia Yu, and said lazily, Mr. Xia Yu. No, I should call you Marshal Xia Yu now. If I leave now, I want to know who will take my place as the 3rd Admiral of the naval headquarters is vacant. Leave now. Xia Yu shook his head and smiled. Admiral Kuzan, you can't leave now. After all, you are a Logia frozen fruit user, and your strength is incomparably strong. If you leave, you will be a potential threat to me. Therefore, you only have 2 choices. 1. Stay and be loyal to me, and continue to serve as the admiral of this headquarters. 2. Be killed by us. Kuzan frowned slightly, and his eyes swept over Sakazuki, Borsellino, Gion and others. Are you worried that I will go to the Holy Land to tell the 5 elders what you did? You have no chance to go to the Holy Land. Xia Yu waved his hand, walked past Kuzan and stood in front of the desk, saying calmly, I have sent someone to the Holy Land to tell you that you let Nico Robin go in Ohara. As long as you step out of this building, the 5 elders will know that you let Nico Robin go. After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and his tone became a little gentler. Kuzan, times have changed. You did not leave after meeting Sengoku and Zephyr, but chose to wait for me here. In fact, you have already made a choice in your heart. Now you come to ask me a trivial matter, just because you need me to give you a way out. After all, the naval headquarters is now determined, and you don't have many choices. I won't give you a step. I am now formally inviting you. If you don't want to continue to be confused and hope that the justice you insisted on in the past will be rekindled, then stay and help me. In my hometown, an ancient person once said, are kings, princes, generals and ministers of different species. 800 years ago, 20 kings were able to unite and establish the world government. As long as we work together, we can also create a better era 800 years later. After saying this in one breath, Xia Yu turned around and walked to the marshal's desk and sat down. Then he looked up at Kuzan and suddenly raised his voice. So, Admiral Kuzan, please answer me, are you willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Chapter 026 MVP Settlement, Naval Headquarters 3 Armies Established. 26 183rds. Chapter 026 MVP Settlement, Naval Headquarters 3 Armies Established. The darkness before dawn passes and the sun rises as usual. Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. Kuzan ultimately chose to stay, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and Borsellino. As Xia Yu said, the naval headquarters is now set and he has few choices. Of course, the real reason for him to stay was not that he was afraid that he would be killed by Xia Yu, but that he had been confused for many years because of many things within the Marine, and he wanted to see if there would be any changes after Xia Yu became the marshal of the headquarters. He also wanted to know where Xia Yu, who was highly expected by Teacher Zephyr and supported by so many officers in the headquarters, would lead Marine. Behind them, Gion, Flying Squirrel, Stallo Berry, Bastiu and several other vice admirals also lined up and looked at Xia Yu who was sitting at the desk. It's dawn. Xia Yu looked up at the 3 admirals and vice admirals present and said calmly, the Holy Land will soon be aware of the inability to contact the headquarters. Although the naval headquarters is now under our control, the real competition has just begun. After a slight pause, Xia Yu turned his head to look at the vice admiral team behind the 3 admirals. Gion, you go to the monitoring room. All communications from the Holy Land must be answered by you personally. Also, let Ain and Bins come in. Yes. Gion raised his hand to salute, then turned around and walked out. As soon as Gion left, Ain and Bins walked quickly into the office and came to Xia Yu, raising their hands and saluting, Marshal. Xia Yu looked up at the 2 of them, his eyes gradually softening. 3 years ago, after he had killed a group of pirates and rescued civilians including Sakazuki's mother, he was on his way back to the headquarters when he unexpectedly met Ain and Bins, who had survived the attack on the training ship, and Teacher Zephyr, whose right hand had been cut off. It was also because of his appearance that the 3 masters and apprentices were able to return to the headquarters safely. Although 3 years have passed since this incident, neither Ain, Bins, nor Teacher Zephyr has yet to get over it. During these 3 years, Xia Yu would go to Zephyr to have a drink whenever he was free, so he would chat with Ain and Bins. At the beginning, Ain was very quiet, because he had hatred in his heart and rarely participated in the topic. Binz was still optimistic. Every time Xia Yu went to see Teacher Zephyr, Binz would come over and would look for opportunities to learn from him from time to time. Perhaps it was because Xia Yu had a brilliant personality, or perhaps it was because they were both students of Zephyr, but after seeing him use swordsmanship in his sparring with Binz, Ian, who was also good at swordsmanship, gradually stepped out of the shadows and took turns with Binz to spar with Xia Yu in swordsmanship. Later, when Xia Yu was out on a mission, Ian and Binz helped take care of an elderly man suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and they became friends with Xia Yu, with whom they had little communication but a very tacit understanding. Ain, from now on, you will replace Maynard as the new Vice Admiral of the headquarters. After watching the two for a while, Xia Yu picked up a letter of appointment and handed it to Ian, then said, there is only one thing you need to do next. Select the most elite men from the officer training camp and go out to sea to find the murderer who attacked the training ship. Marshal, Ian didn't expect Xia Yu to directly promote him to Vice Admiral of the headquarters. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and stuttered, I have been in the headquarters for 3 years and have not made any contributions. Xia Yu waved his hand, so I'll give you a chance to make a contribution now. Xia Yu immediately turned his head to look at Binz. Binz, I appoint you as Ain's adjutant. Go out to sea with Ain to complete this mission. When you return from the mission, I will promote you to Vice Admiral to replace Ghost Spider. Yes. Binz stepped forward, raised his hand and saluted. Loyalty. Xia Yu nodded. It's decided, you guys leave first. Ain and Binz did not dare to neglect them. They glanced at the veteran Vice Admiral and Admiral standing nearby, then turned around and walked out with a guilty conscience. After watching the two men leave the office, Xia Yu immediately turned his gaze to the 3 admirals standing in the first row and said straight to the point, this headquarters needs to make some adjustments. I have decided to form 3 teams with the 3 of you as the leaders. The unit commanded by Sakazuki is renamed the Akainu Army, the unit commanded by Borsellino is renamed the Kizaru Army, and the unit commanded by Kuzan is renamed the Aokiji Army. 6 vice admirals are assigned to each of the 3 units, and each vice admiral and the officers below are all in the 3-3 system. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu immediately picked up 3 documents and handed them to the 3 admirals respectively. These documents contain the names of the vice admirals and rear admirals under your command, as well as the names of some officers who need to be promoted. There is no need to question the names of these promoted officers, they are all the heroes of last night. At the same time, Holy Mariajoy, the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders, who hold the highest authority in the world government, began a new day of work. In the spacious and bright hall of the Room of Power, the god of science and defense, Zigolucia Satan, sat on the side of the sofa, looking boredly at the Den Den Mushi placed on the coffee table in front of him. Behind him, the financial god of war Zamburn V. Nasujuro, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a samurai sword, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the increasing number of figures in Pengu Square outside the window, and yawned out of boredom. The farming god Shepherd Ten Pit, who was wearing a suit, had a serious expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something important, staring intently at a newspaper in front of him. The god of environment, Marcus Moshe, leisurely walked to a single sofa with a cup of coffee and sat down, his eyes occasionally glancing at the god of agriculture who was reading a newspaper and the god of science defense who was sitting in a daze. Looks like I'm late. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared, breaking the silence in the Room of Power. Then, the god of law, Topman Bouchery, who had a Madara birthmark on his forehead, pushed the door open, walked quickly to the long sofa in the middle and sat down, and asked Sardin, who was staring at the Den Den Mushi in boredom, is there anything important that needs to be dealt with today? Sardin shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Until now, the Den Den Mushi has not rung. Not only has no intelligence come from the major CP organizations, but the naval headquarters is also very quiet. In the past, many documents would have been piled up in front of us at this time, and the naval headquarters would also make relevant reports through the Den Den Mushi. Hearing this, Topman simply changed the subject, is there no information coming from the New World? It's not that he trusts the naval headquarters very much, but the naval headquarters does not make work reports every day. Even if there are work reports, they are first reported to the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, and only after being reviewed by the Commander-in-Chief of the Army will they enter the Room of Power. Sardin shook his head again. There are only 2 things that happened in the New World recently. One is the Elbaf incident, and the other is the rise of red-haired Shanks to become one of the Sea Emperors of the New World. However, these 2 things are not handled by us, but by the Knights of God. Topman's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Shanks to have grown to such an extent. He not only suppressed Prince Loki of Elbaf, but also became the new Emperor of the Sea. If Fergalando Gringo shows up at this time, is it possible to make Shanks work for us? Didn't Shanks return to live in the Holy Land? Satan looked up at Topman and said helplessly, at that time, his twin brother Shamrock tried his best to keep him in the Holy Land, but he finally chose to leave. Because there was no important work to be done, the 5 elders, who were the highest authorities in the world, started talking one after another and began various 8 trigrams like ordinary people. Before they knew it, they had spent a fairly pleasant morning in the Room of Power. Just as they were about to leave for the restaurant, the Den Den Mushi that had been silent for the entire morning suddenly rang, and then a deliberately concealed and somewhat neutral voice rang out, as the 5 elders hear. The sudden voice from the Den Den Mushi made the 5 elders' faces change drastically, and then they all stood up, faced the Den Den Mushi, bowed and respectfully shouted, Master I am. Chapter 027 Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Kong. 27 183rds. Chapter 027 Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Kong. At the same time, World Government Headquarters Building, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Army. An old man who is nearly 100 years old sits at his desk, with a mountain-shaped hairstyle, wearing a sleeveless black shirt and a dark green armband. He looks solemnly at the pile of documents in front of him. Kong, codenamed Kong, former Naval Headquarters Marshal, current World Government Army Commander-in-Chief. He is in charge of 8 CP organizations including Marine, CP1 to CP8, as well as all departments under the World Government including the Marine Science Force and the Marine Secret Special Forces. The document that Kong was browsing was the investigation report on Vice Admiral Xia Yu submitted by the Marine Internal Investigation Team. Although the investigation report is over 1,000 pages long, most of them are unimportant matters. The most serious ones are corruption, bribery, training assassins in the naval headquarters, and gang building. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, he would not do everything himself. Even if Xia Yu was the vice admiral of the headquarters, he would not ask too many questions. At most, he would take a look at the relevant information after an officer was promoted. Therefore, he did not have much impression of Xia Yu, the vice admiral of the headquarters. He only vaguely remembered that Garp and Sengoku mentioned it to him when they came to the Holy Land headquarters. After reading the contents of the document, Kong pinched his brows with a headache. Through the investigation report, he found that although this vice admiral named Xia Yu was very young, his growth rate was amazing. It took him only 6 years to grow from a recruit to a strong man who mastered armament hockey, observation hockey and Marine 6 styles. His swordsmanship was even better than that of the admiral candidate Gion. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Yu was involved in a case with such a staggering amount of money and that he was involved in something the world government least wanted to see, he would have definitely kept him and trained him without hesitation. Because he knew very well that the current naval headquarters had already experienced a gap, and there were only a handful of young people who could take on important responsibilities. Once Sengoku, Garp and the 3 admirals retired, the naval headquarters would face a dilemma of a lack of successors. The investigation report shows that Xia Yu not only has an astonishing growth rate, but also possesses penultimate leadership talent. As long as Xia Yu is given a little more time, he can be trained to become the successor to the current 3 admirals, and may even be guided and trained in the direction of the marshal of the headquarters. What a pity, how could such a talented person end up like this? After throwing the Xia Yu related investigation report aside, Kong sighed, then turned his head to look at the door and shouted in a deep voice, "Someone come." Sky Adult, a herald officer walked quickly into the office and stood opposite Sora. Sora got straight to the point and asked, "Haven't you contacted the naval headquarters yet?" Bulu Bulu. Before the herald could react, the Den Den Mushi in front of Sora suddenly rang. Seeing this, Sora quickly signaled the herald to keep quiet, then took the Den Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, "I am Sora. Master Kong, I'm Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Gion." A gentle voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "I'm sorry, there was a communication problem with the naval headquarters last night, and it has not been restored until now. Lord Sengoku asked me to contact you as soon as possible to avoid worrying you." Sora was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "Communication problem? How is that possible?" "Never mind, it's good as long as it's restored. Where's Sengoku? Why didn't he contact me personally?" Gion's voice was as gentle as ever. "Sengoku-sama is ill and resting at home." "Is there anything wrong, Sora-sama? I can tell him." Hearing this, Kong stopped talking nonsense and said in a deep voice, "I want to know how far the trial of Xia Yu Vice Admiral has progressed. It's already noon, why is there still no news? You should let Ba report to me immediately." "Okay, I'll go see Judge Bass now." As Gion finished speaking, Den Den Mushi fell silent. Kong didn't look away, staring at the silent Den Den Mushi without blinking, feeling that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, Sengoku would not let Gion Vice Admiral report to work even if he was unwell. However, the Vice Admiral of the headquarters made a mistake, and Sengoku, as the Commander-in-Chief of the headquarters, bears some responsibility. Sengoku is ill at home at this time, and he is probably faking illness. Just as Sora was imagining Sengoku pretending to be sick at home, the Den Den Mushi that had just gone silent started ringing again. Before Sora could respond, the voice of the scientific defense god of war Satan came from the Den Den Mushi. "Sora, why is no one answering Sengoku's Den Den Mushi?" The contact with the headquarters marshal's office was also transferred to Gion Vice Admiral. "I want to know what's going on. Also, no one is answering Paza's Den Den Mushi." Kong's pupils shrank slightly, and a sense of uneasiness inexplicably arose in his heart. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Xia Yu, who was busy redeploying the Marines, heaved a sigh of relief and then leaned back in his chair tiredly. Although Naval Headquarters now has everything under control, he knows in his heart that the Holy Land will soon discover the abnormality and eventually know everything that happened in the headquarters through constant contact. Once this moment arrives, it means that the confrontation between Marine and world government will officially begin. But he was not in a hurry, as he was now in charge of the largest war machine of the world government. Even if the Holy Land knew that he had launched a mutiny to seize the position of Marshal, they would not dare to break off relations with him rashly. Therefore, what he had to do next was to make personnel adjustments in the 4 Seas and Grand Line bases, and promote all trustworthy personnel to become the highest commanders of the major branch bases. Your Excellency the Marshal. Gion pushed the door open and said anxiously, just now, Lord Kong and Satan from the 5 elders called one after another. Although I have evaded the call, it is not difficult to see from their reactions that they are already suspicious. Xia Yu nodded and asked, the Flying Squirrel and Bastiu should have arrived at the Sabayati Archipelago, right? Yes, the Flying Squirrel and Bastiu have taken over the marine base in Sabayati Archipelago and controlled the entrance to the Holy Land. As long as someone comes down from the Holy Land through the elevator, they will control them at the first time. Xia Yu stood up and left the desk. Next, we'll wait for news from Sihai and the major branch bases of Grand Line. I've been busy all night and I'm a little hungry. Come with me to the cafeteria for dinner. Master Xia Yu, aren't you going home? Gion blinked and reminded carefully, if you don't go back, the old man will come to me in Ain to ask for you again. Xia Yu shook her head and smiled, Sakazuki should be at my house now, I won't disturb their mother-son reunion. Let's go to the cafeteria. Okay. Gion smiled and followed Xia Yu out of the office. Xia Yu is an adult. As soon as the two walked out of the office, a soldier ran towards them and said urgently, Ka. Vice Admiral Garp is back. Chapter 028 Garp. I'm just taking a vacation. Marine has changed hands. 28 183rds. Chapter 028 Garp. I'm just taking a vacation. Marine has changed hands. Marineford Port. Ahahaha, what a long vacation. A hearty laugh came from the deck of a warship. Then, a strange old man wearing a dog head mask and a naval headquarters vice admiral coat jumped off the deck of the warship. Monkey D. Garp, the legendary vice admiral of the naval headquarters, has pushed the pirate King Roger into desperate situations several times. He has become a hero in the eyes of countless Marines because of his suppression of the Rocks pirates during the God Valley incident that shocked the world government. As soon as he jumped off the deck, Garp took off the dog head mask on his head, took out a box of senbei from his bag and tasted it with relish. Lord Garp, you are finally back. A Marine soldier waiting at the port came running over and said excitedly, Lord Sengoku knew you were coming back today, so he specially asked me to wait here. Huh, Garp blinked and said blankly, how did Sengoku know I was coming back today? This is impossible, I ended my vacation early and rushed back. There is no way he knew I was coming back today. Wait, who are you? Where are my soldiers? Lord Garp. The soldier blinked and said aggrievedly, I am your subordinate. Yeah, Garp smiled awkwardly and said, it seems that I have really grown old. I can't even remember you little brats. You go and do your work. I'll go find Sengoku myself. As he said that, Garp threw the dog head mask to the soldier and strode towards the headquarters building. The soldier who watched Garp walk towards the headquarters building did not leave immediately. Instead, he picked up the Den Den Mushi as soon as Garp walked away. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he said in a very serious tone, Vice Admiral Garp is about to enter the headquarters building. Receive. In the lobby on the first floor of the headquarters building, a Marine soldier who received a notification from Den Den Mushi immediately picked up another Den Den Mushi. Before the soldier could report the news, the elevator door opposite him suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yu and Gion walked out one after another. Seeing this, all the soldiers in the hall on the first floor stood up and saluted in unison, loyalty. Xia Yu walked out of the door quickly without stopping. As soon as they walked out of the door, Garp's figure immediately came into his and Gion's sight. Ahahaha, Xia Yu kid, I'm back. Garp saw Xia Yu walking out of the door from a distance and quickly quickened his pace, saying excitedly, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Looking at Garp who came in front of him, Gion spoke first and said politely, Mr. Garp. Gion, what's been going on with you these past 2 years? Garp looked at Gion and said disrespectfully, it's enough that you have that crazy pursuer, Kaji. Leave the opportunity to the young female officers in the headquarters, such as little Hina. By the way, where's Hina? I can't get through to her with Den Den Mushi. Gion shook his head and smiled, somewhat helplessly saying, Mr. Garp, don't you notice any difference between this headquarters and before you took your leave? Nothing is different. Garp blinked, then quickly looked around, as if he had thought of something, and nodded repeatedly. When I just passed by the square, there was a human-shaped pit in the square. Hearing this, Gion secretly let out a breath and turned his head to look at Xia Yu calmly. Xia Yu was too lazy to beat around the bush with Garp, so she simply said, I thought you would come back a few days later, but I didn't expect you to come back earlier this time. In that case, there is no need for me to hide it. Now I have the final say in the naval headquarters. To put it simply, I launched a mutiny and seized the position of marshal. Now all the officers of the headquarters, including the 3 admirals, have made a wise choice. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Garp, who was chewing senbei, had a lot of question marks on his face. After staring at Xia Yu for a while, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, launch a mutiny. Haha, kid, you are getting more and more humorous. However, you can't make such jokes casually. If someone hears it, be careful that the ghost spiders who have been at odds with you for years will report you. Xia Yu didn't laugh, but continued to say, Ghost Spider is dead, and so are Doberman, Maynard and others. They are the stumbling blocks for me to seize the position of marshal. They all must die. As Xia Yu finished speaking, dozens of officers suddenly rushed out of the headquarters building and quickly surrounded Garp under his incredulous gaze. Immediately afterwards, more Marine soldiers rushed over with guns and surrounded Garp in 3 layers. The sudden scene made the smile on Garp's face gradually become stiff. After feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the air, Garp finally believed everything Xia Yu said. After a brief silence, he put the box of senbei in his hand into his bag, then raised his head and looked at Xia Yu with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Xia Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to kill me too? If so, these people alone can't do anything to me." Xia Yu waved his hand to signal the surrounding officers and soldiers to retreat. With Xia Yu's gesture, the officers and soldiers who had suddenly appeared immediately returned along the original route. Garp's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. You know, Xia Yu didn't give any orders, but just used a gesture to make the soldiers and officers obey orders. He hasn't seen such strict military discipline among the officers and soldiers in the headquarters for many years. Of course that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Xia Yu was not kidding him, but the headquarters is now completely controlled by Xia Yu. However, he still had 100,000 doubts in his heart. Although he has always been very optimistic about Xia Yu, he has placed high hopes on Xia Yu since Xia Yu entered the officer training camp, and Xia Yu did not disappoint him, Sengoku and Zephyr. It only took him 6 years to grow from a recruit to a capable vice admiral of the headquarters. But what he didn't expect was that this young vice admiral, whom they had high hopes for, not only launched a mutiny while he was on vacation but also successfully took control of the naval headquarters. This was difficult for him to understand. It was undeniable that Xia Yu had a terrifying talent that surpassed his peers, but it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat the 3 admirals. Even though he knew that Xia Yu had won over many officers and soldiers over the years, it was impossible for these people to successfully mutiny and control the headquarters. However, the fact is that Xia Yu not only did it, but also made the 3 admirals make wise choices. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Garp asked the question that concerned him most at the moment, where's Sengoku? Is he still alive? Xia Yu nodded, he should be having lunch with teacher Zephyr now. Hearing this, Garp's eyes widened instantly. At this time, he's still in the mood to drink tea. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Garp quickly coughed twice and said seriously, "So, what are you going to do with me? Put me under house arrest? Or strip me of my military rank? And then throw me over to have tea with Sengoku and Zephyr?" Xia Yu nodded again. "Garp, the current naval headquarters no longer has warships that can carry you. You are all old, it's time to retire. You can't let me leave like this, little brat." Garp took a step forward, clenched his fist, and said in a deep voice, "Marine is a huge war machine that not everyone can control. Let me see if you can take on this important task." Feeling the sudden burst of fighting spirit from Garp, Gion, who was standing next to him, stepped forward and said anxiously, "Mr. Garp, be patient. The reason why Lord Xia Yu came to see you alone is that he doesn't want to be your enemy. Now the situation is determined, your fight will be meaningless. Gion, back off." Garp rolled up his sleeves and said unhappily, "It's fine if Xia Yu is just fooling around, but I didn't expect you, who are always so steady, to do the same. Don't you know that both Sengoku and I and Zephyr have high hopes for him? As long as we step down, he will definitely be one of the admirals even if he is not the marshal of our headquarters. But he actually started a mutiny. Don't tell me that the situation is settled. As long as I am still alive, he can't continue to fool around." Before he finished speaking, Garp took a sudden step forward, and a terrifying energy wave immediately spread out from under his feet. The next second, the red and black Conqueror's Haki was released and intertwined around him, causing the void to emit low-frequency vibrations. An invisible and majestic pressure surged out like a raging wave, instantly enveloping Xia Yu. But, just as the invisible pressure enveloped Xia Yu, a circle of even more powerful pressure suddenly burst out and instantly collided with the surging Conqueror's Haki. Boom! When the two collided, a loud bang resounded through the sky, and then a circle of destructive shock waves spread out in all directions with Xia Yu and Garp as the center, like a hurricane blowing up from the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and the houses shook, as if the end of the world was coming. Chapter 029 Conqueror's Collision Alarms IM. 29 183rds. Chapter 029 Conqueror's Collision Alarms IM. In the yard in front of the gate of a detached villa in the Marineford residential area. Sengoku and Zephyr sat under a parasol, each with a cup of tea in front of them. It was easy to tell from the tea in the cup that neither of them had drunk it. "Zephyr, I've always been curious about something." After a period of silence, Sengoku spoke up first, his face solemn. "I don't believe you support Xia Yu without hesitation just because you believe that he will capture the pirates who attacked the training ship. There must be other reasons. As expected of you, Sengoku." Zephyr nodded, took a sip from the teacup, and then said calmly, 3 years ago, when I was recovering at home, Xia Yu came to chat with me every few days. He saw that I was very disappointed with the Marine at that time, so he told me that he saw part of the future and said that one day in the future, the murderer who attacked the training ship would become a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. And because of this, I will completely give up hope on the Marine, and leave the Marine with Ian and Bins to form a new Marine." Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he asked tentatively, "Do you believe it?" "Of course I don't believe it." Zephyr shook his head and continued, "He knew I wouldn't believe it, so he told me one more thing. He said that in 3 years, Shanks, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, will reign over the New World and become the Emperor of the Sea alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, and told me to wait and see. He also said that Shanks would go to Elbaf and suppress Loki, the Prince of the Giant Kingdom, before becoming one of the 4 emperors. Hearing this, Sengoku stood up suddenly and stared at Zephyr in disbelief. Is this what he told you 3 years ago? Zephyr nodded. Not only these two things, but also the part of the future he saw 3 years ago has now become a reality. Shanks reigns over New World and becomes one of the 4 emperors, and Loki, the prince of the giant kingdom, is imprisoned in the underworld. At this point, Zephyr turned his head to look at Sengoku and said in a deep voice, if it were you, would you continue to doubt Xiia Yu? Or do you believe that he can indeed see part of the future? I chose the latter, so I no longer have any illusions about Marine. Your inability to capture the perpetrators of the training ship attack doesn't mean you didn't try. I understand that, but, for the sake of so-called checks and balances, you actually allowed the pirates who killed so many young officers to become the new Shichabukai. How can a Marine like this talk about justice? Sengoku hesitated, but ultimately was unable to refute. Although this has not happened yet, Xiia Yu predicted 3 years ago that Red Hair Pirates Captain Shanks would become one of the New World 4 emperors, as well as the fate of Prince Loki. This is enough to show that Xiia Yu was not exaggerating, but that one day in the future, the pirates who killed the trainee ship might really become the new 7 warlords of the sea. Of course it's not very important to talk about this now. The important thing is, Xiia Yu can actually see so far into the future. He couldn't imagine how Xiia Yu did it. He knew that when observation hockey was cultivated to the highest level, one could see part of the future, but there were also time limitations. So far, no one had been able to see such a distant future. However, Xiia Yu not only foresaw what would happen 3 years later, but also saw an even more distant future. Most importantly, the emergence of a new Shichabukai means that an accident or rebellion occurred among the previous Shichabukai members. Boom boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the headquarters building without warning, and then a circle of terrifying air waves shook the void, making them feel the ground shaking even though they were far away. Before the two could react, a cloud of red and black flames flew up from the direction of the headquarters building with the power of destroying the world. It instantly broke through the clouds in the sky and formed a huge Uzumaki. At first glance, it seemed as if the sky was pierced. Sengoku and Zephyr stood up reflexively and said in unison, Conqueror's collision. Damn it, Garp is back. At the same time, in front of the headquarters building, Xiia Yu took a step forward after decisively releasing Conqueror's Haki to fight Garp, who had just started a fight. With a loud bang, an even more powerful destructive shock wave burst out from under his feet, suppressing the Conqueror's Haki released by Garp with unstoppable force. How is that possible? Unexpectedly, his Conqueror's Haki was suppressed in an instant. Garp looked up at Xiia Yu in shock. It seems that you have been hiding your strength all these years. You even hid it from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Garp took a step forward, refusing to admit defeat, and unleashed Conqueror's Haki without reservation. As Conqueror's Haki collided wildly again, the ground beneath the feet of the two people immediately cracked into dense cracks, as if a huge spider web was woven on the ground. The invisible and majestic pressure squeezed the ground madly, causing the cracked ground to explode inch by inch, and then quickly collapsed downwards. As powerful as Gion was, she was forced to retreat uncontrollably under the collision of the Conqueror's Haki released by the two. The chaotic energy waves even blew up her cloak, making her look very embarrassed. However, she couldn't care about her image at this moment, because if Garp continued to fight with Xiia Yu, the headquarters building behind her and even the entire Marineford might be destroyed. Mr. Garp, Lord Xiia Yu, please stop it. Marineford will be destroyed by you. At the same time, at Xiia Yu's house, Sakazuki, who had been with his mother all these years without taking a rest due to his guilt towards her, suddenly turned around, and stared at the flames rising into the sky from the direction of the headquarters building with a horrified expression, and shouted to Borsalino, who was sitting beside him and seemed to be in a state of sleep forever, Garp is back. Conqueror's collision is really scary. Borsalino looked up at the terrifying flame cloud connecting the sky and the earth outside the door, then stood up slowly and said, You stay here with mother, I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. When he reached the rooftop of the headquarters building, Kuzan flashed to his side. Borsalino didn't look at Kuzan, but swept away his lazy image just now, looked at the two figures standing on the ground in disbelief, and said in a lost voice, Marshal Xiia Yu actually suppressed Mr. Garp's Conqueror's Haki. Kuzan spoke with the same serious expression. He hid it from all of us. Sacred Mariajoy, among the flowers. In the peaceful garden where butterflies were flying, a figure suddenly appeared, then raised his head and revealed a pair of dark red rippled eyes looking in the direction of Naval Headquarters Marineford. When the pair of ripple eyes saw the flames rising from the direction of Marineford, an unbelievable voice resounded among the flowers, No, this is impossible. A maid who heard the sound quickly ran into the garden and knelt on one knee in front of the figure, saying tremblingly, Lord Yim. Go, notify Junzi of the Knights of God and have her head to the Naval Headquarters as quickly as possible. I want to know who released Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 030 The God of Avoidance reappears, shocking Garp. 3183. Chapter 030 The God of Avoidance reappears, shocking Garp. Although the sudden outbreak of battle quickly attracted the attention of all officers and soldiers of Marineford, the officers and soldiers below the Vice Admiral did not dare to approach at all. At the beginning, some people were awakened by the battle and rushed over immediately, but they were blown away by the terrifying shock wave before they even got close. Some of them even fainted on the spot under the threat of Conqueror's Haki. Even the Vice Admiral did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. In front of the main entrance of the headquarters building, the ground cracked and collapsed, and as the flames continued to rise, the headquarters building towering over Marineford Square finally couldn't bear it anymore, and a shocking crack appeared on the wall with a loud noise. Master Xia Yu, Mr. Garp. Seeing that the wall of the headquarters building was also shaken to form an exaggerated crack, the conqueror's hockey's Gion, who forcibly resisted the collision and became more domineering, held the sword with both hands and inserted the sword into the ground. Then he looked up at Xia Yu and Garp in front of him, who had cracked the surrounding ground and the wall of the headquarters building with just one collision, and shouted with all his strength, "Stop, stop, the headquarters building is about to collapse." Buzz, buzz. Before Gion could finish her words, the dizzying low-frequency vibrations came out again, instantly drowning out her voice. Immediately afterwards, a circle of devastating energy waves once again surged out with Xia Yu and Garp as the center. Ahahaha, you really surprised me, Xia Yu. Garp, with flames all over his body, clenched his fists and took a step forward with all his strength, laughing proudly. Next, let's see if your armament color is as domineering. Before he finished speaking, a circle of terrifying aura fluctuations burst out from Garp, who was already surrounded by flames. The next second, he jumped up from the spot in a flash, and his entire body was covered with the armament hockey that he had cultivated to the highest level. His fists, which were also wrapped in flames, became shiny black. Fist-bone collision. Garp jumped high into the air without any hesitation. His fist, hardened with armament hockey and wrapped with conqueror's hockey, carried terrifying power and punched Xia Yu standing on the ground with a clean and clear punch. At the same time, swoosh, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and in the instant when Garp's fist fell, Xia Yu left a residual image on the spot, and then appeared in front of Garp like a ghost. Old man, you're too slow. Xia Yu suddenly appeared in front of Garp without any hesitation, and his fist with the same terrifying power was infinitely enlarged in Garp's pupils. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fist with terrifying power penetrated Garp's armament hockey defense with ease. Then, in front of the shocked eyes of the officers watching from afar, Garp shot out like a heavy artillery shell and landed 100 feet away. Without waiting for the headquarters officers who were watching from afar to react, Xia Yu, who had knocked Garp away with one punch, suddenly turned sideways and grabbed in the direction of Gion. Gion, can you lend me your sword? Before he finished speaking, the famous sword Kinpila, which was originally on Gion's waist, flew out of thin air and was firmly grasped by Xia Yu. As soon as Jinbilla was caught by Xia Yu, the blade of Jinbilla was instantly covered and entangled by a cloud of flames. The next second, Xia Yu, holding the Jinpila, was ejected at an astonishing speed. The Jinpila, wrapped in flames, slashed at Garp, who was 100 feet away, through the air. In an instant, the dazzling sword energy was like a divine punishment, sweeping the air and emitting dizzying low-frequency vibrations. It carried with it the terrifying power to cut through everything, and instantly slashed at Garp, who had just turned over and stood up to counterattack. This is God Avoid. Faced with the terrifying slash that instantly magnified infinitely in his pupils, Garp's eyes widened in horror. It was too late to dodge, so he could only release armament hockey and conqueror's hockey without reservation. However, he was still a step slow. There was a loud bang, and a cloud of black and red flames bloomed and filled the space. Then, he felt a breath of death coming towards him, and his body was uncontrollably flying backwards at an alarming speed. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of deafening explosions, Garp, who had knocked down several buildings in succession, could no longer bear it. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood mist, which then crashed into Marineford Square along with the flying debris of the buildings. In an instant, as Garp fell into Marineford Square, the surrounding sounds seemed to disappear, and the officers watching from afar all widened their eyes, because they were shocked beyond words that Garp was defeated by Xia Yu in one blow. Not only the officers who were watching from afar, but even the two admirals Borsalino and Kuzan who were standing on the roof of the headquarters building could not help but gasp in their hearts after seeing Xia Yu defeat Garp in one move. When they saw Xia Yu release Conqueror's hockey and collide with Garp's Conqueror's hockey, they knew that Xia Yu had been hiding his strength all these years, but they still underestimated the upper limit of Xia Yu's strength. Is it a divine revelation? After a brief shock, Borsalino pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose, his face more serious than ever before. I didn't expect that after so many years, the magical retreat created by the pirates King Roger would reappear in naval headquarters. It's not the God of Void created by Roger. Kuzan shook his head, his face equally serious. Before the Battle of Etwall broke out, I followed Mr. Garp to New World. Roger was standing still when he used the divine evasion, but just now Marshal Xia Yu used the divine evasion while moving. The most important thing is that when Roger was executed, Marshal Xia Yu was only 6 or 7 years old. He definitely had never seen Roger, let alone learn swordsmanship from Roger. Although it is hard to imagine, it is obvious that this is a magical evasion created by Marshal Xia Yu. The most shocking was Gion. Gion was shocked because Xia Yu first came into contact with swordsmanship when she was a temporary instructor in the officer training camp. She discovered that Xia Yu had a high talent in swordsmanship, so she tried to teach Xia Yu swordsmanship for a period of time. Although Xia Yu's swordsmanship has improved so rapidly over the years that she is astonished, she still thinks she is slightly better than Xia Yu in swordsmanship. However, when she saw Xia Yu's sword strike that was enough to be described as shocking, she finally understood that Xia Yu has now grown to a level that she can hardly reach. Ahem. Suddenly, a series of violent coughs broke the sudden silence of the square. Then, Garp turned over and sat up, not caring about the shocking wound on his chest, and stared at Xia Yu, who was standing with a knife. We agreed to compete in Conquerors and Armament Hockey, why are you suddenly using a knife? Ouch. Before he finished speaking, Garp suddenly cried out in pain, then looked down at the wound on his chest caused by Xia Yu's knife, and angrily cursed, "Little devil, are you trying to kill me?" Seeing Garp's reaction, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he threw Kinpila directly into the scabbard on Gion's waist, and said lightly, "You can still curse, it seems that you can't die." After saying that, Xia Yu simply turned around and walked to Gion. "Let's go, I'm even hungrier after the fight." Chapter 031 The whole army receives a year's salary. Long live the Marshal. 31-183. Chapter 031 The whole army receives a year's salary. Long live the Marshal. Hey. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu abandoned him and turned to walk away. Garp was a little overwhelmed and shouted anxiously, "Don't go, Xia Yu. I was careless just now and didn't dodge. Come on, continue, I can still fight." Xia Yu seemed to have not heard it, and quickened his pace towards the cafeteria. Along the way, all the officers and soldiers he met straightened up, and the sound of loyalty continued all the way to the cafeteria hall. As soon as Xia Yu left the square, Zephyr and Sengoku rushed over. When the two saw the shocking wound on Garp's chest, Sengoku rushed forward to support Garp, while Zephyr turned back and shouted, "Quick, go call the medical team." No. Garp spoke up in time to stop them, "It's just a superficial wound, there's no need to make such a fuss." "Ouch, Sengoku, why are you touching my wound? It hurts so much, do you feel the pain?" Sengoku glared at Garp and said unhappily, "Why are you so impulsive? The situation at the headquarters is already decided. Even if you can defeat Xia Yu, what does it matter? Don't forget that the three admirals have already made their choices. They won't let you do whatever you want. Give me some senbei." Garp pointed to his pocket and said with a grin, "That kid is pretty ruthless." Sengoku said nothing as he took out the box of senbei from Garp's bag, and while handing it to Garp he took 2 pieces out of the box and threw them into his mouth. Seeing this, Garp didn't even care about his wounds, and angrily said, "Give me back my senbei." Sengoku ignored it and chewed it with great enjoyment. Just then, 2 nurses from the medical team ran over. Looking at the shocking wound on Garp's chest, Zephyr narrowed his eyes slightly, then raised his head and looked towards the roof of the headquarters building. Although Borsellino and Kuzan, who were originally standing on the rooftop watching the battle, disappeared at some point, Zephyr did not look away. When he and Sengoku first caught the Conqueror's collision, they didn't think much about it, they just wanted to rush over to stop Garp and Xia Yu from continuing to fight. Now that he has calmed down, he understands why Xia Yu didn't attack Kuzan, who also returned after the mutiny, but chose to have a Conqueror's collision with Garp. The reason is simple. Although the naval headquarters is now completely controlled by Xia Yu, the 3 admirals and other officers who did not participate in the mutiny all have doubts about Xia Yu's strength in their hearts. After all, no matter how fast Xia Yu has progressed over the years, he is only a vice admiral now. In this case, if Xia Yu wants to completely control the naval headquarters, he must defeat the opponent with force. Kuzan is a good whetstone. After all, Kuzan is one of the highest combat power in naval headquarters, but not the most suitable one. Garp, as the legendary vice admiral of the naval headquarters and the idol of countless marines for his heroic deeds in forcing the previous pirates King Roger into desperate situations several times, is obviously the most suitable candidate. As long as Garp is defeated, the officers and soldiers who did not participate in the mutiny last night will be greatly shocked and will not dare to have any dissent in the future. Most importantly, the 3 admirals, who are known as the highest combat power of the headquarters, will also look at Xia Yu with new eyes and even recognize Xia Yu as a young marshal. Xia Yu is an adult. In the naval headquarters cafeteria, 2 officers who were about to leave did not expect Xia Yu to suddenly appear here. They were talking and laughing a second ago, but instantly became serious and raised their hands to salute. As the 2 finished their words, the cafeteria hall became quiet in an instant, and all the officers and soldiers present looked at Xia Yu with fanatical expressions. Although the cafeteria was some distance away from Marineford, they all saw the battle that just happened. When they saw Xia Yu knock Garp, the legendary vice admiral of the headquarters, away with 1 knife, everyone in the cafeteria went wild. Although there were a few who had to choose to be loyal because the situation was hopeless, after seeing the powerful strength displayed by Xia Yu, their determination to follow Xia Yu was no longer shaken. Xia Yu looked around the cafeteria hall. He didn't look tired at all from the battle with Garp. He smiled warmly and said, "It's meal time. Don't be so reserved." Loyalty. Everyone in the cafeteria hall raised their hands and saluted at the same time. That's right. Xia Yu suddenly remembered something, waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said calmly, "Although we still have many tough battles to fight, we can't let our brothers go to fight on an empty stomach. Gion, go to the finance class later, increase the salaries of all officers and soldiers, and pay everyone the next year's salary in one lump sum." Before Gion could react, all the officers and soldiers in the cafeteria were in an uproar again. "Long live Lord Xia Yu. Haha, that's great, I can get another year's salary. Woo woo woo, long live Lord Xia Yu. With this money, I don't have to worry about my brother's wedding. Lord Xia Yu, you must come when my brother gets married." Among the exploding crowd, some soldiers who did not participate in the mutiny last night were also very excited, but some of them still couldn't believe it was true. After all, if they hadn't been trapped in the dormitory at the time, they would probably have obeyed their superiors' orders and fought with the soldiers who followed Xia Yu to launch the mutiny. In particular, there was a young man in a Commodore uniform. Standing in the crowd, he looked left and right, then mustered up the courage to squeeze out of the crowd and walked quickly to Xia Yu. "Marshal, last night, those of us who did not participate last night, can we also receive the salary for the next year?" "Certainly," Xia Yu smiled and nodded. "Now the situation of this department has been determined. Regardless of whether you participated in the action last night or not, your salary will not change." "That's great." The young Commodore's eyes were red with excitement, and he choked up and said, "Thank you, Marshal. This money is too important to me. I. The young Commodore was obviously too excited to speak. After saying, "I," 3 times in a row, he suddenly stood up straight, raised his hand, and shouted from the bottom of his heart to Xia Yu, "Loyalty." He was originally a subordinate of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Because his younger sister had been ill in bed for a long time, she needed sky-high medical expenses every month to maintain her life. At first he could still bear it, but soon he could not hold on any longer and borrowed money from all his colleagues, which eventually led to his colleagues avoiding him when they saw him. In desperation, he could only ask Vice Admiral Ghost Spider for help, but what he got was an inhumane scolding from Ghost Spider. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Xia Yu, who mobilized the soldiers and became the new marshal of the headquarters, actually paid 1 year's salary to each officer and soldier at one time. At this moment, he finally understood why Xia Yu had gained the loyalty of so many officers and soldiers. It was not because Xia Yu was so powerful that he could defeat the legendary Vice Admiral Garp with a single blow, but because Xia Yu's kindness to his subordinates was visible to the naked eye. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became more lively because everyone received another year's salary. However, neither the officers nor the soldiers bothered Xia Yu again. After the food came from Gion, Xia Yu, who was sitting by the window, picked up his chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. It's not that he doesn't care about his image. It's just that he has not had a full meal during this period of time because he cooperated with the investigation team and was finally imprisoned. In addition, after the various abilities he mastered were upgraded to max by the system, his stomach was revolting and his appetite increased accordingly. Gion did not move his chopsticks. He held his chin with one hand and looked at the youngest man in the history of the Marine and the first man to be promoted from a soldier to a marshal. The image of Xia Yu when he first entered the officer training camp appeared in front of him. At that time, Xia Yu had just turned 18, was still childish and curious about everything. Although she was very sure that Xia Yu would amaze everyone in the future through their contact in the officer training camp, she did not expect Xia Yu to emerge in this way. That's right. Suddenly, Xia Yu put down his chopsticks and looked at Gion. "Can the headquarters still pay salaries now?" Gion nodded and said, "It should be enough. However, if the headquarters breaks with the world government, we won't be able to pay salaries next year." "Don't worry." Hearing that he could still get paid for a year, Xia Yu felt relieved. The Holy Land may not break up with us out of anger. It doesn't matter to them who is the marshal of the headquarters. As long as the Marine is still under the world government, they may make a compromise. Then, we will strive to maximize our interests. Hearing this, Gion not only did not relax, but said with a worried look on his face, "The headquarters is under control now, I am not worried. What I am worried about is the major branch bases in Shikai and Grand Line, because up to now, no branch base has sent any news." Chapter 032. Eliminate all pirates, leaving no one behind. 32-183. Chapter 032. Eliminate all pirates, leaving no one behind. Holy Land Mariajoy, World Government Headquarters Building. Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Sora paced back and forth in front of his desk with a serious look on his face. On the other side of the desk, several officers from the intelligence department, each holding a den mushi, were nervously communicating with various departments under the world government. Report. Suddenly, an officer put down his den mushi and looked at Sora with an unpleasant expression. "Master Sora, the Marine Science Unit cannot be contacted." Report. Marine Secret Special Forces cannot be contacted. Marine Special Science Class is unable to contact. Report. News came from Ennie's lobby that they were unable to contact Chief Judge Bass. Report. Successfully contacted Impel down. After hearing reports one after another, Kong immediately returned to his seat and sat down, saying in a deep voice, "No need to contact the Naval Headquarters and the Headquarters, related units. Contact the Grand Line and the Four Seas branch bases immediately." An officer asked cautiously, "Master Kong, what is going on? Why did the Naval Headquarters suddenly lose contact with the Holy Land?" Sora didn't reply, instead he looked up and glared at the officer. Seeing this, the officer didn't dare to ask any more questions. He picked up the den mushi and began to contact the major branch bases outside the Naval Headquarters. East Blue, Marine 153 base in Shieldstown. A group of more than a dozen soldiers rushed into a dormitory holding confidential documents sent by the Naval Headquarters. With a muffled bang sound, the tightly closed dormitory door was violently pushed open. Several officers who were resting in the dormitory quickly stood up and looked at the dozen soldiers who broke in through the door. The leading soldier did not hesitate at all and simply raised the document in his hand. "Appointment from our headquarters. Sergeant Monka, step out." As the soldier finished speaking, a tall and burly officer immediately stepped forward. It was Monka, the sergeant officer of the 153rd branch. The new naval headquarters Marshal Xia Yu has ordered that from now on, Sergeant Monka will be promoted to branch colonel and will take over the 153rd branch immediately. Hearing this, the burly Monka's eyes suddenly lit up with fire. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Loyalty! Very good, are we finally going to have a big fight? Long live Lord Xia Yu!" As soon as Monka received the appointment letter, several officers standing beside him jumped up excitedly. At the same time, another soldier stepped forward quickly and handed a brand new colonel uniform to Monka. "Colonel Monka, from now on, branch 153 will be in charge of you. Please give your instructions." Looking at the colonel's uniform handed to him, Monka's eyes were red with excitement, and his hands were trembling slightly as he took the uniform. When he first joined branch 153 in his youth, he was full of enthusiasm and hoped that one day he could eradicate all the evil in this sea. However, because there was always someone putting pressure on him, even though he was always at the forefront when capturing pirates and took on the most dangerous work, in the end it was all in vain and all the credit he had earned was taken away by others, resulting in him still being a small corporal in his middle age. Until 2 years ago, a big shot came to our headquarters. He didn't know this big shot originally, but was named by this big shot. At that time, he thought he had made some mistake, and he didn't even dare to raise his head when he saw this important man. What he didn't expect was that this big shot was not only young, but also unusually gentle. What shocked him the most was that this big shot actually knew him very well, as if he had known him for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had a higher military rank than him and was from the headquarters, he would have wanted to drag him drunk right away to let him vent out all the sadness and resentment he had felt over the years. This big shot was none other than Marshal Xia Yu, who appointed him as the colonel of the 153rd branch at this time. When Xia Yu was leaving branch 153, he asked him if he was willing to pledge his loyalty. Of course he would. When he reached middle age, he understood many things. If he wanted to move up, he had to have someone to support him. Although he had no contact with Xia Yu in the following 2 years, he would occasionally receive astonishing amounts of baileys from Xia Yu, who asked him to distribute them to all those who really needed help. In 2 years, he received more than 100 million baileys. However, he did not keep a single cent for himself, but distributed it all to all the soldiers and colleagues in need. Because he knew very well in his heart that this must be a test from Lord Xia Yu. The appearance of this appointment letter at this time shows that he not only passed the test, but also got the approval of Lord Xia Yu. Colonel Monka. At this moment, a soldier ran over with a den mushi in his hand and stammered, Holy Land Commander's office phone. Monka suddenly turned his head to look at the soldier and said in a deep voice, What Holy Land Marshal's office? From now on, branch 153 will only obey the orders of Naval Headquarters Marshal Xia Yu. No matter who else, don't pay attention to them. As he spoke, Monka threw on his colonel's coat and strode out of the dormitory. Pass on my order. All officers and soldiers of the 153rd branch muster at the parade ground. At the same time, East Blue, Marine 16 branch base. A young man wearing a brand new colonel's coat, surrounded by 7 or 8 soldiers, ran aggressively towards the colonel's office. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tightly closed door of the colonel's office was knocked open by the soldier who ran forward before the young man. Without waiting for any reaction from the colonel's office, a group of 7 or 8 people rushed in with guns and immediately controlled the 2 adjutants standing in front of the desk. What are you going to do? Sitting in front of the desk was an officer who was also wearing a colonel's coat and had a sparse beard on his face. On the desk in front of the officer were dozens of thick stacks of baileys, most of which had been disassembled. Mouse, the colonel of East Blue Marine 16 branch, is a marine scum who relies on his position as a branch colonel to commit crimes in the waters under his jurisdiction. Colonel Mouse. The young man in a brand new colonel's coat walked quickly to the desk, looked down at Colonel Mouse, and went straight to the point and pronounced the verdict, because you have long been colluding with the pirates to oppress innocent people in the area, I, as the new colonel of the 16th branch, sentence you to death, and execute you immediately. What the hell are you talking about? Hearing that the young man in front of him actually claimed to be the new colonel of the 16th branch and was going to sentence him to death, Colonel Mouse stood up suddenly and said sternly, Lousy is the colonel of the 16th branch. Someone, take this man. Stop yelling, rat. The young man waved his hand. I have control over branch 16 now. You can go die now. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the 7 or 8 soldiers standing beside him pulled the trigger almost at the same time without any hesitation. Broken. Intensive gunfire suddenly rang out, and in an instant, Colonel Mouse, who had not yet fully understood what was happening, was shot to pieces by the soldiers who had emptied their magazines. The young man walked over and kicked the dead rat away, then turned to look at his subordinates who were standing with their guns put away, and said loudly, According to the order of our Marshal Xia Yu, our unit has only one mission next, to eliminate all pirates in the sea area under the jurisdiction of Branch 16. Eliminate all evil and leave no one alive. Chapter 033 The Marine Internal Purge begins. 33 183rds. Chapter 033 The Marine Internal Purge begins. East Blue, Logue Town Marine Base. Colonel Smoker, the newly appointed top officer of Logue Town, looked at the pile of documents in front of him with a frown on his face. As a colonel of the naval headquarters and a user of Logia smoke fruit, he was transferred to East Blue to be a base commander, which made him very dissatisfied. When he saw the mess left by his former top commanders, his mood suddenly became terrible. Colonel Smoker, Headquarters Confidential Document. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old pushed the door open and came to the desk in a panic, holding a confidential document. Confidential documents from our headquarters. Smoker was stunned, then took the document and tore it open. Seeing this, the girl quickly turned her head away. Tashigi, what are you doing? Smoker looked up at the girl and said in a deep voice, you are my adjutant. Are you asking me to handle these documents? Huh. The girl named Tashigi blinked slowly and said with a silly expression, this is a confidential document. I can't read it. I didn't say the one I have. Smoker was furious and pointed at the pile of documents in front of him. You'll have half an hour to find a useful document. Having said that, Smoker stopped talking nonsense and opened the confidential document he had just received and started reading it. After reading the first few paragraphs, Smoker stood up suddenly and looked at the contents of the document in disbelief. Marshal Sengoku is ill, so Xia Yu Vice Admiral will temporarily take over the authority of the headquarters marshal. Report. Before Smoker could react, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately, a messenger rushed into the office in a hurry and stammered, I just received news that the rat colonel of the 16th branch was executed on the spot by the new colonel. The reason was that he was in collusion with the pirates to oppress the people. And, the colonel of the 153rd branch has also changed. The current colonel of the 153rd branch is an officer named Monka. Hearing this, Smoker turned his head sharply and stared at the herald. What is the name of the new colonel of branch 16? It seems his name is Stoke, and he was sent by the headquarters. Damn it. Smoker couldn't help but swear when he heard the name Stoke. I know this Stoke. He is Xia Yu's confidant. And Monka from branch 153 is also Xia Yu's man. After a slight pause, he put down the document in his hand and said seriously, something big has happened at the headquarters. This confidential document was not sent voluntarily by Marshal Sengoku, but it is very likely that the headquarters has fallen into Xia Yu's hands. If I guess correctly, at the same time I got this document, there were personnel changes in many branch bases in Seihai and even Grand Line. These people are Xia Yu's absolute confidants. What do you mean? Tashigi was still slow to react, and said in confusion, isn't Lord Xia Yu the Vice Admiral? How can he temporarily take over the power of Marshal Sengoku as the Marshal of the headquarters? Smoker looked up at Tashigi and said in a shocking tone, mutiny. Xia Yu must have launched a mutiny and forcibly seized the position of Marshal. Smoker's sudden words scared Tashigi so much that the frame of her glasses almost fell off her nose. After she frantically straightened the frame, she said with a blank face, how is this possible? Xia Yu Vice Admiral is a very good person. I have heard of many of his deeds. Many officers and soldiers in this headquarters who were in trouble at home have received his help. Smoker slammed his hand on the desk. That's his way of winning people over. Bulu bulu. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Before Smoker could respond, a powerful voice came from the Den Den Mushi, as Colonel Smoker here. This is the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Holy Land Army. Lord Kong has an order to issue. Hearing this, Smoker did not dare to neglect it. He immediately stood up straight and respectfully called out, Master Kong. Smoker, great, I'm Sora. Kong's anxious voice came from the Den Den Mushi. To make a long story short, the headquarters has completely lost contact with the Holy Land. It should have fallen into Xia Yu's hands. Not only the headquarters, but also many bases in East Blue have no one to answer the Den Den Mushi. If nothing unexpected happens, these bases that no one answers have been controlled by Xia Yu's cronies. What you have to do now is to contact those branch bases that have not been controlled as much as possible to stabilize the situation in East Blue. Without waiting for Smoker to agree, the call ended quietly. Tashigi's head was buzzing, and he was obviously confused by this sudden incident. Master Smoker, how could it be like this? Xia Yu Vice Admiral, why did he launch a mutiny? Smoker didn't say anything, but stared at the Den Den Mushi that had quieted down. Before, it was just a guess, but after hearing the call from Lord Kong himself, his guess became reality. But that doesn't matter. More importantly, he couldn't understand how Xia Yu could accomplish such a big thing as the Vice Admiral, and actually took control of the naval headquarters and directly cut off contact with the Holy Land. You know, naval headquarters not only has Sengoku in charge, but also the three most powerful admirals and several vice admirals. Even if Xia Yu has won over many people over the years, as long as the three admirals have not defected, the headquarters would not have fallen into Xia Yu's hands so quickly. Not only is it impossible, Xia Yu might also be killed by the three admirals. However, the fact is that the naval headquarters fell into Xia Yu's hands overnight, and Marshal Sengoku even signed a document allowing him to temporarily take over the power of the headquarters marshal. Tashigi, the headquarters is doomed. After a moment of calm thinking, Smoker slumped down in his chair, looking a little depressed, and said weakly, the fact that Xia Yu was able to take control of the headquarters so quickly is enough to prove that at least two of the three admirals have defected and supported him, and Gion Vice Admiral has been close to Xia Yu in the past few years. Many vice admirals, led by her, must have participated in this mutiny. Tashigi was confused and said blankly, what should we do? Smoker raised his head slightly and looked out the window, his expression complicated as he said, Xia Yu sent Stoke to kill Colonel Mouse and made Monka the colonel of the 153rd branch, but the Logue town base was peaceful. Obviously, this is our new marshal giving me a chance to choose. Tashigi was still confused and repeated, Master Smoker, what should we do? Wait, Smoker seemed to have made a major decision. He revived in 1 second with full health and said with a firm look, if Xia Yu just launched a mutiny for his own selfish desires, I will fight him to the end for the justice of the Marine. If he continues to insist on the justice of the Marine after taking control of the Marine, I will stay in Logue Town and do my part. I am not interested in fighting for power and profit, and I don't want to get involved. Just as Smoker guessed, when he received the document, more than half of the original base commanders of the major branch bases of West Blue, North Blue and South Blue were quickly replaced. A top-down internal cleansing of the Marine has thus begun. Chapter 034, Seizing Power. The Revolutionary Army is ready to take action. 34 183rds. Chapter 034, Seizing Power. The Revolutionary Army is ready to take action. How outrageous, how audacious. Yu was totally lawless now, he even started a mutiny. The holy place, the room of power. The 5 elders gathered together looking extremely ugly. Just now, the latest intelligence came from the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, confirming that the headquarters has now completely fallen into Xia Yu's hands. It was precisely because of this latest information that 4 of the 5 elders were almost torn apart on the spot. Especially when they learned that not only the naval headquarters, but also many branch bases in the 4 Seas and Grand Line could not be contacted, the last glimmer of luck in their hearts was instantly gone. I knew something was going to go wrong with Xia Yu. The god of finance, Azambern v. Nasujuro, holding a samurai sword, looked at the 4 or 5 elders present with a gloomy expression and said murderously, when Spandine found me, I felt threatened, so I ordered Eni's lobby to intervene and investigate and judge him. I thought we were fast enough, but he had already bared his fangs in secret. Spandine, Topman Bouchery, the god of law, who was sitting in front of the sofa in the middle, looked up at Azambern v. Nasujuro and asked, why did he come to you? He's just an ant obsessed with power, Azambern v. Nasujuro said coldly, it doesn't matter how he found me. What's important is what we should do now. According to the latest intelligence reported by Sora, it can be confirmed that not only the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters and a group of vice admirals have chosen to stand behind Xia Yu, but many bases in the 4 Seas and Grand Line are now undergoing personnel changes. Xia Yu obviously wants to completely control the Marine from top to bottom. He dares to launch a mutiny and seize the power of the Marine Corps now. In the future, he will surely use the Marine Corps' self-respect to become an enemy of the world government. So, my suggestion is to let Kong lead all the troops except the Marine to surround Marineford while he is still underdeveloped. I am sure that as long as the entire army is pressed forward, someone in the naval headquarters will definitely defect. After all, once they follow Xia Yu and become enemies of the world government, they will be charged with traitors from then on. Please be patient, Azambern. The god of law and war Topman Vochuli waved his hand and said seriously, this is a serious matter. We need to think about it carefully. First we need to know Xia Yu's intentions. If he only wants to become the naval headquarters marshal, then we will fulfill his wish and let him officially replace Sengoku. Of course, this is just a delaying tactic. As long as he becomes the marshal of our headquarters and obeys the orders of the Holy Land, we will slowly divide the Marines and arrest and execute him when the time is right. Because he has just taken charge of the Marines and is very powerful. Even if Sora leads the entire army to attack, even if we win in the end, we will end up killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of our own. Once we go to war with the Marine led by Xia Yu, the Grand Line will inevitably fall into unprecedented chaos. If the pirates, the New World 4 emperors, and the Revolutionary Army take advantage of the opportunity to attack, we will be in a passive situation, and it may even cause some of the already shaken member states to defect at the last minute. I don't think so. Azambern v. Nasujuro stepped forward and said in a deep voice, the situation you are talking about is that the Marine led by Sora and Xia Yu is in a state of anxiety. It is undeniable that there are now 3 admirals, many vice admirals and nearly 100,000 Marine soldiers in the naval headquarters. It is almost impossible for Sora to suppress them in a short period of time. After a slight pause, Azambern raised his head abruptly, but what if the Knights of God intervene? With such a major incident happening in the naval headquarters, there is no reason for Fegolando Gringo not to show up. As long as Fegolando Gringo leads the Knights of God to the naval headquarters to contain the 3 admirals, the other Marine generals will not have to be afraid. As for the lawless Xia Yu, he is just a vice admiral. In addition, we also have the CP department, especially CP9 led by Rob Lucci. Lucci is the strongest and most ruthless killing machine in the history of CP9. They have been lurking in the 7 waters for a year, and they can completely break into the naval headquarters as a surprise force. Speed is of the essence in war. As long as we kill Xia Yu in one go, not only will this mutiny end, but the Revolutionary Army and the so-called 4 emperors of the New World will be under our control by the time they react. I don't think they dare to make trouble at this time. Hearing this, Topman fell silent, and the other 5 elders all looked at Topman, obviously agreeing with Azambern's response. No, at this moment, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly came. Then, the door of the room of power was pushed open, and a tall figure came into the sight of the 5 elders. The man was wearing a cloak that dragged on the ground. His entire body was wrapped in the cloak, revealing only a pair of dark red eyes. He emanated a suffocating and terrifying pressure, causing the 5 elders, who enjoyed the highest power in the world, to hurriedly stand up and move forward, then kneel down on their knees and prostrate themselves on the ground, Lord Yim. This Xia Yu is not as simple as you think. Wrapped in a cloak, Yim slowly walked past the 5 elders and stood in front of the huge French window. With his back to the 5 people, he controlled his voice and said lightly, "A battle broke out at the naval headquarters before. To be precise, it was a clash of conquerors' hockey. I sensed a familiar aura in the 2 conquerors' hockey that collided. It was very similar to the conquerors' hockey that Joy Boy had back then." After these words were spoken, the 5 elders turned around and looked at IM with horror. "It seems that you don't know much about this Xia Yu." Yim turned his head slowly, a hint of coldness flashed across his dark red eyes. "Have you been sitting in the position of 5 elders for too long, and your eyes are blurry?" The sudden words just made the 5 elders break out in a cold sweat, and IM immediately changed the subject. "You don't have to interfere in this matter anymore, I will let the Knights of God investigate. As long as Xia Yu who started the mutiny is not from the D clan, or has nothing to do with Joey Boy, this so-called mutiny is just to replace someone as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters." At the same time, because of the sudden personnel changes in the 4 Seas and the Grand Line's major marine branch bases, spies from various forces lurking in these branch bases sent out the information at the first opportunity. Even the Naval Headquarters received a piece of information via an encrypted Den Den Mushi and passed it to the Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Grand Line, Baldigo Island, headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. In the ice and snow, a Revolutionary Army cadre rushed to a tent not far ahead at the fastest speed with the top-secret intelligence he had just received. "Master Chief, Master Chief." As soon as he rushed into the tent, the Revolutionary Army cadre spoke breathlessly. "The Naval Headquarters has sent a top-secret intelligence report. Former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Xia Yu launched a mutiny last night and has taken control of the Naval Headquarters this morning. Now many branch bases of the Marine in the 4 Seas and Grand Line are undergoing an unprecedented internal purge. All the top officers of the bases have been replaced by Xia Yu's trusted confidants." As the cadre finished speaking, the tent fell into deathly silence. Sitting at the head of a conference table in the tent was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Because the Revolutionary Army he led had the sole goal of overthrowing the world government, he was listed as the most vicious criminal by the world government at the World Summit 2 years ago. After a brief silence, Dorag, who was wearing a green cape and had a hideous scar on his face, said in disbelief, "Xia Yu Vice Admiral. The youngest Vice Admiral who has suddenly risen in the past 3 years. What on earth is going on? How dare a Vice Admiral launch a mutiny and succeed? When did the Naval Headquarters become so vulnerable?" Kaido, the cadre who came to report, said, "This is the information sent by that master himself, it can't be wrong." Understood. Hearing that the intelligence was sent by that adult, Dorag stood up and ordered the 5 armies to pay close attention to the actions of the world government. As long as they go to war with the Marine controlled by Xia Yu, the 5 armies will attack at the same time and take this opportunity to liberate as many countries as possible. Chapter 035 Kaido. It would be best if this boring world were destroyed. 35 183rds. Chapter 035 Kaido. It would be best if this boring world were destroyed. Grand Line, Marine G5 Branch. Sitting in the base director's office was a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face. Virgo, codenamed Ghost Bamboo. Marine Vice Admiral, also the base commander of the G5 branch. Of course, this is just his superficial identity. His true identity is the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, first-generation Corazon. He infiltrated the Marine as an undercover agent and was promoted to Vice Admiral through his own efforts, and eventually became the base commander of the G5 branch. At this moment, he had lost his usual amiable and approachable demeanor and stared solemnly at the Den Den Mushi that kept chirping, "Bulu Bulu," on the desk. After the Den Den Mushi rang 3 times in a row, he took it and asked in a deep voice, "Who is this?" "Virgo, it's me." A cold female voice came from the Den Den Mushi, Marine G14 branch base commander, Dor. "Oh, it's Vice Admiral Dor." Virgo immediately regained his approachable expression and asked politely, "What do you want from me? Did you receive the document signed by Lord Sengoku? What do you think about Xia Yu Vice Admiral temporarily taking over the authority of the headquarters marshal?" In the office of the base chief of Marine G14 branch base, a tall woman who looked to be in her 30s stood with her back against the desk. Under her short dark hair with bangs, her big eyes were filled with anxiety about the future. "I just received news that many branch bases in the 4 Seas have undergone large-scale personnel transfers, and many of the newly appointed branch colonels are Xia Yu's close confidants. If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon parachute a new Vice Admiral here. After all, I don't have a very deep friendship with him." "Vice Admiral Dor, there is something else behind your words," Virgo said in a gentle voice. "Based on what you said, can I understand that you think Xia Yu launched a mutiny and took control of the headquarters and is now eliminating dissidents? Isn't it obvious?" Dor raised his voice a little, and said excitedly, "Xia Yu was able to take control of the headquarters so quickly and carry out large-scale personnel transfers in all bases in Seahai and Grand Line. It is enough to prove that at least half of the officers in the headquarters, including the 3 admirals, have sided with Xia Yu. It may even be more serious than I imagined. In this case, no matter which side we choose, we may be liquidated." "Why choose?" Virgo shook his head. "What's happening now can only be described as an internal power struggle. As long as the Holy Land doesn't make a statement, we don't need to make a choice right away. We just need to do what we need to do now. After a slight pause, Virgo continued, Vice Admiral Door, our conversation ends here. Goodbye. After saying that, Virgo simply ended the call, then took out an encrypted Den Den Mushi the size of a baby's fist from a secret compartment in the drawer and dialed the number decisively. Virgo. As soon as the Den Den Mushi dialed out, a familiar voice came out from the Den Den Mushi. It's not a wise choice to contact me at this time. Virgo said with a serious expression, Dover. Remember what I told you before. I might be eliminated by Marine, but this is just my guess. I want to stay and wait and see. What do you mean? What did you tell me? A frantic voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Virgo, are you having amnesia again? Then I'll tell you now. Without any hesitation, Virgo briefly recounted what he knew about what happened in the naval headquarters. As he finished his story, the office suddenly became quiet, and the Den Den Mushi seemed to have fallen silent. After a few seconds of silence, a unique laugh suddenly rang out from the Den Den Mushi. Hiya, I know this Xia Yu Vice Admiral. I met him last time when I went to the naval headquarters for the Shichabukai meeting. He didn't seem to have any outstanding qualities at the time. I didn't expect that only 2 years later, he would cause such a big incident at the naval headquarters. A mutiny to seize the position of the Grand Admiral. Hey, I really underestimated this Vice Admiral. Those old guys in Mariajoy will definitely be in a state of panic next. Foo. New World, Dressrosa, in the open courtyard outside the royal palace at the highest point in the kingdom, standing under a parasol at the very edge of the courtyard, a sexy man wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat and cropped pants picked up the drink next to him and laughed at the Den Den Mushi in front of him. Doflamingo, head of the Don Quixote family, king of Dressrosa, member of the 7 warlords of the sea, user of the Paramesha string fruit. After a burst of laughter, Doflamingo grabbed the Den Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, Virgo, you will have no problem getting out with your strength. So what you have to do now is to wait and see. If they really want to replace you, you can just take this opportunity to offer your justice to the Holy Land, and you may get an unexpected surprise. If the naval headquarters has no intention of cleaning you out, it means that the naval headquarters still trusts you. You continue to lurk. I want to know whether this Xia Yu just wants to become the marshal of the headquarters or has greater ambitions. After saying that, Doflamingo ended the call without further ado and quickly dialed another Den Den Mushi. Wororo. As soon as the Den Den Mushi was connected, a loud and rough laugh came out of it. Joker, long time no see. At the same time, on an unknown island in New World, a chilling laugh suddenly came from a huge deep pit. Then, a towering figure with an oppressive feeling emerged from the deep pit. What did you say, Joker? As soon as the hideous head emerged from the deep pit, a rough voice resounded through the sky. A mutiny occurred at the naval headquarters. Worororo, this kid Vice Admiral named Xia Yu did a good job. Before he finished speaking, the towering figure standing in the deep pit leapt out. The towering figure that was more than 7 meters tall did not need any concealment. The aura of a strong man emanated unscrupulously, causing ripples in the surrounding air. Kaido, the governor of the beasts pirates, one of the 4 emperors who reign over the New World, the user of the fish fruit, mythical beast, and blue dragon form. A terrifying existence known as the strongest creature among all living things on land, sea, and air. The bounty is 4.611 billion Baileys. It would be best if this boring world were destroyed. Hurry up, Joker, start preparing for the ultimate war. As the Revolutionary Army, Doflamingo and 4 Emperors Kaido were the first to receive news of the mutiny at naval headquarters. Other forces in the Grand Line also received the intelligence one after another. Soon, all the major newspapers on the Grand Line learned of this big news that was enough to shock the whole world, and they published and distributed it to all parts of the world as soon as possible. The busiest one is Sabayati Archipelago. As the entrance to the sacred place at the top of the Red Line and the only way to enter the New World, the second half of the Grand Line, and adjacent to the naval headquarters Marineford, Sabayati Archipelago brings together talents from all walks of life from all over the world. Human trafficking gangs, pirate groups, adventurers, world nobles, and reporters from major newspapers gathered here, and of course there were also the top powerful men who once roamed the sea. In the 13th district of Sabayati Archipelago, in a bar with a sign that reads, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, a tall, short-haired woman whose real age could not be determined stood in front of the bar, holding a lady's cigarette in one hand and a piece of intelligence she had just obtained in the other. After reading the intelligence, she immediately looked up at the only guest sitting in the corner of the bar and said slowly, Don't you want to know the contents of this intelligence? Rayleigh, Chapter 036 The Knights of God invade the headquarters. 36 183rds. Chapter 036 The Knights of God invade the headquarters. The world situation is in turmoil, but the naval headquarters seems to be peaceful and tranquil, as if nothing has happened. The officers and soldiers at all levels who have been following Xia Yu all these years and whose destinies have been changed by Xia Yu's appearance have been following the routine and performing their duties in their respective positions, making the naval headquarters, the largest war machine, run in an orderly manner. Although the officers and soldiers at all levels who did not participate in the mutiny changed their minds after hearing Xia Yu's speech, they were still very worried deep down. They feared that they would be excluded because they had not made any contribution, or even that they would be purged because they had not been loyal to Xia Yu from the beginning. However, when they and other soldiers and officers received their salaries for the coming year, their worries disappeared, and they returned to their respective posts with great enthusiasm. Many of them secretly made up their minds to be loyal to Marshal Xia Yu in the upcoming changes. Naval headquarters, one of the fortresses. Several soldiers stood beside the artillery position, staring at the boundless sea outside the high wall as if they were facing a great enemy. Next to these soldiers, 2 officers in colonel coats were smoking cigarettes leisurely. They were all subordinates of Vice Admiral Doberman, but because Doberman was killed when the mutiny just started, they, as Doberman's subordinates, naturally became potential threats. However, when the officers and soldiers who participated in the mutiny surrounded their dormitory, they did not immediately launch an attack on the dormitory building, but strictly prohibited them from leaving the dormitory building. At that time, many people did not know what was happening and rushed out of the dormitory building as soon as possible, hoping to intimidate the other party with their status as officers. However, they never expected that these people were shot to death as soon as they rushed out of the dormitory building. It was also at that moment that they learned that someone in their headquarters had launched a mutiny. Faced with the sudden siege of the army, no one in the dormitory dared to leave rashly. Even if there were powerful rear admirals who wanted to fight their way out, they were eventually killed one by the officers surrounding the dormitory. At that time, they were desperate and worried that they would be purged after the mutiny. But what they didn't expect was that Xia Yu, who launched the mutiny and became the new marshal, not only did not kill them all, but also allowed them to receive the same salary as the officers and soldiers who participated in the mutiny, and now he handed over the fortress to them to guard. Colonel Oak, how do you plan to spend this salary? When this incident is settled, do you want to travel with me? One of the colonels took out a pack of cigarettes that he usually couldn't bear to buy, took out a cigarette and handed it to Colonel Oak, shaking his head and laughing. To be honest, I envy those colleagues who have been loyal to Lord Xia Yu from the beginning. Do you know Stoke? During the mutiny, he secretly led a warship to East Blue. At that time, I saw him walking out of the dormitory building wearing a colonel's coat. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have gone to a branch to take up the position of base commander. You know, when I first entered the naval headquarters, he was still serving under me. Many other officers who participated in the mutiny were all promoted 2 ranks because of this incident. A major who previously served under me is now my superior, the Commodore. Don't be envious, Colonel Snake. Colonel Oak took the cigarette and sniffed it, then shook his head and smiled. Master Xia Yu not only didn't liquidate us, but also let us receive a year's salary. What else are you not satisfied with? After a slight pause, OK took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and then continued, forget about traveling. I have already sent all the salary back to my hometown. You know the situation at home. My parents are in poor health and I have 3 younger brothers and sisters. If I use this money to travel, they will starve. Oh right, Snake suddenly remembered something and said uncertainly, when I was in the cafeteria before, I seemed to hear Lord Xia Yu and Vice Admiral Gion mention something about a children's school. The general meaning is that after this incident is over, he plans to build children's schools near the headquarters and major branch bases. As long as they are the children of headquarters officers or branch officers, they can enter the children's school for free, and all expenses will be borne by the headquarters and major branches. After completing their studies at the children's school, the office's children can choose to join the Marine for military training, or they can choose to return to their hometowns to contribute to the construction of their hometowns. Really? Ok's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Master Xia Yu. Before he finished speaking, Oak suddenly stopped, then quickly picked up the telescope hanging on his chest and looked at the sea. On the sea, several huge warships were heading towards Marineford at an astonishing speed. The flag flying on the mast of the leading warship had the word, Justice, written on it. The warship in Ennie's lobby. After seeing the word, Justice, through the telescope, Aoke's eyes flashed with doubt. Could it be that the Holy Land was unable to contact the headquarters and ask the people from Ennie's lobby to come and check the situation? Whatever the situation is, Snake took a step forward and said in a deep voice, I don't want to go back to the miserable days before. I only recognize Lord Yu as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. Before he finished speaking, he immediately looked at the soldiers standing next to the artillery and ordered decisively, everyone, prepare for battle. Snake, don't be impulsive. Oak spoke out in time to stop him, report it first. If it's a representative sent by the Holy Land to negotiate, you will ruin Master Xia Yu's plan. Once again, before he could finish his words, Oak suddenly widened his eyes and looked towards the roof of the headquarters building in disbelief. Before he could react, a circle of terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the roof of the headquarters building. Then, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and then flames rose from the roof of the headquarters building. That is, after a brief moment of stagnation, Oak suddenly yelled, Damn it, someone has invaded our headquarters. Quick, sound the alarm. At the same time, on the rooftop of the naval headquarters building, a huge 5-pointed star teleportation array appeared out of thin air, accompanied by clouds of flames rising up, and the surrounding void suddenly began to fluctuate strangely. Immediately afterwards, a figure stepped out from the pentagram teleportation array. As this figure walked out of the teleportation array, the naval headquarters, which had been quiet and peaceful a second ago, suddenly sounded the alarm, and the shrill alarm alarmed officers and soldiers at all levels in the headquarters. In the direction of the cafeteria, Xia Yu, who had just finished his meal and walked out of the door, was not surprised by the sudden ringing of the alarm bell. He just raised his head slightly and looked at the roof of the headquarters building, and said calmly, Teleportation array. The Knights of God. 2OL. Chapter 037 Miss Junzi, you can't give me what I want. 37 183rds. Chapter 037 Miss Junzi, you can't give me what I want. At Sengoku's house, because of the sudden alarm bell, the three naval headquarters veterans who had just sat down didn't even have time to drink a sip of tea before they stood up and ran to the yard. That is, Garp looked up at the rooftop of the headquarters building. When he saw the strangely dressed figures on the rooftop, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, the Knights of God. Sengoku looked confused and a little angrily asked, how did the teleportation array of the Knights of God appear on the roof of the headquarters building? Was there an undercover agent summoning them, or did they mark the building after it was built? Zephyr's reaction was relatively calm. He stared at the figures on the rooftop in silence, then said slowly, Garp, do you know these people? Some of them are members of the Knights of God who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. Garp nodded and continued, to be precise, except for one of the young women, the other 5 had appeared in the God Valley incident that year. The rooftop of the naval headquarters building. The first person to walk out of the teleportation array was a woman who looked extremely young, with 2 colored eyes and long legs. The woman wore a newsboy cap with goggles, a cape, and a double-breasted top with unusually long sleeves, but only short bikini-like pants on her lower body. Her long legs were exposed without reservation, and she was wearing a pair of barrel boots, giving people a heroic yet somewhat exhibitionist vibe. Junzi, a member of the Knights of God and the user of the arrow fruit. Junzi, with her mouth wrapped in a bandage, had just walked out of the teleportation array. Flames rose again in the teleportation array behind her, and invisible pressure created ripples, as if the void was distorted. It looked particularly weird. Immediately afterwards, several figures emerged from the teleportation array. Following Junzi out of the teleportation array was a masked man wearing a mask with the number 46 printed on it. The masked man was holding a western sword, but because of the mask, his face could not be seen clearly. Next came a long-haired woman with an elegant temperament, wearing a belly-bearing outfit and a charming figure, and a short-haired woman with a quiet appearance. As the 3 people walked out of the teleportation array covered by flame clouds immediately disappeared, leaving 2 strangely dressed men standing there, looking around vigilantly. Standing at the disappearing teleportation array was a strange man with a scythe on his shoulder and wearing a skull mask. Although he did not move from beginning to end, he exuded a suffocating breath of death invisibly, as if a Shinigami had descended. Standing side by side with the skeleton man is a hooded man with a spear on his shoulder and wearing a hood, who looks like a boy next door. As a group of 6 people led by Junzi appeared on the rooftop of the headquarters building, the building was immediately surrounded by naval headquarters soldiers who were attracted by the alarm. Then, a flash of light rose from the ground and instantly appeared in front of Junzi and others. It was Admiral of Headquarters Borsalino. Before Junzi and others could react, Sakazuki and Kuzan also walked out of the rooftop exit side by side. Naval Headquarters San Admiral. Looking at the 3 people who appeared one after another, Junzi spoke first without any hesitation. It seems that you have not been affected by the mutiny. In this case, can I infer that you all participated in this unprecedented mutiny in marine history last night? Hearing this, Borsalino, who arrived at the rooftop first, looked around at the uninvited guests present and said lazily, the Knights of God. They are really scary. They actually arrived at the naval headquarters building directly through the teleportation array. Borsalino, don't get me wrong. Before Junzi could speak, the long-haired woman standing next to her immediately stepped forward and said, we are not here to hold you accountable, but to negotiate with Xiau Yu Vice Admiral on behalf of the Holy Land. Hearing this, Borsalino and Sakazuki looked at each other in tacit understanding. Although they expected this result, they did not expect that the person who came to negotiate was a member of the Knights of God. As admirals of the headquarters, they not only know about the Knights of God, but also know that the main responsibility of the Knights of God is to protect the celestial dragons living in the Holy Land and maintain the order of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Even if the Knights of God occasionally leave the Holy Land for special missions, it is always a major event directly related to celestial dragons. If there is a mutiny at the naval headquarters, even if the Knights of God want to go out, they should only go out after the 5 elders of the power room feel that the situation is very difficult. At this time, the 5 elders of the power room had not yet expressed their opinions, but the Knights of God came directly to naval headquarters through the teleportation array, and 6 of them came at once. This made them wonder what happened in the Holy Land for a while, and they were a little confused about the attitude of the Holy Land. Let Xiau Yu come to see us. At this moment, Junzi stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the long-haired girl, his face cold, and he said, if he wants to secure the position of naval headquarters marshal, he'd better not make us wait too long. What a big mouth. As soon as Junzi finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures walked out from the rooftop exit. They were Xiau Yu and Gion. Xiau Yu walked out of the exit without stopping, and walked straight to the 3 admirals, then raised her head and looked directly at Junzi, and said in a deep voice, Ms. Junzi, you are not qualified to negotiate with me, because you can't give me what I want. You know me. Unexpectedly, Xiau Yu called his name directly. Junzi's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he stared at Xiau Yu without blinking. You know, the Knights of God rarely appear in front of the world, and even many people in the Holy Land don't know how many people there are in the Knights of God. Because the Knights of God not only have celestial dragons living in the Holy Land, but also many people who are recruited by the Knights of God. The strong men on the sea who are recruited to become members of the Knights of God almost all hide their names after joining the Knights of God. The most important thing is that she has joined the Knights of God not long ago. Except for some members of the Knights of God who know her identity, even the 5 elders do not know that she is now a member of the Knights of God. Xia Yu, who had initiated a mutiny and seized power in the Marine Corps, had only been in the Marine Corps for 6 years and looked even younger than her. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Xia Yu to know her name. Xia Yu did not answer Junzi. Instead, he swept his sharp eyes over the other 5 members of the Knights of God and said in a calm tone, "If I am not mistaken, the 5 of you should all be members of the Knights of God who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. It seems like you guys are not doing very well. You were already members of the Knights of God more than 30 years ago, but you are actually following behind a little girl. It's really sad. You have been in the Knights of God for so many years but have no chance to make a breakthrough. Why don't you change your allegiance and pledge allegiance to me? I will give you a bright future." Chapter 038 Conqueror's Haki Kamui, Shock the Knights of God. 38 183rds. Chapter 038 Conqueror's Haki Kamui, Shock the Knights of God. Xia Yu spoke lightly, but every word exploded like thunder in the ears of the 5 members of the Knights of God behind Junzi. Because the God Valley incident 32 years ago had long been erased from history. Not only the incident, but also the island where the God Valley was located disappeared from the map. That is why there are only a handful of people who know about this matter at this time, even in the naval headquarters. And the only person who knows that they participated in the hunting game that year is Garp, who participated in the God Valley incident. Even Marshal Sengoku of the naval headquarters does not know. Most importantly, they were sure that this was their first meeting with Xia Yu. Even if Garp had told Xia Yu about that incident, there was no way Xia Yu would have recognized them the moment they met. Not only did the 5 members of the Knights of God show expressions of disbelief, but the 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu also looked up at Xia Yu. Although they were admirals of the headquarters, they were only in their teens or 20s when the Valley of the Gods incident broke out, and the youngest, Kuzan, was only 11 years old. Therefore, they were not aware of the Valley of the Gods incident. Even though they grew up and eventually became admirals of the headquarters, they only noticed some abnormal information through the relevant information of Rox, the overlord of the sea who roamed the sea at that time, because they had access to some top-secret files of the headquarters. Of course, none of this matters. What's important is that, as the 3 admirals of the headquarters, they were not aware of the God Valley incident. Before this, Xia Yu, who was only the vice admiral of the headquarters, not only knew a lot about the God Valley incident, but also specifically mentioned that the 5 people in front of them had participated in the God Valley hunting game that year. This made them inexplicably have the illusion that they were still young in front of Xia Yu. "You actually know about the Valley of God incident." After a brief shock, the long-haired woman standing next to Junzi took a sudden step forward. The skeleton man grabbed the side reflexively, and the hooded man retreated immediately, holding the spear in front of him in a fighting stance. Facing the 3 people's stressful reactions, Xia Yu took a step forward calmly and said lightly, "I said that you, a bunch of scumbags, are not qualified to negotiate with me. Return to the Holy Land immediately and let the 5 elders come to talk to me in person." After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and said in a shocking tone, "No, the 5 elders did not react at all, but you came to the naval headquarters through the teleportation array. Can I understand that it was not the 5 elders who asked you to come here, but Yim?" When Xia Yu said the name, I am, the faces of the 6 Knights of God, including Junzi, changed drastically. "Damn it, you actually knew about Lord Yimu's existence. You know too much." As the words rang out, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of several people. The leading Junzi quietly activated the ability of his fruit. A huge arrow wrapped in bandages appeared across the sky and went straight for Xia Yu at an astonishing speed. The sudden scene caught the 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu and Gion, who was 1 step away from Xia Yu, off guard. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the name Yimu. They did not expect that Xia Yu would make the other party so anxious just by saying this name, and even launch an attack recklessly. Although Gion knew about the existence of I am, she also didn't expect that Im's existence would be so taboo that just shouting out this name would instantly ignite a war. It was also at this moment that she finally understood why Xia Yu didn't let her rush to investigate the truth about Hanano-ma and Im's existence. The light of a firefly wants to compete with the bright moon. Without waiting for the 3 admirals and Gion to react, Xia Yu's voice was suddenly filled with murderous intent. The next second, Xia Yu grabbed the handle of the long sword on Gion's waist with his backhand. When Xia Yu grabbed the hilt and pulled out the blade, the black and red Conqueror's Haki burst out. However, Conqueror's Haki was not released from Xia Yu's body or feet, but strangely shot out from the scabbard. Before the blade was fully unsheathed, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki enveloped the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. The huge arrow that had just shot out in front of Xia Yu exploded into pieces under the impact of Conqueror's Haki, and instantly turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Seeing the arrow he had released being shattered into ashes by Conqueror's Haki, Junzi's pupils shrank, and he cried out in horror, "Conqueror's Haki. No, that's impossible." The long-haired girl standing next to Junzi also widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "You are even more powerful than Conqueror's Haki from rocks back then. Who are you? Damn it, I can't take it anymore." The other 2 members of the Knights of God felt as if their bodies and souls were separated the moment Conqueror's Haki enveloped them. Their bodies were unable to move, and an unprecedented fear surged in their hearts. Under the horrified gazes of several members of the Knights of God, Xia Yu, who had grasped the hilt, did not hesitate at all and decisively and quickly pulled Gion's sword out of the scabbard. Buzz. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the more domineering conqueror's haki followed Xia Yu as the center, and rolled up the billowing flames like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping in front of the members of the Knights of God. Along with a low-frequency vibration in the air, neither Junzi nor the other 5 members of the Knights of God could hold on any longer and retreated uncontrollably. Go back. Tell Yimu that from now on, you have to be wary of not only Nika, but also me, Xia Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword wrapped in Conqueror's haki, which had been raised to the highest level by the system, slashed out horizontally. In an instant, a strong wind blew above the rooftop, and thunder was heard faintly in the sky. Visible shock waves shook the void, and the Conqueror's haki, a mixture of black and red, instantly swept away the general and the other 5 members of the Knights of God. After hearing a few uncontrollable screams, the 6 Knights of God who had just arrived through the teleportation array were swept up by Conqueror's haki, like 6 cannonballs, and flew up into the sky towards the Holy Land at the top of the red line. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu all opened their eyes wide at this moment, showing expressions of horror. Although they were not clear about the strength of the Knights of God who suddenly appeared on the roof, the terrifying Conqueror's haki that Xia Yu had just released was far beyond their imagination. You know, among the Conqueror's haki masters they knew, even Roger, the pirate's king who was executed in Logue Town 16 years ago, could not send someone flying so high and so far with just Conqueror's haki. At this moment, whether it was Sakazuki, Borsellino or Kuzan, they were all completely impressed by Xia Yu's strength, and they also understood where Xia Yu's confidence in launching this mutiny came from. It was not the officers and soldiers who chose to be loyal to Xia Yu because they had received help from Xia Yu over the years, but Xia Yu himself who possessed the qualifications to be a king. After knocking away 6 members of the Knights of God with one sword, Xia Yu returned the long sword to Gion's scabbard, then turned around and looked down at the several warships approaching from outside the high wall of Marineford, and said lightly, Borsellino, sink those warships, they are an eyesore. Receive. Borsellino retracted his shocked expression, decisively released his own sparkling fruit and leapt into the air. Chapter 039. Silly Boy Spandam. 39 183rds. Chapter 039. Silly Boy Spandam. Holy Land Mariajoy, World Government Headquarters Building. The office of the top officer of CP9. A middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, looking at the Den Mushi on the table with an expression more solemn than ever before. Spandine is a sinister man who is not very powerful himself, but has been promoted step by step to become the highest commander of CP9 by relying on his superb political means and unscrupulous means to eliminate dissidents. Becoming the highest commander of CP9 is not his ultimate goal. What he wants is to become a member of the Room of Power. To achieve the ultimate goal, he must play both sides and establish good relations with other departments under the world government, especially the naval headquarters. He has always been jealous of this huge war machine. It is precisely because of this that he frequently cooperates with the naval headquarters. 14 years ago, he went to the West Blue Archaeological Island Ohara with Sakazuki Vice Admiral and Kuzan Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters, and obtained the golden Den Mushi from Sengoku, who was Marine Admiral at the time, and then launched a buster called to wipe Ohara off the map. At that time, he thought he would be able to move up a level with this opportunity, but he did not expect that after returning to the Holy Land, he would sit in the position of the highest commander of CP9 until now. This gave him the idea of eradicating CP9. Because CP9 is a spy organization hidden behind the scenes, if CP9 is not eliminated, he will be trapped in this position and will never be able to get out. However, before he could come up with a perfect plan, the undercover agents he had planted in the naval headquarters and the officers at all levels he had won over had lost contact with him one after another. He did not take it seriously at first, but as more and more officers who had been in contact with him cut off contact with him, he had to pay attention and secretly began to investigate the Vice Admiral named Xia Yu. When the investigation report was presented to him, even though he was good at calculating and would do anything to get promoted, he was still scared and broke into a cold sweat. According to the investigation report, at least half of the officers in the naval headquarters had a strong bond with Xia Yu. In particular, those officers who had had dealings with him and even reached some cooperation with him, all began to gradually cut off contact with him after coming into contact with Xia Yu. Some of them even said that if he continued to be ungrateful, they would surrender themselves and expose what he had done. He could not bear to see his hard-earned network of relationships being interrupted. He immediately took the investigation report and secretly met with the financial god of the 5 elders, Azamburn V. Nasujuro. After reading his investigation report, Azamburn V. Nasusho immediately ordered Eni's lobby to intervene in the investigation and evidence collection, and eventually succeeded in arresting Xia Yu and putting him in prison. But what he didn't expect was that when Xia Yu was about to be transferred to Eni's lobby for execution, Xia Yu in the naval headquarters prison actually launched a mutiny and successfully seized the position of marshal in just one night. Not only was he caught off guard, but so were the 5 elders in the Room of Power. The scariest thing was that Xia Yu had completed the power transfer overnight and took over the power of naval headquarters. This meant that not only did the 3 admirals defect, but many veterans of naval headquarters also stood behind Xia Yu. Father. Suddenly, the tightly closed office door was violently opened, and a man with half of his face covered with a leather mask rushed to the desk and said urgently, "Something bad has happened. That damn Vice Admiral Xia Yu actually launched a mutiny and seized the position of Naval Headquarters Marshal. If he knew that he was investigated and tried because of our secret plan, he would definitely not let us go. Spandine's silly son, although he is not the highest commander of CP9 now, but he has been showing up in public for many years, exercising the power of the highest commander of CP9 on behalf of Spandine." Spandine frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Spandam, I have told you so many times that you should stay calm when encountering problems. Nothing is unsolvable. If you panic when something happens, how can you lead CP9 in the future? Father, haven't you realized it yet?" Spandam slammed his hands on the desk and roared, "The Holy Land has not taken any action until now. It's obviously because Xia Yu controls the Marine and makes them afraid. Because now the Holy Land is not facing the rebellion of a certain person, but the entire Marine." Hearing this, Spandine fell silent. Of course he knew that this matter was extraordinary. It was no longer just a simple rebellion by one person. Instead, if he was not careful, it could lead to the Marine completely breaking away from the world government and becoming the biggest threat to the world government. Under such circumstances, the Holy Land currently has only one choice: to make concessions, reach some kind of agreement with Xia Yu, recognize Xia Yu's legitimate status as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, and allow the Marine, this huge war machine, to continue to serve the world government. In order to reach this agreement, someone in the Holy Land must stand up and bear the consequences of this incident, because on the surface, the trigger for Xia Yu to launch this mutiny was the sudden trial. If the Holy Land really makes concessions, then it will be they and their son who will bear the consequences of this incident. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Just as Spandane was thinking about countermeasures secretly, Spandane, who was standing in front of the desk, suddenly looked up at the sky outside the window behind him, widened his eyes and stammered, "Father, what is that?" Spandine looked back instinctively. Upon seeing this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky outside the window, several figures were seen approaching from far away at an astonishing speed. Like meteorites, they drew arcs in the sky and then fell rapidly towards the direction of Pengu Square in the Holy Land. Boom boom boom. Before the father and son could react, a deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Then, thick smoke rose from the direction of Pengu Square. The sudden scene instantly set off the alarm of the Holy Land. Amid the shrill alarm, dense crowds of figures flashed in from all directions and surrounded Pengu Square at the fastest speed. That madman isn't going to attack the Holy Land. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the direction of the square from afar, Spandam swallowed secretly, then turned around and rushed out. Unexpectedly, Spandam actually ran out at this time. Spandam suddenly woke up, looked at the fool who ran out, and couldn't help cursing, "Damn it, idiot." Despite the scolding, Spandine still stood up and chased after him immediately. When the father and son arrived at Pengu Square, the rising smoke had dissipated with the wind. In the square surrounded by 3 layers of defense inside and outside, 5 human-shaped pits were particularly eye-catching. Although all the people surrounding them were facing a great enemy, no one dared to rush forward rashly. Cough, cough cough. Along with a violent coughing sound, a figure immediately crawled out of the pit and stood up in a panic. It was Junzi who was knocked back by Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 040, Leader of the Knights of God. The correct way to use Conqueror's Haki. 4183rds. Chapter 040, Leader of the Knights of God. The correct way to use Conqueror's Haki. Back off, everyone back off. Just when the atmosphere in the square was tense, the crowd on the right side of the square suddenly dispersed to both sides. Then an old man in a cloak, with a half-moon hairstyle and a rapier on his waist walked into the square in a majestic manner and came to one of the big pits. "Greetings, Lord Ancient Saint Green." As the old man just walked to the big pit, Junzi, who had climbed out of the pit, didn't bother to rewrap the bandage on the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly knelt on one knee to greet him. Hearing Junzi's call, the crowd surrounding them suddenly exploded. "Master Green, he is the leader of the Knights of God. Oh my God, I have been stationed in the Holy Land for so long, but this is the first time I have seen this master. Have the Knights of God also been alarmed? What on earth is going on? How did that woman in underwear fall from the sky? Lord Ancient Saint Green actually showed up in person. Could it be that the Holy Land has been invaded?" The old man was none other than the leader of the Knights of God, Fegolando Gringo, the king who had once been active in the Valley of God. "What a mess, Junzi." Green looked down at Junzi, then turned his head to look at the crowd surrounding the square, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone return to where you are. The Knights of God will take over here. No one is allowed to approach without my permission." As Green Gu finished his words, the crowd that was noisy a second ago immediately quieted down, and then returned along the original route in an orderly manner. "Master Ancient Saint Green, I have important information." When everyone was returning along the same route, Spandam, which was rushing from the World Government Headquarters building, went against the flow of people and quickly approached Green. "Stop." Before Spandam could get close to Gringo, a member of the Knights of God standing not far behind Gringo immediately drew his sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Spandam's throat. Seeing this, Spandam was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud, shouting in a trembling voice, "Lord Gringo, I have important information." Green Gu didn't even look at Spandam who was kneeling on the ground, and waved his hand gently and said, drag him away. Just then, Spandine followed. Without waiting for the members of the Knights of God to make a move, he quickly ran to Spandam and said hastily, Master Ancient Saint Green, please calm down. I will take him away right now. Having said that, Spandine did not dare to delay at all, and dragged the silly boy up and ran away. Although he is the highest officer of CP9, he is not even an ant in front of Greengu, the leader of the Knights of God. Because Greengu is not only the leader of the Knights of God who protects the safety of celestial dragons and maintains their dominance, but also has the power to judge and execute celestial dragons. Faced with such a big shot, even if he has enormous ambitions, before his ambitions are realized, all he can do is to bow down to him. As soon as the Spandines left the square, Greengu went straight to the point and asked, what's going on? How could you? Having said that, Green immediately looked up at the sky, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Junzi didn't dare to hide it, and said while kneeling on one knee, to answer your question, sir, we were blown back by Conqueror's Haki. Greengu's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the 5 members of the Knights of God behind Junzi. Is it the Vice Admiral Xia Yu who started the mutiny? Can't you 6 fight him together? Junzi lowered his head in shame. We didn't have a chance to make a move. Before he finished speaking, Junzi suddenly remembered something, and suddenly looked up at Greengu, lowering his voice and saying, Saint Greengu, Xia Yu knows about the existence of Lord Yim. The sudden words caught Green Gu off guard and he opened his eyes wide. What did you say? At the same time, rooftop of the Naval Headquarters building, Marineford, Xia Yu stood on the rooftop with his hands behind his back, looking at the warship slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. His eyes gradually narrowed. Although these warships all flew the flag of justice, he knew that not all the people on the warships were from Eni's lobby, most of them were members of CP9. As early as when these warships were heading straight for Marineford, he captured them through observation Haki, and also monitored the thoughts of some people on the warships through observation Haki. He learned that the reason these warships appeared at this time was that they were sent by CP9's highest commander Spandine. Spandine. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes and a hint of cruelty flashed across his lips. Spandine dared to send people to appear at the same time as the Knights of God at this time. It was obvious that he knew the movements of the Knights of God through his intelligence network. This means that Spandine has not only extended his hand to the naval headquarters, but many departments in the Holy Land have been infiltrated by Spandine. Putting aside his character, Xia Yu had to give Spandine a thumbs up just for the fact that he had achieved this with his weak strength. Of course, likes are one thing, but since Spandine dared to reach out to him and even teamed up with Eni's lobby and a powerful person in the Holy Land to kill him, he must have been prepared to die. Master Xia Yu, what should we do with this teleportation array? Gion, who had been standing silently beside Xia Yu, did not ask Xia Yu why she wanted to destroy those warships. She only stared at the teleportation array on the opposite rooftop that had long disappeared, and said solemnly, it is always a disaster to let the teleportation array stay here. Is there any way to get rid of it? Without waiting for Xia Yu to respond, Borsellino stepped forward and said, I'll stay here and keep watch. Need not. Xia Yu waved his hand, let me try. As he spoke, Xia Yu turned around and walked towards the place where Junzi and his party had stood before. After looking around, a plan suddenly emerged in his mind, and he simply said, Gion, go get 2 seals. Gion's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Xia Yu as if she had heard it wrongly, and said to herself in a confused manner, this is the teleportation array of the Knights of God, Marshal. Likewise, the 3 admirals standing on the other side were also caught off guard and looked sideways. Sakazuki's facial muscles twitched wildly. Although as the admiral of headquarters he didn't know how the teleportation array worked, he was sure that the seal could not seal it. Borsellino turned his head away and seemed to be about to say something, but finally fell silent, looking at his nose and his nose at his heart. Kuzan's reaction was relatively calm, he just frowned out of habit. The sudden freeze in the air made Xia Yu think that she had not explained herself clearly, and she asked blankly, what? Do you need me to repeat it? No need. Gion regained his composure and smiled awkwardly. After making sure that Xia Yu was not joking, he turned around and ran out. Soon, Gion returned to Xia Yu with 2 seals. Xia Yu took the seal and pressed it against his palm, and Conqueror's Haki was quietly released. Along with a slight low-frequency vibration in the surrounding air, the released Conqueror's Haki did not scatter around like the members of the Knights of God led by Junzi before, but was strangely absorbed by the seal pressed on Xia Yu's palm. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark, quote. Seeing this incredible scene, the 3 admirals and Gion widened their eyes again, and Borsellino was so shocked that he made an emoticon pack. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He looked at the miraculous scene in disbelief. Although Sakazuki and Kuzan were not so exaggerated, they were also stunned by Xia Yu's operation. A sentence popped up in their hearts involuntarily. Can Conqueror's Haki be used like this? Seeing the reactions of the 3 admirals and Gion, Xia Yu couldn't help laughing for some reason. However, as he had received professional training, he endured it. After all, he was now a marshal of the naval headquarters and could no longer be a comedian from time to time like before. Under the gazes of the 3 admirals and Gion, Xia Yu injected Conqueror's Haki into the seal while muttering something in a serious tone. As Xia Yu spoke faster, the Conqueror's Haki that was madly injected into the seal once again caused the surrounding air to vibrate at a low frequency, and the buzzing sound was endless. Question mark question mark question mark. Question marks kept popping up above the three admirals and Gion's heads, whose conqueror's hockey is used like this. Although they were puzzled, the four did not dare to ask, nor did they dare to make any noise at this time. Just as the four people were retreating in unison, feeling the power of conqueror's hockey becoming increasingly strong, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored one Sitagarba, Prajna Bami Boom. As soon as the word, boom, came out of her mouth, Xia Yu raised the seal infused with conqueror's hockey and slammed it to the ground. As a circle of air waves spread out, the seal was actually embedded directly into the ground, as if it had merged with the ground. Done. After taking a look at the seal embedded in the ground and infused with conqueror's hockey, Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. With this seal, if they dare to use this teleportation point next time, I will make them go back to where they came from. Chapter 041 Yim. I want to talk to him. 41 183rds. Chapter 041 Yim. I want to talk to him. In the holy land of Mariajoy, in the dimly lit palace hall, I am, sitting on the void throne, stared coldly at the five elders, Fegalando Gringold, and the somewhat embarrassed soldier standing side by side in the hall. His hands hidden under the cloak tightly grasped the throne guards, exuding a suffocating pressure that made people feel depressed. After telling I am everything that happened at the naval headquarters, Junzi hunched over and dared not stand up straight. Because this time she led 5 other members of the Knights of God to naval headquarters, not only did she fail to negotiate successfully with Xia Yu, but she was also blown back by Xia Yu. Fortunately, she was accompanied by Fegalando Gringu, otherwise she would not dare to stand in this hall even if she had 10 guts. Of course, if it weren't for Fergaland Gringo, she wouldn't dare to rashly walk into the palace. After a brief silence, Yimu, who had just finished listening to Junzi's report, stood up abruptly, stared at the people present with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Who is this Xia Yu who actually knows of my existence? Lord Yim, this man must not be allowed to stay." The god of finance, Azamburn V. Nasujuro, raised his head cautiously and said with murderous intent, "He launched a mutiny to seize the power of Marine. We can compromise, but we will never tolerate this matter. Knowing your existence, Xia Yu must die." Hearing this, Fergalando Gringo, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly. Although he is the leader of the Knights of God, not only does he command powerful members of the Knights of God, but his own strength is not weaker than the 5 elders present, but he does not agree with the suggestion of Azamburn V. Nasujuro. Xia Yu dared to launch a mutiny and seize the power of the naval headquarters at the lowest cost, which means that Xia Yu must have a trump card to challenge the world government, and this has been partially verified. Just by using Conqueror's hockey, he was able to send Shogun and 5 other members of the Knights of God flying back to Mariajoy from the naval headquarters. Xia Yu's strength can no longer be judged by the Vice Admiral or the so-called 4 emperors on the sea. Because so far, even as powerful as Rox who raided God Valley back then, or Roger who later became the new generation of Pirates King, even if their Conqueror's hockey is unparalleled, they cannot use Conqueror's hockey to such an extent. If the world government rashly goes to war with Xia Yu, who possesses such terrifying power and monopolizes the power of the Marine, even if the world government eventually wins, it will be seriously damaged, allowing the Revolutionary Army and the lawless pirates of the Grand Line to take advantage of the situation and make the situation worse. Thinking of this, Gringo looked up at the figure standing in front of the Void Throne, and then bowed slightly and said, "Lord Yim, Xia Yu mentioned your name directly in front of 3 admirals and an admiral candidate, which means that the people who know about your existence are not just the 4 of them. It is very likely that Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr already know about it. To keep this secret, we have no choice but to go to war with Xia Yu and the Marines he controls, and make sure to kill them all in one fell swoop. Obviously, the current situation does not allow us to do so. According to the latest news I have, the news that Xia Yu launched a mutiny and took control of the naval headquarters has been published and distributed by major newspapers in the Grand Line. Before these newspapers knew about this, I believe that the Revolutionary Army or other evil forces had already obtained this information." Before Gringu could finish his words, the Den Den Mushi in his arms suddenly rang. As soon as the Den Den Mushi rang, Green's expression suddenly changed, and he seemed to be a little anxious and wanted to cut it off. However, he was still a step slow. A deep voice came from the Den Den Mushi that rang twice. "Father, this is Shamrock. I just got the latest intelligence. The Revolutionary Army's East Army, West Army, South Army, North Army, and Grand Line Army are mobilizing almost at the same time. In addition, the Wano Kuni undercover also sent a message that Kaido of the Beasts learned through Doflamingo that naval headquarters Xia Yu had launched a mutiny and is preparing to launch a top-level war." Because I am was present, Gringu didn't dare to say more. He ended the call decisively after saying this, and then looked up at the figure in front of the throne. As the Den Den Mushi fell silent, the hall also fell silent. Although the 5 elders remained calm, they were panicking. Especially Azamburn V. Nasujuro, because part of the reason why things had evolved to this point was that he listened to Spandin's advice and investigated Xia Yu. He wanted to get rid of Xia Yu before he could fully develop his wings, so he only thought that he could not cause turmoil in the Marine because of investigating Xia Yu, so he ordered Eni's lobby to intervene in the investigation, so that Eni's lobby would bear the wrath of the officers of the naval headquarters. Apart from that, he did not worry too much, because in his opinion, Xia Yu, who was still young, might be a threat in the future, but it was not worth mentioning at the moment. However, the fact is that the Vice Admiral, who he thought was still a fledgling, not only launched a mutiny but also attracted various forces to disrupt the situation through the mutiny. All this seemed to be a matter of course, but in fact it was all within Xiia Yu's calculations. Because he was sure that the reason why the Revolutionary Army and Kaido of the Beasts who controlled Wano Kuni knew about the mutiny in naval headquarters in advance through Doflamingo was not because their intelligence network was so powerful, but because Xiia Yu did it intentionally in order to thoroughly muddy the waters and create a situation where multiple parties were constrained. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that he didn't expect Xiia Yu to know the existence of Lord Yimu. You know, Lord Im's identity has been a top-level secret so far. Apart from the 5 of them, only Figolando Gringo and a few other members of the Knights of God know it. Just as Azamburn v. Nasujiro was secretly thinking about how to deal with the current situation, Yimu, who was standing in front of the throne, slowly turned his back to everyone, and a bone-chilling chill flashed in his dark red eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Tell Xiia Yu that I want to talk to him." At the same time, Naval Headquarters Building, Operations Meeting Room. Because of the sudden appearance of the Knights of God, the 3 elders, Garp, Sengoku and Zephyr, also came to the meeting room. Except for a few Vice Admirals who left the headquarters to carry out missions, all the Vice Admirals and the 3 Admirals who were in the headquarters were also present. Master Xiia Yu, there is one thing I don't quite understand. The meeting had not yet begun. Gion, who was sitting next to Xiia Yu, took this opportunity to ask in confusion, why did you tell those members of the Knights of God that they should be wary of more than just Nika? Did you deliberately provoke them, or did you have another purpose? It's not a provocation, and there's no purpose. Xiia Yu smiled and continued, I just feel like it would be less hockey if I don't say something. Chapter 042 The game between various parties in the vast situation. 42 183rds. Chapter 042 The game between various parties in the vast situation. Unexpectedly, Xiia Yu would answer like this. Gion opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise, then shook her head and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the Xiia Yu she knew did not change after launching a mutiny and seizing control of Marine. From the time Xiia Yu entered the headquarters until the mutiny began, Xiia Yu gave people the impression of being a humorous and witty young man. Even when facing the questioning of the presiding judge in the court, Xiia Yu would say something that made people laugh, such as, I like to light my cigarette with Bailey's. Are you all here? Xiia Yu stopped talking about this topic, looked up at the participants, and said slowly, before the meeting begins, there is one thing I need to tell you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, the Revolutionary Army in Doflamingo, one of the Shichabukai, should have known about the mutiny and taken corresponding actions. Of course, the fact that they were able to obtain this information immediately after the mutiny was not because the undercover agents they had arranged in the naval headquarters were so powerful, but because I did it on purpose. After a slight pause, Xiia Yu glanced at Borsellino and continued, the Revolutionary Army may know it earlier than Doflamingo, because the Revolutionary Army's undercover agent in the Marine has a high rank. As for the undercover agent arranged by Doflamingo, since he was not in the headquarters, I revealed what happened in the headquarters to him through another branch Vice Admiral. In other words, I forced him to make a choice. Hearing Xiia Yu bring up the topic of undercover before the meeting, Sengoku, who was eavesdropping nearby, looked up at Xiia Yu in surprise. As a former naval headquarters marshal, he certainly knew that there were many undercover agents sent in by forces within the Marine. Although he had silently uncovered some of the undercover agents through his own means, he believed that there must be more undercover agents in the headquarters that he didn't know about. And Xiia Yu said this at this time, obviously he already knew the details of these undercover agents. Compared to Sengoku's silence, many vice admirals among the participants spoke out. Doflamingo actually placed an undercover agent at the headquarters. Who is this undercover agent? He is not in the headquarters. Could he be the base commander of a branch base? Marshal, why don't you catch these undercover agents? Xiia Yu raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said with a warm smile, it is not necessary to catch the undercover. Many times it is more useful to let the undercover stay than to kill them. Now their magical usefulness has begun to show. Just now, news came from Sabayati Archipelago that the 5 armies of the Revolutionary Army, knowing that a mutiny broke out within the Marine, came out in full force. I am sure that as long as the Holy Land makes a big fuss because of my mutiny, they will definitely take this opportunity to expand their territory and influence. After Doflamingo obtains this information through undercover work, he will immediately inform the 4 Emperors Kaido who reigns over the New World. You heard it right. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo has another identity, codenamed Joker. He is not only an intermediary in the underground world, but also has close ties with the 4 Emperors Kaido. Once Kaido knows through Doflamingo that our relationship with the world government has broken down, what will he do if he is hoping for the best for the destruction of this world? Although the whole world will eventually know what we have done as the news spreads to the world, there will be a time gap. By then, the Holy Land will definitely seize this time gap and suppress us in one fell swoop to end the war as quickly as possible. Since I dared to launch a mutiny, I am naturally not afraid of going to war with the world government. The key to the problem is, once we go to war with the Holy Land, what will other forces do? The Revolutionary Army will most likely not attack us at this time. They have always been committed to overthrowing the rule of the world government. Not only will they not launch a sneak attack on us, they may also send envoys to contact us, because this is the best opportunity for them to instigate a rebellion against the Marine. For the Revolutionary Army, The world government is their ultimate goal, but for other forces, especially those lawless pirates on the sea, the Marine is their biggest threat. So, I deliberately disrupted the situation in advance, so that the Holy Land would think that everyone would be cautious and sit down to talk with us calmly. Having said this in one breath, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Garp, Sengoku and Zephyr who were listening, and said with a smile, "You should all want to see with your own eyes the person behind the scenes of the world government, Yimu, whom I mentioned. Of course, I believe that many of you here are also curious about this person. As long as the Holy Land is willing to talk, everyone will meet this person soon. Because, after I knocked those members of the Knights of God back to the Holy Land, IM's existence is no longer a secret to us. As long as IM doesn't want to let the Revolutionary Army and the D-Clan reap the benefits by going to war with us, you will see it soon." Bulu Bulu. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi that was quietly placed in front of him suddenly rang. Then, a familiar voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "I'm Junzi." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked over, especially Sengoku and Garp, who were so focused that they unconsciously took out a box of senbei each and put them into their mouths. "Miss Junzi, it seems that you are not injured by the impact of Conqueror's Haki." Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, "Then I am relieved. After all, we are not at the point of completely tearing each other apart. Maybe we will become partners fighting side by side in the future." On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Junzi, who was standing in the main hall of the Holy Land Palace, looked up at the oppressive figure in front of the throne with a guilty conscience. She didn't dare to say much and went straight to the point, "Lord Yim wants to see you." "Sure." Xia Yu didn't hesitate at all and asked immediately, "When?" "Tomorrow." Xia Yu nodded. "I hope I can see Spandine and his son when I arrive at the Holy Land tomorrow." After saying that, Xia Yu ended the call directly, then looked up at the people who were all looking at him, shrugged slightly and said, "It seems that the Revolutionary Army in Kaido will have worked in vain." Holy Land, World Government Headquarters Building. The office of the top officer of CP9. Spandine sat in front of his desk with a deathly pale face, staring at the Den Den Mushi on the desk with lifeless eyes. Just now, he received bad news. Several warships he sent to the naval headquarters through Eni's lobby were all sunk, and all the personnel were killed. These people died, but the key point was that the naval headquarters sank the warship flying the Justice flag without any agreement, which was enough to show that one of Xia Yu and him must have paid the price of his life in this incident. Judging from the reaction of the Holy Land, he, who is good at calculation, has roughly guessed that the Holy Land will not go to war with the Marine controlled by Xia Yu, at least not now. Not going to war means compromise and concession. However, compromise and concession require a certain price, such as pushing him, the highest officer of CP9, out to quell the anger of Xia Yu who launched the mutiny. "Father, father!" Suddenly, Spandam's panicked voice came from outside the office door. Before Spandam could come to his senses, Spandam rushed to the desk and said urgently, "The Knights of God are rushing here." Hearing this, Spandam slumped down in his chair helplessly, with a flash of despair and fear in his eyes. Chapter 043, Completely Taking Over the Marine. What an amazing move. 43 183rds. Chapter 043, Completely Taking Over the Marine. What an amazing move. The sun sets. The sun hanging high in the sky slowly fell to the end of the sea, as if it was melted and spread out on the boundless sea surface, reflecting a magnificent blood red. After the meeting, Xia Yu came to the roof of the headquarters building alone, squinting his eyes and gazing at the boundless sea, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. 6 years ago, when he opened his eyes and found himself traveling to the world of pirates, he instantly became excited and was ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Of course, he was also afraid of the other world, because he was not sure whether he could obtain the powerful cheat like the protagonists in many time travel novels he had seen before traveling through time. As time went by, the cheat he was expecting never appeared. However, he did not become disappointed. Instead, he decisively gave up his fantasy and faced the facts. He doubled his training every day and tried his best to build good relationships with the soldiers and officers around him. Gradually, he found that even without the system, he seemed to have a place in this world. So, he tried to start planning, even though he originally just wanted to live as long as possible in this world. As his strength continued to increase and more people gathered around him, his ambitions began to grow. However, according to his layout and plan, he would not fight to the death at this time, because with his current strength and connections, he could at best survive this trial. It was almost impossible for him to seize the position of marshal and control the Marine. What he didn't expect was that the system actually appeared, and gave him rewards in advance before he had fully secured the position of Naval Headquarters Marshal, allowing all his abilities to be upgraded to the highest level with just one click. When his abilities were just upgraded, Xia Yu clearly felt that his strength had been raised to an unprecedented level. However, even though the various application techniques of Conqueror's Haki, swordsmanship, and Marine 6 styles in his mind, as well as the combat experience granted by the system through its powerful functions, seemed to be innate to him, he could not truly experience how powerful his abilities were when they were upgraded to the highest level. It was only through the battle with Garp and the shocking defeat of the 6 members of the Knights of God that he clearly and intuitively realized that his strength had reached its peak at this time. Especially Conqueror's Haki. His previous understanding of Conqueror's Haki was still stuck in the cognition of Conqueror's Haki before the time travel. But after the system was upgraded to the highest level, he truly realized how much value Conqueror's Haki is above everything else. Of course, these are all things that have already happened. What Xia Yu faces now is the meeting with Yim tomorrow and some plans for the future. Although Yim compromised, he was not naive enough to think that Yim really compromised. Yim had been controlling the world government behind the scenes for so many years, how could he compromise just because of his mutiny? The reason why he had to talk to him was just to stabilize him temporarily. Of course, he also needs some time to buffer. It is not a rational choice to go to war with the world government, a behemoth that has stood on the top of the red line for 800 years. A momentary impulse may cause him, who now holds the initiative, to become passive. Of course, if he just wanted to be a sea emperor in this world, he would not need to launch a mutiny. He could just leave the headquarters with the officers and soldiers loyal to him and set up his own faction. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. As a great time traveler, it is a huge joke for him to become a bandit and a pirate when he has the dragon-slaying skills in the system. Adult Xia Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw Gion, with the famous sword Konpira on his waist, wearing a vice admiral coat, walking quickly to Xia Yu in a heroic manner. Xia Yu turned his head and asked, "Is everything arranged?" "Yes." Gion handed a document to Xia Yu and continued, "In addition to Lord Sengoku, Mr. Garp and Teacher Zephyr, 3 admirals also want to go to the Holy Land. In addition, I found that Admirals Kuzan and Sakazuki were a little negative, and I was worried about them. Lord Xia Yu, you know that they have had many quarrels over the years because of their different philosophies and they almost fought several times. Don't worry." Xia Yu waved his hand and smiled. It's understandable that the two of them are a little negative at this time, because Yimu's existence has shaken the justice they each insist on. Especially Sakazuki, he has long been dissatisfied with the celestial dragons and the 5 elders of the Room of Power, but due to his status and the justice he upholds, he chose to endure it. Now a behind-the-scenes controller of the world government suddenly appears, and anyone who holds true justice in his heart will be demoralized. The same goes for Kuzan. As early as the Ohara incident, he was confused about Marine's justice. Now that he knows about Im's existence, his confusion will naturally be magnified. But after we go to the Holy Land this time, I believe that neither Sakazuki nor Kuzan will be confused anymore. Gion's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "So that's why you told him about Im's existence when you shocked the members of the Knights of God away? Your purpose was not to confront Im and the world government, but to let Admirals Kuzan and Sakazuki make the final choice." Xia Yu nodded. "Not just them, but also Sengoku and Garp. For old antiques and powerful people like them, simple force and some conventional means are not enough to make them completely choose to side with us. Only when they can see the situation and understand the truth by themselves, and with everything we are doing now as a prelude, will they abandon all illusions and face reality." Hearing this, Gion turned his head slightly and glanced at Xia Yu. Xia Yu was still the same Xia Yu, but this time Xia Yu made her feel a little strange. You know, Xia Yu is about the same age as Hina now, but her intelligence and scheming are unmatched by ordinary people. Her ability to manipulate people's hearts is even more perfect. She is not inferior to Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, and may even be better than him. The sea breeze sweeping in from the sea blew Xia Yu and Gion's coats, making a slight sound in the wind. Xia Yu glanced at the contents of the document and handed it to Gion, then looked up into the distance, narrowed his eyes and said softly, "The wind is blowing. A new day arrives and the sun rises as usual." As newspapers from major news agencies were delivered to all parts of the world by newsbirds, Grand Line and all the major powers in the world were shocked by the content published in the newspapers. New World, Red Hair Pirates territory. The Red Hair Pirates members, dressed in different styles, were lying or sprawling on the ground, snoring so loudly that the birds in the surrounding woods dared not make any noise. Captain Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates, who had just become one of the New World 4 emperors, got drunk after a grand banquet with his crew members, and slept until he woke up naturally with a bottle of wine in his arms. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shanks saw a figure sitting opposite him. It was Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates. Beckman didn't even glance at Shanks because he woke up. He held the newspaper delivered by the newsbird in both hands, his face more serious than ever. "Good morning, Beckman." Rubbing his swollen eyes, Shanks stood up, dragging the bottle of wine with him, and walked to Beckman, grinning, "Are you up so early? Didn't you have enough fun last night?" Beckman said nothing, but handed the newspaper to Shanks. As soon as his eyes glanced at the headlines on the newspaper, Shanks' pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately snatched the newspaper away, staring with wide eyes and reading in disbelief. A mutiny occurred at the naval headquarters. Vice Admiral Xia Yu seized the position of marshal. After a brief moment of shock, Shanks suddenly looked up at Beckman. When did this happen?" "When we were having the banquet last night." Beckman took out a cigarette and lit it, his face solemnly saying, "Before you woke up, I contacted the intelligence members lurking in the Sabayati archipelago. Not only the naval headquarters, the Grand Line and most of the marine branch bases in the 4 seas were thoroughly baptized at the same time with thunderous force. All the officers who became the commanders of the major marine bases at this time were the close confidants of this vice admiral." After a slight pause, Beckman looked up at Shanks. "It only took 1 day to completely take over the marine. What an amazing move. I have a feeling that the balance between the Holy Land and the member states of the world government, as well as the balance between the Marine and the New World 4 emperors, will be completely disrupted because of this vice admiral." Chapter 044 Hawkeye. Crocodile. 44 183rds. Chapter 044 Hawkeye. Crocodile. At the same time, New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. On the Moby DK, which symbolizes the identity of the strongest man in the world, a giant, over 6 meters tall sits at the bow, with various infusion tubes hanging on his body, holding a latest newspaper in his hand, his eyes focused and reading it extremely seriously. Although he did not make any movement and just sat there, he exuded the aura of a king who looked down on the world. The invisible sense of oppression made people dare not look up and look at him. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, user of the shock fruit ability, has the title of the strongest man in the world, and his crew members respectfully call him Dad. On the deck, the captains and fighters of each team of the Whitebeard pirates remain silent at this moment, as if they were afraid of disturbing their father, and even walked lightly without making any sound. The one closest to Edward Newgate was Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. With his golden punk haircut and nicknamed Phoenix, he was one of the few captains who looked up at their father. However, he did not make any sound and waited quietly. Because before their father saw the newspaper, they had already read the contents of the newspaper and knew that the situation of the world government and its marine had become tense overnight. Although they are pirates, and the captain of the strongest man who reigns over the new world, they will not panic because of various sudden changes, but they all have to pay attention to the content of the newspaper delivered today. The reason is simple: once the world government and its war machine, the marine, come to blows, it will affect the situation all over the world, and the balance of the new world that has finally been stabilized will inevitably be impacted. Gulala. After reading the contents of the newspaper, Edward Newgate suddenly laughed out loud and said in a heroic manner, "It seems that Sengoku and Garp are old, and they were actually robbed of their homes by a little kid. However, the ones who should be worried now are not Sengoku and Garp, but the 5 elders of the Holy Land's Room of Power." After a slight pause, Edward Newgate's face changed, and he picked up the newspaper again, and said solemnly, "What does this little brat Vice Admiral Xia Yu want? Just to mobilize soldiers to become a marine marshal and continue to serve the world government? Or does he want to lead the huge marine war machine to break away from the world government and become a king who dominates one side? If it's the former, it won't have much impact on the current situation. If it's the latter, the already turbulent Grand Line will surely be in for a storm." Hearing this, Marco immediately stepped forward and said, "Dad, I have arranged for the Sabayati archipelago. No matter what happens next, we will be able to grasp it in the first place." At this point, Marco suddenly changed the subject. Also, Kaido went to Sky Island again yesterday to commit suicide. Unlike before, he did not return to Wano Kuni this time after failing to commit suicide. Instead, the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates left Wano Kuni one after another. I guess they knew the news in advance and wanted to take this opportunity to start a new war. "Don't worry about it." Edward Newgate waved his hand, staring intently at a photo on the front page of the newspaper, and said word by word, "Xia Yu. What an extraordinary young man. A certain sea area on the Grand Line. On a coffin-shaped boat sailing against the wind and waves, a young man with eyes as sharp as an eagle, carrying a huge long sword with a cross-shaped hilt on his back, sat with his legs crossed on the deck that could only accommodate him. Although waves kept splashing as the boat sailed against the wind and waves, they were blocked by an invisible energy when they were about to land on him, and then drifted away with the wind. Dracul Mahawk, nicknamed Hawkeye, is the world's #1 swordsman sitting at the top of the sword art. He was once a marine hunter and is now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government." Just then, a bird's cry suddenly came from the sky. When Mahawk looked up, a news bird had already lowered its flight altitude and flew over his head. Seeing this, he, who always liked reading newspapers, did not hesitate at all. He threw a bailee to the news bird and took a newspaper at the same time. As soon as he saw the news headline in the newspaper, Mahawk, who was still leisurely and comfortable a second ago, suddenly stood up, and a hint of shock flashed in his eagle-like sharp eyes. Mutiny at Naval Headquarters. Vice Admiral Xia Yu takes full control of Marine and is on the verge of a war with the world government. After quickly reading the news, Mahawk recovered from his shock and looked forward. He is not unfamiliar with the name Xia Yu. In a call-up order issued by the Marine, he, as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, went to the Naval Headquarters to attend a meeting. Although he had not met Xia Yu at that time, he heard some news about Xia Yu through many officers in the headquarters. He was not interested in anything else. He remembered this name because an officer once said that a young strong man appeared in the Naval Headquarters, who mastered all the Marine's 6 styles in just 6 years. Not only that, this young strong man also had amazing talent in the field of kendo, which was better than many kendo masters in the Naval Headquarters. Vice Admiral Xia Yu. After a brief silence, Mahawk's eyes suddenly lit up with fighting spirit. "It only took you 1 day to fully take over the Naval Headquarters. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an amazing level. Well, it's time to meet you." Before he finished speaking, the powerful aura that belonged only to the world's greatest swordsman burst out. The next second, the coffin boat under his feet suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the Naval Headquarters. After just a dozen seconds, the boat broke down just as it rushed out of a huge wave and stopped on the spot. Quote? Looking at the boat that had stopped and drifted with the current, Mahawk, who was full of energy a second ago, suddenly had a lot of question marks on his face. Then he let out a breath helplessly. He quickly looked around the surrounding sea and made sure that there were no ships nearby. He decisively took out his supreme sword and used it as a paddle, skillfully paddling the paddle to cut through the waves. The first half of the Grand Line. In Alabasta, in a dim room at Rainy Banquet, the largest casino in Rainy City, a majestic man turned his back to the only beam of light in the room and let out an unsettling low laugh. Ha 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 ha, it's really unexpected that the naval headquarters is completely taken over by Vice Admiral. Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly turned around to reveal a face with a transverse scar and slicked back hair, giving off an oppressive feeling of an ambitious man. Sir Crocodile, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea and the founder of the criminal group Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. Zero. Of course, no one in Alabasta knows his true identity now, because he is now establishing a very righteous heroic persona in Alabasta, and through this identity looking for opportunities to implement a plan that has been brewing for a long time. Miss. All Sunday, Crocodile, who had just turned around and had a cigar in his mouth, looked at the dark corner opposite and said slowly with a grin, "We have to move our plan forward." As Crocodile finished his words, a tall young woman wearing a white cowboy hat walked out from the shadows. Nico Robin, Vice President of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss. All Sunday. A user of flower fruit ability, and the only survivor of the O'Hara incident, she was labeled as the O'Hara demon by the world government and offered a bounty of 79 million berries. Glancing at Nico Robin who was walking out of the shadows, Crocodile said in a serious tone, "The world government or the naval headquarters will most likely issue a call to the 7 warlords of the sea. If the naval headquarters becomes irreconcilable with the world government because of this mutiny, the 7 warlords of the sea, sandwiched between the Marines and the world government, will be the first to be implicated. In order to ensure that our plan is not affected, I need to leave Alabasta temporarily. The affairs of Baroque Works will be left to you." At this point, Crocodile's mouth curved up, and his eyes were fixed on the woman in the white cowboy hat in front of him. "I hope you won't let me down, Nico Robin." Chapter 045 Become a Legend Quietly. Pluden Rayleigh, 45 183rds. Chapter 045 Become a Legend Quietly. Pluden Rayleigh. As the world's major powers were in turmoil due to a mutiny at the naval headquarters, a large warship slowly left the Marineford port and broke through the waves towards the Sabayati archipelago. On the deck of the warship, Xia Yu, wearing a naval headquarters marshal's coat, stood in the front, and behind him were 3 admirals with their own thoughts. Gion still kept a step away from Xia Yu. She held the hilt of the knife with one hand and let the sea breeze blow her coat. Under her calm appearance, she hid a nervous heart. Of course, this is understandable. Although the Holy Land made a compromise, and Yim, who was hiding behind the scenes, chose to meet with Xia Yu, it did not mean that the other party was truly sincere. If the Holy Land went back on its word, there would definitely be an unprecedented fierce battle. "Don't be nervous." As if knowing what Gion was thinking, Xia Yu suddenly spoke up to break the silence on the deck, saying calmly, "Even if the Holy Land goes back on its word, they can't keep us. The most important thing is that the current situation doesn't allow them to go back on their word. Now not only us, but even the Holy Land's every move is affecting the nerves of the intelligence dealers lurking in the dark." Hearing this, Gion secretly shook his head and smiled. From the day she met Xia Yu was just a boy next door in her eyes. Even though she knew that Xia Yu had made rapid progress over the years and would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future, she never thought that one day she would be comforted by Xia Yu like a little girl who needed comfort. She was indeed a little nervous, but not scared. However, although she was much older than Xia Yu's sudden words, "Don't be nervous," still warmed her heart. Unknowingly, the young man who once practiced swordsmanship with her has become a towering tree, which is even more reassuring. Because the naval headquarters is not far from Sabayati Archipelago soon came into everyone's sight. Instead of heading to the marine base in the Sabayati Archipelago, the warship sailed directly to the port leading to the Holy Land. As the warship approached the port, Sabayati Archipelago, which appeared calm on the outside, suddenly became turbulent. Intelligence personnel from various forces lurking there all heard the news and moved secretly to keep an eye on the large warship coming from the naval headquarters. In the 13th district of Sabayati Archipelago, in front of Shaki's rip-off bar, the owner Shaki holds a lady's cigarette in one hand and a telescope in the other, looking through the woods at a large warship passing by on the sea. The lens moves with the movement of the warship. When she saw the young figure standing in front of the 3 admirals and Gion on the deck of the warship, even though she was once the emperor of the kingdom of women, she couldn't help but sigh, "He has such amazing courage at such a young age. The next era will be his era." Having said that, Shaki suddenly turned his head to look at an old man standing not far away from him. Full of vigor and vitality, unstoppable. The old man standing next to Shaki narrowed his eyes slightly, and with his powerful vision, he took in all the figures on the warship. He praised generously, "He is even better than the one who invited me to go out to sea and turned the world upside down." Silver Rayleigh, former vice-captain of Roger Pirates, codenamed Pluden, was a top-level warrior of the old times known as the right arm of the Pirate King. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, Rayleigh stayed in Sabayati Archipelago with a mysterious mission and became a coding craftsman. In order to better hide his identity, he often appeared in various casinos in Sabayati Archipelago, and sometimes even mortgaged himself to the human traffickers, who then sold him to the slave auction house. Oh, suddenly, Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and his gaze shifted from the young figure standing at the bow to the 3 old men sitting in a circle on the deck of the warship. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr. Shaki blew out an eye circle, shook his head and smiled. The 3 strongest fighters of the naval headquarters plus Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr, the 3 elders, showed up at the same time. Such a strong lineup, even the Holy Land would have to think twice. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he simply said, "I'll go join in the fun." Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the woods near the bar in an instant. When he reappeared, he was at the port leading to the Holy Land. At this time, many Marine soldiers stationed in Sabayati Archipelago had gathered in the port. Under the leadership of 2 vice admirals, Staloberry and Baseshu, hundreds of Marine soldiers stood in 2 rows, with neat military appearances and fanatical eyes. Because of the arrival of the warships from the naval headquarters, the merchant ships that traveled to and from this port to provide various foods for the Holy Land all avoided it and moved to the sea outside the port. At this moment, all the merchants on the merchant ships gathered on the decks of their respective ships, all looking forward to the warships that were slowly approaching the port. As the warship docked, Staloberry and Bastiu, who had been waiting at the port, immediately straightened up. Gion and the 3 admirals jumped off the deck at the first opportunity. Gion stood alone on the left, while the 3 admirals stood opposite her, waiting for Xia Yu to get off the warship. However, Xia Yu, who was standing on the deck before, disappeared at this time. Rayleigh, who was standing in an inconspicuous corner in the distance, did not pay attention to the 3 admirals and Gion vice admiral who came down from the warship, but quietly released observation hockey covering an area of 100 meters. Through observation hockey, he was able to see all the intelligence agents lurking nearby, and captured every word of their whispers. 3 headquarters admirals, the former Marshal Sengoku, and the Marine hero Garp, Xia Yu is ready to confront the Holy Land. Xia Yu has made a showdown, but the Holy Land seems to have compromised. Otherwise, Xia Yu and his party would definitely not have appeared in this way, but would have led the Marines to attack the Holy Land instead. Where are the people? Where are the Xia Yu people? They were on the deck just now, how come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? Now is not the time to worry about where others are, but what will happen if he takes the 3 admirals and the 3 elders, Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr, to the Holy Land? What else could happen? The Holy Land compromises, and Xia Yu wins greater rights for Marine. Is there another possibility? The Holy Land first lowered its posture to lure Xia Yu and his group to the Holy Land, and then killed them in one fell swoop. Are you serious? Not to mention that the entire Marine is now under Xia Yu's control. The 5 armies of the Revolutionary Army that obtained this information earlier than us are dispatched at the same time. If the Holy Land dares to go back on its word at this time, they will be greeted by an unprecedented revolutionary storm. Rayleigh caught the irrelevant topics of these intelligence dealers through his observation hockey and shook his head to himself, then retracted his observation hockey and looked up at the deck of the warship. At the same time, in the warship cabin, Xia Yu walked out of the bathroom, took the handkerchief handed over by the soldier waiting beside him, wiped his hands, and said simply, "Let's go." Having said that, Xia Yu strode out of the cabin. As soon as he came onto the deck, Xia Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, and then he turned his head calmly to look in the direction of Rayleigh on the shore. At this moment, Rayleigh also retracted observation hockey and looked at the warship. When he saw Xia Yu, who had just walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, suddenly turned his head to look at where he was, his heart was shocked. From Xia Yu's reaction and eyes, it was not difficult for him to judge that he had been exposed. If he was just an ordinary coding craftsman and was exposed, it would be no big deal. The key point is that he completely concealed his presence after coming here, and with the cover of leaves, not to mention Xia Yu who was far away on the warship, even the 2 intelligence dealers who were lurking 10 meters away to his right did not notice his presence. The fact that Xia Yu looked up at him as soon as she walked out of the cabin was enough to show that Xia Yu had already noticed his presence. Sure enough, just as Rayleigh's heart was shaken, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his heart, "Don't make trouble after you retire. Just become a legend quietly, Pluton Rayleigh!" Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The sudden sound made Rayleigh unable to remain calm any longer, and his eyes widened in horror. Apparently, Xia Yu not only discovered him, but also knew his true identity. Chapter 046 Vice Admiral holds the sword, Admiral bows his head. 46 183rds. Chapter 046 Vice Admiral holds the sword, Admiral bows his head. Of course Xia Yu hadn't discovered Rayleigh's existence a long time ago. When he walked out of the cabin and onto the deck, he simply wanted to cover the entire island through observation hockey to understand the situation, but he did not expect to find Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirates King, in the vast voice. Of course, he could completely ignore Rayleigh's existence. After all, Rayleigh did not pose a threat to him yet. The reason why he chose to convey his message to Rayleigh through observation hockey was that he felt it necessary to interact with the famous Pluton and see Rayleigh's reaction. Everything was as he expected. Rayleigh didn't expect that not only was he discovered but also that Xia Yu knew his true identity. His expression was very interesting, with shock and disbelief. Before Rayleigh could come back to his senses, Xia Yu's voice rang out in his heart again, "Once this matter is over, I will take some time to visit Shaki's bar, the former emperor of the Kingdom of Daughters. As an intelligence expert, she may be able to help me." Once again, Rayleigh was shocked to find that Xia Yu knew Shaki's identity and background so well. After a brief moment of shock, Rayleigh suddenly shook his head and laughed, "What a terrible young man. Is this a wake-up call for me?" Rayleigh didn't leave. Now that Xia Yu had discovered him, he no longer hid and immediately stepped out of the shadows to stand in the sunlight, gazing at the figure standing on the deck of the warship from afar. He also used observation hockey to convey his message. "I hope your trip goes well, the new Marine Marshal, Xia Yu." On the deck, Xia Yu smiled, stopped interacting with Rayleigh, and simply walked out. As soon as Xia Yu stepped off the warship, the marine soldiers who had been waiting on the shore, as well as the two vice admirals, Staloberry and Baseshu, immediately saluted and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." At the same time, Gion also took off the famous sword Kanpyra from his waist, held it in his hands, stepped forward and bowed, "Marshal." Xia Yu blinked and said blankly, "Gion, what are you doing?" Gion kept bowing and said seriously, if the marshal didn't have a sword, he would be less hockey. As he spoke, Gion picked up the Kanpyra, raised it high above his head and handed it to Xia Yu. Seeing this, the three admirals standing opposite Gion bowed their heads, obviously hoping that Xia Yu would carry a sword. Xia Yu was not polite either. He took the Kanpyra and put it on his waist. He held the hilt with one hand and walked between Gion and the three admirals. As soon as Xia Yu stepped out, Gion followed immediately, followed closely by the three admirals. Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr who walked down the deck last saw this scene and smiled. Especially teacher Zephyr, when he saw Xia Yu walking towards the elevator leading to the Holy Land surrounded by the three admirals and Gion, a mist rose in his eyes for some reason. He didn't expect that what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do all these years would be realized by Xia Yu, his student, who made a quick decision. He believed that the Marine would be completely reborn under Xia Yu's command and become a truly righteous Marine. Rayleigh was once again amazed as she watched Xia Yu take the long sword from Gion and walk out with high spirits from afar. The Vice Admiral held the sword, and the three admirals bowed their heads. Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr stood behind him. A supernova unique to Marine is rising. At this moment, Rayleigh seemed to see the prelude of a new era slowly unfolding before his eyes. Holy Land, Mariajoy. The soldiers who learned from the elevator staff that Xia Yu and his party had arrived at the port did not dare to delay at all, and immediately rushed to the entrance with several Knights of God. When they arrived at the entrance, a familiar figure was already waiting there before them. Shamrock. Junzi asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" The man standing at the entrance was none other than Shamrock, the eldest son of Fegalando Gringo, the leader of the Knights of God. Unlike Junzi and the other members of the Knights of God, although Shamrock also wears a black cloak, his cloak is different from Junzi and others' cloaks because his black cloak has a hood. If the strong men on the Grand Line saw the face under the hood, they would definitely be shocked. Because Shamrock actually has a face exactly like Shanks, who just reigned over the New World and became one of the 4 emperors. Shamrock kept his eyes on the elevator opposite and said calmly, "I am also a member of the Knights of God. You shouldn't be here at this time." Junzi frowned and said in a deep voice, "It's not just Gion who came to the Holy Land with Xia Yu, but also the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr. If they see your face, how many secrets do you think we have now?" Before Junzi could finish his words, Shamrock suddenly interrupted and said, "Even the existence of Lord Yimu is no longer a secret. Is my identity still important to them?" Hearing this, Junzi said no more. He turned around and looked at the elevator opposite with Shamrock. Looking at the slowly moving elevator, Junzi suddenly felt a little nervous, and his breathing became a little rapid. Noticing Junzi's abnormality, Shamrock frowned slightly and tilted his head to ask, "Are you nervous?" Junzi nodded awkwardly and said solemnly, "You should know what I am most afraid of." "They're almost there." The long-haired girl standing next to Junzi suddenly looked up and stared ahead as if facing a great enemy. Soon, the elevator rose into the air and stopped steadily at the entrance. Immediately afterwards, Gion and the 3 admirals who were standing in the elevator stepped out first and then stood on both sides. Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr were just about to follow him out when they all froze in place after catching a glimpse of Shamrock standing side by side with Junzi. Shanks. After a brief daze, Garp was the first to wake up. The next second, he rushed out of the elevator with his fists clenched, and roared at Shamrock, "A-hole, don't think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a hood. It's okay for you to lead my grandson astray, but you actually dared to come to the Holy Land." Garp. As if he knew what Garp was going to do, Sengoku spoke up in time, "Don't be impulsive, he's not Shanks." Quote. Garp tilted his head to look at Sengoku. Sengoku didn't explain. He had never seen Shamrock before, but his reason told him that the man in front of him was not the captain of the Red Hair Pirates who had just reigned in the New World. Of course, it doesn't matter whether the person in front of me is Shanks or not. Because compared to the feud between Garp and Shanks, he wanted to see with his own eyes Yim, who had been controlling the world government behind the scenes all these years. The 3 admirals and Gion also noticed Shamrock and were surprised to see his face, but they were just surprised because it was not difficult to clone a person with the cloning technology mastered by the world government. At this moment, Xia Yu also walked out of the elevator and explained to Garp with a warm smile, "Sengoku is right, this person is not Shanks, but Shanks' twin brother, Stinky's." Stinkix. Almost at the same time, Junzi, Shamrock and the long-haired woman standing next to them all widened their eyes in surprise. Obviously, as Shamrock guessed, Xia Yu knew of Yim's existence and naturally knew his identity. But, what the hell is Stinky? Chapter 047 Emptying the magazine in 1 second is not my limit. 47 183rds. Chapter 047 Emptying the magazine in 1 second is not my limit. Shamrock, who was choked by Xia Yu's word, Stinky, pressed the hilt of the rapier at his waist with one hand, wanting to attack but not daring to. Of course, he was not afraid of Xia Yu's powerful strength that could use Conqueror's Haki to knock away Shogun Ko and 6 other members of the Knights of God, but he was worried that his loss of composure at this moment would ruin the business. After taking a deep breath, he took a step forward, bowed slightly and said, Figarando Shamrock, I am here to greet Marshal Xia Yu on the orders of Lord Yim. Xia Yu looked around, frowned, and ignored Shamrock's presence, looking sideways at Junzi. Miss Junzi, it seems you didn't get my message across. Since Yimu wants to see me, then show your sincerity. Junzi seemed to know that Xia Yu would ask this question. She turned sideways, waved her sleeves, and said simply, bring the person up. Following Junzi's order, several fully armed and helmeted palace guards standing not far behind the members of the Knights of God immediately turned around and ran out. After a while, the palace guards quickly returned with Spandine. Kneel down. Just as Spandine was brought in front of Xia Yu, one of the soldiers suddenly kicked Spandine, forcing him to kneel on the ground. You can't do this to me. I am Spandine, who has made great contributions to the world government. Spandine, who was kicked to the ground, struggled to stand up, but was immediately held down by 2 palace guards. But even so, he still struggled violently and roared unwillingly, let me go. Damn you, you bunch of rubbish. Finally, after a fierce struggle, although Spandine still couldn't stand up, he raised his head again. However, he did not look at Xia Yu, but turned his head to look at Shamrock and Junzi and his party who were standing nearby and watching coldly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. I never thought that the world government, which has stood on the red line for 800 years, would actually fall to the point of compromising with the traitors. The Knights of God, 5 elders, sooner or later, you will pay a heavy price for your current compromise. Xia Yu dared to launch a mutiny today, and one day he will definitely trample the world government under his feet. Presumptuous. Junzi's eyebrows were raised, and with a wave of her sleeves, her unique fruit ability was released. The next second, a bandage-wrapped arrow flew out silently, instantly wrapped around Spandine's neck, and then hung high in the air. Shamrock spoke up in time to stop Junzi from killing Spandine. He suppressed his anger at being ignored and said slowly, you have the final say on how to deal with him. Only Spandine. Xia Yu glanced at Spandine who was strangled and hung up, and said in a calm tone with a touch of cruelty, this is not enough, Shamrock, we must root out the grass. If I remember correctly, Spandine has a son. What's his name? Spandam. Yes, that's the name. Summer. You. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu did not even let her own son go. Spandam, who was strangled by the neck, struggled madly again and made a sound. Everyone has his own actions and he has his own responsibilities. Spandam has nothing to do with this matter. You can't say that. Xia Yu waved his hand to signal Junzi to put him down, then took a step forward and looked down at Spandine who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. If I kill you here, it will be related to your idiot son. He will definitely bear a grudge against me and be used by the 5 elders. In the future, he can be used as an excuse to disgust me. Even if I am furious, the 5 elders can say that this is Spandine's personal act of revenge for his father. Spandine, I cannot deny that you are very resourceful. You actually managed to get in touch with the 5 elders and let them order Eni's lobby to judge me. If I hadn't accumulated a lot of connections over the years, I might have really fallen into your hands this time. But unfortunately, no matter how good you were at calculating, you would never have thought that I would launch a mutiny, let alone that I would take full control of the Marine in just one day. You win or lose, you have to admit it. Of course, I have to thank you. If you hadn't intervened at this time, I might not have made up my mind so quickly. To express my gratitude, I must reunite you and your son. Hearing this, Spandine's eyes flashed with despair, and he roared like crazy, Xia Yu, you. Bang, bang, bang. Before Spandine could finish his words, a palace guard standing next to him suddenly stepped forward, quickly raised his gun, pointed it at Spandine's head, and pulled the trigger. The sudden scene caught everyone present off guard and opened their eyes wide. Shamrock reflexively pressed the hilt of the sword and prepared to draw it. You Xia. Without waiting for Shamrock to draw his sword, the palace guard who had emptied the magazine immediately straightened his body and saluted Xia Yu. Please forgive me for executing this man in front of you. Emptying the magazine in 1 second is not my limit, but I hope you can see my loyalty. What does this mean? Xia Yu blinked blankly. Although he wanted to train some trusted generals in the Holy Land over the years, the Marines stationed in the Holy Land were all transferred from the naval headquarters and special forces before he became a Marine and were directly commanded by the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Kong. In addition, he was only a Vice Admiral before launching the mutiny and could not enter the Holy Land at any time, so he could not smoothly deploy his plan. He couldn't even win over the Marines stationed in the Holy Land, let alone the palace guards of the Holy Land. As if knowing what Xia Yu was thinking, the palace guard quickly took off the heavy helmet on his head, revealing a young face. Marshal Xia Yu, this is the first time we meet. However, I have heard of your deeds a long time ago. They all said that you would grant any request. My parents were brutally murdered by pirates a few years ago. Although my sister was rescued, she became disabled due to serious injuries. Over the years, I have always wanted to avenge them, but... At this point, the palace guard kicked away the helmet he had taken off and said with a firm look, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you to take me away from the Holy Land. I understand. Xia Yu nodded. You want to leave the Holy Land to avenge your parents and sister, right? Yes. The palace guard nodded vigorously. Okay. Xia Yu moved aside to make way for the palace guard. The road is right under your feet. Just keep moving forward. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu would agree so straightforwardly. The palace guard was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but raise his hand to salute and shouted loudly, "Loyalty." Xia Yu waved his hand. "Go." "Yes." The palace guard responded again, then ignored the presence of Shamrock and his party, raised his head and strode towards the elevator. Just as he reached the elevator entrance, the palace guard suddenly turned around, knelt down on his knees facing Xia Yu, and shouted loudly with sobs, "Lord Xia Yu, if I can succeed in revenge and come back alive, can I become your subordinate?" Xia Yu nodded. "You already are, soldier. I will add an extra chapter for the brothers who sent out reminders, like the post, and showed their love. If you 3 admirals, 4 emperors, 5 elders, 6 pence, and Shichabukai like this book, can you add it to your bookshelf and follow me? I want to create a group. Hey, I will reply if you have any questions. In addition, the next updates will be at 12 o'clock in the evening, with 2 updates a day. Because Tomato is a free model, more updates will not increase the author's income. Therefore, let's organize an event to add more chapters. For every 1,000 additional free gifts of Powering with Love, 1 chapter will be added. O.U. Chapter 048. Happiness should never be enjoyed alone, responsibility should be borne by one person. 48 183rds. Chapter 048. Happiness should never be enjoyed alone, responsibility should be borne by one person. Watching the palace guards throwing away their helmets and walking into the elevator, Shamrock and others standing aside looked extremely ugly. They never expected that Xia Yu's influence would penetrate into the Holy Land and even cause the palace guards who they met for the first time to turn against them. If it were in the past, they would definitely execute him on the spot without hesitation, because the behavior of the palace guard was worse than treason. However, Shamrock and others dared not speak out, because Xia Yu was now at the peak of his power. Not to mention executing the palace guard, even the slightest noise could arouse Xia Yu's wrath, turning this negotiation into a new war. They are not exaggerating, but Xia Yu can really do it. According to the intelligence they had, when Xia Yu was a colonel at the naval headquarters, he once fought for a cannon fodder soldier who had just joined his command, and eventually he single-handedly endured a week-long confinement by Marshal Sengoku. She will respond to every request, repay every favor, never keep happiness to herself, take all responsibilities alone, and protect others without being unreasonable. This is Xia Yu. Like Shamrock and the others, Gion, the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp standing behind Xia Yu all looked sideways because of the sudden action of the palace guards. Several people present had once been Xia Yu's bosses or superiors. They had more or less a certain understanding of what Xia Yu had done in the headquarters over the years, but they still did not expect that Xia Yu's influence was so great that he could make a palace guard who had only heard of his deeds do such an astonishing thing. You know, the status of the Holy Land's palace guards is much higher than that of the palace guards of any of the world government's member states, because this is the Holy Land, the center of the world. Being a palace guard is an unattainable honor for many people. Not to mention ordinary people, even many marine soldiers stationed in the Holy Land dream of being selected to become palace guards in the Holy Land. Asking those who have become palace guards to give up their hard-earned glory is tantamount to asking for their lives. But the palace guard not only changed sides but also hoped to become Xia Yu's subordinate in the future. This is enough to show that the image Xia Yu has established over the years has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It not only affects the marine, but also many people on the top of the vast red line must regard it as a belief. What's wrong, everyone? Finding the surroundings suddenly quiet, Xia Yu looked around at the crowd unexpectedly after watching the palace guard leave, and then cast his eyes on Shamrock, smiling and said, "Stinkies, what's with that expression? Are you unhappy because I let that soldier leave?" No need to be, he just wanted to avenge his parents and sister, he didn't do anything wrong. Even if he did something wrong, it's not your turn to worry about it, he is my soldier now. Hearing this, Shamrock's facial muscles twitched fiercely. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and corrected himself, "I'm not some stinkix. My name is Fegalando Shamrock. Sorry, my memory is not very good." Xia Yu nodded, then changed the subject and asked, "How long will it take you to bring Spandam over?" Shamrock frowned instantly. "Do you really want to kill them all? Spandine has already paid the price for his actions." Without waiting for Shamrock to finish his words, Xia Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp, changing his just smiling and warm image, and said in a deep voice, "Shamrock, I talked to you for a few more words, you don't think you are good enough, right? I will give you 10 minutes, bring his head to me in 10 minutes, otherwise you will bear the consequences." After saying that, Xia Yu stopped talking nonsense with Shamrock and simply turned around and left. Seeing this, Junzi quickly winked at Shamrock, and then quickly caught up with Xia Yu with several other members of the Knights of God. At this moment, a group of palace guards suddenly came running over. Because each palace guard was wearing heavy silver armor, and there were so many of them, as they ran over, it gave people a shocking feeling as if a large army was coming to kill them. However, these palace guards did not approach Xia Yu. The leading palace guard immediately dispersed to both sides when he was about to approach Xia Yu and his party, and stood neatly on both sides of the moving walkway. After a while, hundreds of palace guards were standing on both sides of the moving walkway. Then, a group of people appeared on the moving walkway, led by none other than the world government's commander-in-chief, Kong. Following behind Sora were dozens of soldiers stationed in the Holy Land, as well as the naval headquarters staff officer Crane, who had come to the Holy Land for an impromptu meeting but was unable to return in time due to the Shiau mutiny. Hima, who had just followed Kong to Xiao Yu's side, had transformed from a beautiful girl marine who had fought alongside Garp and Sengoku into an old woman due to the baptism of time. He stepped forward and looked up at Xiao Yu, with a calm tone containing a touch of complicated emotions. Xiao Yu, you. Xiao Yu, well done. Before Vice Admiral he could finish his words, a pink figure suddenly jumped out from behind the burly Sora. Jumping out from behind Sora was a girl with strawberry blonde hair. The girl wore a pink hat and a pink dress. She was pink from head to toe, exuding an invisible charm. Peacock, the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, just turned 20 this year. She is the user of the Paramesha Whip fruit, which allows her to command everything that has been whipped, including buildings. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that before becoming a fruit power user, Peacock was a cute pink little loli. But as she grew older and gained the ability of the whip fruit, Peacock gradually became Xiao Yu's nightmare. Because when Xiao Yu was in the officer training camp, he would go to his house from time to time to eat, and thus gradually became familiar with Kong K. After Xiao Yu left the officer training camp, Kong K would run to his office every now and then, waving a steel whip and making all kinds of trouble. His behavior became more and more unrestrained, causing misunderstandings among many colleagues. Coupled with Vice Admiral He's preference for Xiao Yu, a rumor spread like wildfire in the naval headquarters. At first, it was said that Xiao Yu was the grandson-in-law recognized by Vice Admiral He. Later, the rumor became more and more outrageous, such as they had secretly married when Kong K was 18 years old, and a newborn baby in the family compound was actually the child of Xiao Yu and Kong K. In desperation, Xiao Yu decisively used a little trick to send him to a confidential special forces unit to avoid seeing him. For Xiao Yu, marriage is absolutely impossible, as women will only become a hindrance to his great cause. How can I take care of my family if my great cause is not accomplished? Chapter 049. Put away your condescending attitude and let I am come. 49 183rds. Chapter 049. Put away your condescending attitude and let I am come. The sudden appearance of Peacock and the words, well done, made he Vice Admiral and Kong CPU smoke. The two old men, who were nearly 200 years old in total, both turned their heads to the side, and their facial muscles twitched again and again. Peacock, if you don't want to be hung on the clothesline, shut up. After promptly scolding his granddaughter for growing up and not being able to be kept at home, Vice Admiral He immediately turned his gaze to Xiao Yu, who had once had high hopes but had rebelled. He wanted to say something but swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in her saying anything. Xiao Yu was no longer silent, and took a step forward to look at Kong. General, how are you? Are you here on orders, or do you just want to ask me why I have come to this point? I am the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Kong suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, you made such a big fuss, how can I not show up? Let me go, let me go. Ouch, my hand is about to break. Just then, a wailing sound suddenly came. Then, Spandam, with half of his face covered with a leather mask, was forcibly brought over by two members of the Knights of God. Xiao Yu, Spandam, who was brought before Xiao Yu, was shrouded in fear of death. Although this was the first time he met Xiao Yu, he recognized Xiao Yu at once. Then he rushed over like crazy and hugged Xiao Yu's thighs, begging with a trembling voice, Master Xiao Yu, this is none of my business. Please let me go, I promise you that I will never seek revenge on you in the future. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, the members of the Knights of God actually brought Spandam here. Xiao Yu frowned instantly and said in a deep voice, what I want is his head, not to hear him wailing in front of me. Hearing this, the two members of the Knights of God who brought Spandam over immediately looked up at Shamrock. Shamrock said nothing, but just nodded slightly. Seeing this, one of the Knights of God dragged Spandam away without any hesitation and slashed it with his sword. Unlucky. Xiao Yu lifted his foot, threw down these two words and walked into the moving walkway. Xiao Yu, wait for me. Xiao Yu had just stepped onto the moving walkway, and before Gion and the three admirals could catch up, Peacock reacted quickly and ran towards Xiao Yu. However, just as she was about to approach Xiao Yu, she was stopped by Junzi who had arrived at Xiao Yu's side before her. You can't come with us. Peacock, who was forcibly stopped, looked gloomy. Why can't I go with you? I'm the colonel of the Blade Force. Hearing this, Xiao Yu walked into the moving walkway and distanced herself from the crowd, and turned back helplessly. Kong K, now is not the time to fool around, go back. Oh, under Xiao Yu's gaze, Peacock, who was about to retort, quickly swallowed his words and returned to Vice Admiral He with a reluctant look on his face. Gion, who had been standing by and remaining silent, did not greet Vice Admiral Suru. Although she had the best personal relationship with Vice Admiral Suru, as Xiao Yu said, now was not the time to chat. After looking at Vice Admiral Suru in silence, Gion did not stop and walked past Vice Admiral Suru and Sora together with the three admirals. Garp, you stay. Just as Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp also walked past the two, Sora suddenly said, you can't meet the person Xiao Yu wants to meet now. Garp's head snapped up, his eyes wide and staring at Sora, why can't I? Sora said seriously, because you are D. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku, who was walking side by side with Garp, suddenly stopped and looked up at Sora, and asked in surprise, Master Sora, have you known for a long time that there is a mysterious person behind the scenes who is in power in the Five Elders? Facing Sengoku's question, Sora shook his head and sighed, his tone softening as he turned his head to look at the young figure standing on the moving walkway and slowly moving away. Maybe you guys knew it earlier than I did. I understand. Sengoku nodded, and turned around and walked quickly onto the moving walkway with Zephyr. Garp did not follow him, but looked at Sora with dissatisfaction, wanting to explode but ultimately holding back. Although he was already over 70 years old, he was still considered young in front of Kong. After all, Kong was about to reach the age of 100. Of course, age was not a problem. The key point was that Kong was not only his immediate superior, but also his teacher. Sora ignored Garp's dissatisfied look, and stared at the figure gradually disappearing on the bicycle trail with his arms folded, with an unprecedented confusion flashing in his eyes. Until he learned about the mysterious existence of Yimu, he had been thinking about how to save the situation, because he was the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and there was a mutiny in the naval headquarters under his command. He had to take all the responsibility, even if it would eventually go to war with Xiao Yu who controlled the naval headquarters. But after learning that there was a mysterious person in power behind the scenes above the five elders, his initial shock gradually turned into confusion, and he didn't know what to do to make the right choice. Compared to Garp, he wanted to meet with his own eyes the person in power who was above the five elders, but the five elders expressly forbade both him and Vice Admiral He to get involved. Unless he also imitated Xiao Yu and staged a mutiny, he could only obey orders. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xiao Yu took a bicycle trail into the holy land of Pangu City. He looked up at the magnificent world government headquarters building in front of him, and then quickly looked around. He couldn't help but sighed. Such a vast and beautiful land is actually inhabited by only a group of celestial dragons. It's really a waste of natural resources. Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, a group of figures suddenly walked out of the gate of the world government headquarters building. Leading the group were none other than the five elders, the people with the highest authority on the surface. The first person to walk out of the door was the god of justice, Topman Vouchery. The god of agriculture Shepherd Ten Pit, the god of science and defense Jago Lucia Satan, and the god of environment Marcus Mosh followed closely behind. Walking at the end was the financial war god Azamburn V. Nasujuro, who was holding a samurai sword and had a gloomy face. The five elders who walked out of the gate lined up in a row with Topman Vouchery as the center. As the five of them stood side by side, the oppressive feeling that belonged only to the highest authority in the surface world suddenly surged out, sweeping up the air beneath their feet and creating a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. As soon as five elders stopped, the leader of the Knights of God, Fegalando Gringu, immediately led several members of the Knights of God to file out and take their positions next to five elders. With the advantage of standing on the steps, they looked down at Xiao Yu from a high position. Tisk, 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 what a big scene. Feeling the air around him suddenly solidify, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and Conqueror's Haki quietly burst out, instantly dispersing the invisible pressure that enveloped him and caused the air to solidify briefly. Then he raised his head and looked at the five elders and the Knights of God who were standing in a relatively tasteful position. His momentum continued to rise, and he forcibly suppressed the opponent's momentum. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since I dare to come here, it means that not only can you not keep me, but you may also be killed by me. Before he finished speaking, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki engulfed the five elders and Gringo like a tidal wave. Then, Xiao Yu held the hilt of the knife at his waist with one hand and took a step forward. Put away your condescending attitude. You are not qualified to negotiate with me from the perspective of strength and status. At this point, Xiao Yu raised his head abruptly and said word by word, let Yimu come. Chapter 050 Sakazuki only bows to Marshal Xiao Yu. 5183. Chapter 050 Sakazuki only bows to Marshal Xiao Yu. The black and red Conqueror's Haki did not stop after covering the five elders and all the Knights of God headed by Gringu. Instead, it swept in all directions with Xiao Yu as the center at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire Pangu city was covered by Conqueror's Haki. The young naval headquarters marshal stood in the center of this pure energy vortex, his martial coat fluttering in the shockwaves of the air. His undisguised domineering temperament was natural. Strong, overbearing, unmatched. This is the visual impact that Xiao Yu brings to everyone present at this moment. Although Gion, Sakazuki, Borsalino and Kuzan, who were standing behind Xiao Yu, were already middle-aged, when they saw the young commander in front of them, they seemed to have returned to their youthful days, and their long-lost blood was quietly boiling and burning. Especially Sakazuki, he didn't expect Xiao Yu to confront the five elders and the Knights of God led by Green Giyu head-on as soon as they met, and even said the exciting Haki declaration, you are not qualified to negotiate with me from the perspective of strength and status. You know, ever since he became admiral, he has been fed up with all the scolding and accusations from the five elders. If he was punished and reprimanded for not doing his best at work, it would be fine, but every time he was reprimanded, it was not because of his work problems. But even if he was unwilling to accept it, he could only suppress his anger. There was no other way. In the eyes of the world, he was one of the three most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters, but in the eyes of the five elders and the celestial dragons living in the Holy Land, he was not much different from others. Many times, he also wanted to have a tit-for-tat conversation with the five elders like Xiao Yu was doing now. Of course, the five elders are the highest authorities in the world government after all, and they have the right to reprimand and punish him because of their status and position. But even so, they should give him the most basic respect. After all, he is the admiral of this department. The fact is, he has never received any respect in the Holy Land over the years. Even a snot-nosed, useless celestial dragons, relying on their privileges, points fingers at him and even yells at him. But, these are all things of the past. Now he is the Admiral of Headquarters under the command of Xia Yu. He wants to take back all the dignity he once lost. Thinking of this, Sakazuki's eyes instantly ignited with an unprecedented blazing flame, and then he took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yu, standing on Xia Yu's right-hand side. With a burst of fiery energy rising up, his unique lava fruit ability suddenly activated. Borsellino also stepped forward and stood beside Sakazuki at this time, and a dazzling flash of light burst out. Oh my, are we going to have a fight first and then negotiate? Seeing Sakazuki and Borsellino step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xia Yu, Kuzan, who had also awakened the burning justice that he had lost because of Xia Yu's sudden dominance, was not willing to fall behind. He pushed the frame on his nose, and then took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gion on Xia Yu's left-hand side. The next second, his unique frozen fruit ability was quietly released. With a crisp sound, the ground beneath his feet immediately froze into ice, and then spread in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, all the buildings, squares, grass and trees within 100 feet were frozen. As the ground was frozen, dark clouds suddenly rolled in the sky. Soon, dense sparks flashed out from the rolling clouds, covering the entire Pengu city like a prairie fire. Meteor volcanoes are ready to explode in the sky, and the ground is covered in an ice age. Ice and fire from the naval headquarters descended upon the Holy Land without warning. Unexpectedly, the three admirals would release their respective fruit abilities without hesitation and stand side by side with Xia Yu. Shamrock, Junzi and others who were responsible for welcoming Xia Yu and his party all changed their expressions. They wanted to react, but found that at this time, they were suppressed by the Conqueror's Haki released by Xia Yu, and even drawing their swords or making fighting gestures was very difficult. Compared to the two newcomers, Shamrock and Junzi, the 5 members of the Knights of God who had participated in the Valley of God incident standing behind them seemed to be more relaxed. However, they still did not dare to make any unusual moves. Although they could still move, they felt that there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, which made them inexplicably have the illusion that they would be killed if they made the slightest movement. Faced with the powerful and domineering Xia Yu and the historic common hatred of the 3 admirals, the 5 elders and Greengu were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Greengu took the lead in taking a step forward under the Conqueror's Haki released by Xia Yu, and then drew his sword from his waist, pointing the tip of the sword directly at Xia Yu standing in the middle, and said in a deep voice, "Xia Yu, what are you doing? We came to welcome you, but you took a fighting stance. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Meet." Xia Yu smiled coldly and said, "You guys put on such a big show just to test my strength so as to increase bargaining chips for the next negotiation. I am just satisfying your temptation." After a slight pause, Xia Yu looked around and said in a deep voice, "How is it? Are you satisfied with our attitude?" Without waiting for Greengu to react, Azambran suddenly stepped forward, holding his samurai sword and looking down at the 3 admirals, and shouted, "Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, do you really want to go down the same path with Xia Yu?" "Shut up." Unexpectedly, at this time, the 5 elders still put on a condescending attitude. Sakazuki raised his head suddenly, and all the resentment accumulated over the years burst out at this moment. "I know what you are thinking. In your outdated thoughts and cognition, you think it is impossible for us to follow Marshal Xia Yu unswervingly. To be honest, I am very dissatisfied with the various orders and policies you 5 have issued over the years, but due to your identities and status, I can only endure it. Because you are the highest authority in the world government and my superiors, obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. But all this has become a thing of the past. You are no longer qualified to tell me what to do based on your status and position. From now on, Sakazuki will only bow to Marshal Xia Yu." Chapter 051 Yim. The Void Throne now belongs to me. 51 183rds. Chapter 051 Yim. The Void Throne now belongs to me. The meteor volcano, with dark clouds rolling across the sky in an instant, made everyone in Mariajoy feel unprecedentedly depressed. The tense atmosphere spread to every corner at an alarming speed, causing the world's nobles living in the Holy Land to return to their respective residences in a panic under the protection of their bodyguards. Damn it, meteor volcano. It's Sakazuki, how dare he? So the naval headquarters is now completely controlled by Xia Yu who launched the mutiny. Even Sakazuki, the admiral who advocates absolute justice, has defected. Stop talking nonsense, quickly protect the celestial dragons and leave, or Sakazuki's thorough justice will fall on you. In Pengu City, the celestial dragons that were leisurely strolling in the square, garden, lakeside and other places suddenly changed color and fled in a panic after feeling the suffocating and terrifying pressure coming from above. Fortunately, each celestial dragon had bodyguards and the CP0 agents, who were known as the celestial dragon's strongest shield, responded in time and prevented a stampede. At the same time, at the entrance of the moving walkway, Sora, Vice Admiral He, and Garp stood side by side, all looking up at the World Government Headquarters building, their faces more solemn than ever before. Peacock, who was standing next to the 3 of them, looked up at the meteor volcano that was flashing like a spark in the rolling dark clouds in the sky, and instinctively stood behind Vice Admiral Crane. "Admiral Sakazuki's meteor volcano, are they going to fight?" After a slight pause, she immediately turned her head to look at Garp and asked tentatively, "Mr. Garp, if a fight breaks out, who will you help? Don't worry, there's no chance of a fight. Garp changed his usual cheerful attitude and looked seriously at the direction of the world government headquarters, feeling the hot energy and bone-chilling cold air drifting in the air. He said slowly, the five elders probably want to put some pressure on Xia Yu and his team so that they can take the initiative in the next negotiations. After all, Xia Yu has deceived everyone. Even I don't know the upper limit of his strength. The five elders naturally want to test him first. But it's obvious that Xia Yu didn't treat them well. Sakazuki also stood behind Xia Yu at this moment. He used meteor volcano to cover the sky above Pengu City to tell the five elders that this is a holy place. If a war breaks out, he will first feed the useless celestial dragons in Pengu City with magma. Hearing Garp's blunt call of celestial dragons as trash, Sora and Crane turned their heads almost at the same time. However, they did not stop them, because Garp has always disliked the celestial dragons who enjoyed all the privileges in the Holy Land. Not to mention in front of them, even if the people standing in front of Garp were celestial dragons, Garp would call them rubbish without hesitation. It is precisely because of his dislike for celestial dragons that Garp has refused to be promoted to admiral several times. In Garp's opinion, becoming an admiral will reduce his freedom and he will have to rush to rescue celestial dragons that he dislikes at the first time when they are in danger. Of course, they turned their heads to look at Garp not entirely because Garp scolded celestial dragons, but because they did not expect Garp to analyze the situation in the Holy Land so thoroughly. In front of the World Government Headquarters building, as Sakazuki finished his words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Azamburn looked up at the meteor volcano that was looming over Pengu City, then looked at the frozen ground. Even though he was filled with murderous intent, he did not dare to make any move at this moment. Because they had deployed that formation before just to test Xia Yu's strength and how the three admirals would react. However, although the results were obvious, they were not what they expected. They thought the three admirals would unite with Xia Yu, but they didn't expect Sakazuki and Kuzan to directly launch their ultimate moves. In this case, if they continue to test, a fight will be inevitable. Once the battle begins, the meteor volcano hanging in the sky will surely pour down and indiscriminately attack everyone living in Pengu City. The frozen fruit ability covering a radius of 100 meters will also spread out instantly, turning Pengu City into an ice city. They are certainly not afraid, but the celestial dragons living in Pengu City will surely suffer heavy casualties. Back off. Suddenly, a somewhat sharp yet somewhat low and hoarse voice came from behind the five elders and several members of the Knights of God led by Green. Then, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The crisp footsteps seemed to have a natural rhythm, echoing clearly in the ears of everyone present from far away. Following the sound, I saw I am, wrapped in a cloak dragging on the ground, with only a pair of dark red wavy eyes showing, walking slowly out of the gate. Seeing this, the five elders and members of the Knights of God led by Green quickly separated on both sides, bowed and shouted respectfully in unison, Lord Yim. I am, who had a pair of dark red wavy eyes, walked straight past the five elders and Green without stopping, looking down at Xia Yu and his group standing at the bottom of the stairs. Almost at the same time, the three admirals as well as Sengoku and Zephyr standing behind them all raised their heads, staring in disbelief at the tall figure that made the five elders and Gringo bow their heads. Whether it was the three admirals or Sengoku and Zephyr, although they had already believed in the existence of I Am, they still felt their heads buzzing after witnessing it with their own eyes. Follow me. I Am ignored the presence of the three admirals, Sengoku, and Zephyr, stared at Xia Yu for a moment, and then his sharp but slightly low voice came out again. Before everyone present could react, a huge teleportation array suddenly appeared under their feet. The next second, the view in front of everyone present suddenly darkened, and they strangely appeared in a palace hall where the light seemed a little dim. Here it is, unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the World Government Building and in the palace hall. Sengoku was the first to react and cried out, Holy Land Palace. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked in horror at the tall figure wrapped in a cloak standing in front of them. Under his gaze, the figure walked up the steps with his back to the people in the hall and stood in front of the Void Throne standing at the top of the hall. I Am walked to the front of the Void Throne and slowly turned his head. His dark red rippled eyes swept over Sengoku, Zephyr, the three admirals, and Gion, who were staring with wide eyes and horrified expressions. I believe Xia Yu has told you a secret that you should not know. As you can see, the Void Throne now belongs to me. Without waiting for the six people to recover from their shock, I Am, after finishing his words, directly stepped over the row of weapons in front of the Void Throne and sat on the Void Throne. Seeing this, the six people gradually changed from being shocked at the beginning to being relieved, and finally they all turned their gazes to look at the young marshal who was standing only one step away in front of them. Chapter 052. Beat the transformed five elders to their true form. 50-183. Chapter 052. Beat the transformed five elders to their true form. As the core of the naval headquarters, Sengoku and others are naturally very familiar with all aspects of world government. Especially the empty throne above the palace hall. They not only knew that it was built by 20 kings 800 years ago, but also knew that after the world situation was stabilized, the original 20 kings unanimously decided and swore together that no one would sit on the throne and no one would become a dictator. However, at this time, the Void Throne, which had been vacant for 800 years, actually had an owner, but they didn't even know what the other person looked like. As if he knew what the six people were thinking, Yimu spoke again. since you have chosen to follow Xia Yu, it doesn't matter to you whether I sit on the void throne or not. After a slight pause, Yimu shifted his gaze to Xia Yu. I've been curious about you. When I first captured the Conqueror's Haki you released, I thought it was that man who came back. Obviously, you are not that man, and certainly not Nika. At this point, Yimu suddenly changed the subject and raised his voice by 2 decibels. So, who are you? Where are you from, and where do you want to go? Hearing this, Xia Yu frowned slightly, and then looked up at the figure sitting on the throne. Before asking others who you are, shouldn't you also take off the mysterious veil and let us see your true face? After all, we are now having a fair conversation. Before he finished speaking, 2 almost tangible black and red lights suddenly burst out from Xia Yu's pupils, instantly enveloping I. The next second, Xia Yu appeared in front of I and grabbed the veil covering Im's face as fast as lightning. Presumptuous. Although Xia Yu's unexpected attack was extremely fast, Yim's reaction was also very quick. The moment Xia Yu grabbed the face towel, Yim let out an angry scolding. Immediately afterwards, an arrow containing terrifying energy fluctuations shot out and hit Xia Yu's forehead directly. Faced with the arrow that instantly magnified infinitely in his pupils, Xia Yu had to give up Yim's face mask and grab the arrow that was about to penetrate his forehead. Buzz. The moment the arrow was grabbed, the sound of the 2 colliding was heard suddenly, and then a circle of visible shock waves surged out, spreading to the entire palace hall with Xia Yu and Yim as the center. Before everyone present could react, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed and appeared out of thin air on the wall behind the throne, looking down at Xia Yu who was holding the arrow. The other end of the arrow was connected to this huge, monster-like black shadow. No one expected Xia Yu to suddenly attack I. The 3 admirals, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the 5 elders standing opposite Gion were the first to react, and then circles of terrifying energy waves burst out from their bodies. In an instant, the 5 elders completed their transformation almost at the same time. Damn, what is this? Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the 5 elders transformed into terrifying monsters, while Gion and Zephyr took fighting stances as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Likewise, the 3 admirals did not expect things to take a sudden turn for the worse, and they certainly did not expect that the 5 elders in their impression would turn into terrifying and hideous monsters. They were caught off guard and their eyes widened. The first to complete the transformation was the god of finance and war Azambaran. Shrouded in a cloud of flames, Azambaran's lower body turned into the limbs of a skeleton horse, while his upper body did not change much, and he looked like a daunting centaur. Shepherd Ten Pit, the god of agricultural warfare who had originally stood shoulder to shoulder with Azambaran, had transformed into a sandworm so huge that the mere sight of it would make one's hair stand on end. With black flames entwined around his body, he looked like a monster that had escaped from hell. The god of law and war, Topman Vouchery, also transformed into a gigantic warthog surrounded by flames, its sharp fangs flashing a chilling light above the dim hall. The environmental martial god Makasmosh was even more exaggerated. He directly transformed into the form of Izuma Tenma, a hybrid of bird and snake, and hovered above the other 4-5 elders, staring at Xia Yu who had launched an attack on I with bared fangs and claws. What terrified the 3 admirals and Gion the most was the science defense god of war, Zigalucia Satan, whose lower body had turned into a gigantic black spider and his upper body had huge bull horns. The invisible pressure that followed the 5 elders completing the half of their bodies at the same time filled the palace hall with impunity, deeply shocking Sengoku, Zephyr, the 3 admirals, and Gion, who had once served them and devoted their whole bodies, minds, and efforts, and made them all feel as if they had fallen into hell. At the same time, Xia Yu, who had grabbed the arrow, turned his head suddenly, and the majestic conqueror's haki surged out, covering the 5 elders who had just completed their transformation. Buzz. A dizzying low-frequency vibration of the air exploded in everyone's ears, and the conqueror's haki, as vast as the raging waves of the sea, hit the 5 elders who had transformed into monster forms. Facing the sudden attack of conqueror's haki, Satan, whose lower body turned into a giant spider and was entangled in a black flame cloud, could not help but let out a scream. Then, his body returned to its original shape in an instant, and then he collapsed to the ground with a thud as if exhausted. Plop, plop, plop. The other 4-5 elders were simply unable to withstand the sudden attack of conqueror's haki and reverted to their original forms. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Looking at this visually impactful scene, the 3 admirals, Sengoku and Zephyr all stared with wide eyes, and Sengoku couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You know, he is also a conqueror's haki owner, but he has never seen anyone use conqueror's haki to this extent, from a recruit to an admiral of the Grand Line and then to a marshal of the naval headquarters. It's simply amazing. Although the 3 admirals had already witnessed the shocking scene of Xia Yu sending the Knights of God flying from the rooftop of the naval headquarters building, they were not immune and were shocked once again. Because what Xia Yu is facing now is not the members of the Knights of God, but the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government. The conqueror's haki alone was enough to defeat the 5 elders. If a full-scale war broke out, the 3 admirals didn't dare to think any further. Because now they completely understood what Xia Yu had said before when he faced the 5 elders and Green Gu under the world government headquarters building, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. At this moment, a terrifying sword energy suddenly burst out. At the same time when the 5 elders were beaten back to their original form, Gringo, who was standing side by side with them, took action. However, just as he drew his sword and released the terrifying sword energy, Sakazuki suddenly took a step forward, clenched his lava fist, and said with murderous intent. Gringu, if you dare to swing your sword, I will kill you at all costs. As Sakazuki finished speaking, Borsellino, Kuzan and Gion were the first to stand over. This time, Sengoku no longer stood by and watched, because Im's action of sitting on the Void Throne made him no longer have illusions about world government, and he decisively stood beside Zephyr and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. At the same time, all of God's knights, including Shamrock and Junzi, assumed fighting stances. That's enough. Just as everyone was on the verge of a fight, I, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly spoke up. Grim, step down. Without waiting for Gringu to react, I immediately looked at Xiao Yu, who had grabbed the arrow and used Conqueror's Haki to beat the five elders back to their original form. Let's stop testing each other. There is no doubt that you are qualified to have a fair conversation with me. After a slight pause, Yimu changed the subject and said in a deep voice, Junzi, please give a seat to Marine Marshal Xiao Yu. Slow. Xiao Yu spoke out in time, threw away the arrow in his hand, and walked down the stairs under the gaze of everyone, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and others. Then he turned to look at the figure on the throne and said in a deep voice, the so-called fair dialogue means that we sit here and continue to look up at you who is so high above us. Chapter 053. For the first time in history, we are on equal terms with the five elders. 53 183rds. Chapter 053. For the first time in history, we are on equal terms with the five elders. The rolling dark clouds and the suffocating meteor volcano that shrouded the holy land of Pengu City gradually disappeared as Yim transferred Xiao Yu and others through the teleportation array. The ice covering an area of hundreds of feet also melted quietly, leaving wisps of cold air floating in the air. Standing on the moving walkway, Sora, Vice Admiral Suru, and Garp and their group breathed a sigh of relief as the sun shone again in the sky above their heads. They all knew in their hearts that the disappearance of Meteor Volcano definitely did not mean that Sakazuki had given up the fight, but rather meant that the attempt to explore the Holy Land had failed. Sora, why can't I come along because I'm D? Garp, who had relaxed because of the disappearance of Meteor Volcano, glanced at the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, standing beside him, and said puzzledly, now Shiau Yu is equivalent to a complete showdown with the world government. Even if I am D, it won't have any impact. How can there be no impact? Kong glared at Garp and said unhappily, that gentleman is most afraid of the D clan. If you were present, this negotiation would have turned into a war. You just saw that Sakazuki and Kuzan expressed their opinions one after another. If there are any uncertain factors during this period, a fight may break out directly. That lord, Garp frowned and said in a deep voice, Sora, do you recognize that I am as the mastermind behind the world government? A hint of confusion flashed across Kong's eyes. Compared to Garp and Sengoku, the appearance of I had the greatest impact on him. Because he also didn't know about Yim's existence before, until Yim summoned him directly through the five elders last night. He thought I would appear in the Room of Power, but he didn't expect I to summon him directly to the Holy Land Palace. When he walked into the palace and saw the five elders kneeling before the Void Throne and the figure sitting on the throne, his brain went into a state of shutdown. The Void Throne, which had been vacant for 800 years, was actually occupied by a king without the knowledge of him, the commander-in-chief of the world government's entire army. Thinking of the scene when he was summoned by Yim last night and some of the words Yim said to him, he didn't know how to answer Garp for a moment. After a brief silence, Kong turned around and looked at Garp solemnly. It's about the truth of the blank 100 years of history, the secrets of the D clan and the legend of Nika. I'm confused now and can't give you an accurate answer for the time being. But Garp, Xiao Yu may know a lot of things we don't know, he should be able to give you the answers you want. As for me, Kong paused for a moment, then turned his head to look in the direction of the World Government Headquarters building, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and said with relief, once this matter is over, it's time to retire. At the same time, Holy Land Palace meeting room. Yim and Xiao Yu, who finally chose to compromise, sat opposite each other at the two ends of the rectangular conference table. Sengoku, Zephyr, Gion, and the three admirals sat face to face with the five elders and Gringo. Although the five elders were knocked back to their original form by Xiao Yu's Conqueror's Haki impact, they were not seriously hurt. They sat upright and glared at Sengoku and others who were sitting opposite them. Sengoku did not choose to make eye contact with the five elders. He took out a box of senbei from his bag slowly, and then took out a piece of it and handed it to Zephyr. Seeing that Zephyr did not reach out to take it, he did not hesitate to throw it into his mouth in front of the five elders and It's really great to eat senbei so unscrupulously in front of the five elders. Looking back on the past, he was also a young man full of vigor and vitality, but since he became an admiral and later promoted to marshal of the headquarters, he gradually forgot his former self, worked hard for the marine and the world government, and tried his best to remain humble and cautious in front of the five elders. Now, because of the sudden appearance of Xiao Yu, this young man, and having seen Yim's existence with his own eyes, he naturally has nothing to worry about. The most important thing is that at this moment he inexplicably felt a sense of relief because the child he had watched grow up had become famous and he had earned some pride for himself. I can't explain why I feel this way, I just feel great. After throwing another piece of senbei into his mouth, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment, and under the flaming gazes of the five elders opposite him, he turned his head to look at Xiao Yu, with an expression that said, I knew you were the most competitive kid since you were a child. The three admirals were also different from previous meetings at the naval headquarters, especially Borsellino and Kuzan. In the past, they were either dozing off or counting the time waiting for the end of get-off work, but now they were more energetic than the other. The reason is simple: this is the first time in their history that they are on equal footing with the five elders. Of course, the one who felt the most relieved was Sakazuki. Because of the thorough justice he pursued, he had been scolded by the five elders many times, either in person or through Den Den Mushi, and he had to endure it even if he was furious. Now he no longer has to endure the humiliation he had in the past. He sits steadily beside Xia Yu, staring at Satan, who had scolded him the most. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Xia Yu and Yu looked at each other. One wanted to take off the other's veil to see what kind of face was hidden underneath, while the other racked his brains to guess who the other was and where he came from. Yim is really curious about Xia Yu. Through the intelligence we have in previous tests, we can basically rule out Xia Yu from the D clan. Although Conqueror's Haki has similarities with the man back then, based on our understanding of that man, it is unlikely that the two have any connection. Without any connection to that man, it is even less likely to be Nika, because Xia Yu is not a demon fruit power. Of course, it was precisely because the above possibilities were ruled out that Yim was willing to sit down and talk with Xia Yu. Because to IM, the biggest threats in this world are only the D clan and Nika. As for the others, even the top strong men on the sea, if they can be specially recruited into the Holy Land to join the Knights of God, they will be specially recruited. If they cannot be specially recruited, they will be eliminated by some means. If special recruitment is not possible and elimination is not possible, then we can only sit down and talk. That's enough, Sengoku. Suddenly, Azamburn couldn't stand the smacking sound Sengoku made anymore. He glared at Sengoku with wide eyes and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to eat senbei." Sengoku chewed on a senbei and said with a lisp, "You are not qualified to give me orders now." As soon as these words came out, the three admirals sitting next to him turned their heads almost at the same time. The five elders and Gringo on the opposite side also widened their eyes instantly. Seeing everyone's reactions, Sengoku was secretly happy again and couldn't help laughing. "Finally I got to say what I've wanted to say all these years, ahahaha." After a slight pause, Sengoku suddenly turned his head and glared at the three admirals. "What are you looking at me for? Let's have a meeting." Chapter 054 Sakazuki is very angry. 54 183rds. Chapter 054 Sakazuki is very angry. Let's get started. Xia Yu no longer bothered to figure out whether the face hidden under Yimu's veil was a man's or a woman's, and simply said, "Since this is a negotiation, everyone should show their sincerity. As the host, shouldn't you show your sincerity first? Let's start with the issue of marine funding. In the past, it was always distributed by the Holy Land's finance department. Starting this year, the funding allocated by the Holy Land to the Marine will be increased tenfold." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Azamburn stood up suddenly and said angrily, "What? Increased tenfold? Do you know how much the annual budget of the Marine is?" Azamburn. Without waiting for a response, Sakazuki stood up first. He was completely relaxed and no longer had any room for restraint. He said sternly, "You'd better shut up until Marshal Xia Yu finishes his words. Otherwise, I will kill you without hesitation." "Sakazuki, you are so insolent." Satan looked up at Sakazuki and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. Who do you think you are?" Sakazuki took off his military cap and approached Satan, saying with murderous intent, "You are the most hateful of the five old men. If you keep pointing fingers at me, I will kill you too." Feeling Sakazuki's murderous intent, Borsellino and Kuzan, who were sitting next to him, looked at each other for the first time in history, with a hint of doubt in each of their eyes. "What's wrong with Sakazuki? I'm so angry." Xia Yu didn't expect that Sakazuki would kill the other party as soon as he disagreed with someone. First it was Gringu, then Azamburn, and now it turned to Satan. He bites whoever he catches. Satan was so angry that the muscles on his fat face kept twitching. It was obvious that he was trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Azamburn was also so angry at Sakazuki's words, "Old Immortal," that he held the hilt of his samurai sword. Topman Wouchery and the other two five elders were also provoked by the mad dog Sakazuki and stood up one after another. "Why, you don't want to talk anymore?" As soon as all the five elders stood up, Xia Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he slammed the table. "Then let's have a fight first, 7 on 7, very fair." Unexpectedly, Xia Yu also stood up at this time. The facial muscles of Yim, who was sitting opposite him, twitched slightly under the veil, but Yim did not stand up. Instead, he gently raised his hand and knocked on the table. As soon as the crisp knocking sound was heard, the five elders felt their bodies stiffen, and then they immediately sat back in their chairs and suppressed the anger in their hearts. As soon as the five elders sat down, Yim immediately looked at Xia Yu and said slowly, "You continue talking. No one will dare to interrupt you from now on." Seeing this, Xia Yu also stopped talking, motioned Sakazuki to sit down, and then he placed his hands on the table and looked down at IM. "Regarding the marine funding issue, there is another way to deal with it. That is, in the future, instead of using funding from the Holy Land, the Marine Department and the Celestial Dragons mission will go to the member countries to collect celestial gold, and half of the celestial gold will belong to the Marine." After these words came out, Azamburn couldn't help but look up again. "Give half of the gold in the sky to Marine, why don't you go and grab it?" The moment Azamburn raised his head, IM glared at him, scaring him so much that he quickly retracted his neck and dared not say a word. "No problem." After glaring back at Azamburn, I nodded simply and said, "From now on, half of the heavenly gold will belong to the Marine every year. However, if the Marine receives this half of the heavenly gold, it must continue to perform its duty to protect the member states." Of course, Xia Yu nodded, and then said, "The next question is the ownership of Marine. There are two options as well. 1. The Marine still belongs to the world government and obeys the orders of the Power Room, but the 5 elders' positions in the Power Room must be changed to a rotation system, rotating every 6 months. Each rotation must ensure that 2 of the 5 seats are from the naval headquarters. 2nd, the Marine will be independent from the world government. It will no longer be a superior subordinate relationship with the world government, but an equal cooperative relationship. This does not affect the first funding issue. Regardless of the final outcome of the above 2 options, I must emphasize one point, that is, the privileges of Celestial Dragons are invalid in front of Marines, and the unconditional requirement that the Admiral of Headquarters rush over to support Celestial Dragons as soon as possible when they are threatened or injured will no longer exist. The Marine exists only to maintain order and justice in the ocean. If Celestial Dragons use their status as Celestial Dragons to help evildoers anywhere outside the Holy Land, they will be punished by justice. Of course, I can make concessions on this one point. The Marine will hand over the punishment or execution of Celestial Dragons to the Knights of God, but an officer from the naval headquarters must be present. Hearing this, Yim narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, Xia Yu wants to share the power of the world government. The 5 elders' seats are rotated, and 2 officers from the naval headquarters must be on duty each time. This means that although the naval headquarters still obey the orders of the Power Room, the 2 naval headquarters officers who rotate to the 5 elders' seats will have greater authority and can directly issue orders to other departments except the Marine through the Power Room. As for the second point, there is no need to bring it up, because the Marine is now under the control of Xia Yu and is in a position to force abdication. It doesn't matter whether it is independent from the world government or not. However, Yim has his own plans. Although Xia Yu's intentions were obvious, given the current situation and some uncontrollable factors in the future, Yimu still spoke straightforwardly. The rotation proposal is a good one. Perhaps this will be a breakthrough for the world government and the Marine to move towards a better future. As for Celestial Dragons doing evil things outside the Holy Land, the Marine has the power to enforce the law, and the Knights of God have the power to deal with it. That's fine too. Before Yim finished speaking, the 5 elders raised their heads almost at the same time and said in unison, "Absolutely not, Lord Yim." Different from the reaction of the 5 elders, the 3 admirals, Gion, Sengoku and Zephyr did not expect that Yimu would agree so straightforwardly. You know, these resolute plans proposed by Xia Yu are completely beneficial to the Marines. As experienced people in the workplace, it is not difficult for them to see that Xia Yu wants to push the officers of the headquarters to the Power Room through this negotiation and share the power of the world government. When Xia Yu proposed the first plan, they all secretly sweated, thinking that Yim would not agree. But the result was beyond their expectations again. I not only agreed to a rotation system for the 5 elders' seats in the Room of Power in the future, but also allowed Marine to have the power to enforce the law over the world's nobles. It doesn't matter whether the 5 elders take turns or not. What matters is that from this moment on, the Marine will no longer have to endure the bullying from those world nobles. For a moment, the 3 admirals and Gion almost couldn't help but shout out the word, loyalty. The Marines, who have devoted their lives to the world government for 800 years, have finally received the respect they deserve, and have ushered in their long-awaited moment of glory. Chapter 055 Treaty of Mariajoy. 5 elders take turns sitting. 55 183rds. Chapter 055 Treaty of Mariajoy. 5 elders take turns sitting. The negotiation meeting lasted until noon. Yim agreed to many of the conditions proposed by Xia Yu one by one. Of course, some conditions were rejected, but Xia Yu did not take them to heart, because these rejected conditions were deliberately proposed by him to confuse the audience. Outside the Holy Land Palace, Shamrock and Junzi stood side by side, looking towards the closed palace gate in front of them. Standing behind the 2 of them, in addition to the 5 Knights of God who followed Junzi through the teleportation array to naval headquarters and were blown away, there were also several Knights of God who had been standing behind Green Giu. Unlike the 5 members of the Knights of God standing behind Shamrock and Junzi, these members of the Knights of God all have the word, Holy, after their names. As we all know, in the Holy Land Celestial Dragons, the word, Holy, is added after the name of the men. This means that these members of the Knights of God are not specially recruited from outside the Holy Land, but are strong men selected from the Celestial Dragons living in the Holy Land. The 2 leaders were Chillingham and Somas. Both of them are the main combat members of the Knights of God, and both have demon fruit power. Chillingham is the demon fruit power of the dragon fruit, the mythical beast type, the Kirin form. Because the fruit ability has already awakened, he now appears directly in the form of a humanoid Kirin, with white clouds around his long neck, and he is wearing a gorgeous military uniform and the cloak that all the Knights of God have. Although he was standing, Chillingham had his eyes closed, as if he was asleep, and was actually talking in his sleep that no one could understand. Somas is the user of the Paramesha thorn fruit. Although he is old, his muscles are extremely well developed and his figure is extremely sturdy. His aura of strength is undisguised. However, although Somas was old, he was somewhat disrespectful and was looking at Junzi with squinted eyes. Somas, noticing that Somas's eyes were a little dishonest, Shamrock, who was standing side by side with Junzi, frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Watch your eyes." "Ah ha ha, I've been discovered." Somas laughed and shifted his gaze from Junzi's outfit to the tightly closed palace gate, and asked disrespectfully, Junzi, actually you don't have to wear a cape at all. Hearing this, Junzi blinked slowly, then opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her face, which was not covered by the bandages, turned red. At the same time, she quickly turned around and pulled her cloak. Shamrock couldn't bear it any longer and said again, Somas, please be serious at this moment. I want to be serious too. Somas spread his hands innocently, it's mainly because Junzi's outfit is too eye-catching. Before he finished speaking, Somas suddenly changed the subject and asked in a serious tone, Shamrock, do you have any thoughts on this incident? I think Lord Yimu has no need to talk to Xia Yu. It is undeniable that he is very powerful, especially Conqueror's Haki, who is the strongest of all Conqueror's Haki owners I have seen in these years. However, they are only 7 people, and the Holy Land not only has the Knights of God, but also the 5 Elders and Lord Yimu. The entire Holy Land has the upper hand over the 7 of them. Why not take this opportunity to suppress them once and for all? As long as we get rid of Xia Yu and control the 3 admirals, naval headquarters won't be a problem. Chillingham and I can go there and subdue them all. Hearing this, Shamrock shook his head. This matter is far from that simple. Xia Yu dared to climb the Holy Land with only 6 people. It's not only because he is strong and capable of self-protection, but also because he has loyal Marine officers and soldiers standing behind him. You can understand it this way. The current Marine can do without the world government, but the world government must not hand over the Marine at this time. Forget it. Somas waved his hand and tried to look at Junzi but was immediately glared back by Shamrock. He shrugged helplessly and said, this level of major incident is beyond our rights. With Lord Yim in charge, I believe this matter will be properly resolved soon. In the conference room of the Holy Land Palace, Yimu, who agreed to all the conditions proposed by Xia Yu, looked at Xia Yu who suddenly stood up and walked around the 5 elders to the front. His dark red eyes couldn't help but shrink and he said in a deep voice, Xia Yu, stop it. Don't worry, I don't want to take off your face mask. Xia Yu came to Yimu and took out a document and put it on the conference table, smiling and saying, although you have agreed to all the conditions I proposed, words alone are not enough. I still need you to sign this document. What is this? Yim looked at the document in front of him and the eye-catching large words on the title of the document. The corners of his mouth twitched under the scarf, Mariajoy Treaty. Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Sign the Mariajoy Treaty, and our negotiations will end here. Of course, in addition to your signature, the 5 elders also need to write their names, because this treaty needs to be copied and sent to all member countries. Yim refused decisively. My existence is now only known to the naval headquarters in the Holy Land. Ah, Xia Yu blinked, then nodded in relief. Sorry, I neglected it. Now the highest authority in the world government is still the 5 elders. Xia Yu picked up the document and placed it in front of Topman Vochuli, the leader, and said, please sign this treaty. Hearing this, Topman Vochuli quickly looked at I, and when he saw him nod, he picked up the document and looked at the contents of the treaty. The contents of the treaty were all things that Yim had agreed to before, and there was nothing that Yim had rejected. Obviously, the conditions that Xia Yu proposed and were rejected by Yim were just a trick of Xia Yu. What Xia Yu really wanted was the contents of this treaty that had already been drafted. After reading the contents of the treaty, Topman Vochuli raised his head and looked at Xia Yu meaningfully. Earlier, in front of the World Government Headquarters building, when Xia Yu unleashed the powerful Conqueror's Haki without any reason, he almost mistook him for a reckless young man who relied solely on his great strength. Now it seems that Xia Yu, whom he judged to be a reckless young man, had calculated almost every step just right, and his cunning and methods were simply chilling. After a short while, the Treaty of Mariajoy was signed. Everyone, let's go. After the last of the 5 elders signed his name on the treaty, Xia Yu quickly put away the documents, as if worried that Yim and the 5 elders would go back on their word, and simply turned around and left. Etc. Sengoku, Zephyr, the 3 admirals, and Gion had just stood up when Yimu suddenly spoke up. Xia Yu, can we talk alone? Xia Yu turned around to meet Yimu's gaze and said seriously, do you want to take off your veil and be honest with me? Without waiting for Yimu to respond, Xia Yu waved to Sengoku and the others impatiently, go wait for me outside. Yim also gave orders to the 5 elders and Gringo, you get out too. The 5 elders and Gringo did not dare to neglect and stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Seeing this, Sengoku and others did not stop and followed closely. Soon, Xia Yu and Yimu were the only ones left in the meeting room. As soon as the door of the conference room closed, Yimu immediately raised his head and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes, and said without thinking, you don't belong to this era. Quote? Xia Yu met Yim's gaze, somewhat confused. Before Xia Yu could react, Yimu began to justify himself, if you were born in this era, your Conqueror's Haki would not be so strong. I previously speculated that your Conqueror's Haki might be the Haki left over from that man's storage, but after my observation just now, it's obviously not the case. There is only one answer to this question. You, like me, do not belong to this era. So, are you from 800 years ago, or even further in the past? The man you are talking about is Joey Boy, right? Feeling the confusion in Yimu's rippled eyes, Xia Yu couldn't help but said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not Joey Boy, let alone Nika, I'm just me. However, as long as you agree to one more condition of mine, I will tell you where I come from. Yimu's eyes lit up and his pupils dilated a little. What? Before he could finish his words, Yimu suddenly woke up and refused without hesitation. You want me to take off my veil? It's impossible. Xia Yu shrugged slightly and pretended to be helpless. Well, you have an appearance and gender that makes me curious, and I have a background that you can't guess. This is fair. Chapter 056 Grand Line Gathering. All Invincible. 56 183rds. Chapter 056 Grand Line Gathering. All Invincible. Outside the palace, the 5 elders and Gringo who came out first stood in front of the members of the Knights of God, and Sengoku and his group of 6 followed closely behind and walked straight to the opposite side of them. The 5 elders all had extremely complicated feelings at this moment. As for the conditions proposed by Xia Yu, all other conditions had little impact on them. The only thing they really cannot accept is the rotation of the 5 elders' seats. Because Xia Yu's intentions are very clear, Xia Yu, who is in full control of the Marine, does not need to come to the Holy Land at all, and can directly lead the Marine to break away from the world government. The reason why Xia Yu did not do so is very simple. Directly leading the huge war machine of Marine to break away from the world government and become its enemy will bring huge sacrifices to both sides, and may even cause losses to both sides, thus benefiting the Revolutionary Army, the lawless pirates of the Grand Line and all the member countries. Of course, this is also a problem that their Lord Im needs to face. It was precisely because their Lord Yimu and Xia Yu did not want to go to this point that they chose to sit down and talk. One side wants to retain the Marine, a huge war machine. One side sought greater benefits and power from the mutiny. But, they all know the interests involved, but why is it that the 5 elders' seats are rotated? The rotation of seats means that any one of the 5 of them may be replaced. Having held the highest power in the room of power for so many years, they have become accustomed to and enjoyed power. It is naturally difficult for them to accept the sudden rotation. However, things have come to this point and they can only face reality. Seeing the reaction of the 5 elders, Junzi first looked at the 6-member naval headquarters team opposite in confusion, and then looked at their leader Gringo. Seeing that he also had an unhappy look on his face, she blinked a little blankly and then fixed her gaze on Shamrock. Although Shamrock did not react much, from the expressions of his father and the 5 elders, he basically guessed that this negotiation meeting would most likely end with Xia Yu's complete victory. However, he was also curious about the outcome of this negotiation meeting. He stepped forward to Green Gu and asked, "Father, is it over?" Green nodded. Different from the reaction of the 5 elders, the rotation of the 5 elders' seats this time was not a bad thing for him as the leader of the Knights of God. Because maybe it will be his turn soon. The reason is very simple. Lord Yim can accept the condition proposed by Xia Yu because, on the one hand, he cannot lose the huge war machine of Marine, and on the other hand, he is dissatisfied with the inaction of 5 elders in recent years. Even if Xia Yu did not appear, 5 elders might make an adjustment in the next period of time. Half an hour later, the tightly closed palace gate was opened again. Then, Xia Yu strode out with a beaming smile. Glancing at the people waiting at the gate, Xia Yu ignored the 5 elders and the members of the Knights of God, walked straight to Gion, handed over the documents in his hand, and then walked to the edge of the stairs alone, turned his back to the crowd, slowly opened his hands and took a deep breath of the fresh air of the Holy Land. Xia Yu's sudden action left the 6 members of the naval headquarters, as well as the 5 elders and the Knights of God, confused. But soon, Xia Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looked around from a high position, and said to himself, "Such a vast red line actually has so much vacant land, it's such a waste." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu suddenly turned around and looked at the Marine group of 6. "Teacher Zephyr, when you go to the room of power to take your turn as the 5 elders, remember to arrange for some people to cultivate a piece of land and plant something. In my hometown, almost everyone likes to farm, and I am no exception." Zephyr selectively ignored the fact that Xia Yu liked farming, and his eyes widened unexpectedly. "Me. 5 elders on duty." Xia Yu nodded. "You and Mr. Sengoku." Without waiting for Zephyr and Sengoku to react, Xia Yu immediately looked away and looked at the 5 elders on the opposite side. Seeing the 5 elders' miserable faces, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just giving up 2 seats? Is there any need to be so sad? Hey, Azamburn, do you want a mirror? Look at your expression right now, especially your eyes, they are as big as copper bells, be careful not to let them fall out. And you, Satan." At this point, Xia Yu, who was smiling a second ago, suddenly frowned. "I know you are dissatisfied, but have you ever thought about why Yim agreed to the condition of rotating the 5 elders' seat? In a nutshell, it's all because of your lack of ability. Especially in the last few decades, first the Rocks pirates raided the Valley of the Gods, then the Age of Great Navigation came. Facing the increasing number of lawless pirates, what did you do? Besides issuing a bounty, what else can you do? Since you don't have any better means, let the position be vacated by someone more capable." Without giving the 5 elders a chance to refute or get angry, Xia Yu waved his hand and turned around and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Gion quickly put away the documents and hurried to catch up. Immediately afterwards, the 3 admirals turned around and followed without any hesitation. Zephyr and Sengoku didn't leave right away, but stood there looking at each other. After being stunned for several seconds, the 2 of them suddenly woke up and said in unison, "We have become 5 elders." Xia Yu, who had already walked away, looked back at Sengoku and Zephyr who were confused because they were about to take turns as 5 elders, and suddenly shouted, "Sakazuki! Sakazuki stood up straight instinctively out of a conditioned reaction. Seeing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not working time now, no need to be so serious." Sakazuki said nothing, his body still standing straight. "Okay, as long as you like it." Xia Yu shrugged slightly. "Next time you take over, go take over for the 5 elders and PS off top man, Azambran and the others." "Me?" Sakazuki had the same reaction as Zephyr, his eyes widened in surprise. "Not just you," Xia Yu said seriously, "from now on, the 5 elders seat will be taken by the 3 of you and Gion in turns." As soon as these words came out, Gion, Borsellino and Kuzan all raised their heads unexpectedly, wanting to say something but finding that nothing they said seemed a little pale at this moment, and finally, like Sakazuki, they straightened their bodies, raised their hands and saluted towards Xia Yu, and shouted in unison, "Chu! Shang! Ha ha ha, okay." After taking a look at the 4 people who were saluted towards him, Xia Yu laughed and turned to walk out. The heroic words then rang in the ears of the 4 people. "The Grand Line is full of storms, and the seas are raging with rage. We must wipe out all harmful insects. We must be invincible. It has that flavor." Chapter 057, Yim's Little Plan, to Support a Marine King. 57 183rds. Chapter 057, Yim's Little Plan, to Support a Marine King. After Xia Yu and his group left, I immediately summoned the 5 elders and Greengu. In the dimly lit palace hall, I sat motionless on the empty throne like a statue, his dark red rippled eyes without any emotion as he looked down at the 5 elders and Green. The 5 elders did not stand, but all knelt down on their knees facing the void throne and prostrated themselves on the ground. Greengu was naturally no exception, but because he was the leader of the Knights of God, he performed the ceremony of kneeling on one knee. "I know what you are thinking." After a brief silence, Yim's voice slowly rang in everyone's ears. "Are you all thinking that Xia Yu should have been sent to the execution platform for his treason? But I agreed to his series of conditions, not only giving up 2 seats in the 5 elders of the Room of Power, but also allowing him to have the same privileges as you." Hearing this, the 5 elders straightened their bodies. They did have such thoughts in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. The reason is simple. Monkey D. Garp, a member of the D clan, can become a marine hero. You who should have died long ago can become 5 elders and hold the highest power in the world. The Grand Line has seen the emergence of so-called Sea Emperors one after another. Why can't first support another marine king? As more and more people know about my existence, the world will be in turmoil again, and it may also accelerate the reappearance of Nika in the Grand Line. 800 years ago, the 20 original kings formed an alliance to pit Nika. 800 years later, the world government is already in turmoil. Can you do it alone? Xia Yu is ambitious, and very ambitious, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Having ambition means he has needs. As long as he is not from the D clan or Nika, his needs will be met. Not to mention the 2 5 elders seats, as long as he can be used by me, it's not impossible to let him replace you. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 elders were so frightened that sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they tensed up and dared not even breathe. It was obvious that Lord Yim was not very satisfied with their actions over the years and wanted to take this opportunity to give them a wake-up call, and at the same time try to train new people to replace them. If they still do nothing in the future, then their fate will definitely not be to escape unscathed from the Room of Power and live out their days in peace, but only death. Because if I wants them to live, they can live for a very long time. If he thinks they are useless, I can easily turn them into ashes even if they are thousands of miles away. Taking the 5 elders' reaction into consideration, I stopped there. He immediately stood up, took a step forward, looked back at the void throne, narrowed his eyes and said to himself, "Do you also want to become the master of this throne? Then let me see how far you can go, Xia Yu." At the same time, Sabayati Archipelago direct access to the port of the Holy Land. Everyone, stand at attention, salute. As soon as Xia Yu and his party walked out of the elevator and stood on the steps, Staloberry and Baseshu, who had been waiting on both sides of the steps leading to the port, stepped forward and saluted. As their voices fell, the marine soldiers standing on both sides of the steps straightened up one after another, and their loud slogans resounded through the sky and echoed over the port for a long time. Xia Yu raised her hand in return, and quickly walked to Staloberry and Baseshu, hooked their shoulders and pulled them in front of her, and gave them a big hug. Your Excellency the Marshal." Unexpectedly, Xia Yu would do this suddenly. Staloberry and Bastiu widened their eyes almost at the same time, and then said in unison, flattered, "No. No way, what's wrong?" Xia Yu let go of the 2 and said seriously, "I am the Marshal at work, but we are still brothers in private. Come on, follow me back to the headquarters." As he spoke, Xia Yu took the 2 of them by the hand and walked down the stairs. Bastiu and Staloberry were first pulled down the stairs by Xia Yu, but they soon regained their composure and turned their heads to look at the young marshal walking among them, and their backs gradually straightened. During Xia Yu's trip to the Holy Land, they were always worried that Xia Yu would encounter an accident in the Holy Land. At the same time, they also began to wonder if their marshal would rise to a higher position with this mutiny. They were worried that Xia Yu would drift away from them in the future because of his rising status. As it turned out, they were worrying too much again. When Xia Yu held their hands and said, "We are brothers," they seemed to have sand in their eyes and their eyes instantly turned red. "I will not keep this honor to myself." The marshal, to whom they swore to follow till death, did not break his promise. Damn it, the world government compromised. It's unbelievable that Xiao Yu left the Holy Land so quickly. Judging from his expression, he obviously got everything he wanted. Quick, report the situation here immediately. The intelligence personnel from all parties who had been secretly following this major event since Xiao Yu set out for the Holy Land had not even had time to eat a bite of lunch before they all returned to their positions because Xiao Yu and his party suddenly returned from the Holy Land. Soon, newspapers around the world, the Revolutionary Army, the New World Four Emperors, and the world's complex underground forces all received the news. District 13 of Sabayati Archipelago. Inside the rip-off bar, Shaki took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it. After blowing out a puff of smoke, she tilted her head slightly to look at the figure standing outside the bar and said slowly, "Rayleigh, when you followed Roger to Raftel and saw the truth, did this young marshal appear in it?" Rayleigh stood outside the door, looking through the dense trees at the huge warship returning to the naval headquarters on the sea, and shook his head. "There is no record related to him." "Then you may need to make some changes to your layout back then." Shaki walked out of the bar and leaned against the door, saying calmly, "Back then you chose to stay in Sabayati Archipelago, and Jabba stayed in Elbaf, in order to wait for the person Roger was expecting to appear. Now that person hasn't appeared, but the naval headquarters has produced a young marshal who has made the Holy Land compromise. With his thunderous power in taking over the Marine, and the successful means of negotiation with the Holy Land, it is not difficult to see that he will definitely aim to purge the pirates next. If he really intends to launch a purge against the Grand Line and the pirates, the person Roger is looking forward to may very likely die." Hearing this, Rayleigh turned his head to look at Shaki and said with a smile, "Although I used to be a pirate, if he can really eliminate the pirates and bring peace to the world, I would be happy to see that day come." Oh, there was a flash of surprise in Shaki's eyes, and he couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of the former Pirates King's right arm. "Rayleigh, you've changed after all these years of seclusion in the Sabayati Archipelago. Has it changed?" Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. "Maybe it's because I've been too stable these years, haha." At this moment, the Den Den Mushi placed on the wine glass bar suddenly rang. Shaki didn't hesitate, turned around and walked to the bar, and spoke first. "It's me." An anxious voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "Xiao Yu and the five elders signed the Mariajoy Treaty. Now the treaty is being printed in large quantities and will be sent to the member countries of the world government within today. As for the contents of the treaty, I didn't dare to read the entire text, I just glanced at it. I remember there is a five elders seat that will be rotated in the future, two of which belong to the naval headquarters. At the same time, Xiao Yu enjoys the same privileges as the five elders. Also, the right to recruit 7 warlords of the sea will belong only to the naval headquarters from now on. Xiao Yu will have full authority to replace Shichabukai personnel and abolish the Shichabukai system." Chapter 058 All Officers, Welcome the Marshal. 58 183rds. Chapter 058 All Officers, Welcome the Marshal. At the naval headquarters, almost all officers and soldiers were present, standing neatly at the port, welcoming the return of their marshal with enthusiastic looks. As the huge warship slowly sailed into the port, the officers of all ranks standing in line at the port took a step forward almost at the same time, all looking up at the figure of the spirited young commander standing at the bow of the warship. Then, everyone raised their hands and saluted at the same time, shouting in unison, "All officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters, welcome the marshal." As the officers at all levels finished speaking, the marine soldiers standing in line behind them from the port to Marineford Square also raised their hands and saluted. Zhang, Shang, neat and loud slogans resounded over Marineford, like thunder from the blue sky. Marineford finally ushered in the long-awaited moment of glory. Xiao Yu, standing on the bow of the warship, looked down at the officers of all levels standing in neat rows and the densely packed soldiers who were shouting slogans with fanatical expressions. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and he spoke with great passion. "Gentlemen, Marine's moment of glory has finally arrived." Having said that, Xiao Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Staloberry, Bastiu, the 3 admirals and Gion who were following him. As if they knew what Xiao Yu was thinking, Staloberry and Bastiu took a step forward hand in hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yu. Before the two could react, Xiao Yu grabbed Staloberry's hand. Gion understood immediately, walked to Xiao Yu, took Xiao Yu's hand, and turned his head to look at the 3 admirals. Although the 3 admirals knew what Xiao Yu wanted to do, they were all old after all, and were a little embarrassed for a moment. But soon, Sakazuki decisively held Borsellino's hand with one hand and held Gion's hand with the other. Although Borsellino's face turned red, he still took Kuzan's hand. The moment the group held hands, Xiao Yu immediately took Gion and Staloberry's hands and stepped forward, and a heroic voice resounded over Marineford. "This honor belongs to every officer and soldier present, to all colleagues who sacrificed for justice. To the entire Marine, hail to the heroic Marine." Xiao Yu's voice was not loud, but every word echoed clearly over Marineford, making the Vice Admiral and the soldiers present seem to be injected with chicken blood, and they shouted slogans in unison with fanatical expressions. Loud slogans came one after another, lasting for a long time over Marineford, and finally converged into a torrent that surged in all directions. After learning about the Mariajoy Treaty, the top officers of the 4 Seas and Grand Line Marine branches, although far away from the naval headquarters, still shouted the slogan of loyalty, shocking the world. With this, Xiao Yu brazenly launched a mutiny to take over the Marine and signed the Treaty of Mariajoy with the Holy Land, and a new era began. Later historians named this mutiny the Marineford Spring. and called this era the glorious age of Marine. The next day, parts of the Mariajoy Treaty appeared around the world through newspapers printed by major news agencies and delivered by intensive news birds. At the same time, the Naval Headquarters News Department also published the latest newspapers. The front page of the newspaper printed and distributed by the Naval Headquarters did not mention the content of the Mariajoy Treaty but contained photos that shocked the world. The photo that occupies most of the page is a group photo of the Naval Headquarters, from marshals to ordinary soldiers. In the photo, the young marshal is sitting in the center position, the three most powerful admirals of the headquarters are sitting with their legs crossed on the right side of the young marshal, and the former Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp and former Admiral Zephyr are sitting on the left side of the young marshal. Standing behind the young marshal were all the vice admirals, rear admirals, commodores and officers of all levels of the headquarters, led by Gion. The reason why this photo occupies most of the page is that behind all the officers of the naval headquarters, there are densely packed soldiers standing in a fan shape. Some of these soldiers hold long swords, some point their guns to the sky, and some cross their arms to their chests. Although everyone, including officers of all ranks, had their looks different, they all had the smile of a winner. Below this photo is a row of densely packed names. Leading the group, occupying a separate row, was none other than Xia Yu, the youngest marshal in the history of the naval headquarters. Next are the elders headed by Sengoku, and the three admirals who have the highest combat power in the headquarters. After that are the vice admirals of naval headquarters, whose names are not in any particular order, and the vice admirals of all major marine branches. All those who saw the newspaper for the first time, whether they were the lawless pirates on the sea or the four emperors pirates ruling the New World, were shocked by this photo. Especially Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who came all the way from the old times, or Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, since they could remember, it was the first time they saw a marine marshal with such terrifying cohesion. Before this young marshal, whether it was Sengoku, who was known as the resourceful general, or the former marine marshal Sora, who was now the commander-in-chief of the world government, the marines under their management seemed unstoppable, but in fact they were just for show. Especially in the naval headquarters led by Sengoku, the three admirals seemed to get along well with each other, but in fact they are at odds with each other, especially Admirals Kuzan and Sakazuki. They have dealt with marine many times and they all know very well that the two have completely different ideas. As for the other Admiral Borsellino, codenamed Kizaru, he has given people an ambiguous feeling since he became an admiral, and people have no idea what he is thinking. It was precisely because the three admirals were at odds with each other, each pursuing their own justice, and the world government's intention to maintain the balance on the sea by launching the 7 warlords of the sea system, that ultimately led to the marine, a huge war machine, being unable to operate normally. If the naval headquarters could be united, even if only the two admirals worked together, it would be basically impossible for the so-called four emperors situation to appear in New World today. Of course, all this is now a thing of the past. With the appearance of this naval headquarters group photo, the former marine is gone forever like an old era that disappeared in the long river of history. A brand new marine under the command of the young Marshal Xia Yu will surely become the nightmare of all pirates. District 13 of Sabayati Archipelago. At the dock, Rayleigh, who had just finished coating a ship, sat in a row with several coating workers, holding a newspaper published by Naval Headquarters in his hand, looking at the young marshal sitting in the sea position thoughtfully. When the Roger pirates were disbanded, Captain Roger surrendered himself and went to the guillotine. He, Jabba, who was known as the left arm of the Pirate King at the time, and Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, lived in seclusion in Sabayati Archipelago, Elbaf and Gemini Capes respectively. Although he was in seclusion, he was actually waiting for the member of the D clan that Roger was expecting, who had strong strength, will and unparalleled cohesion. There is no doubt that the young marine marshal in the photo already possesses great strength and unparalleled cohesion. The only thing that cannot prove whether he is the D-type citizen that Roger is expecting is that Xia Yu's name does not contain D. But none of this matters anymore. From now on, this ocean will tremble because of this powerful and united marine. Xia Yu will also become the brightest one in this era. Chapter 59. Mahawk came to keep a date. What kind of date? 59 183rds. Chapter 59. Mahawk came to keep a date. What kind of date? Naval Headquarters, residential area for offices families. In Xia Yu's yard, Sakazuki sat on the ground, carefully trimming a potted plant. Not far from him, Borsellino was leisurely watering the flowers and plants in the yard with a watering can. There was a huge parasol on the grass opposite the two of them. Under the umbrella, Sengoku and Garp quarreled over a box of senbei. Garp, in particular, grabbed 2 senbei out of the box, and Sengoku ate the rest. This made him very angry, and he was ready to teach Sengoku a lesson. Zephyr, who was sitting opposite the two, didn't show any change in expression, but he almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the two fighting like children over a piece of senbei. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to his youth. In their era, Sengoku was the biggest jerk among the three of them, and he always made the careless Garp so angry that he exploded on the spot. Just then, a chill came over me. Then, Kuzan quickly walked up to the two of them and placed the 4 or 5 boxes of senbei in his arms on the coffee table. Before Kuzan put down all the senbei in his arms, Garp and Sengoku ate up all the senbei on the coffee table. Seeing this, Kuzan let out a long breath of cold air and handed the last box of senbei in his hand to Zephyr. Zephyr took the box and tore it open. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind Kuzan. Before Kuzan and Zephyr could react, a head popped out from behind Kuzan. It was Sakazuki's mother. The old man poked his head out from behind Kuzan and looked curiously at the senbei in Zephyr's hand, then looked at Garp and Sengoku who were eating the senbei with great pleasure. Then he grabbed the corner of Kuzan's clothes and asked excitedly, "Son, what is this?" Kuzan turned his head to look at the old man who was holding the corner of his clothes. His facial muscles moved slightly, and then he raised his hand and pointed at Sakazuki who was trimming the potted plants across the street. "Old man, I'm Kuzan, and your son is the one across the street." No, he is not my son." The old man shook his head and held Kuzan's clothes tightly. "He is my eldest grandson, you are my son." Almost at the same time, Sengoku, Zephyr and Garp all looked at Kuzan with wide eyes. Not only the three of them, but Sakazuki on the opposite side almost cracked on the spot because of the old mother's words. No, old man, you are wrong." Kuzan was a little panicked, not expecting the old man to confuse the relationship to this extent. Although he had previously disagreed with Sakazuki's principles of justice and persistence, he dared not take advantage of Sakazuki. Putting aside these factors, in terms of age alone, Sakazuki is 5 or 6 years older than him. According to the relationship between the elderly and seniority, he, who is 5 or 6 years younger than Sakazuki, actually became Sakazuki's father. Although, I feel a little happy for some reason. Why? Kuzan thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, because Sakazuki was staring at him with a pair of murderous eyes. "I didn't admit my mistake." The old lady was stubborn and serious. She pulled the corner of Kuzan's clothes and shook it. "Son, you are biased. You bought them but not me. Mom is angry." Hiss. Kuzan took a deep breath and for the first time in history, he looked at Sakazuki for help. Sakazuki was worried that his mother would continue to make a fool of herself, so he stopped standing by and ran over, saying awkwardly, "Mother, you've got the wrong person. I am your son, Sakazuki. What's wrong with you, kid? You are my grandson. By the way, what is my grandson's name?" After a slight pause, the old lady didn't think about it anymore and simply changed the subject. She pointed at the senbei in Zephyr's hand and held Kuzan tightly. "Son, Mom wants to eat that." "Oh my, this is troublesome." Kuzan glanced at the corner of his clothes being tightly held by the old lady. He wanted to open his eyes forcefully but was afraid of being beaten up. So he hardened his heart and tried to look calmer. He tried to speak as a son. Okay, mother, please wait a moment. I'll go buy it for you." "No, I want to go with you." The old man still held on to the corner of his clothes. "Okay." Kuzan was being held tightly, and he decisively gave up struggling, nodding like a filial son. Okay, I'll take you with me." As he spoke, Kuzan took the old man's hand and walked out of the yard slowly, trying to slow down as much as possible. Hey, as soon as he walked out of the yard, the old man suddenly stopped and looked at the bicycle parked under a tree at the gate. He asked curiously, "Son, is that your bicycle? Can I sit on it?" Kuzan nodded again, ran over and pushed the bicycle over, then held the old lady in one hand, grabbed the steering wheel with the other hand and sat on it, saying softly, "Mother, hold me tight." Okay, my son is awesome." The old man was as excited as a child. After the bicycle drove out, he hugged Kuzan tightly and kept muttering to himself. In the yard, Sakazuki's eyes softened from being about to spit fire at the beginning to gradually softening after he saw Kuzan holding his mother on the bicycle. In the end, he even smiled, which he himself might not even be aware of. "It's so beautiful." Xia Yu, who was in the living room, saw the whole scene in the yard. After watching Kuzan drive the old man away, he smiled and turned his head to look at Gion beside him. He couldn't help but said, "Gion, did you see Sakazuki's expression? It was so funny." After the old man mistook Kuzan for his son, he almost spit fire from his eyes. Gion smiled and nodded. She naturally saw it all. However, when she saw Sakazuki's reaction, she felt a little nervous. Today was a collective holiday for the naval headquarters, and it was a good time for officers of all levels to get together. She didn't want to see Sakazuki and Kuzan quarreling at this time. Fortunately, Sakazuki not only did not get angry, but also smiled after watching Kuzan and his mother leave. Gion, knowing what Sakazuki's smile meant, no longer had any worries and smiled. It seems that the relationship between the two admirals has eased a lot because of the old man's appearance. Xia Yu shrugged slightly. Of course, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Marshal. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard outside the courtyard gate, instantly attracting the attention of the two admirals and 3 elders in the courtyard. Without waiting for the 5 people in the yard to react, a colonel rushed into the yard and ran straight to the living room. He saluted Xia Yu and said hurriedly, "Joe, Dracula Mahawk is here." At the same time, at the port of Marineford, a coffin-shaped boat was quietly parked on the shore. Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, carrying a supreme sword on his back, walked forward gracefully while surrounded by a group of marine soldiers who were acting as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "I'm Dracula Mahawk. Tell your marshal that I'm coming down to keep the appointment." Chapter 60. The recruit who was eager for military merit. Mahawk is ignored. 60-183. Chapter 60. The recruit who was eager for military merit. Mahawk is ignored. Mahawk. Xia Yu was stunned and said in surprise, "He dared to come to our headquarters without a conscription order." The colonel explained. He said he was here to keep an appointment. Hearing this, Xia Yu smiled and said, I remember that when I was trapped on an isolated island 6 years ago, he happened to pass by that island. I still owe him a favor. If he hadn't happened to pass by, I wouldn't have joined the Marine later. At this point, Xia Yu waved to the colonel and said, Go, invite him here. Yes, the colonel saluted, then turned and ran out. Bang! As soon as the colonel turned around and ran out, the kitchen door was opened forcefully. Then, a strong smell of oil smoke rushed out, and then Staloberry, the flying squirrel, and the hound ran out of the kitchen coughing violently. Master Xia Yu, are you sure this is the hot pot base you want? The hound rushed out of the kitchen with a smell of oil smoke and came to Xia Yu first, saying excitedly, this is too spicy. Staloberry and the flying squirrel didn't bother to talk to Xia Yu, and ran straight to the yard to breathe in the fresh air in big gulps. Why, not spicy enough? Xia Yu looked up at the hound and saw that his tears were choking. He couldn't help laughing and said, look at you. In my hometown, that's how we eat hot pot. It must be spicy and numbing. Okay. The hound hung his head and said helplessly, the base is ready, what should we do next? Seeing the hound's reaction, Gion, who was sitting next to him, shook his head and smiled, saying, leave it to me from now on. You guys go to the yard and get some fresh air first. What are you breathing? Xia Yu stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Bring the hot pot base to the yard. Whoever likes to eat can just throw it in. Having said that, Xia Yu ran into the kitchen, picked up the vegetables and meat that had been prepared for the audience, and walked towards the yard. Seeing this, the hound did not dare to delay and rushed to move the tables, chairs and benches. Soon, all kinds of vegetables, meat and fruits were brought to the yard. Smelling the aroma of the hot pot base after it was boiled, Garp and Sengoku suddenly felt that the senbei in their hands were not fragrant anymore. They sat down at the dining table immediately, picked up their favorite vegetables and meat and threw them into the pot. As Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr sat down, Flying Squirrel, Staloberry and the hound also gathered around the table. Xia Yu just sat down next to Zephyr with the bowl and chopsticks, and Borsalino and Gion also came over. Gion, who had just sat down next to Xia Yu, looked around and found that Sakazuki was missing, so she quickly turned her head to look across the yard. Sakazuki was seen standing in the yard, pacing back and forth towards the gate, his expression looking a little anxious. Sakazuki, stop pacing. Xia Yu knew what Sakazuki was waiting for and said decisively, if you're worried, just go over and take a look. No, that's not necessary. Sakazuki, whose thoughts were seen through by Xia Yu, turned back slightly stiffly, I'll wait here, you guys eat first. After saying that, Sakazuki paced again, looking towards the door from time to time. At this moment, the familiar sound of bicycle bells was heard. Then, Kuzan, riding a bicycle, flashed out from the corner and rushed straight to the gate of the courtyard at lightning speed. Kuzan. Seeing Kuzan riding his bicycle back alone, Sakazuki rushed out of the courtyard gate without hesitation and asked in a deep voice, where is my mother? Kuzan said nothing and turned around slowly. On his back, there was an old man whose body had become almost like a child's due to old age. He was hanging from a tree branch, with one hand hooked around Kuzan's neck and the other holding a few bags of snacks, looking as happy as a child. Mother. Sakazuki didn't expect his mother to be hanging on Kuzan's back. He was so scared that he almost broke apart on the spot. He yelled and quickly stepped forward to take his mother off Kuzan's back. As soon as he hugged his old mother, Sakazuki looked up and glared at Kuzan, how can you let your mother hang on your back? What if she falls down? Kuzan looked helpless and explained, I can't help it. The old man has to be carried. Hearing this, Sakazuki's tone softened instantly, and he said awkwardly, thank you for your hard work. Kuzan glanced at Sakazuki in surprise. After working with Sakazuki for so many years, this was the first time he heard these words from Sakazuki's mouth. Of course none of this matters. The important thing is that since reuniting with his mother, Sakazuki seems to have become a completely different person. When in the Holy Land, he was like a mad dog, killing anyone he caught. After returning to the headquarters, especially in front of his mother, he actually saw something he had never seen before in Sakazuki's eyes, tenderness. Let's go, we haven't had a meal together for a long time. After a brief silence, Kuzan took the initiative to invite, shall we have a drink? At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Mahawk walked into Marineford Square accompanied by a colonel officer and felt like he was in the wrong place. He still remembered the last time he came to the headquarters because of the conscription order, and he felt a little depressed here. Especially the Marine soldiers on duty, they stood at their posts lifelessly, acting as if they were facing a great enemy even though the weather was fine. The most important thing is that Marineford Square is usually deserted and seems very deserted. But at this time, Marineford Square was actually filled with neatly arranged dining tables. Marine soldiers and officers of all levels gathered around the tables piled with delicious food and wine. Various shouts and excited sounds came one after another, and the sounds of laughter and playing were continuous, making it lively and full of vitality. After learning that Mahawk knew Marshal Xia Yu 6 years ago before he became a Marine, the colonel officer who came to greet him no longer hesitated and said proudly, today is a collective holiday for the naval headquarters. The marshal asked all officers and soldiers to put down their work and set up a buffet in the square. All officers, soldiers, and their family members and friends can attend. After a slight pause, the colonel suddenly stopped and looked back at Mahawk, blurting out subconsciously, Hawkeye, did you know the news and come here just to eat and drink for free? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Mahawk looked at the colonel with a puzzled look on his face. As the world's best swordsman, did he need to go to the naval headquarters to get free food and drinks? However, just as he was about to retort, his stomach suddenly growled. Ah ha ha, I knew it, the colonel laughed and turned around. Don't worry, Lord Shiau Yu and his family are cooking hot pot at home. Since you and Lord Shiau Yu are old acquaintances, Lord Shiau Yu will definitely provide you with enough red wine and beef with his generosity. Because of his stomach problems, Mahawk was too lazy to explain. After following the colonel through Marineford Square, Mahawk soon discovered another phenomenon that puzzled him. When he entered Marineford, many soldiers and officers were afraid of his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman. Some even trembled when he approached, and many more did not even dare to look him in the eye. But as he walked along, the soldiers and officers in Marineford Square seemed to be unaware of him. They just glanced at him casually and started drinking and eating meat. What's worse, some people even said to him, "What are you looking at?" Or, "Hey, isn't this Mahawk?" And other similar remarks, showing that they didn't take him seriously at all, because he looked at him for a few more seconds. The colonel officer walking in front seemed to know what Mahawk was thinking and explained again. Don't get me wrong, Mahawk, they are not targeting you. Not to mention you, even if it's the 5 elders, they won't be afraid now. Let me tell you this. Now everyone in this headquarters is eager to make military achievements to repay the marshal. Especially those recruits who just glared at you. They were still in the recruit training period and dared to follow the marshal to start a rebellion. Chapter 061 Dare to draw the knife against Mahawk and kill the bear. 61 183rds. Chapter 061 Dare to draw the knife against Mahawk and kill the bear. Previous. Next. Hearing that everyone in the headquarters was eager to gain military merit, Mahawk's facial muscles twitched slightly. He would never have imagined that the young man whom he had helped by chance 6 years ago would rise to prominence in the naval headquarters in just 6 years, and even take over the entire Marine with a mutiny, becoming an idol and belief in the hearts of countless Marine soldiers. Thinking back to 6 years ago, when he first met Shiau Yu was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy, trapped on an isolated island and feeling pity for him. He happened to pass by the island and felt sympathy for him for the first time, so he took Shiau Yu away from the island and sent him to a town. After that, he never had any contact with it again, and even forgot about it long ago. It's not that he is a forgetful person, it's just that this kind of thing is not worth mentioning to him. Even though Shiau Yu said at the time that she would remember his kindness in saving him, he did not take it to heart. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman, so this little favor is not worth mentioning. However, when he came to the naval headquarters last time because of the conscription order and heard many officers mention the name Shiau Yu, he did not think that this Shiau Yu was that Shiau Yu, so he just remembered the name and did not connect them together. I simply thought that the naval headquarters had produced a young and powerful man with amazing talent, and his swordsmanship was even better than that of the Admiral candidate Gion. It was not until he saw the newspaper published by naval headquarters and saw the young marshal sitting in the center of the group photo of naval headquarters that he suddenly woke up and realized that the two Shiau Yu were the same person. It was for this reason that he said the words, "Come to keep the appointment," when he landed at the Marineford port. Of course, he had no agreement with Shiau Yu. When he sent Shiau Yu to the town 6 years ago, he waved goodbye to her without even leaving a trace of cloud. After crossing Marineford Square under the leadership of the colonel, the scene in front of Mahawk suddenly changed. He saw a long and narrow road in front of him, with dining tables lined up in the middle of the road. Just like the scene in the square, officers and soldiers at all levels mingled together, shouting and yelling, and it was very lively. However, just as he followed the colonel into the road, the officers and soldiers of all ranks who had been noisy a moment ago suddenly quieted down and turned their heads to look at him. Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. After a brief silence, several middle-aged officers stood up in front of a table closest to Mahawk and the colonel. Some of them were wearing Commodore coats, some were wearing Rear Admiral epaulettes, and some were shirtless, revealing their powerful abdominal muscles. As these officers stood up, there was a clattering sound on the narrow road. Almost all officers and soldiers stood up at this moment, glaring at Mahawk, who suddenly appeared. In an instant, fierce murderous intent was overwhelming. The Marine officers and soldiers at all levels, who were originally wearing uniforms of justice, looked like gangsters in the underworld at this moment. None of them were intimidated by Mahawk's reputation as the world's #1 swordsman, but instead showed ferocious eyes. For a moment, Mahawk felt that he had not arrived at the naval headquarters, but had entered the base of a gang organization. "Hey, what are you doing?" Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, the colonel stepped forward and said, "Didn't you see who he was? He is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mahawk." "Of course we know he is 7 warlords of the sea." A rear admiral stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Not only do I know that he is 7 warlords of the sea, I also know that he was a marine hunter." After a slight pause, the rear admiral suddenly drew his sword and raised his voice, "Hawkeye, do you still remember the colonel you killed? He is the person I respect the most besides Lord Shiau Yu. All these years, I have been waiting to seek revenge on you, but I didn't expect you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But it doesn't matter. After Lord Shiau Yu signs the Treaty of Mariajoy with the Holy Land, the 7 warlords of the sea system will soon cease to exist." At this point, the rear admiral took a step forward with his sword in hand and raised his voice again. "In the name of marine justice, I, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Noah, challenge you." Dracula Mahawk, please teach me. And me, Hawkeye, I almost died under your knife back then. Ahahaha, how can I be left out of this kind of thing? Calm down, brothers, he is the best swordsman in the world. You will die. Although many people in the crowd tried to persuade him, they all stood up and came behind Rear Admiral Noah, and several officers even stood shoulder to shoulder with him. They looked like they were going to beat up Dracula Mahawk. Oh, unexpectedly, these Marine officers in front of him were not afraid of him, but stood up to challenge him. Mahawk's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the supreme sword behind him seemed to know its master's mind. It exuded a suffocating breath of death and rushed towards the Marine officers who blocked the way. As this the Marine led by Xia Yu. After glancing at everyone present, Mahawk took a step forward and grabbed the hilt of the knife with his backhand. A gleam of light flashed in his eagle-like eyes again. Although your courage is commendable, even after another 100 years, you are still no match for me. However, I never refuse a challenge from any swordsman. Since you want to fight, I will grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, the terrifying power that belonged only to the world's greatest swordsman quietly burst out, instantly forcing back the officers and soldiers opposite him. The next second, the world's strongest black sword was unsheathed with a shimmering purple flame. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the Marine officer and a group of soldiers who were forced to retreat step by step. Mahawk, feeling the sudden killing intent, the colonel officer who was in charge of welcoming Mahawk changed his expression slightly. At the same time, he took a step forward under great pressure and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to go on a killing spree in the naval headquarters?" Without waiting for Mahawk to react, the colonel immediately looked up at the officers and soldiers on the opposite side who did not flee even though they were enveloped by the terrifying power, and shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat, Mahawk's current identity is no longer the 7 warlords of the sea, but a guest invited by Lord Xia Yu. If you want to make Lord Xia Yu furious, just draw your swords and shoot." Hearing that Mahawk was invited by their marshal, all the officers looked at each other in surprise. Then, although they were confused, they knew that the colonel who spoke would not dare to lie, so they all made way for Mahawk. "Mahawk, please." Seeing this, the colonel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that everyone in the naval headquarters was eager for military merit, the man next to him was the world's #1 swordsman and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. If the colleagues on the opposite side took advantage of Lord Xia Yu's protection and acted recklessly after drinking, casualties would be secondary, and Lord Xia Yu would definitely be caught in a dilemma. Because Xia Yu said herself that she had received help from Mahawk in the past. As everyone knows, Lord Xia Yu will always respond to requests and repay favors. If these officers and soldiers rushed up to fight Mahawk at this moment, it would definitely damage the reputation of their Lord Marshal. "Everyone, stand at attention, salute." Suddenly, at the end of the long and narrow road, loud shouts rang out, causing all the officers and soldiers who had just made way for Mahawk to straighten their bodies subconsciously, and then retreat to both sides of the road and salute. As the officers and soldiers stood on both sides of the road, straightened their backs and raised their hands to salute, several figures immediately walked out from the end of the road. The leader was Xia Yu. "Mahawk, long time no see." Xia Yu walked quickly to Mahawk amidst the shouts of loyalty, with a warm smile on her face. "I was planning to see you after the celebration banquet for the entire army and when the call for the Shichabukai is issued. I didn't expect you to come early." Looking at the Marine officers and soldiers who straightened their backs and saluted instantly because of Xia Yu's appearance, Mahawk calmly put away his great sword and said calmly, "It's true that a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence, Xia Yu. In the past, these officers and soldiers would bow their heads in fear when they saw me, but now they dare to draw their swords against me because of your presence. It's not simple." Xia Yu shrugged slightly. "There is no other way, just put the bears in one nest." Mahawk looked Xia Yu up and down. Different from the immature girl when they first met 6 years ago, Xia Yu now looked more mature and high-spirited. His kingly temperament was fully revealed in his every move. If Xia Yu hadn't taken the initiative to greet him, even if they were face to face at this moment, he would not have dared to hastily confirm that the young Marine Marshal in front of him was the young man he helped 6 years ago. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, Mahawk frowned slightly and asked, "You want to abolish the Shichabukai system?" "I have this idea." Xia Yu nodded, and then changed the subject. "Now is not the time to talk about work, let's go drink." Chapter 062 The most terrifying force in this ocean. 60-183. Chapter 062 The most terrifying force in this ocean. Looking at Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, 3 veterans of the naval headquarters, who were eating hot pot in the yard with their mouths full of oil, and Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kuzan who were silently raising their glasses, Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. To be more precise, the atmosphere emanating from inside and outside the naval headquarters now made him inexplicably feel uneasy. It would be fine if the officers of all levels in the naval headquarters were united, but the 3 admirals were actually sitting at a dining table, enjoying themselves with the former headquarters marshal, the marine hero Garp, and the former Admiral Zephyr. If this scene was published in the newspaper by the naval headquarters news department, it would definitely have the same far-reaching impact as the previous group photo of the naval headquarters. For a moment, Mahawk regretted coming to the naval headquarters at this time. It was also at this moment that he finally understood why the officers and soldiers on that narrow road just now dared to draw their swords to block their way. It was not because those officers and soldiers were blindly arrogant and thought they could defeat him, the world's #1 swordsman, but because they had unprecedented confidence. He dared to guarantee that if he had dared to swing his supreme sword at the officers and soldiers who blocked his way, the 3 admirals sitting here would definitely take action immediately. He might be able to defeat one of the admirals by chance if he fought with all his strength, but if all 3 admirals were dispatched at the same time, not only him, but even Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard who reigned over the New World and had the title of the strongest man, would have to kneel. At that time, being stripped of his Shichabukai title was a small matter, whether he could leave alive was an unknown. Ahahaha, Mihawk, long time no see. Just when Mihawk was feeling his scalp tingling when he saw the former admiral and the current admiral vice admiral in the yard, Garp, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, suddenly tilted his head, waved at him and shouted, "Don't just stand there, come and have a drink with me." Sengoku also looked up at Mihawk at this time. "It's Mihawk, I didn't expect you to show up at this time. Now that you're here, please sit down. After all, you are still a member of Shichabukai." Sakazuki and Kuzan were obviously a little drunk. They completely ignored Mihawk's presence, raised their glasses and imitated Xiao Yu's drinking mantra over the years, and shouted in unison, "Let's go." Borsalino didn't seem to notice Mihawk, and kept talking. "That's terrible, you've already drunk 5 pounds. That's enough, Sakazuki, are you two going to stay drunk?" Seeing that the 3 admirals were ignoring Mihawk's presence, Garp immediately said, Hey, are you 3 polite? Didn't you see Mihawk coming?" "Oh." The 3 admirals looked up at Mihawk in tacit understanding and said in unison, "Sit." Mihawk said nothing and found an empty seat to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Mihawk realized something was wrong. He is the world's #1 swordsman, but why is he inexplicably nervous, like a sheep among a pack of wolves? After looking around at everyone present calmly, Mihawk let out a breath. It is true that he is the world's #1 swordsman, but except for the vice admirals, no one here is someone he can afford to offend. It is no exaggeration to say that this is Alexander's biggest victory since he became the world's #1 swordsman. He did not dare to show off the arrogance that was unique to the world's greatest swordsman. Mr. Mihawk. At this moment, Gion brought a set of bowls and chopsticks and placed them in front of Mihawk, and the hound also carried a box of wine and threw it next to him, then turned around proudly and returned to his seat and sat down. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A mere vice admiral dares to give me the cold shoulder. Glancing at the hound vice admiral sitting opposite him, Mihawk let out another breath and suppressed the urge to draw his sword. Changed. The marine in his mind has completely changed. You know, the marines under Sengoku's command had to be polite to him, not to mention those arrogant soldiers they just met on the road. Even the vice admiral had to be polite to him, especially the flying squirrel present at the moment and the hound vice admiral who just gave him the cold shoulder. Even a casual move from him could make the other party feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. However, at this time, the flying squirrel was only focused on eating hot pot from beginning to end. Although the hound vice admiral brought him a box of wine, he was obviously reluctant. Here it comes. Xia Yu, who also brought a box of wine from the living room, sat down next to Mihawk and smiled at everyone. 1 box of wine per person, no one is allowed to leave until they finish it. As he spoke, Xia Yu took out a bottle of red wine from the box and handed it to Mihawk, then took out another bottle and opened it, saying in a very heroic manner, "Don't raise your glasses, pick up your bottles and walk together to welcome Mihawk." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who had been eating and drinking a moment ago raised their bottles and then focused their eyes on Mihawk. Mihawk looked at the bottle of wine handed over by Xia Yu, then looked at the box of wine beside him. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but finally he held back and simply raised the bottle and drank happily. Haha, great, such a beautiful scene should be made public. Xia Yu drank a bottle of wine in a hurry, wiped his mouth with a laugh, then took out another bottle from his box and handed it to Mihawk. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Mihawk was full of questions, and his mouth twitched wildly. "We agreed to give each person a box, why do you keep handing over the wine in your box? Marshal, please don't cheat." Seeing Mihawk's reaction, Gion, who was sitting on the other side of Xia Yu, shook his head and smiled, and said softly, "Just now, the hound vice admiral moved a box and placed it next to Mr. Mihawk. What you are holding now is your wine." "Ahaha, that seems to be the case." Xia Yu scratched the back of his head and decisively took back the bottle of wine that was handed to him. "Don't just stand there, Mihawk. If you hadn't passed by that isolated island in time 6 years ago, I would have had to start a deserted island survival. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Everything is in the wine. Come on, drink it up." After drinking 2 bottles in a row with Xia Yu, Mihawk, who was drunk, gradually relaxed. He was no longer as cold and nervous as when they first sat down. He took the initiative to pull Xia Yu to start a conversation. Xia Yu naturally answered all the questions he knew. Even when Mihawk asked about the mutiny, Xia Yu simply concealed the existence of the system and his identity as a time traveler. After hearing about Xia Yu's growth in the naval headquarters over the past 6 years and the overwhelming response he received when he launched the campaign, Mihawk, who was already 7/10 drunk, gradually sobered up. As the world's greatest swordsman, he would not be naive enough to believe that Xia Yu could gain the loyalty of so many officers and soldiers in the headquarters in just 6 years with just money. What can make people sacrifice their loyalty and lives is never money. Instead, Xia Yu possesses a brilliant personal charm that can quickly gather all the people who can be gathered around him, thus gathering them into the most terrifying force in this ocean. Chapter 063 Rocks Pirate Member, Bakingham's Stussy. 63 183rds. Chapter 063 Rocks Pirate Member, Bakingham Stussy. Because Sakazuki's old mother was clamoring to ride a bicycle again, Kuzan, who loved to be a son, had no choice but to take his old mother away. This time Sakazuki did not stay. He stood up with Borsellino and acted as the guardian of the old mother. They ran out of the yard behind the bicycle with laughter. As soon as the three admirals were kidnapped by the old mother, several vice admirals and rear admirals immediately ran into the yard, shouted loyalty to Xia Yu, and then dragged the flying squirrel, the hound, and Bastille away. The departure of the 6 people did not affect Sengoku and Garp's voracious eating. The 2 old guys were obviously completely let go. Without the burden of their status, they were just 2 old naughty boys. They were fighting over rice crackers and beef in the hot pot. The one-armed Zephyr kept shaking his head. Xia Yu. Suddenly, Mahawk, who was chatting happily just a second ago, stood up abruptly and looked down at Xia Yu. When I came to the naval headquarters, I heard a lot of legends about you. Many officers said that you were the most talented young warrior in the history of the naval headquarters. Not only have you mastered the Marine 6 styles, but you have also made outstanding achievements in the field of kendo. Let's take this opportunity to have a hearty fight. Let me see how advanced your swordsmanship is. As soon as these words were spoken, Sengoku and Garp, who were fighting for food just a moment ago, became quiet almost at the same time. Zephyr also looked up at Mahawk, whose face was red and his neck was thick, unexpectedly. Although Mahawk was still carrying the supreme sword at this moment, it was obviously incompatible with the title of the world's #1 swordsman. He looked like a drunkard, standing in front of Xia Yu, staggering and ready to fall at any time. Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Gion, who was always gentle, frowned slightly and stood up decisively. Mahawk, although I am very grateful that you helped Marshal Xia Yu, it does not mean that you can act recklessly in front of Marshal Xia Yu. Don't forget, you are now the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, if you really want to have a hearty battle, I can fight on behalf of the Marshal. Mahawk ignored Gion and stared at Xia Yu with his sharp eagle-like eyes without blinking, as if he would not leave unless Xia Yu agreed to his decision. Gion, sit down. Xia Yu glanced at Gion, then looked away at Mahawk, and couldn't help laughing and said, Hawkeye, are you sure you can display the strength of the world's greatest swordsman in your current state? Come on, even if we want to have a hearty fight, wait until you sober up. Xia Yu, how much do you underestimate me? Mahawk grabbed the handle of the supreme sword on his back with his backhand, and said with full fighting spirit, I'm the world's #1 swordsman, how can a box of red wine make me drunk? Come on, let me see how much you have grown in the past 6 years. Ding dong, Xia Yu was about to refuse when the familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected someone challenged the host. You now have 2 choices. Reject the challenge, reward, a bottle of red wine. Accept the challenge and defeat the opponent, and the reward will be, a supreme sword of the 12 techniques. Xia Yu didn't expect the system prompt to pop up at this time. He blinked in surprise. Although 2 choices were given, it seemed that he could only choose one. Because if he chooses to refuse, he will get a bottle of red wine as a reward. Does he need this bottle of red wine? Now he is the marshal of the naval headquarters and enjoys the same privileges as the 5 elders. Will he lack wine? However, he lacked a suitable knife. He had been borrowing Gion's sword, Kanpila, because after improving his swordsmanship to the highest level through the system, he could not find a famous sword that could support his swordsmanship for a while. He wanted to send someone to look for it after the mutiny was settled, but he did not expect the system to appear so timely. After a brief moment of surprise, Xia Yu decisively swallowed back the words of rejection that were about to come out of his mouth, and simply said, I accept your challenge. But not now. As Gion said, you are now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. I am the marshal of the naval headquarters, and the world government has just transferred the 7 warlords of the sea conscription order to the naval headquarters, which means that I am now your direct superior. After a slight pause, Xia Yu picked up another bottle of wine and said slowly, how about a week later? Because tomorrow the naval headquarters will issue a summons to the Shichabukai to hold a Shichabukai meeting with the 7 of you pirates. After the meeting, the former Shichabukai will no longer exist. At that time, we will no longer be in a relationship of superior and subordinate but friends. Since we are friends, we can drink when we want to drink, and we can exchange ideas when we want to exchange ideas. Isn't that wonderful? Hearing this, Mahawk no longer insisted, and simply put away the supreme sword, nodded and said, then I will wait for you for 7 days. At this point, Mahawk glanced sideways in the direction of the living room. Since we are going to have a Shichabukai meeting, I will stay at your house until the meeting. Before Xia Yu nodded in agreement, the Den Den Mushi in the living room suddenly made a brew brew sound. Then, a familiar voice came from the Den Den Mushi, Marshal, I'm Ain. Marshal, are you there? Hearing the sound coming from the living room, Xia Yu was stunned at first, then he stood up suddenly and grabbed the Den Den Mushi placed in the living room. The next second, Den Den Mushi was caught in his hand. Ain, have you found the pirates who attacked the training ship? Yes, Marshal. The sound coming from the Den Den Mushi instantly lit up Zephyr's eyes, who had not been able to integrate into the drinking table. However, as soon as he stood up, Xia Yu forced him to sit down. Tell me where you are now. In addition, you and Bins are no match for him. Before the support arrives, you only have one task, follow him. As he said that, Xia Yu handed the Den Den Mushi to Gion beside him, asking Gion to note the sea area where Ein was at the moment, and decisively activated observation hockey to transmit the message. Borsellino, come quickly. As soon as Xia Yu's voice transmission fell, Kizaru, who had already run out of the family compound on a bicycle, suddenly stopped. The next second, he didn't have time to think about it and immediately released the ability of the fruit. With a flash of light, Borsellino stood in front of Xia Yu. Xia Yu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. We have found the pirates who attacked the training ship that year. You will immediately set off to the sea area that Gion rode down to support Ain and Binz. I only have one request, catch him and chop off one of his arms before bringing him back. Remember, don't let the water go, etc. Just as Borsellino turned around, Xia Yu suddenly remembered something and said to Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, if I remember correctly, it was not just one person who attacked the training ship, but a mother and son. Yes, Zephyr's eyes were filled with flames of hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said, Miss Barking, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, her real name is Barkingorm Stussy. She was the one who instigated her son Edward Wilbur to attack the training ship. Borsellino was serious for once, and nodded slightly to Zephyr, saying, Teacher Zephyr, don't worry, I will definitely bring them back. Chapter 064 Mr. Sengoku, please address me as Marshal. 64 183rds. Chapter 064 Mr. Sengoku, please address me as Marshal. The next morning, after washing up, changing into uniform and putting on a marshal's coat, Xia Yu walked out of the bedroom in high spirits. Are you always up so late? Xia Yu had just opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, and before she had time to go to the second floor to visit the old man, a familiar voice suddenly came over. Following the sound, I saw Mahawk, dressed in casual clothes, sitting at the dining table with his legs crossed and holding a newspaper published by Naval Headquarters. Breakfast is ready, because you dawdled for half an hour, the old man and I didn't wait for you. Unexpectedly, Mahawk was so shameless that he not only lived in her house, but also cooked for herself without any hesitation. Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but soon, his attention was attracted by the various breakfasts on the dining table. The most unexpected thing was that the old man actually ignored his existence and just ate his breakfast with a rice ball. After swallowing the food in his mouth, the old man finally discovered Xia Yu's existence. Surprisingly, the old lady was not forgetful. The moment she saw him, she waved and said, My dear grandson, come quickly. Grandma has hidden a lot of delicious food for you, but you must not let Sakazuki know, that boy is very bad. Xia Yu did not dare to neglect it, and quickly walked to the old woman and sat down, and asked knowingly, Grandma, where did these foods come from? The old man raised his hand and pointed at Mahawk. Mahawk made this. It's delicious. Am I Taro? Xia Yu blinked and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Mahawk remained silent, his eyes fixed on the newspaper, his facial muscles twitching wildly. He is desperate too. Before he got up in the morning, he was startled by an old man who suddenly broke into his room. Fortunately, he had met the old man yesterday and not only did he know his identity, he also roughly guessed that the old man might be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. So he did not dare to delay and immediately got up and started talking to the old man. After this conversation, he almost exploded on the spot. Because the old man was so forgetful, as soon as he told him his name, the old man turned around and asked him who he was. Just when he was about to collapse, the old man suddenly said he was hungry. Since he loved cooking, he didn't dare to continue talking to the old man and rushed into the kitchen to start working. The strange thing is that when he was making breakfast, the old man didn't come to make trouble, and instead kept praising his cooking skills because he kept throwing the pot from time to time. This is a great start. But, the old man didn't remember his full name, Dracula Mahawk, so he remembered the character, me. He just remembered the character, me, but he added the two characters, Tai Lang, at the end. He is Dracula Mahawk from Krikon Island, the world's #1 swordsman, not some Taro. If the person who shouted this name was a pirate or even a marine, he would definitely draw his sword and chop the person without hesitation. Seeing Mahawk remain silent, Xia Yu stopped talking, chatted briefly with the old man and left. Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. All the Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals of the headquarters were present, all sitting upright, with Xia Yu looking up at the Marshal's chair. Admirals Sakazuki and Kuzan and Sengoku, Zephyr and Garp sat on both sides of Xia Yu. Outside the door, neatly dressed marine soldiers were standing guard every 10 steps, holding their rifles and standing straight. Although their expressions were serious, their eyes were more proud than each other. The reason was simple, the former Vice Admiral they were loyal to had now become the Marshal of the headquarters and enjoyed the same privileges as the 5 elders. Most importantly, they would no longer have to endure the wrath of the Holy Land, especially the celestial dragons who were so high and mighty. Gion, let's begin. Xia Yu, sitting on the Marshal's throne, looked around the conference room and said calmly, let's talk about the salary issue of all officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters first. Yes, Gion stood up and picked up a document, and went straight to the point. Because all officers and soldiers have been paid a year's salary in advance, there is very little money left for the headquarters to embezzle. We are temporarily unable to pay the bounties submitted by the major branch bases. We must solve this problem as soon as possible, because if we cannot pay the bounties to the bounty hunters, it will have a bad impact on the Marines' reputation. Of course, this is only a small part. The expenses required for the headquarters will be much more than this. After a slight pause, Gion suddenly raised his voice. I have a suggestion. Can we ask the officers above the rank of colonel to donate generously to help us get through this difficult time? After the heavenly gold is deposited into the treasury, we will double the amount to each officer. No. Without waiting for the audience to react, Xia Yu immediately waved his hand and said, you don't know the situation of many officers in this department, but I have seen it in the past few years. Many officers have elderly parents and young children to take care of. After receiving their salaries, they almost all send them back home. If we ask them to pay at this time, it will undoubtedly make their situation worse. I have an idea. After a short silence, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cunning flashed across his lips. Over the years, several big men who are known as the kings of the underground world have appeared in New World. Some of them became the kings of transportation because they monopolized the transportation lifeline of the Grand Line, and some became the kings of usury because of lending. They are far behind the four emperors in terms of reputation, but in terms of wealth, they are rich as hell. So, I'm going to personally write a letter inviting them to come to the naval headquarters. If they are afraid to enter the naval headquarters, let them choose a place and I will meet them. If they dare to refuse, Marine will only do one thing next, and take over their business and their wealth. Not only must we not let go of the so-called kings of the New World underground world, but also the nobles of the Holy Land. They spend hundreds of millions of berries to buy a slave. It's time for them to contribute to the cause of justice. Gion, you go to Sabayati Archipelago and contract a hotel. I'm going to create a transformation entertainment program and choose a time to invite some world nobles to participate. Hearing this, Gion lowered his head and covered his face. Sure enough, Xia Yu is still the same Xia Yu. Even though he has become the marshal of the headquarters and enjoys the same privileges as the five elders, he is still familiar with making money. Different from Gion's reaction, almost all the other participants, except for Admirals Sengoku, Sakazuki and Kuzan, had fanatical expressions on their faces. Sure enough, their Lord Xia Yu did not change at all after becoming a marshal, and he was still the familiar formula. When it comes to making money, no one is more professional than their Lord Xia Yu. Xia Yu, no. At this moment, Sengoku stood up. The 6 underground kings of the New World have great influence. If we forcibly take over their businesses and wealth, it is likely to cause unrest in the world. Especially the Transport King. He not only has transportation business with major pirates and countries, but his transportation company is also responsible for the supply of the Holy Land. Mr. Sengoku. Before Xia Yu could react, one of the rear admirals stood up abruptly, glared at Sengoku with wide eyes, and said in a deep voice, during the meeting, please call me Marshal. This sudden sentence made Sengoku's expression pack come out. Following the sound, Sengoku's eyes widened like bells, and he said in disbelief, Noah, when did you become a rear admiral? Was it Xia Yu who promoted you? The rear admiral who stood up was none other than Rear Admiral Noah, who drew his sword at Mahawk yesterday. Rear Admiral Noah straightened his body and said loudly, yes, all officers below the Vice Admiral who followed Lord Xia Yu to rebel against you will be promoted 1 rank. Mr. Sengoku, I repeat, please address Lord Xia Yu as Marshal. Hearing this, Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he took out a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth. He changed his serious image as a marshal and raised his head proudly and said, what a coincidence, I have been promoted 3 levels in a row, and I will soon go to the Holy Land's power room to take the rotation of the 5 elders. Ah, No's eyes widened, his aura was instantly extinguished, and he looked at Xia Yu for help. Xia Yu held back her smile and waved her hand, everyone, sit down. This is the decision on the money. No need to discuss it further. Let's start the second topic. Regarding the 7 warlords of the sea system, I do not agree with this system. Since the establishment of Shichabukai, not only have they not contributed anything, but because of their status as Shichabukai, they have become even more powerful and gained even greater benefits. However, before abolishing it, I plan to use the conscription order to call a Shichabukai meeting to give them a knock on their arrogance. At this point, Xia Yu turned his gaze to several vice admirals, Flying Squirrel, Stallo Berry, Bastiu, Hound, Burning Mountain, and Sturls. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, the 6 vice admirals whose names were called stood up quickly. Take the conscription order and leave immediately. Instruct the 6 Shichabukai members except Mahawk to come to the naval headquarters within 3 days to attend the Shichabukai meeting in 3 days. Tell them that if they don't show up for the meeting at headquarters in 3 days, they will face more than just the revocation of their Shichabukai status. They also need to be prepared to face the wrath of the naval headquarters. Chapter 065 Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock. 65 183rds. Chapter 065 Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock. Naval Headquarters Port. The Flying Squirrel walking in front glanced at Stallo Berry and Bastiu who were following him. After hesitating several times, he mustered up the courage to speak. Bastiu, should we switch? I'll go and tell Doflamingo, and you go to 9 Snake Island. No. Hearing that he was going to switch places with him, Bastiu quickly waved his hand. Doflamingo should be in Dressrosa right now. It's a long journey, and I'm worried that your small body can't handle it. Let me go. After all, I'm much stronger than you. Most importantly, Doflamingo is not easy to deal with. After all, he is still a celestial dragon. Hearing this, the corners of the Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched slightly. Bastiu said nice things, but he was actually afraid to go to the 9 Snake Island. The reason was simple. Boa Hancock, the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom of the Nine Snake Island, was one of the 7 seas he was going to summon, because she not only had the ability of the sweet fruit, but was also known as the world's most beautiful woman. Any normal man would be tempted when seeing Hancock, and once tempted, it might trigger the ability of the Tenton fruit and petrify into a human statue. Most importantly, Hancock is not only extremely arrogant, but also presents himself as a tyrant. If they are not careful, the soldiers accompanying him may be petrified by him. After a brief silence, the flying squirrel immediately turned his head to look to the other side and asked tentatively, "Stolo Berry. Goodbye." Before the flying squirrel could finish his words, Stolo Berry suddenly accelerated, threw down these 2 words, and jumped directly onto a warship. Just then, Huo Shaoshan and Stirs came over. Huo Shaoshan is one of the veteran vice admirals of the headquarters. He is not only powerful but also very gentle. He is a role model in the minds of many marine soldiers. Although he had noticed Xia Yu's mutiny that night, he did not expect things to develop to this point. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, he didn't expect that on the night of the mutiny, Doberman and Ghost Spider would be the first to be shot by a group of soldiers and officers. You know, Doberman and Ghost Spider were both veteran vice admirals of the department like him. Although they had some differences with him, he couldn't accept that they died in obscurity. When he learned the news, he had already prepared himself for the upcoming purge. In his opinion, even if he had not participated in the mutiny, Xia Yu would not have kept them in the naval headquarters. But the result was that Xia Yu not only did not kill those who did not participate in the mutiny, but allowed them to continue to stay in their original positions and all received 1 year's salary. Now he was directly involved in such a major operation, which made his heart change from being unable to accept the fact that Ghost Spider and Doberman were killed to being uneasy now. Flying Squirrel, our relationship has become distant during this period. Huo Shaoshan came to the Flying Squirrel and looked around, then lowered his voice and asked, "Has the Marshal talked about any topics in the past 2 days? For example, me and Stirls who did not participate in the mutiny. Why do I mention you?" The Flying Squirrel blinked blankly. "You haven't done anything to offend the Marshal." At this point, the Flying Squirrel was relieved, shook his head and smiled. "Huo Shaoshan, the Marshal gave you his first mission as a new official, which shows that he has no suspicion of you. By the way, which Shichabukai are you in charge of?" Huo Shaoshan didn't think much about it and simply said, "Hanafuda." "Hanafuda." The Flying Squirrel blinked. He has a good personal relationship with Kaido now, which means this trip will be very dangerous. Since we have been colleagues for so many years, I will go in your place. This is not good. Huo Shaoshan looked back at the headquarters building and said in a low voice, "Let the Marshal know." "So you don't understand the Marshal?" The Flying Squirrel said in a condescending manner, "You should have joined us when I invited you. Let me tell you this, if you follow the Marshal, our rules are the rules. All those rules and regulations in the past will no longer exist." "Well then." Before he finished speaking, Huo Shaoshan suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Which Shichabukai are you in charge of?" "The Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock." Before Huo Shaoshan could react, Flying Squirrel quickly added, "Hancock is the closest member of Shichabukai." "Hey, Huo Shaoshan, why did you leave? Come back, I haven't finished talking yet, a-hole." Before he could finish his words, Huo Shaoshan had already boarded the warship and sailed away. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel let out a long breath and looked at Stirs with unwillingness. "I'll take my leave." Stirls originally wanted to stay with Flying Squirrel to find out some information about Xia Yu in preparation for their future interactions, but after hearing that the Shichabukai that Flying Squirrel was in charge of was the Pirates Empress, he threw down these words and ran out like a mouse seeing a cat. At the same time, Calm Belt, Nine Snake Island. In the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a balcony of a wooden house built halfway up a mountain outside Nine Snakes City. A skinny old man sat alone on a wooden chair, reading a hard-earned newspaper with great interest. Flame Flower, the former emperor of Amazon Lily and a former member of Rock's Pirate, returned to Amazon Lily alone 32 years ago because Rock's Pirate was defeated in God's Canyon. In order to make up for the mistakes she made in her youth and out of respect for the current empress, she chose to live alone outside the Nine Snakes City. Under the baptism of time, the once graceful Amazon Lily Emperor Flame Flower has turned into an old woman today. Not many people even remember the name of the Flame Flower, and the younger generation calls it Za Po Po. Because Nine Snake Island is located in the Calm Belt and is almost isolated from the outside world, there are very few news birds coming and going, so Grandma Za cherishes every hard-earned newspaper very much. It's news from a month ago again. After reading the contents of the newspaper, Grandma Za sighed and then stood up from her chair tremblingly. Just then, a bird's cry suddenly came from the sky. Then a news bird fluttered its wings and flew onto the balcony. "I've finally got you here." Looking at the news bird flying onto the balcony, Grandma Za walked forward excitedly. After paying the fee skillfully and taking down the newspaper, without waiting for the news bird to fly away, Grandma Za sat back down in her chair and opened the newspaper impatiently at the first opportunity. The moment the newspaper was opened, the visually impactful news headlines suddenly hit Grandma Za's retina without warning. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Xia Yu launched a mutiny. Just by seeing the news headline, Grandma's pupils shrank and she lost her voice and said, "When did this happen?" After glancing at the publication time of the news, Grandma Za didn't have time to think too much and quickly browsed through the content of the news. The more the mother-in-law read, the more frightened she became. When she finished reading the news, she seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. She seemed to be a little exhausted and slumped back in her chair. Her expression was extremely shocked. It only took one day to completely take over Marine. What an incredible method. Xia Yu. How come I have never heard of this name before? With doubts, the mother-in-law picked up another newspaper. There was no news content in this newspaper. Instead, there was a large group photo of naval headquarters officers and soldiers that took up almost half of the newspaper, as well as a densely packed list of Marine names. Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Xia Yu. Looking at the young marshal sitting in the center of the group photo, Grandma Za's eyes widened again in surprise. He is so young. Although she was curious, Grandma Za did not continue reading. Instead, she picked up another newspaper and opened it. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After reading the news in the newspaper, Granny Za could no longer sit still. She immediately jumped up from her chair and said in horror, Mariajoy Treaty. The rotation system of the 5 elders' seats in the Holy Land's power room. The naval headquarters occupies 2 seats. This is the world government compromising with Xia Yu. What is this? Shichabukai. Shichabukai recruitment rights belong to naval headquarters. After a while of incoherent talk, Granny Za suddenly raised her head and said, oh no, Hancock is in danger. With the wisdom and foresight of the previous emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she keenly realized that the young Marine Marshal would most likely take action against Shichabukai next. The current queen of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 066 Hancock. I'll go change my clothes now. 66 183rds. Chapter 066 Hancock. I'll go change my clothes now. 9 Snakes City, the royal palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Empress's bedroom. The current emperor of Amazon Lily, who had long black hair and a princess hairstyle, lay quietly in the bathtub. She had a pair of deep blue eyes with slender and delicate eye corners. She rested her head on the bathtub, letting her long hair fall vertically out of the bathtub like a waterfall. She stared at the ceiling without blinking, with a hint of indifference in her almond-shaped eyes, and an indifferent expression on her cold and beautiful face that said, keep away from strangers. Boa Hancock, the user of the Paramesha sweet fruit, the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Armament Hockey. At the age of 18, he became the emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Because of his powerful strength when he led the 9 Snakes pirates on their first expedition, he was recruited by the world government to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. His debut was definitely the peak of his career. At this time, the area around the bedroom was under martial law. Not to mention a person, even if a bird flew over the bedroom, it would be killed instantly. The reason is simple, the queen of Amazon Lily is taking a bath. No one except her 2 sisters can approach this bedroom. Of course, Hancock was not worried about being seen bathing. After all, the Amazon Lily Kingdom was a kingdom of women only. The reason why she put the bedroom under martial law every time she took a bath was that the 3 sisters had a secret that could not be known to outsiders. Suddenly, what's wrong with Grandma? What's wrong with Grandma? You can't go in, my sister is taking a bath. Outside the palace gate, Grandma Za, who came hurriedly holding a stack of newspapers, was stopped by 2 women guarding the door. They were Boa Hancock's 2 sisters, the second sister Boa Sandersonia and the second sister Boa Marigold. Unlike Hancock, who has a peerless appearance and is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, Sandersonia and Marigold's looks are hard to describe. Sandersonia has a head that is much larger than her body, while Marigold has a small head and a fat body. Get out of my way, something big has happened. The mother-in-law ignored the 2 sisters and squeezed between them using her skinny body. As soon as I opened the door and walked into the bedroom, my mother-in-law opened her voice and shouted anxiously, Hancock, Hancock, come out quickly. Before Hancock in the bathroom could react, the mother-in-law opened the curtain and rushed to the bathtub, saying excitedly, you still have the mood to take a bath here, the weather outside has changed. Sandersonia rushed in right after him and quickly came over. Because of Grandma Za's reaction, she also became serious and asked, Grandma Za, what happened outside? See for yourself. Having said that, Grandma Za threw the newspaper to Sandersonia. Sandersonia took the newspaper and looked at it with a puzzled look on her face. Then she said awkwardly, I can't recognize some of the words. Let my elder sister take a look. While her mother-in-law and Sandersonia were talking, Hancock stood up from the bathtub and put on a bathrobe. She took the newspaper in silence, but her originally indifferent expression changed drastically when she saw the news headline. Sister. Seeing Hancock's reaction, Sandersonia and Marigold called out tentatively. Hancock said nothing. He quickly read the first newspaper and then couldn't wait to grab all the newspapers from his grandmother's hand. After reading all the newspapers, Hancock suppressed his shock and looked at Granny Za standing aside in disbelief. It only took one day to take over the Marine and even signed the Mariajoy Treaty with the Holy Land. How come I have never heard of this man before? As she spoke, she spread out one of the newspapers again and looked at the group photo of the naval headquarters that occupied most of the page. Her eyes stayed on the young marshal sitting in the center, breathing inexplicably hurriedly, and she asked excitedly, Grandma, is there a clause in the Mariajoy Treaty that now gives the Marine the right to arrest celestial dragons that violate justice? Grandma nodded. That's what the newspaper said. Hancock's breathing became more rapid, and he said uncertainly, did the Mariajoy Treaty also mention that the Shichabukai conscription order was returned to the naval headquarters? Before he finished speaking, Hancock suddenly turned around, as if he had lost his soul, and said excitedly, "I will go and meet the new Marine Marshal now." Sister. Unexpectedly, Hancock would react like this. Sandersonia and Marigold quickly reminded him, You haven't changed your clothes yet." Granny Xia also shouted at this time, "Hancock, don't be so anxious, this young marshal with thunder wrist will issue a conscription order to Shichabukai. What you should care about now is not to meet him, but whether you can keep your identity as Shichabukai. Don't forget why you joined Shichabukai in the past." Hearing this, Hancock's body stiffened. The reason why she accepted the invitation of the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea was purely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. Because personally, she had no good feelings towards the world government, especially the so-called world noble celestial dragons supported by the world government. Not only do they have no good feelings towards them, they also hate them deeply, because when they were young, the 3 sisters were kidnapped by human traffickers and bought as slaves by celestial dragons. The celestial dragons even left the shameful slave mark of the celestial dragon's hoof on the 3 sisters' backs. But even so, as the queen of Amazon Lily, she had to give up her hatred and become a Shichabukai in order to protect the people. Most importantly, facing the behemoth of world government, even if she had a huge hatred in her heart, she did not dare to seek revenge on celestial dragons. Now the Shichabukai conscription order has been transferred from the world government to the naval headquarters because of that man's mutiny. As a Shichabukai, she absolutely needs to meet this new boss. Of course, this is only a very small reason. The real reason why she couldn't wait was that although there were many powerful people in this world, no matter whether it was the Sea Emperor who reigned over the New World or the revolutionary army that spread across the world like wildfire, none of them dared to act rashly against the celestial dragons. The new naval headquarters Marshal Xia Yu not only changed the Marine's previous style, not only forced the Holy Land's power room to make concessions, but also gave the Marine the right to arrest celestial dragons who violated justice. This is something that would have been unimaginable in any previous era, but now it has become a reality. Although she had been extremely averse to men over the years since she was kidnapped from the Nine Snakes pirates ship and sold to celestial dragons by human traffickers, at this moment she was extremely eager to meet this man who dared to launch a mutiny and make the world government compromise. As for what to say after meeting this man, she didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to meet him immediately. The Empress. Suddenly, a somewhat panicked voice came from outside the palace. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel brought the Shichabukai conscription order and led the warships across the Com Belt, and sent a message asking the Empress to attend the Shichabukai meeting held by the new headquarters marshal in 3 days. Without waiting for the person outside to finish speaking, Hancock immediately said, "I will go change my clothes right away." Chapter 067. Life is Hopeless. Junzi was blown away again. 67 183rds. Chapter 067. Life is Hopeless. Junzi was blown away again. Sacred Mariajoy, among the flowers. Wrapped in a long robe, Yim was not affected at all by Xia Yu's mutiny and even brought Marine to force the Holy Land to make concessions. He strolled alone in the garden, watching a butterfly resting on his fingers with dark red ripples, and for the first time in his life, an imperceptible emotional fluctuation appeared in his eyes. "Ma'am." At this moment, a maid walked quickly into the garden and knelt on one knee facing Im. Yimu did not look away, his eyes still stayed on the butterfly between his fingers, and a slightly normal voice came out from under the face scarf. "What has Xia Yu been busy with these 2 days?" The maid did not dare to hide anything and bowed and said, in reply to Lord Yimu, "Xia Yu gave the entire army a day off yesterday and held a buffet at the headquarters. All officers and soldiers and their families participated in it. However, he immediately convened a headquarters meeting this morning, and during the meeting, he sent 6 vice admirals to recruit the Shichabukai, and decided to hold a Shichabukai meeting in 3 days. Because of the financial problems of naval headquarters, Xia Yu has set his sights on New World's transport leader, Yumit, who is known as the Transport King, and the Loan Shark King, Duffield, who rose to prominence through loan sharking." Oh, hearing that Xia Yu had locked his target on Yumit and others, Yim's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately flicked his hand to let the butterfly fly away, and turned back to look at the maid who was kneeling on one knee. He is not completely trying to rob these people of their wealth, but to cut off the forces connected with these people. Especially the Transport King Yumit. Once the New World loses his transport line, it will be almost impossible for Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Linlin to settle down in their respective territories. As for those merchants who smuggle arms and various forbidden items, their good days are about to come to an end. At this point, Yimu retracted his gaze and slightly raised his head, revealing his pair of dark red rippled eyes, and said to himself, "Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. What a good trick. Lord Yimu, Xia Yu's target is not just the people from New World." The maid stammered. He also proposed a transformation plan at the meeting. He plans to contract a hotel in Sabayati Archipelago and invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to participate. Transformation plan. Yim frowned slightly. What transformation plan? The maid quickly shook her head. It is still unknown. Yim hesitated for a moment and ordered decisively, "Let Junzi go to the naval headquarters. I want to know what this plan is." "Yes." The maid did not dare to delay and immediately stood up and quickly left the flower room. As soon as she walked out from the flowers, the maid saw Junzi, Shamrock and 2 other members of the Knights of God walking towards her. Seeing this, the maid's face lit up with joy, and she quickly quickened her pace and ran forward to stop the general. "Let me go to naval headquarters again." Hearing that Lord Yimu had ordered her to go to the naval headquarters again, Junzi, who had experienced a painful experience, widened her eyes reflexively. However, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure and quickly bowed and said, "I'll be there right away." Having said that, Junzi did not avoid the crowd and immediately used the teleportation array to prepare to set off. Unexpectedly, Junzi dared to use the teleportation array to go to naval headquarters. The long-haired woman standing next to Shamrock reminded him with lingering fear, "Junzi, are you sure you want to go to naval headquarters through the teleportation array?" "What's wrong?" Junzi blinked. "Isn't everything resolved now? Xiao Yu has gotten everything he wanted, so he shouldn't attack me again." "That's right." The long-haired girl nodded, but still reminded him worriedly, "When you meet Xiao Yu, be a little more respectful. After all, he is not only a marine marshal now, but also enjoys the same privileges as the 5 elders." "I know what to do." Junzi didn't waste any more time, threw down this sentence and activated the teleportation array. Accompanied by a burst of flames and a flash of invisible energy, Junzi and the teleportation array disappeared in an instant. Yeah, as soon as the teleportation array disappeared, a faint scream suddenly rang in the ears of the long-haired girl, Shamrock and others, causing them to look around subconsciously. Seeing that there was no one around, they all thought they had an illusion and left the place shaking their heads. The few of them had just walked a short distance when a wave of aura suddenly came from high in the sky. Then, a figure rapidly enlarged in their pupils. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Almost at the same time, the long-haired girl and Shamrock, one with question marks on his face and the other with eyes wide open, looked at the figure falling rapidly from the sky. Got knocked back again. What's going on? Before the long-haired girl and Shamrock finished their conversation, Junzi, who was falling from the sky, tried to release her fruit ability just before she hit the ground because of the previous experience. However, because of the suppression of Conqueror's Haki, she was unable to release her fruit ability in the air and could only watch the ground expand infinitely in her pupils. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, a huge human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. Inside the pit, Junzi stared at the sky with lifeless eyes, a look of despair on his face. Junzi, this, what on earth is going on? The long-haired girl was the first to react. She flashed into the pit, picked up the general, and stuttered, "It can't be such a coincidence that you just ran into Xiao Yu squatting over there. Isn't he the marshal? How? Why is he so idle?" Quote, "He didn't squat." Junzi's eyes were still dull, and his expression was dull as he said, "He placed 2 seals at the marked teleportation points. Inside the seals are Conqueror's Haki that he stored." Hearing this, the long-haired girl couldn't help but gasp. As a member of the Knights of God, and having participated in the Valley of God incident 32 years ago, what kind of strong men has she not seen? You know, in the Valley of God incident, the strong men who participated in it were all top-level existences at the time, and some of them are still active in the Grand Line today, and they are terrifying existences that countless pirates are afraid of. If Xiao Yu stored Conqueror's Haki in a container, she could still understand it a little. After all, she had heard of such an operation. But she really couldn't understand using paper strips to store Conqueror's Haki. It was completely beyond the scope. Junzi came back after taking a short breath and stood up from the long-haired girl's arms. "Please take me to Sabayati Archipelago. My legs are a little weak." At the same time, naval headquarters, because the headquarters building was suddenly filled with Haki, mixed with a scream, officers and soldiers of all levels at their respective posts were attracted one after another. But when they looked up, they saw a figure inexplicably rushing into the sky from the rooftop of the headquarters building, which was suddenly shrouded in flames, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. Xiao Yu, who had just returned home, also looked up as soon as the seal on the rooftop that he had injected Conqueror's Haki into was triggered. Mahawk, who was sitting in the yard with his legs crossed, looked up for the first time and asked, "Did someone just break into our headquarters?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Some unlucky guy must have stepped on the mine I planted there and got blown away." Chapter 068 The Variables Between Nika and IM. 68 183rds. Chapter 068 The Variables Between Nika and IM. Calm belt, on the deck of a warship. Looking at the pirate's queen standing opposite him, wearing a cheongsam and a floral cape, emitting endless charm in her every move, the flying squirrel was a little confused, with a string of question marks popping up in his head. You know, when he entered the calm belt and approached the Nine Snakes Castle, he secretly prepared a dagger to prevent Empress Hancock from suddenly using her fruit ability to petrify him. It's not that he was overly cautious, it's just that he had suffered a loss at Hancock's hands before. The last time the world government issued a mandatory summons for Shichabukai, he was in charge of Empress Hancock. At that time, he did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and came aggressively, but was almost petrified on the spot by Hancock's fruit ability. Fortunately, he decisively drew his knife and stabbed himself, letting the pain stimulate his brain nerves and weakening the impact of the Hancock fruit's ability, so he was not petrified. However, although he held on, all the subordinates he brought with him were wiped out. Some of them were petrified on the spot with red hearts in their eyes, or they became stone sculptures in the shape of human beings with a red heart on their chest. The reason for all this is not entirely because Hancock has a stunning beauty, but because Hancock has the ability of the Paramesha sweet fruit, which can petrify those who are obsessed with her. She can also use the ability to petrify opponents and objects directly. The most terrifying thing is that once someone is petrified by Hancock's fruit ability, the petrified person will not be freed even if Hancock dies. With the previous experience as a lesson, the flying squirrel naturally had to be careful. Not only did he not bring another subordinate with him, he also secretly held a dagger in his hand. But, unlike the last time he came, Hancock at that time was so willful and arrogant that he looked down upon him, even though he was the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Although Hancock was still arrogant at this time, he was no longer willful. He even did not stay on the Nine Snakes pirate's ship for the first time, and stood in front of him before he could expect it. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, let's go. Hancock came to the deck of the warship, turned his back to the Flying Squirrel, and said impatiently, I will go to the Shichabukai meeting now. The Flying Squirrel was a little caught off guard, and tentatively said, Hancock, maybe your people didn't make it clear. The Shichabukai meeting will be held in 3 days, and you still have 1 day to prepare. Need not. Hancock turned around, put one hand on his waist and pointed at the Flying Squirrel with the other, tilted his head back and made an exaggerated gesture, and said concisely, I don't need it. Okay. The Flying Squirrel, still traumatized, said no more and simply turned and walked towards the cockpit. When the Flying Squirrel and Hancock arrived at Marineford port, it was already dark. As soon as the warship docked, a luxurious ship flying the world government flag followed and stopped next to the warship. Before the Flying Squirrel and Hancock on the warship could react, a tall soldier wearing a cloak jumped down with his long sleeves dragging, and reached the shore before them. Glancing at the large ship parked nearby, and Shamrock and the long-haired girl standing on the deck, the Flying Squirrel's eyes flashed with confusion. What are they doing here? Noticing that the surroundings had suddenly become unusually quiet, the Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank slightly, and it turned its head reflexively to look at Hancock. I thought Hancock would be angry and mad because someone got ashore before her, but I didn't expect that Hancock was not only very quiet at this time, but her beautiful eyes were staring at the long-haired woman standing next to Shamrock, and there was a hint of hatred in her. Hancock. Noticing that Hancock was not in a good state, the Flying Squirrel quickly reminded him, we are here. However, since you arrived at the headquarters ahead of time, I need to report to the Marshal. They are the Knights of God. Hancock seemed not to hear what the Flying Squirrel said. He stared at the long-haired woman next to Shamrock and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, I have seen her. Not only has she seen it, but when Fisher Tiger caused trouble in the Holy Land, she took advantage of the chaos and escaped with her 2 younger sisters, but was almost caught by the long-haired woman. If it weren't for her mother-in-law and the others who showed up in time, she might still be in the Holy Land now. Sensing the hatred in Hancock's words, the Flying Squirrel quickly spoke out to stop him. Hancock, don't mess around, this is the naval headquarters. So what? Hancock took a step forward, staring at the long-haired woman on the opposite ship with burning eyes. No matter what I did, the whole world will forgive me. At this point, Hancock suddenly turned around and smiled, because I am so beautiful. Before the Flying Squirrel could react, Hancock's aura suddenly rose, creating ripples on the ground, and her unique ability of the Paramesha sweet fruit was released. Damn, this woman. The Flying Squirrel, who was almost caught by Hancock's sudden smile, secretly wiped a cold sweat, and then reacted quickly and shouted, Hancock, I don't know whether the whole world will forgive you, but if you make trouble here, the Marshal will definitely deprive you of your Shichabukai status and kill you on the spot. Put away your fruit ability, this is your final warning. Before the Flying Squirrel finished speaking, Hancock suddenly woke up, decisively retracted the power of the fruit, and looked at the long-haired girl opposite with a little unwillingness. It is said that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. The many things she experienced in the Holy Land made her lose her mind the moment she recognized the long-haired girl. Fortunately, the Flying Squirrel reminded her in time, otherwise she would have made a big mistake. You have to know that the person in charge of the huge marine machine at this time is the new Marshal who can make the world government compromise. If she just lost her mind and killed him directly, the new Marshal would definitely be furious. Depriving her of her Shichabukai identity is a small matter, but the people of Amazon Lily will be implicated. At the same time, on the opposite ship, the long-haired woman who had noticed Hancock blinked in surprise and said uncertainly, this woman. I seem to have seen her somewhere before. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Shamrock held the hilt of the sword at his waist and took a step forward. He then said calmly, she seems to have some grudge against you. Do you want to teach her a lesson? The long-haired girl shrugged slightly. As long as you are not afraid of arousing Xia Yu's wrath, you can kill her. Hearing this, Shamrock turned his head and looked at the long-haired girl, even you think I'm no match for him. The long-haired girl smiled and turned around gracefully. I never deny your strength, but Shamrock, don't you understand now? The reason why the Holy Land compromised with Xia Yu was not because he is invincible, but because Xia Yu's appearance is likely to be a variable between Nika and Lord Yimu. Chapter 069. The black-bellied Marshal and the soldiers Hancock Mahawk broke into the house together. 69 183rds. Chapter 069. The black-bellied Marshal and the soldiers Hancock Mahawk broke into the house together. The Flying Squirrel is overwhelmed. Although he stopped Hancock from killing the members of the Knights of God in time, he was unable to stop those crazy officers and soldiers at the naval headquarters. Considering that the Shichabukai meeting would be held in 3 days, and Hancock arrived at the headquarters 2 days in advance, this meant that Hancock would have to stay at the headquarters all day tomorrow. The flying squirrel was confused again. If he had known that Hancock would be so cooperative, he should not have arrived at Nine Snake Island so quickly to pick him up. Now that things have come to this, all he can do is hand this mess over to their Lord Marshal. Anyway, there is already a Shichabukai living in the Marshal's house, so one more won't hurt. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel suddenly felt relieved and said simply, Hancock, I will take you to see the Marshal now. Shall we meet now? Hearing that flying squirrel was going to take her to see Xia Yu right now, Hancock, who was still willful and arrogant a second ago, showed a hint of shyness for the first time in her life, covering her face and shyly said, I am not mentally prepared yet. What are you thinking about? Frightened by Hancock's sudden shyness, the flying squirrel quickly distanced himself from him, his eyes widened, one hand pinched his thigh, the other hand tightly grasped the dagger, and said angrily, I am taking you to see the Marshal, not to take you on a blind date. Did I say something wrong? Hancock covered his face, which was flushed with red because of some unknown scene he imagined, and looked at the flying squirrel with innocent eyes. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. The flying squirrel didn't dare to look Hancock in the eye, so he just turned around after saying this. At the same time, family compound, Marshal's residence. Junzi, who met Xia Yu before Hancock and the flying squirrel, did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point to tell Xia Yu her purpose. Knowing that Junzi came here on the orders of Yimu, and even more so wanted to participate in his transformation plan that had not yet begun, Xia Yu, who was wielding a hoe to clean the vegetable garden in the yard, blinked in surprise, then handed the hoe to Sakazuki next to him and asked irrelevantly, just because of such a trivial matter, you used the teleportation array. As he spoke, Xia Yu pointed in the direction of the headquarters building. Yes, Junzi did not show any embarrassment because he was blown away by the Conqueror's hockey stored in the seal. He said seriously, Lord Yimu wants to know what this transformation plan is. Xia Yu nodded, no problem, since you are here, let's experience it first. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu picked up a sickle next to him and threw it over, help me cut the grass in the yard. This is part of the plan. You should familiarize yourself with it in advance. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Junzi looked down at the sickle that had fallen at his feet, and the corners of his mouth, covered by the bandages, twitched slightly. I came all the way from the Holy Land, and it would be fine if they didn't find me a place to stay first, but you actually asked me to mow the grass. I am a member of the Knights of God. Although he thought so in his heart, Junzi didn't dare to say it out loud. One is the worry that he would be blown away again. Then, Sakazuki, the Admiral of Headquarters, was waving her hoe vigorously, and Xia Yu ignored her and focused on tidying up the fence. Even Xia Yu herself and the Admiral of the Headquarters were like this, so it seemed nothing for her to go and cut the grass. After a brief silence, Junzi took a deep breath and then decisively released the ability of the fruit. As his sleeves fluttered, a bandage flew out and wrapped around the handle of the sickle. Suddenly, the sickle seemed to have its own consciousness, and flew out at an astonishing speed, cutting down the weeds in the yard in large pieces. Xia Yu glanced sideways, but did not stop him. After fixing the fence in front of him, he immediately stood up and said to Mahawk, who was sitting under a parasol opposite him reading a newspaper like a grandfather, "Mi Tai-long, come and help me build the fence." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The sudden word, "Mi Tai-lang," almost broke Mahawk's defense. He overreacted and grabbed the handle of the supreme sword standing next to him. Then he turned his head and stared at Xia Yu with his eagle-like sharp eyes, as if he would draw his sword if Xia Yu shouted again. Seeing Mahawk's reaction, Xia Yu shrugged and said, if you don't want me to call you by your nickname, put down the newspaper in your hand and come to help. Otherwise, I will not only call you by your nickname every day, but also issue you a bounty. The name on the bounty will also be changed to Mataro, and then it will be marked under Mataro, the former name as Dracul Mahawk. Hearing this, Mahawk's facial muscles twitched wildly. He must have been blinded by greed back then, and for some unknown reason he couldn't bear to help Xia Yu who was stranded on an isolated island. Just help, but why did you help such a sinister young man? What happened to the promise of repaying a favor? After all, he is the world's best swordsman. Why would he build a fence? If a naval headquarters reporter saw him and took a photo and spread it, would he still be in the Grand Line? Although he was unwilling in his heart, Mahawk took a deep breath, put down the newspaper, stood up and walked over. As soon as Mahawk joined the labor, the flying squirrel brought Hancock to the gate of the yard. As soon as the flying squirrel arrived at the gate of the yard, it was so frightened by the scene in the yard that its pupils constricted. Admiral Sakazuki of the headquarters was vigorously wielding a hoe and digging the ground. Soldiers of the Knights of God were skillfully and quickly cutting grass and pruning trees with sickles wrapped with bandages, and the world's #1 swordsman was squatting in front of a fence wall, reinforcing it together with the headquarters marshal. What is going on? The flying squirrel stared blankly with his eyes wide open, not knowing for a moment whether he should speak out to disturb them. After a brief brain freeze, the flying squirrel hesitated for a while before suddenly waking up. He decisively and simply took off his vice admiral coat, rolled up his sleeves, and ran to Xia Yu, saying excitedly, "Marshal, how can you do this?" "I'll do it, I'm the best at making fences." Flying squirrel, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and asked with a puzzled look, "You haven't set off yet?" Mission accomplished. The flying squirrel raised his finger and pointed at the tall figure standing outside the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly looked back. Outside the courtyard, Hancock was also a little messy. At this moment, she recognized everyone in the yard except the woman who was wearing only her underwear and whose half-face was covered by a bandage, but she couldn't imagine what they were doing even if she racked her brains. Tisk tisk tisk, she is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. The moment Xia Yu looked back at Hancock, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he generously gave 36 likes. Then, he stood up, patted the dirt off his hands, and waved to Hancock outside the courtyard gate. What are you daydreaming about? Come in and help. Without waiting for Hancock to respond, Xia Yu turned around and walked under the eaves, carrying 2 wooden buckets back to Hancock, and put the shoulder pole standing by the gate on Hancock's shoulders. Do you know how to fetch water? There is a well in the backyard. Go quickly and come back soon. I'll be waiting for you. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hancock's CPU was smoking, and the image that had just appeared in his mind was shattered in an instant. She blinked blankly as she held the pole steady on her shoulders reflexively, and said stupidly, I don't know how to carry water. Xia Yu smiled warmly and shook her head. It would be a waste if you were so tall and can't carry water. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu immediately turned his head to look at a member of the Knights of God who had just finished mowing the grass. Junzi, go teach Hancock. There are 2 buckets next to the well. Hearing this, Junzi, who had just put down his sickle and was about to rest, almost broke apart on the spot. How could I possibly do that? I'm a member of the Knights of God. Xia Yu blinked. Then I'll take you away. You. Junzi was so angry that her period almost came early. Give me the carrying pole. Chapter 70. Love Brain Online. Hancock's Amazing Brain Circuit. 7183rds. Chapter 70. Love Brain Online. Hancock's Amazing Brain Circuit. This damn man. Damn it. Damn it. Junzi, who had just finished mowing the grass and was forced to fetch water, stood by the well in the backyard. He released the ability of his fruit and used bandages to lift the full bucket from the well, while muttering and cursing. As a member of the Knights of God, she had shown her talent since she was a teenager and was highly regarded by the leader, Saint Green. Not to mention doing rough work like fetching water, she had special servants to take care of her food and daily life when she was in the Holy Land. However, everything changed since the hateful man Xia Yu appeared. It would have been fine if she had been sent back to the Holy Land twice by Xia Yu's conqueror's hockey, but now she is asked to fetch water. Even if she is not a member of the Knights of God, she is still a woman. As a marshal, he actually let a woman do such rough work as fetching water. Does he have any sense of public morality? Compared to Junzi's chattering, Hancock, who has always been known for his willful and arrogant image, seemed exceptionally quiet at this moment. The reason is simple, because Junzi comes from the Knights of God. She was sold to the Holy Land by human traffickers when she was young, and she is no stranger to the powerful and mysterious organization of the Knights of God. Not only are they familiar with it, they also know that the Knights of God not only have the responsibility to protect the safety of celestial dragons and maintain their ruling status, but the leader of the Knights of God also has the right to judge and execute celestial dragons. However, the Knights of God, who had such a special status, were actually thrown here by Xia Yu to fetch water. What does that mean? This means that the days when the Admiral of Headquarters had to rush to support celestial dragons unconditionally at the first opportunity are gone forever. It meant that as long as she could get the protection of this man, she wouldn't have to fear the celestial dragons that made her feel terrified every time they were mentioned. This means that she no longer has to worry about the world government using the Amazon Lily to force her to do something she doesn't want to do. So here comes the question. How can I get the protection of this man? Hancock stood beside the 2 buckets and imagined all kinds of things. The more he thought about it, the faster his heartbeat became. His face turned redder as if he had a high fever. Junzi, who was full of anger, did not notice the change in Hancock's expression. Although this was her first time carrying water, she was not a weak woman. She didn't even need to carry the shoulder pole and walk towards the front yard reluctantly with 2 buckets of water. At the same time, with the addition of Hancock and Junzi, 2 free laborers, and Xia Yu freed up because the flying squirrel took his job, he was not afraid of arousing public anger. He walked straight to the parasol opposite and crossed his legs leisurely. Bulu bulu. Just as he sat down, the Den Den Mushi on the coffee table next to him suddenly rang. Marshal, are you there? This is Ain. Hearing this, Xia Yu quickly grabbed Den Den Mushi and went straight to the point. Did you catch Weevil? Yes, and Ba Jin. Ian's voice was a little excited. Marshal, we may not be able to return until tomorrow because the warship was damaged in the battle between Admiral Borsellino and Weibel. Xia Yu nodded. Leave the maintenance of the warship to the accompanying maintenance team members, and let Admiral Borsellino personally guard the mother and son. Don't let them escape. After ending the call with Ain, Xia Yu put the Den Den Mushi back on the coffee table, then leaned back in the chair, his eyes gradually narrowed. The arrest of the Weeble mother and son is definitely a good thing for Marine right now. But he wanted more than that. Capturing Weeble was the solution to Zephyr's worries. It was necessary to avenge the interns on the training ship 3 years ago, but he didn't want such tragedies to happen again in the future. He had to make good use of this opportunity to teach those lawless pirates a lesson. There is only one best way to crack down on those lawless pirates on the sea, and that is to publicly execute Wilbur and his mother through live broadcast. After a brief thought, Xia Yu decisively stood up and walked towards the vegetable garden to stand next to Sakazuki. Sakazuki, the pirates who attacked the training ship that year have been captured. Borsellino and his men will bring them back to the headquarters tomorrow. During this time, I need you to do something. What's the matter? Sakazuki put down the hoe and looked at Xia Yu. I decided to publicly execute them through live broadcast, so that as many people as possible around the world can see this live broadcast. As to the time of the public execution, let's set it on the day of the Shichabukai meeting. When Sakazuki heard that Xia Yu was going to publicly execute the pirates who attacked the training ship and that the time was set for the Shichabukai meeting, he immediately became alert, stood up straight, raised his hand and saluted, saying, "I'll go and prepare." After watching Sakazuki walk out of the yard, Mahawk, who had just reinforced a row of fences, immediately retracted his gaze and looked at Xia Yu. "Why did you choose the day of the Shichabukai meeting?" Xia Yu picked up the hoe that Sakazuki had put down and said with a smile, "Of course I'm going to beat up some of the scum among you." Mahawk chose to ignore this answer and said seriously, "I have heard about the attack on the training ship led by Zephyr. It is said that the pirates who attacked the training ship called themselves Whitebeard too, and their name was Edward Wilbur." Xia Yu picked up the hoe and dug hard. "What do you want to say?" Mahawk stood up and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. "There are rumors that this Edward Wilbur is Whitebeard's son. If the rumors are true, Whitebeard may take action, and may even lead all the members of the Whitebeard pirates to attack Marineford. After all, Whitebeard cherishes his family the most. Not to mention his own son, even if it is the crew members on his ship who call him dad, he will definitely not sit idly by." "Xia Yu, I'm here." At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly came. Following the sound, I saw Hancock carrying 2 buckets of water, twisting his long legs and passing Junzi who was carrying buckets, arriving at the vegetable garden first, and said proudly, "Carrying water is not difficult, I can learn it in no time. What else do you need me to do next? See that basket of potatoes under the eaves? Go get it." "Okay." Before he finished speaking, Hancock disappeared with a whoosh. When she reappeared, she had a basket of potatoes in her hands. Seeing this, Xia Yu, who was in a good mood because Borsellino had captured Wilbur and his mother, picked up the hoe again and prepared to plant all the potatoes. Hancock, who was carrying a basket of potatoes, saw this and quickly approached and asked curiously, "Xia Yu, what are you digging?" "Xia Yu, digging graves." "Huh." Hancock blinked, then held up his blushing face and blurted out, "Meeting the parents so soon." Xia Yu, Mahawk, Junzi. Chapter 71. Even if he is the son of God, I will kill him without mercy. 71 183rds. Chapter 71. Even if he is the son of God, I will kill him without mercy. The next afternoon, at Marineford Port, all officers of the naval headquarters, led by Xia Yu, were present. Zephyr, Sengoku and Garp, who was still wrapped in bandages, stood side by side on Xia Yu's right, while Admirals Sakazuki and Kuzan stood on Xia Yu's left. The Vice Admirals led by Gion did not stand behind Xia Yu, but stood neatly opposite Xia Yu, all looking forward to the warship slowly entering the port. The familiar standing position exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. On the high wall on one side of the port, Mahawk, carrying a supreme sword on his back, looked down with his eyes slightly narrowed at the powerful marine lineup that had undergone earth-shaking changes in all aspects under the leadership of Xia Yu. Not far opposite him, Hancock, wearing a cloak with a floral pattern, and Junzi, wearing a Knights of God cape and a newsboy cap, stood gracefully on each side. Under everyone's gaze, the warship slowly entered the port and docked. On the deck of the warship, there was a man tied up. He was nearly 7 meters tall, had a pair of crescent-shaped white beards, was fat and ugly. Edward Wable. The pirates who attacked the training ship 3 years ago were taught by their mother since childhood that they were the sons of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, who reigned over New World and was known as the strongest man in the world, so they always called themselves Whitebeard too. Although Edward Newgate has neither admitted nor denied it so far, Edward Wilbur has the extraordinary strength of Edward Newgate when he was young. Even if his intelligence is questionable, his powerful strength is unquestionable. It was precisely because of his powerful strength that he was able to single-handedly attack the marine training ship commanded by Zephyr, the former admiral of headquarters, and win a great victory 3 years ago. However, his glory ended there. He was tied up and knelt on the ground with his knees, his head drooping weakly. His right arm was neatly cut off. Even though a day had passed, blood was still flowing from the wound. Next to Weeble, an ugly old woman with a wrinkled face, short figure, and wearing a leopard print coat was also tied up. The sunglasses she was wearing were now hanging around her neck, and her body was stained with coagulated blood. Miss Ba Jin. His real name is Bakingham Stussy. He is a former member of Rock's Pirate and claims to be the lover of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Zephyr, who was standing on Xia Yu's right side alongside Sengoku Garp, could no longer suppress the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for 3 years the moment he saw Weeble's figure. His fists clenched silently, and his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The attack on the training ship left only 2 students, Ian and Binns, on the entire ship. This incident was like a mountain pressing on his heart. He has been suffering from the guilt and hatred towards his students for 3 years. If it weren't for the student Xia Yu who always stayed by his side and made him still have hope in Marine, he would have left the headquarters long ago to find the murderer who attacked the training ship and take revenge. Of course, Xia Yu also deserves his high hopes and trust over the years. The first thing the new official did when he took office was to capture the pirates who attacked the training ship that year, and now he brought them to him. When he saw Ian and Binns appear on the deck and stand behind Borsellino, he could no longer hold back his tears, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Seeing Zephyr's reaction, Sengoku sighed secretly in his heart, and after wanting to say something for a while, he raised his hand silently and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. Just at this moment, Ian and Binz jumped off the warship before Borsalino, and quickly came to Xia Yu and saluted. Marshal. Xia Yu nodded and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." With just 3 simple words, Ian and Binz could no longer control their emotions and their eyes instantly turned red. As the only 2 surviving interns on the training ship, they have also been suffering a lot over the past 3 years. They are awakened from their sleep almost every once in a while, because the scenes of the training ship being attacked have not become blurred with the passage of time, but have become clearer each time. During this period, they went to Sengoku without the knowledge of Teacher Zephyr, hoping that the former Marshal Sengoku would allow them to lead the warship out to sea to find the murderer, but each time Sengoku refused because he was worried that they would also encounter an accident, and promised them that he would definitely catch the murderer and bring him to justice. But 3 years have passed, and there is no news about the murderer. The officers at all levels of the naval headquarters are also busy with the increasing number of pirates and have no time to continue searching for the murderer. If Xia Yu had not launched a mutiny and ascended to the position of Marshal, they were almost certain that the naval headquarters would soon forget about this matter. It might even happen that the future Xia Yu saw would really be like this, where the pirates who attacked the training ship would become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Fortunately, there is Xia Yu. Looking at the gentle young Marshal in front of him at this moment, Ian's eyes were red and he choked with sobs and shook his head fiercely. It's not hard. Xia Yu took a step forward and said in the same gentle voice as always, "Go back and rest up. You and Binz will be in charge of their public execution tomorrow." Hearing this, Ian quickly straightened his body, raised his hands and saluted again with Binz, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." After Ain and Binz retreated, the gentleness on Xia Yu's face disappeared instantly, and was replaced by the decisiveness of killing and forcing the Holy Land to compromise by ascending to the position of Marshal through a mutiny. In a flash, Xia Yu, with a murderous aura, stood in front of Weibo and Ba Jin. Feeling the murderous aura coming towards him, Ba Jin, who was tied up and drooping his head, suddenly looked up, with a look of fear on his face, and asked hurriedly, "Who are you?" Xia Yu looked down at Ba Jin from a high position and said in a deep voice, "Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Xia Yu." Ba Jin was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the Naval Headquarters officers standing at the port. When she saw Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, she suddenly grinned sinisterly and ignored Xia Yu's presence as she struggled to stand up. "Sengoku, is there no one left in your marine? You let a brat be your successor. I advise you to be more sensible and release us mother and son immediately. Otherwise, Edward Newgate will surely lead his pirates to Marineford. Do you see this person next to me? Doesn't he look familiar? Yes, he is Edward Newgate's biological son. If Newgate knew that you had captured his precious son, you should know what would happen. Starting a war for a ship of trainee officers and causing more deaths is not your style, Sengoku." Bang! Before Ba Jin could finish his words, a dull sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Ba Jin flew backwards, hit the warship's guardrail heavily, and then bounced to the ground. At the same time, Xia Yu came to Ba Jin like a shadow and stepped on him with a clean step. "Old lady Ba Jin, do you really think I don't exist?" Xia Yu, who had stepped on Ba Jin's head, leaned forward slightly, not disguising his murderous intent at all. No matter who he is, attacking a training ship and killing a marine is a capital crime. Even if he is the son of God, I will kill him without mercy. 3OL, Chapter 072 Marine News Release. Public Execution of Whitebeard E. 72 183rds. Chapter 072 Marine News Release. Public Execution of Whitebeard E. Previous. Next. Naval Headquarters Prison. As soon as Barkin and his son Edward Weber were put into a separate cell, the criminals in the prison immediately attracted their attention. Especially when they saw the image of Edward Weeble, many people thought it was Whitebeard, the strongest man who ruled the world, and they all showed shocked expressions. What's going on? Whitebeard was captured. As expected of a man who dared to launch a mutiny to ascend to the position of Field Marshal, the first thing he did after taking office was to attack Whitebeard. Don't talk nonsense, this guy just looks like Whitebeard. Yes, Whitebeard is already in his 70s or 80s, how can he be that young? He looks so similar, could he be Whitebeard's son? That would be incredible, we'll catch Whitebeard's son and make an example of him. It's going to be fun. Too strong. I have a feeling that this new Marine Marshal will become the nightmare of all pirates. I don't know if it will become a nightmare for the pirates outside, but I heard from the 2 jailers yesterday that all prisoners who have committed arson, murder, looting, and murder will be sent to the guillotine. Brothers, we don't have many days left to live. Listening to the criminals in the next cell whispering openly, Ba Jin frowned slightly. Then, with Xia Yu's footprints still on her face, she turned her head to look at the group of criminals in the next cell and said in a deep voice, "Do you know who the new Marshal of Naval Headquarters is?" "Who are you?" One of the criminals approached the iron bars and asked curiously, "Who is this kid next to you who looks like Whitebeard?" "As you guessed, his name is Edward Whitebeard too." Barkin stood up with handcuffs and shackles, staring at the criminal opposite him with burning eyes. "Answer my question, who is this young Marshal of the Naval Headquarters?" Quote, "Weren't you just arrested?" The leading criminal blinked and said blankly, "His name is Xia Yu, a ruthless man who ascended to the position of Marshal by launching a mutiny. Don't underestimate him just because he is young. Now the Naval Headquarters, even the jailers outside, are extremely loyal to him. As long as Xia Yu makes a move or gives a look, they will definitely rush out and empty the magazines in a second without blinking an eye. What? Ba Jin's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, starting a mutiny. It seems that you really don't know what happened. Seeing Ba Jin's reaction, the criminal told Ba Jin everything he learned from the conversations between the jailers. After listening to the criminal's story, even Ba Jin, who was once a member of Rock's Pirate, couldn't help but gasp. He also felt a chill down his spine because of his ridiculous behavior of ignoring Xia Yu's existence on the warship before. Not only did he launch a mutiny to seize the position of Marine Marshal, he also went to the Holy Land in person to force the world government to compromise, allowing him to take charge of the Marine while enjoying the same privileges as the 5 elders. Xia Yu could make the Holy Land give in and compromise, so killing them both would be like killing 2 ants. Thinking of this, the glimmer of hope in Ba Jin's heart disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the fear of death. Bang! Suddenly, the prison door that had just been closed was pushed open by 2 prison guards. Then, Ian and Binns, wearing Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral coats, accompanied by several Naval Headquarters officers, quickly came to the door of the cell where Bacon and his son were. Without waiting for Ba Jin and the other prisoners in the cell to react, Ian immediately opened the folder in his hand and said with a cold face. Miss Barkin, real name Barkingham Stussy, a former member of the Rock's Pirates, was instigated by her son Edward Weeble to attack the Naval Headquarters training ship 3 years ago, resulting in the tragic death of dozens of trainee officers on the training ship. After investigation and verification by the headquarters, the evidence is conclusive, and she will be publicly executed at Marineford Square at noon tomorrow. Damn it! Hearing that the Naval Headquarters was going to publicly execute her, Ba Jin suddenly rushed forward and crawled in front of Ian, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You can't do this. We are not the only ones who killed Marine soldiers. There are so many criminals who attacked Marine and impel down. Why are they just imprisoned and not executed?" Quote. Ian ignored Ba Jin's final madness. After turning to the next page of the document, he immediately looked at Edward Wembley, whose arm had been cut off, and his tone was as cold as ever. Edward Wilbur, at the instigation of his mother, attacked the Naval Headquarters training ship 3 years ago and brutally killed dozens of our trainee officers on the training ship. After investigation by our headquarters, we have determined that he deserves death. He will be publicly executed at Marineford Square at noon tomorrow. After reading it all in one breath, Ian heaved a sigh of relief, then slowly closed the folder and handed it to Binns beside him. Then he took a step forward and looked down at Ba Jin, who was holding the iron bars with both hands. He said with his red lips, "Do you know how long Binns, Zephyr and I have been waiting for this day? 3 years, 3 whole years, I have wanted to kill you and your son all the time, but I am not capable enough, so I can only let you 2 continue to get away with it. Luckily, we have Master Xia Yu. Ba Jin, you and your son still have 1 night to repent." Having said that, Ain showed a relaxed smile on his face that he hadn't seen in 3 years, and then simply turned around and left. Oh, that's right. Just after taking a few steps, Ian suddenly turned around and looked at Ba Jin, smiling brightly as never before. "Tomorrow, I will be responsible for executing you and your son." While Ba Jin and his mother were detained in the headquarters prison, the headquarters press office immediately released the latest news, not only disclosing to the world Ba Jin's true identity and the news of his son's arrest, but also dropping a bombshell to Grand Line that the headquarters would hold a public execution at noon tomorrow. As the latest news from the Naval Headquarters press office spread through major newspapers and video telephone bugs, in less than half a day, the Grand Line was shocked by this sudden news. New World, Whitebeard Pirates territory. On the huge deck of the Moby DK, all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were present, and sitting at the top with their heads raised was Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, who looked majestic and awe-inspiring. Edward Newgate said nothing, just holding the latest information he had just obtained, his expression gradually becoming solemn. "Dad, what on earth is going on with the news released by Marine?" Finally, Marco, the captain of the first row, mustered up the courage to step forward and asked cautiously, "What is your relationship with Edward Weeble, the Whitebeard 2 mentioned in the Marine News Bulletin? Why does he call himself Whitebeard 2? It doesn't matter who he is." Edward Newgate threw the newspaper away, and his aura burst out undisguisedly, causing the air around him to vibrate slightly, and an invisible and majestic pressure covered an area of hundreds of feet. Then, Whitebeard, who was sitting steadily on the chair, stood up suddenly. The oppressive feeling that only belongs to the strongest man in the world erupted like a volcano. "How dare you use my name to attack the Marine training ship? Bakingham's Stussy, you really deserve to die." Chapter 073 Big Mom Pirates, 3 Generals. 73 183rds. Chapter 073 Big Mom Pirates, 3 Generals. Previous. Next. Miss Bajan is actually Bajingham Stussy. Mama, this is really unexpected news. New World, Big Mom Pirates territory, in Wanoku, Cake Island. In the dimly lit cake-shaped castle hall, an obese elderly woman, nearly 9 meters tall, looked with interest at her children standing opposite her. She was particularly eye-catching in a loose pink dress. Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors who reign over the New World. Former member of Rock's Pirate, now Queen of Nations. The user of the Soul Fruit, with a bounty of 4,388 million berries. On both sides of the hall stood several of Charlotte Linlin's children, who were also ministers of the Wanguo. The 3 people in the lead are none other than the 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates, namely Katakuri, the Minister of Flour, Smoothie, the Minister of Juice, and Cracker, the Minister of Biscuits. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's laughter, the three generals, who were originally worried about the impact of the situation outside on the 10,000 nations due to the announcement released by the naval headquarters, all had a series of question marks in their minds. They have all heard of the name Miss Ba Jin, but they are very unfamiliar with the name Ba Jin Gom Stussy. Judging from their mother's reaction, it is clear that she is very familiar with Ba Jin Gom Stussy. After a brief silence, Katakuri took a step forward and asked curiously, "Who is this Bajingorm Stussy?" Charlotte Linlin did not hide it, and narrowed her eyes as she said, "He was a member of Rock's Pirate back then, and he had a bad relationship with Edward Newgate, who was also a member of Rock's Pirate at the time. However, after Rock's Pirate disbanded, Bakingham's Stussy disappeared without a trace." At this point, Charlotte Linlin suddenly picked up the newspaper beside her, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Whitebeard too. He looks almost like Newgate when he was young. I wonder how Newgate will react after seeing this news, Mama. Mom, the question now is not how Newgate will react." The Juice Minister Smoothie, who stood silently beside Katakuri, raised his head slightly and said seriously, "We can judge from his appearance and name that Whitebeard too is likely to be related to Whitebeard, which means this is also what Marine thinks." After forcing the world government to compromise and sign the Mariajoy Agreement, the new marshal who came to power through a mutiny at the naval headquarters will definitely turn his attention to the Grand Line. Now they have captured Whitebeard too Weevil, who has some connection with Whitebeard, and executed him through a live broadcast. They are not only trying to take this opportunity to show their attitude in order to deter the pirates, but also to take this opportunity to see the reaction of the New World 4 emperors. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin waved her hand and said, "Are you worried that Whitebeard too is really related to Whitebeard by blood, and that a war between him and naval headquarters will spread to the 10,000 nations? Don't worry, I know Whitebeard too well. He won't rescue Whitebeard too, and he won't care whether Bakingorm Stussy lives or dies. To him, his family is all in the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Weeble and Barkingorm Stussy are not real family members in his eyes." But, after a slight pause, Charlotte Linlin showed a rare serious expression. "The young marshal of naval headquarters deserves attention. He has such a terrifying courage at such a young age. Not only did he launch a mutiny to become the marshal, he also forced the Holy Land to sign an unequal treaty. His strength and ambition should not be underestimated." Before she finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin suddenly twitched. Then, she, who had been gentle and kind a second ago, suddenly grabbed the newspaper in her hand and tore it to pieces. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Linlin suddenly became so manic. Katakuri was the first to react. His pupils shrank as he stared at the huge figure opposite him, who was beginning to emit a terrifying aura, and said in a deep voice, "Smoothie, Cracker, go." Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Linlin became increasingly manic, grabbing everything around her and throwing it wildly into the hull, scaring Smoothie and Cracker so much that they kept dodging. "Let's go." Katakuri stood still and said anxiously, "Mom is having an irritation attack. You guys go quickly, I'll cover you." "Damn it, why is it happening at this time?" Cracker turned around and ran away with a sad face and swearing. Smoothie, who knew that her mother's cravings would not let her children go, turned around immediately, but she was still worried about Katakuri and shouted, "Let's go together." The three generals rushed out of the hull one after another at the fastest speed, and did not stop until they had run a long distance. During this period, they heard the sounds of smashing and heavy objects colliding behind them. Even though they ran a long way away, they still felt an invisible pressure following them, which made the three of them feel a lingering fear. Looking back at the castle that was far behind him, Smoothie secretly exhaled, then looked at Katakuri with a serious face. "This time the Marine's public execution of Whitebeard too seems to have nothing to do with us, but it is actually sending a signal. The new Marine Marshal does not want to continue to maintain the so-called balance of the New World over the years. If he dares to force the Holy Land to compromise, he will definitely not show mercy to us in the New World." Unlike Sengoku, the former commander-in-chief, who took a conservative approach to the New World situation, the new commander Xia Yu will definitely be very radical, because he has the capital and strength to be radical. Katakuri did not speak. He had already known all the recent events through various newspapers and intelligence personnel planted by Wang Guo. However, he did not take it too seriously at the time, because the control of most countries in the New World was in the hands of the four emperors, and the influence of the world government and the Marine on the New World was almost negligible. The only threat that could be posed was AG5 branch. But what he didn't expect was that Xia Yu had just taken office as the commander-in-chief of the headquarters for a few days, and he arrested the world-famous Miss Ba Jin and Whitebeard too and announced their public execution in a high-profile manner. After a moment of silence, Katakuri looked towards the castle with a headache. "Let's talk after Mom wakes up. You guys go back to your respective territories first." At the same time, New World, Dressrosa Palace. The coquettish Doflamingo picked up the juice in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He then stood up, hunched over with his hands in his pockets, and laughed creepily. He looked down at the main street of the royal city below the palace. "You actually carried out a public execution of Whitebeard too during the Shichabukai meeting. Are you trying to teach us a lesson?" "Xia Yu, in that case, I have to go to this Shichabukai meeting, hehehehe." Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly leapt out and released his unique Paramesha string fruit ability. As a silk thread shot out from his fingers and rushed straight into the sky, it strangely got caught on a cloud high in the sky. The next second, he flashed out at an astonishing speed, flying under one cloud after another, heading towards the naval headquarters at lightning speed. Chapter 74. Purge before public execution. The iron-blooded Marine era is here. 74 183rds. Chapter 74. Purge before public execution. The iron-blooded Marine era is here. With the release of the news bulletin from the naval headquarters, journalists from various major forces in the special link of Shiau archipelago became busy again. Huge screens were soon spread out in the squares of various regions of Shiau archipelago and busy areas with concentrated traffic. Intelligence dealers are always paying attention to the situation around Shiau archipelago and maintaining close contact with liaison officers lurking in various forces. The pirates who heard the news also came ashore one after another at great risk. After landing in Shiau archipelago at different locations, they mingled with the crowd, all wanting to be the first to watch this world-renowned live execution. Shaki's rip-off bar also became extremely lively because of this sudden live execution. In less than an hour, the small bar hall was packed with people. Without exception, they were all pirates who arrived in Shiau archipelago in the past 2 days and wanted to transfer to the Dragon Palace Kingdom 10,000 meters under the sea through Shiau archipelago. Because Rayleigh was responsible for coding the pirate ships of 2 of the pirate groups, their ships had already been coded, but the sudden announcement from the naval headquarters delayed their departure to the Ryugu Kingdom. As for the other group of people, they should be the pirates group that had just arrived at Shiau archipelago. There were not many people, only 7 or 8 in total. Captain, do you know the relationship between the Whitebeard who mentioned in the naval headquarters announcement and the Whitebeard who was known as the strongest man in the New World? In booth number 1, the tall pirates who was already drunk and stuttering suddenly stood up and looked at the middle-aged man in a coat opposite him who was talking excitedly. Although the naval headquarters announcement did not mention the relationship between the two, the naval headquarters made such a big show of public execution. I guess they must have known about the relationship between Whitebeard 2 and Whitebeard, and wanted to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Haha, your analysis makes damn sense. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and said, if Whitebeard II's identity is not simple, why would the naval headquarters make such a fuss? But, after a slight pause, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject. Compared to the relationship between Whitebeard 2 and Whitebeard, I want to know more about the new Marshal of Naval Headquarters. After all, we are pirates, and when we go to New World to become the new Emperor of the Sea, we will naturally have to deal with him. Ha ha ha, yes, this is something we must consider. Captain, why don't we take this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard? If Whitebeard 2 is really Whitebeard's son, he will definitely come to Naval Headquarters to rescue us. Then we can kill them halfway and catch them off guard. As long as we defeat the Whitebeard pirates, Captain, you will be the new 4 emperors, yahahaha. Amid the praises of several crew members, the middle-aged man gradually became a little oblivious. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious tone, indeed, Whitebeard is old. It's time for him to give up the throne of the strongest man. Hearing this, the pirates around him shouted at the top of their lungs, Captain is mighty. Shaki standing at the bar did not look down on the fearless words of these ignorant people. In the Grand Line, there is no shortage of blind and ignorant warriors in any era, because they have been drifting on the sea for many years, living in their own cognitive and information cocoons. After experiencing a few lucky victories, they will gradually become inflated and naively believe that they are the most powerful existence. That is why, even though Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have dominated the New World for many years and each has a resounding name, there are always ignorant and fearless people who challenge the 3. However, so far, only Shanks, a former trainee crew member on Roger Pirates, has emerged. Even Gecko Moria, who is now under the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, once challenged Kaido and ended up with the tragic death of all his subordinates. These pirates who are now talking big in the tavern can't even challenge Whitebeard, let alone the captains under Whitebeard. Just then, Rayleigh, wearing a bamboo hat, pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. Under Shaki's gaze, Rayleigh walked straight to the bar, picked up the glass on the bar and drank it all in one gulp. Then he looked up and smiled bitterly. The young Marshal of Naval Headquarters really doesn't play by the rules. What happened? Shaki's eyes flashed with confusion. Rayleigh did not answer immediately, but turned back to look at the pirates in the bar with a bit of sympathy in his eyes. There are now more than a dozen warships on the sea outside, and the leader is Sakazuki. In addition, the marine base in Shiau has also been fully mobilized under the leadership of the 2 Vice Admirals, Stallo Berry and Baseshu. The pirates who just arrived at the Shiau archipelago and have stayed here for the past few days are in trouble. Shaki blinked, his reaction a little slow. What do you mean? Before he finished speaking, Shaki's pupils shrank suddenly. You mean, Xia Yu wants to eliminate any potential threats to the naval headquarters in the waters near the Shiau archipelago before the live execution? Without waiting for Rayleigh to nod, the 7 or 8 pirates who had been sitting quietly in booth number 3 suddenly stood up and turned their heads to look at the bar. Did you hear me? Rayleigh tilted his head to look at the others and said cheerfully, since you heard me, just pay the bill and run. Bang! As Rayleigh finished speaking, the door of the bar that had just closed was suddenly kicked open. Then, the expressionless Stolo Berry stepped forward with a skull that was much longer than that of an ordinary person. He glanced at everyone present with a sharp gaze and said coldly, escape. Now that the Shiau archipelago is under the coverage of artillery, where can you rubbish escape to? At the same time, on the deck of a large warship that set out from the naval headquarters and was ordered to clear the naval headquarters and the surrounding waters, Sakazuki, wearing a military cap, looked at the marine base port that was about to dock, and immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi and gave an order without a trace of emotion. Pass on my order, all warships lock onto their respective target waters, and attack as soon as they find the pirate ship, and don't let any pirate ship escape. Order all officers and soldiers who have landed in various regions of the Sabayati archipelago to immediately launch operations to eliminate all pirates lurking in the Sabayati archipelago. No one will be spared. With Sakazuki's order, a strangulation of the pirates lurking in the Sabayati archipelago began. The sound of gunfire, the clash of swords, and the screams of miserable people were heard in various areas of the Sabayati archipelago from dusk until dark. Finally, when the night completely enveloped the Sabayati archipelago, the strangulation specifically targeting the pirates came to an end. Sabayati archipelago, District 13. None of the pirates in the rip-off bar escaped. They were controlled by Stalo Berry and the Marines led by him, and were all dragged to the open space opposite the bar and made to kneel on the ground in a row. Holding a thick bounty list, Stalo Berry slowly flipped through it with the help of the light from the bar. Soon, he pulled out a bounty and pasted it on the forehead of the middle-aged man who had previously shouted in the bar that Whitebeard should step down from the throne of the strongest. Captain Eric of the Assault Pirates is from North Blue. He burned, killed and looted 3 villages on his way into the Grand Line. He also teamed up with other pirates to invade a town with a population of 1 million, causing the deaths of more than 100 innocent people in the town. The bounty is 67 million. This is not demon fruit power. At this point, a cold light flashed in Stalo Berry's eyes. This is truly an unforgivable crime. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to react, a soldier standing behind Stalo Berry immediately stepped forward, skillfully raised his gun and shot the middle-aged man twice in the heart and once in the head. Stalo Berry didn't look at the middle-aged man again, but continued to flip through the bounty in his hand. Soon, another wanted list of pirates came into his sight. Just like before, after reading out the names and crimes of the pirates that appeared on the wanted list, another soldier quickly stepped forward and fired 3 shots at him. This process was repeated many times, and soon more than a dozen pirates who were kneeling on the ground were shot on the spot. Not only in District 13, but also in other districts of Sabayati archipelago, cruel execution ceremonies were staged under the cover of night. Every 3 gunshots meant that a pirate who had committed heinous crimes had left the world forever. Chapter 75. Is Whitebeard a clone? The Curse of the Amazon Lily. 75 183rds. Chapter 75. Is Whitebeard a clone? The Curse of the Amazon Lily. Previous. Next. In the rip-off bar, even Shaki and Rayleigh, 2 influential figures of the old times, felt a chill down their spines because of the summary execution outside the bar. The Grand Line is about to change. Looking at the execution scene outside the door, Rayleigh suddenly sighed. The young Marine Marshal will definitely use an iron-blooded method unprecedented in the history of the Marine to suppress all the pirates. With this iron-blooded Marshal protecting him, Sakazuki will have nothing to worry about and will definitely carry out his thorough justice to the end. After a slight pause, Rayleigh turned his head slightly to look at Shaki, who was standing at the bar with an equally solemn expression, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. I hope Whitebeard won't make the same mistake again because of what Bajin did. Xiao Yu ordered Sakazuki to clear the surrounding waters, obviously to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from making preparations. Shaki took out a lady's cigarette and lit it, then said calmly, I'm curious as to why Buckingham Stussy instigated Whitebeard 2 to attack the Marine training ship. She has been spreading the word about her relationship with Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard 2 over the years. What is her purpose? Rayleigh shook her head and smiled. Buckingham Stussy was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Although her strength was average, her ambition was careless. After the Rocks Pirates disbanded, Whitebeard quickly rose to become one of the 3 giants at the time with Roger and Shaki, so she found Whitebeard again, wanting to join forces with Whitebeard to recreate the glory of the Rocks Pirates. However, Whitebeard had no ambition to conquer the world and become the king of pirates. He just wanted to build a big family. Because of their different goals, the 2 parted ways. Shaki blinked and said in relief, so, it is possible that Whitebeard 2 is Whitebeard's biological son. Who knows? Rayleigh said uncertainly. Back then, Buckingham had another identity, a member of the MADS Peace Research Institute. The MADS organization brings together a large number of outstanding scientists. Some of these scientists are dedicated to the research of killing weapons, some focus on research that can promote world peace, and some are studying cloning technology. As one of the members, it is not impossible for Bajingorm to clone a Whitebeard 2 based on Whitebeard. I understand. Shaki nodded. If Whitebeard really had a relationship with Bajingorm Stussy and had a child with her, he would definitely come to rescue her. If he didn't come, it means he didn't have a relationship with Bajingorm. Etc. Suddenly, Rayleigh seemed to remember something, and said anxiously, compared to the mystery of Whitebeard II's life experience, shouldn't you be more concerned about Hancock? Xiao Yu scheduled the execution and the Shichabukai meeting at the same time, obviously wanting to take this opportunity to let the Shichabukai make a choice. Judging from the iron-blooded hand he has shown now, he will definitely not allow the Shichabukai system to continue to exist. The so-called Shichabukai meeting is a choice of life and death for all Shichabukai members. Shaki blew out a string of smoke rings and said weakly, Naval Headquarters sent me information that Hancock is following Xiao Yu all day long. I have a bad feeling. It's really bad. Rayleigh frowned. I originally thought Hancock was extremely averse to men and wouldn't be as lovesick as you were back then. Now it seems she's no exception. Hearing this, Shaki's face showed a barely perceptible blush for the first time. So far, among the Amazon Lily's empresses, there have been 3 who have suffered from lovesickness, namely her, her predecessor, and her successor. The empress before her had to choose to leave Amazon Lily in order to survive, and she almost died of lovesickness in her early 20s, and finally followed her predecessor's example and left Amazon Lily to find her antidote. But her successor was not so lucky, because the man he loved passed away without any news. It was thought that this curse would disappear with the death of the next in command, but unexpectedly, a marine marshal appeared halfway and dared to force the world government to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy. Hancock, who already harbored resentment towards the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government, naturally could not resist his charm and fell in love with him after just one meeting. Shaki turned his head away calmly so that Rayleigh wouldn't see his reaction. If she really got sick because of Xia Yu, it's not entirely a bad thing. After all, Xia Yu is the marshal of the naval headquarters. She won't suddenly disappear or be as erratic as some people did in the past. I was almost caught by Garp several times. Rayleigh smiled awkwardly. That's true. After all, lovesickness is only one-sided. No matter what Xia Yu's attitude towards her is, as long as she can see her when she wants to. Just then, Stallo Berry came in with 2 officers. After looking around to make sure nothing was left out, Stallo Berry immediately ordered the 2 officers beside him, take their belongings away, burn all the debris, and confiscate all the treasures. The 2 officers' eyes lit up instantly, and they quickly ran to the booth to start looting the treasures left behind by the pirates. Soon, the 2 returned with a full load, without even a moment's show, and excitedly said in unison, "Mr. Vice Admiral, these pirates are quite fat, this wave of fortune." The corners of Stallo Berry's mouth twitched slightly, and he criticized with a straight face, "Don't use the same tricks as before now, all these treasures must be handed over." After a slight pause, Stallo Berry changed the subject and said, "You are allowed to keep some and give them to other brothers who will participate in tonight's operation." At the same time, in the Sabayati archipelago waters shrouded in darkness, Sakazuki, who was in command of a large warship, received the latest situation report and learned that the pirates lurking on the island had almost been eliminated. He no longer stayed on the sea to prevent the pirates from escaping, but decisively ordered the warship to return to the headquarters. Although as an admiral he doesn't have to do this kind of thing personally, tomorrow's live broadcast of the public execution is of great importance. Xia Yu has entrusted this matter to him, so naturally he has to be meticulous. As Sakazuki's warship returned to Marineford, Stallo Berry stayed in Sabayati archipelago to clean up the mess, and a purge operation before a public execution ended. In the rip-off bar, Stallo Berry did not leave immediately. Instead, after sending his men away, he sat directly at the bar and ordered a cocktail. "Your Excellency looks familiar." Just as he took a sip from his glass, Stallo Berry suddenly broke the silence, looked at Rayleigh and said, "If I remember correctly, the last time I went to the human auction house for a surprise inspection, it seemed like you were locked in a cage and pushed out for auction." "Haha, yes," Rayleigh laughed heartily, "because I lost all my money in the casino, I mortgaged myself. I wanted to find someone to redeem me, but I didn't expect those people to be unethical and sell me to human traffickers. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, sir. If you hadn't raided the auction house, I might have become a slave in some wealthy family now." Ahahaha. Stallo Berry, who usually had a blank expression on his face, couldn't hold it in anymore, and his hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. He had seen people whose families were destroyed or whose wives and children were separated because of gambling, but this was the only case of someone mortgaging himself. In one word, amazing. Chapter 076 Doflamingo, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. 76 183rds. Chapter 076 Doflamingo, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. At the same time, in the night sky over Sabayati archipelago, a figure like a giant bird descended from the sky and landed silently in front of a human auction house in District 1. It was none other than Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as he arrived in front of the auction house, Doflamingo, who was hunched over with his hands in his pockets, frowned instantly. At the same time, he quickly looked around and sniffed the air. Hey, such a pungent smell of blood, did a war just happen here? Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly turned around and looked towards the door of the auction house as if facing a great enemy. Doflamingo. In front of the auction house, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Baishu, who stood proudly with a machete in his hand, walked out of the darkness slowly and said calmly, "Lord Xia Yu has ordered that before the public execution of Whitebeard II tomorrow, the naval headquarters in the Sabayati archipelago must be cleared, and no pirates will be allowed to appear in the light. So, if you're here for the Shichabukai meeting, follow me right now. If not, your Shichabukai status will be revoked immediately, and I will arrest you immediately." Hearing this, Doflamingo raised his head sharply, then grinned and let out a unique evil laugh. "Under the leadership of the new marshal of the naval headquarters, have you become so strong and domineering too? But, Bastiu, you'd better be polite when you speak, otherwise I might not be able to help but kill you, hehehehe." Bastiu's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, and he raised the shark-slaying knife in his hand. "So, you are not here to attend the Shichabukai meeting? Area 7 port. As the 2 pirate ships slowly approached the shore, the marine soldiers who had been guarding the ports in various districts swarmed over immediately, raising their guns and aiming at the 2 pirate ships that had just docked. On the deck of the pirates' flagship flying the red sun emblem, stood a fat whale shark man about 3 meters tall. His stormy eyebrows and sideburns as well as two large teeth in his lower jaw were particularly eye-catching. Jinbei, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a whale shark, and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Because he is a righteous man and likes to travel around, he is known as the Sea Knight. Unexpectedly, the Marine appeared as soon as the ship docked. Standing on the deck, Jinbei couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that in just a few days, the Marine's atmosphere has changed so much. It's not simple. Shichabukai Jinbei, a young man in a Rear Admiral coat, quickly stepped out from the Marine team that arrived at the port. It was none other than Rear Admiral Noah, who had drawn his sword against Mihawk at the headquarters. After seeing the Sun Pirates ship across the shore, he suddenly raised his head, staring at Jinbei with burning eyes, and then said, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Noah, under the order of Lord Xia Yu, is waiting for you here. Because the Sabayati archipelago and the surrounding waters of Marineford are all under martial law, you now have only 2 choices. 1. Cooperate with my work and follow me. 2. If you don't cooperate with my work, then I will deprive you of your Shichabukai status and kill you on the spot. After a slight pause, Noah immediately turned his head to look at the other pirate's ship, and swept his eyes to a figure on the deck of this pirate's ship. Shichabukai Hanafuda, am I clear enough? Ha ha ha, you're really hockey. Does a Rear Admiral dare to speak to me in such a tone now? It seems that the new Marshal of the Naval Headquarters has given you great confidence. As soon as the words fell, the figure standing on the deck of the pirate's ship stepped out, revealing a head wearing a bat mask and holding a huge sickle in his hand. He looked like a Shinigami who liked to walk in the dark night, exuding a creepy and gloomy atmosphere. Hanafuda Cards, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After many battles with 4 emperors Kaido, he formed a deep friendship with him. In order to collect more ancient species of Zone Devil fruit to strengthen Kaido's beasts pirates, he often travels alone in the Grand Line. Because of its great strength, it was recruited by the world government. Hanafuda walked to the edge of the deck and looked up at the Sabayati archipelago shrouded in the night. With his amazing sense of smell, he caught the bloody smell lingering in the air and said with narrowed eyes, it's really a dark and windy night for murder. If we don't cooperate, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back this time. At this point, Hanafuda suddenly turned his head to look at Jinbei on the deck of the Sun Pirate's ship across from him. Are you right, Sea Knight Jinbei? Jinbei nodded, then jumped off the deck and came to Noah, and said very politely, Noah, Rear Admiral, please. At this time, Hanafuda also jumped off the deck and followed with a huge sickle. Thank you both for your cooperation. There was a flash of disappointment in Rear Admiral Noah's eyes. When the Shichabukai meetings were held in the past, these Shichabukai were more arrogant than each other, and 1 or 2 of them even dared to bully the staff responsible for the order of the meeting in front of Marshal Sengoku. I had thought that if anyone dared to act rashly during this Shichabukai meeting, I would decisively take action and gain some military merit, but I didn't expect Jinbei and Hanafuda to cooperate so well. He had heard of Jinbei and knew that Jinbei had a very good temper and was a very loyal person. But Hanafuda was a madman who dared to confront Kaido back then, and in the end, he became Kaido's close friend due to their mutual understanding. It would be a shame for his former prestige if he didn't show off a little. How come he suddenly became so easy to talk to? Could it be that he was shocked by the Marshal's reputation? It feels very uncomfortable to miss an opportunity to perform. Boom boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came without warning. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying sword energy suddenly burst out and swept out from the direction of Area 1. Wherever it went, the towering trees blocking its way were cut in half with ease. Although they were far apart, Rear Admiral Noah still identified the source of the sword energy and said enthusiastically, Vice Admiral Bastiu's slashing wave. Someone is not cooperating. Who could it be? Crocodile, or Doflamingo, or Gecko Moria? As he was talking, Noah, who had just been a little disappointed at how well Jinbei and Hanafuda cooperated, ran out uncontrollably. But he quickly reacted, stopped and said unwillingly, forget it, Vice Admiral Bastiu is here, so even if there is a credit, it won't be my turn. Seeing Noah's Rear Admiral's reaction, Jinbei and Hanafuda, who were standing side by side, were a little confused. What's going on? Why does it feel like this Rear Admiral doesn't want to see them cooperate the most? Could it be that if they don't cooperate, Noah Rear Admiral and the soldiers present can gain any credit? Swoosh. Just when the two were confused, a figure suddenly flashed under the night sky. Then, Doflamingo, dressed in a sexy outfit, landed lightly in front of him in a pair of pointed shoes, then put one hand on his waist, hunched over, and laughed a unique evil laugh. Hey, Bastiu, you really want to kill me? Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly turned his head and his eyes swept towards Jinbei and Hanafuda. Are you all so cooperative? Looking at the two Shichabukai standing side by side, Doflamingo grinned evilly and said, Hanafuda, this is not your style. Do you want to join forces with me and do something big? He. Doflamingo, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hanafuda looked up at the figure that was chasing him quickly, and said in a deep voice, tomorrow is the execution date of Whitebeard 2. If you make trouble at this time, you will definitely die a very ugly death. Do you smell the blood in the air? Before we came, the Marine must have just carried out a major cleansing of the entire Sabayati archipelago. Before Doflamingo could respond, Jinbei immediately took over the conversation. Wake up, Doflamingo. Marines today will no longer allow Shichabukai to do whatever they want like before. Chapter 77. Cutting through the thorns for the Marshal. Marine officers and soldiers are more arrogant than each other. 77 183rds. Chapter 77. Cutting Through the Thorns for the Marshal. Marine officers and soldiers are more arrogant than each other. Naval Headquarters. Because Edward Wilbur and Miss Barkin will be publicly executed tomorrow, everyone from the Admiral to the soldiers are busy in an orderly manner. The preliminary preparations were completed as an execution rack was erected in Marineford Square. The night is dark, the soldiers on duty completed their work handover, and officers at all levels returned to their homes or dormitories. Only the lights in the Marshal's office were still on. Xia Yu, who was sitting at her desk, reviewed the document in her hand and handed it to Gion, who was standing opposite the desk. "Marshal, let me review these documents." Gion took the document and held it in her arms. She couldn't remember how many times she had reminded him before she spoke again. "It's late at night now, it's time to go back and rest." As if Xia Yu hadn't heard him, he picked up another document and said while reviewing it, "I plan to change the system of the Naval Headquarters, which has not changed in 100 years. Especially the 3 admirals of the Naval Headquarters, I plan to add 3 more places. You've been in the position of Admiral candidate for so long. It's time for you to be promoted. How about the army under your command be named after your code name, Momoshiki Army?" Hearing this, Gion shook his head and smiled. "Are you asking for my opinion, Marshal, or are you just telling me? If you are asking for my opinion, I would rather stay with you than promote me to Admiral and lead the Momoshiki Army. The Marshal is not like the Vice Admiral. As the Vice Admiral, you only needed to take care of your own affairs, but now it's different. You need to make decisions on major matters of the Naval Headquarters and even all branches. Without me, you will definitely be too busy. Of course, if the Marshal has already made his decision and just informed me, I will naturally do my best and will definitely lead the Momoshiki Army to clear the way for the Marshal." Hearing this, Xia Yu put down the documents and looked up at Gion, who had been steadfastly standing by him all these years. Gion was both a teacher and a friend to him. If I had to pick one person I trusted the most among everyone, Gion would definitely be at the top of the list. However, he did not want to keep Gion by his side as an assistant. Because Gion was responsible, had true justice in his heart, and was the best among all the Vice Admirals, keeping him by his side as an assistant was a waste of his talent. After looking at Gion for a while, Xia Yu suddenly smiled and said, "Momoshiki Admiral, can you pour me a cup of coffee?" Still drinking, Gion blurted out subconsciously, "If you drink again, you won't be able to rest tonight." "I never thought about going back to rest." Xia Yu shrugged helplessly. "You don't know how chaotic my family is right now, because Mahawk is staying at my house, and Hancock won't go to the guest house. Hancock doesn't go, and Junzi joins in the fun, and then the 2 women are arguing with each other at home. One says that any mistake she makes will be forgiven, and the other throws a bandage to wrap the other up like a mummy and hang her up. Mahawk was so scared that he didn't dare to stay there anymore and ran away to the guest house in shame. Under such circumstances, do you think I dare to go back?" Seeing Xia Yu's helpless expression, Gion couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh out loud. But she immediately held back her laughter and gently reminded, "Since you can't go home, then stay at Vice Admiral Suru's house for a night. Vice Admiral Suru is at the Holy Land headquarters now anyway. Because the top officer of CP9 was killed, she is busy assisting Lord Kong to merge CP9 into CPO." Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? I'm going to Vice Admiral He's house to stay for one night. Believe it or not, there will be rumors all over Naval Headquarters tomorrow about me and Peacock again." "That's right." Gion blinked and finally gave the best suggestion, "Then go to my house. Ever since you were investigated by the investigation team, Mother has been worried about you. Even now that the matter has been settled, Mother asks you what you are doing almost every day. Don't bother the old man at this time." Xia Yu waved her hand. "Finish these documents, I'll just make do in the office." Just as Gion was about to speak, the Den Den Mushi on the desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, Gion quickly took a step back and got into work mode in an instant. "Marshal, I'm Noah." As soon as Xia Yu took the Den Den Mushi, Rear Admiral No's voice came out immediately. "Hanafuda and Jinbei, the 2 Shichabukai, have been taken to the marine base in Sabayati Archipelago by my subordinates. They will set off tomorrow morning with Doflamingo, who will be accompanied by Vice Admiral Bastiu." Report completed. Loyalty. Xia Yu smiled and said, "Why do I hear your tone is a bit resentful? Is it because these 3 Shichabukai are so cooperative that your charm has nowhere to go?" "Ah, all of this has been discovered." No's voice was a little embarrassed. "There is a little resentment. The Hanafudas and Jinbei that my subordinates received were very cooperative. Although Doflamingo had a fight with Vice Admiral Bastiu, it was just a little bit." "Marshal, what is going on? When Lord Sengoku was in power, these Shichibukai were so arrogant, especially Doflamingo. During the last Shichibukai meeting, he actually used his fruit ability to control 2 soldiers in front of Lord Sengoku. I thought if he continued to act arrogantly this time, I would work with Vice Admiral Bastiu to deal with him. But I didn't expect that he would actually back down." Hearing the endless chatter in Den Den Mushi, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, "You want to beat up anyone you catch now, right? Is it because Mahawk helped me before and you can't ask him to avenge your former boss, so you take your anger out on other Shichibukai?" "No," Noah said without hesitation. "From the moment I offered my loyalty to the Marshal, No's personal honor and disgrace are no longer important." What a great saying that personal honor and disgrace are insignificant. Xia Yu praised angrily, and then said, Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will let Mihawk give an explanation to your former boss. Although I must repay the favor, I can't let my brothers suffer injustice. That's it, see you tomorrow. Loyalty. Noah shouted a slogan, then ended the call reluctantly. If Xia Yu hadn't said, see you tomorrow, he could have spent the whole night chatting with this marshal who was about the same age as him but much more powerful than him. Especially the word, brothers, in Xia Yu's words, we can't let our brothers suffer any injustice, which made him want to rush back to the headquarters and stand in front of Xia Yu and shout, loyalty. Gion, who was standing quietly nearby, saw Xia Yu chatting so happily with one of his subordinates that she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. You know, when Xia Yu mentioned Hancock, Junzi, and Peacock before, his tone and expression were helpless and painful, but when he was chatting with his subordinates, he was full of energy and even cared about what his subordinates were thinking. It was very unique. It's funny, but Gion can understand Xia Yu's behavior very well. Because over the years, Xia Yu has captured the hearts of countless officers and soldiers with this way of getting along, and his brilliant personality charm has won the support and loyalty of almost all officers and soldiers in this unit. Sabayati Archipelago Marine Base. After Noah finished talking to Xia Yu, he felt so refreshed that the smile on his face became increasingly unrestrained and could not be concealed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Noah immediately turned his head to look at Bastiu and Staloberry, who had just returned from District 13, and said proudly, my two vice admirals, guess what the marshal just said to me? What? Bastiu looked at Noah as if he were a fool. The marshal said that we must not let our brothers suffer any injustice. Before he finished speaking, Noah laughed out loud again. Brother, the marshal called me brother. Ha ha ha. Ha. Suddenly, Noah, who was laughing so hard that he coughed, turned around and looked at Doflamingo, who was also looking at him as if he were a fool and grinning an evil smile. Doflamingo, if you smile like that again, I will FK you to death right now. I feel so strong now. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Doflamingo's face froze instantly, and his eyes under his sunglasses almost popped out. He didn't do anything well. What is the current situation of Marine? Is laughing illegal? Are you crazy? Without waiting for Doflamingo to react, Jinbei and Hanafuda, who were standing side by side with him, turned around and left without any hesitation. Crazy. Everyone at the naval headquarters, from officers to soldiers, has gone crazy. You saw those soldiers just now, right? They looked at us like a cat seeing a mouse, their eyes were gleaming green. After quickly distancing himself from Doflamingo, Hanafuda lowered his voice and complained, Marine wasn't like this before. Why do I feel like they are the pirates? Jinbei said nothing, just nodded frantically. Chapter 78. Danger and opportunity coexist. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. 78 183rds. Chapter 78. Danger and opportunity coexist. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. The time for the Shichabukai meeting arrived as scheduled. However, Naval Headquarters did not focus on the upcoming arrival at Shichabukai, but instead focused on Edward Weibel and his mother, Miss Bacon. Marine officers and soldiers of all levels arrived one after another around the execution rack standing in the middle of the square, and were neatly dispersed on both sides of the execution rack, extending all the way to the main prison gate to prevent any accidents along the way. At the same time, the staff of the headquarters, press office, who were responsible for broadcasting the execution live, were also setting up video telephones and gradually opening up access to connect to the outdoor screen in the Sabayati archipelago. Staff from major news agencies have gathered in front of each outdoor screen in the Sabayati archipelago. Once the live broadcast of the naval headquarters is successfully connected to these screens, they will broadcast the live broadcast process to the world through their own video Den Den Mushi and ordinary Den Den Mushi. Everything about the public execution was proceeding in an orderly manner, waiting for the execution time to arrive and the live broadcast to begin. Naval Headquarters Port. Several warships responsible for picking up Shichabukai slowly approached the shore. The first ship to dock was the warship that Bastiu was on. Without waiting for the warship to stop, Bastiu and Doflamingo jumped off the deck one after another and stood on the dock. Soon after, Jinbei and Hanafuda, who were on the same warship with Barry Vice Admiral and Noah Rear Admiral, also jumped ashore one after another. As soon as the three Shichabukai came together, a group of Marine soldiers swarmed out and stood on both sides of the road leading to Marineford Square, staring at the three with murderous intent. In this regard, the three Shichabukai including Doflamingo were already numb. They followed Bastiu, Staloberry and Noah Rear Admiral up the stairs slowly and silently, each with their own thoughts. At this moment, two more warships came ashore. Doflamingo, who had just stepped onto the stairs, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head and immediately turned back to look at the two warships docked. When he saw the figures on the decks of the two warships, he immediately grinned. It seems that there are more than just the three of us. The two members of Shichabukai who arrived on the two warships were Sir Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who is nearly 7 meters tall with a fat belly, is somewhat inconsistent with the image they remember. Because Gecko Moria not only has a fat body of nearly 7 meters, but also looks ferocious and terrifying at first glance. However, Gecko Moria was standing quietly beside the Hound Vice Admiral, like a young wife who had suffered a great injustice. It was obvious that, like the three of them, Gecko Moria had also lost his temper because of the Marine soldiers who were eager to gain military merit. The other Shichabukai crocodile was still arrogant, standing alone on the deck of the warship, wearing a black fur coat, with a slicked back hair, holding a cigar, and exuding the aura of a king who looked down on the world, looking down at Doflamingo and the other two who had landed ashore before him and Moria. Doflamingo, your expression right now makes me uncomfortable. When Crocodile glanced at Doflamingo, he suddenly grinned and laughed. Were you threatened by the marine soldiers who were responsible for picking you up? If so, you really opened my eyes. Heavenly Yaksha, who dared to attack celestial dragons and threaten the world government to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, actually endured this, guhahaha. It seems like you're not much better. Doflamingo turned around and put his hands in his pockets, grinning. How about I make a bet with you? If you dare to look back at those soldiers behind you without being threatened, I lose. Hearing this, Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly, and then he quickly looked back. What are you looking at? Crocodile just turned around and saw an officer from the marine team standing behind him. He fired at him mercilessly and shouted, "Get down now." Hiss. Crocodile took a long puff of his cigar, and a flash of coldness disappeared from his eyes. Seeing this, Doflamingo's mood instantly improved. Ha ha ha, Crocodile, you are nothing special. Doflamingo, Jinbei, Hanafuda. Without waiting for Crocodile to react, Noah, who was following behind the two in the middle, suddenly turned around and stared at the 3 Shichabukai with burning eyes. Follow me. If you make me late, after this Shichabukai meeting is over, I will apply to the marshal to go out to sea and kill you all. Hearing this, even Staloberry couldn't hold it anymore and spoke out in time to stop him. Noah, stop it. Doflamingo was obviously immune to Noah's scolding. He didn't take Noah's scolding to heart. After watching Crocodile and Gecko Moria jump off the warship and walk over, he curved his lips and then took the initiative to approach Crocodile and said sinisterly, "Sand Crocodile, this meeting is not simple. If something unexpected happens, how about we join forces to escape? I believe you have already felt that the current Marine is very different from the previous Marine. Even ordinary soldiers dare to point fingers at us. This shows that the new Marine Marshal's purpose in convening this Shichabukai meeting is not simple. My intuition tells me that he is likely to take this opportunity to kill us all." Crocodile ignored Doflamingo and walked past him in silence with Gecko Moria. As a veteran among the 7 warlords of the sea, how could he not know how dangerous this Shichabukai meeting was? Especially after being intercepted by the marine warship, he clearly felt the undisguised hostility of the naval headquarters from top to bottom towards him as a Shichabukai, especially the group of marine soldiers accompanying him on the warship. Each of them seemed to have taken expired aphrodisiacs. They had been highly alert to him from the time he was intercepted until now, giving him the illusion that if he did anything abnormal, these soldiers would rush up and tear him to pieces without hesitation. He was certainly not afraid of the marine soldiers on the warship. As long as he wanted, no one on the warship that intercepted him would be alive, not even the accompanying Vice Admiral Sturl. However, he didn't want to and didn't dare to do that. First, once he attacks the accompanying marine, he will surely draw the most frenzied retaliation from the naval headquarters in the future, and he may even be the next one to be publicly executed. Furthermore, the new marshal of the naval headquarters came to power through a mutiny, and his ambitions are definitely not just to be in charge of the marine. In order to find out what ambitions the new marshal has, he must wait and see. If the other party is ambitious enough, he can create opportunities by taking the risk to attend the Shichabukai meeting, thus achieving a win-win situation. After all, dangers and opportunities coexist. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Led by several vice admirals and rear admirals, a group of 5 people walked through the marine queue that was on high alert and entered Marineford Square. The moment they stepped into Marineford Square, a murderous aura suddenly hit them, catching them off guard as they had been riding the Grand Line for many years and were famous for it, and their eyes widened. In front of them, a towering execution rack rose from the ground and stood in the middle of the square. Thousands of soldiers with murderous looks on their faces stood neatly around it. There was a guard every 3 steps on the fortresses around the square. They stood under the flags with the seagull logo fluttering in the wind. Relying on the advantage of the terrain, they were high above and stared at them as they stepped into the square with a covetous look. On the other side of the execution rack, a high platform was set up. On the podium is a rectangular conference table covered with a white tablecloth. On both sides of the conference table, more than a dozen rear admirals wearing rear admiral cloaks maintained the same standing posture, with their hands behind their backs and their bodies upright. Although there were tens of thousands of people gathered in the square at this time, no one made a sound. The air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, which made Doflamingo and others who were members of the Shichabukai feel inexplicably depressed. In the bleak silence, only the marine flags, symbolizing justice and glory, fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 079 Good afternoon, scum of the Grand Line. 79 183rds. Chapter 079 Good afternoon, scum of the Grand Line. Feeling the suffocating murderous atmosphere in the air, as well as the densely packed marine soldiers and officers at all levels with neat military uniforms and imposing manners, even an arrogant person like Doflamingo fell silent at this moment. The expression on his face was more solemn than ever before. Likewise, Crocodile also had to re-examine his own identity and position himself correctly to face this marine team that seemed to have been reborn. Although Hanafuda and Moria had their own thoughts, they did not show them. They remained silent and seemed calm, but in fact they were very nervous. The one with the easiest time is Jinbei. As early as when he received the call-up order from Shichabukai, he learned about all the recent events in the naval headquarters through major news and related channels, and made a relatively rational judgment on the newly appointed young marshal of the naval headquarters. Judging from the young marshal's actions from launching a mutiny to purging dissidents from the naval headquarters and even all the bases, as well as forcing the world government to compromise and sign the Treaty of Mariajoy, he did not think that the young marshal would forcibly suppress them as Shichabukai when the Shichabukai conference was held. At most, he would use this public execution to make a warning and intimidate the Shichabukai members and the lawless pirates on the sea. It's really creepy. After a brief silence, Doflamingo hunched over and walked slowly forward, his walking posture no longer as arrogant as before. Under the gazes of thousands of people staring at them, Hanafuda and Moria followed closely behind with an inexplicable tingling sensation on their scalps. Even Crocodile simply looked around and straightened his posture before walking up to the podium and sitting in 2 rows at the rectangular conference table. Everyone. Just as they sat down, a loud shout suddenly came from the entrance of the square. Without waiting for a few people to react, all the officers and soldiers in the square, including Stallo Berry and others standing on the platform, turned around almost at the same time, and all eyes looking in the same direction became unprecedentedly fanatical at this moment. The marshal has arrived. Stand at attention. Salute. Wow. As the neat and shocking voices rang out, all the officers and soldiers in the square straightened their bodies at the same time, raised their right hands and shouted in unison, "Loyalty." Amidst the neat slogans, a group of people immediately walked out from the entrance of the square. Leading the group was none other than the new naval headquarters Marshal Xia Yu, who was wearing a marshal's coat and looked full of vigor and vitality. Following closely behind the young Marshal Xia Yu were the 3 admirals and Gion, who had just been promoted to admiral. Looking at the figures walking among the fanatical soldiers and officers on both sides, the 5 Shichabukai sitting at the high conference table were still amazed even though they were used to seeing many storms. Doflamingo in particular, although he had seen the group photo of Xia Yu with a group of officers and soldiers through the news published by naval headquarters, after seeing Xia Yu appear on the stage with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but brighten his eyes, and couldn't help revealing an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. If he had read the legend of Chu and Han, he would surely not be able to help but blurt out, "A real man should be like this," just like Liu Bang did when he first met the first emperor. Just as the 5 Shichabukai were attracted by the exciting scene caused by the entry of the young Marshal Xia Yu, 3 figures suddenly walked out quickly from the entrance of the square. Leading the way was none other than Dracula Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, who was carrying a supreme sword on his back and walking in front with elegant steps. Following closely behind was the Amazon Lily Queen Boa Hancock, who caused a commotion among the marine soldiers and some officers who were originally standing in neat and upright posture as soon as she appeared, and the soldier who wore his underwear outside, a cloak and a newsboy cap. Oh, an unexpected person appears. Looking at Mahawk who followed Xia Yu and his group into the square, Doflamingo grinned. "I didn't expect that he actually lives in naval headquarters and followed Xia Yu into the square. Has he completely surrendered? Hehehehe." After letting out a burst of his own evil laughter, Doflamingo immediately shifted his gaze to Junzi, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Hancock. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his eyes stayed on a pattern on Junzi's arm. He widened his eyes in surprise and said to himself, "Is that the symbol of the Knights of God?" Just at this moment, accompanied by Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan and Gion, the 4 admirals, he quickly walked up to the podium and went straight to the chair at the top of the conference table and sat down. The 4 admirals did not sit down, but stood on both sides of Xia Yu. After taking off the gloves on his hands and placing them on the conference table, Xia Yu glanced at the 5 Shichabukai who had already taken their seats with a warm smile, as if he had met a long-lost friend, and said in a gentle tone, "Good afternoon, everyone. Grand line scum." When these words came out, the 5 Shichibukai's eyes widened in surprise. When they saw Xia Yu smiling warmly and saying, "Good afternoon, everyone," in a gentle tone, they were ready to nod in return. But before they could react, Xia Yu immediately called them scum, which caught them off guard, and at the same time, it was like a thorn in their throats, blocking the words that were about to come out of their mouths in their throats. Fortunately, at this moment, Mahawk and Hancock also climbed onto the platform and sat on the left and right sides closest to Xia Yu. Of course, even if Mahawk and Hancock hadn't shown up, they would have been left staring blankly. Because regardless of Xia Yu's identity and strength, the aura of strength emanating from Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, and Gion standing on both sides of Xia Yu, as well as the sense of oppression from the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, were enough to keep them silent. Xia Yu. As soon as Hancock sat down, she immediately fixed her eyes on Xia Yu. However, as soon as she said this, Xia Yu glared at her and said, "Hancock, there is only one thing you need to do next, sit quietly and don't talk." Okay. Xia Yu's sudden calling of his name made Hancock blush instantly, and then he sat up straight obediently, imagining beautiful scenes of everyone, and even thought of a name for the child. The sudden incident caused the other 5 Shichabukai, except Mahawk who was also numb, to move their eyes in the same rhythm tacitly, looking at Hancock and then at Xia Yu. Ahem. Noticing that the atmosphere had become somewhat settled, Xia Yu dryly coughed twice to break the sudden silence, and said slowly, "I believe that everyone has already known about what happened between naval headquarters and the Holy Land and my identity through newspapers, but I still feel it is necessary to introduce myself. My name is Xia Yu, and I am currently the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters." Because a very pleasant agreement was reached with the Holy Land, from the date the agreement came into effect, the Shichabukai system was transferred from the world government to the naval headquarters. This means that from now on, you will all obey my orders. Chapter 080, Thieves are thieves and should be eliminated. 8183. Chapter 080, Thieves are thieves and should be eliminated. Of course, without waiting for the Shichabukai members to respond, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject. The relationship between the 7 warlords of the sea, the marine, and the world government was unclear in the past. I don't like this way of getting along. So, next I will reorganize the Shichabukai. For those who are willing to accept the reorganization, I can forgive the numerous crimes you have committed in the past, but after accepting the reorganization, you must shoulder the responsibilities you should shoulder like the Marines under the Justice Order. If you don't accept the change of the entire group, then I'm sorry, not only will you be arrested immediately, but the headquarters will also impose the death penalty based on the numerous crimes you have committed. Since most of you are fruit ability users, it will be very troublesome to kill you, so please rest assured that before I find a way to transfer the devil fruit ability in your body, you will not die for the time being, but you will live in pain. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Doflamingo immediately laughed. He, you held this meeting, seemingly to discuss with us, but in fact you didn't think about letting us leave alive, right? Marshal Xia Yu, you can understand it that way. Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Some of you may have chosen the path of pirates out of desperation, and some of you may have worn the name of pirates but never killed innocent people, but these are not important. I am the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. The seagull flag flying above my head symbolizes justice and peace. Naturally, I don't want to be in the same boat with thieves. Thieves are thieves, and they should be cleaned up and killed. So, I'm giving you a chance to turn from darkness to light. Give up the title of Shichabukai, accept transformation into a true marine, and then atone for the crimes you have committed. At this point, Xia Yu raised his hand to check the time. You don't have to express your opinion now. The execution time is almost here. I am not a rude and unreasonable person. Just give me an answer before the execution is over. Of course you can also rise up and resist now, provided that you have absolute confidence that you can kill the 4 admirals around me, and then fight your way out of the encirclement of all the officers and soldiers of this headquarters. Hearing this, Jinbei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and said sincerely, Marshal Xia Yu, is there no room for negotiation? We can only choose between accepting the transformation into a marine or being killed. Yes, Xia Yu raised his head slightly. To be honest, some of you have committed crimes worthy of being beheaded and thrown under the sun for 10 days or half a month. Allowing them to undergo reform is the greatest gift I have given you. Jinbei, I've heard a lot of legends about you. In the years since you took over from the first captain of the Sun Pirates and became the new captain, not only have you not killed innocent people, but you've also won the recognition of many powerful people. You've even earned the name of Sea Knight for your chivalrous deeds. And you also enjoy the sense of honor that comes with the title of Sea Knight. But I don't think you are a qualified Sea Knight. A true hero should wear the epaulets of justice to maintain peace under the just order and take it as his responsibility to eradicate all evil, instead of following a group of pirates and becoming corrupt, and then losing himself in the praise. After a slight pause, Xia Yu changed the subject. I know that the reason you became a pirate is either because you encountered various oppressions in your hometown, or because you went out to sea because of the corruption of the world government and the abuse and trampling of some privileged classes. Faced with this kind of world, you were powerless before, but now you have a choice. Because the Marine under my command will no longer be subject to the world government, the Marine now only does 3 things. Justice, justice, and damn justice. Even if the celestial dragons, who enjoy all the privileges and claim to be the descendants of God, make mistakes, the Marine will still arrest them and send supervisors to hand them over to the Knights of God to judge the crimes. Those who deserve to be killed will be killed, and those who deserve to be imprisoned will be imprisoned. As long as I am alive, I will never allow justice to be trampled upon by anyone or any privilege. True justice should prevail over everything. Having said this in one breath, Xia Yu turned his gaze away from Jinbei and swept across Hanafuda, Moria, Crocodile, Doflamingo and others. His gentle gaze suddenly became sharp and overbearing. I even dared to write the right to capture celestial dragons into the Mariajoy Treaty to make the world government compromise. Isn't it a gift from me to let you scum accept transformation? As Xia Yu finished speaking, the entire Marineford Square fell silent again. The sound of the marine flag fluttering in the sea breeze was like a countdown needle, constantly knocking in the hearts of the Shichabukai. The 4 admirals standing on the left and right sides of Xia Yu, whether it was Borsellino who pursued ambiguous justice or Kuzan who pursued lazy justice, all lit up their eyes at this moment. Not to mention Sakazuki. Although he knew that Xia Yu's convening of the Shichabukai meeting was definitely a hangman banquet for Shichabukai, he still underestimated Xia Yu's determination and courage, and directly threw the choice between life and death in front of Shichabukai. Of course, he didn't care what Shichabukai chose. What really made his blood boil was Xia Yu's words, true justice should be above all else. Don't allow anyone or any privilege to trample on and override everyone. In silence, Sakazuki raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes burning with blazing flames. He shouted fanatically in his heart, this is true justice, this is complete justice. Just as Xia Yu finished speaking and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive, Hancock, who had been obedient and silent, suddenly raised his head, looked at Xia Yu with starry eyes and blurted out, I am willing. Hancock certainly wasn't being clueless, but during Xia Yu's speech, she imagined countless scenes in her mind. Especially when she heard Xia Yu say, I even dared to write the right to capture celestial dragons into the Mariajoy Treaty to make the world government compromise. She almost fainted on the spot because of the sudden happiness. With Xia Yu's words, not to mention asking her to give up her identity as Shichabukai, as long as Xia Yu was willing, she could marry him right away. After all, this was not a sudden thing for her, because she had just imagined not only the scene of marrying Xia Yu, but also giving birth to a big fat boy for Xia Yu. Hancock's sudden words eased the originally depressing atmosphere a little. Feeling Hancock's sudden outburst of love, Xia Yu suddenly had black lines on her forehead. He really couldn't understand why Hancock treated him like this. You know, not only did he not do anything to Hancock in the past 2 days, he also stayed in the office instead of going home to avoid this love-brained person. Hey, this damn love-brain. After secretly complaining in her heart, Xia Yu smiled and said, got it, keep silent from now on. Okay. Hancock nodded happily and stopped talking, leaning back in his chair and continuing to imagine. At this moment, Ain, who had changed into the Vice Admiral uniform and the Vice Admiral coat, walked to the stage in a dashing manner, raised his hand and saluted Xia Yu, saying, Marshal. The execution will begin in 10 minutes. Do you want to start the live broadcast now? Chapter 081 The live execution begins, the identity of Whitebeard E. 81 183rds. Chapter 081 The live execution begins, the identity of Whitebeard E. Sabayati Archipelago. As the time for the public execution approached, all the journalists and intelligence dealers from various forces gathered in front of the open-air screen were eagerly staring at the screen that had not yet lit up. There are only 10 minutes left before the execution. Why hasn't the naval headquarters started yet? Are they going to wait until the execution to open it? Stop arguing. Didn't the naval headquarters issue a press release? This public execution will be held at the same time as the Shichabukai meeting. It's normal to be delayed a little. In Bubble Square in District 13, journalists and information dealers who could not wait any longer were becoming increasingly anxious as the execution date approached. Whether it is journalists or information dealers, such a big event is a rare opportunity for them. Whoever grabs the headlines first can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Because not all places could see this public execution, it had to go through them. In a corner of the square, Rayleigh, who was also interested in the live broadcast, sat in a chair under a tree. Shaki stood beside him, holding a cigarette in his hand and staring at the screen hanging in the air in front of him. At this moment, a man wearing a bamboo hat came over quickly, and when he passed by Shaki, he handed Shaki a note. Shaki did not look up at the man in the bamboo hat. Instead, he took the note and read it. Then he crushed it into powder without any expression and said slowly, it seems that the execution of Whitebeard 2 did not attract Whitebeard's attention. So far, the Whitebeard pirates have not made any moves, and the Moby DK is still in their territory. As expected, Rayleigh seemed to have expected this and smiled. If Whitebeard 2 is really his son, he, who values his family very much, would never allow him to live out in the open without a fixed place to stay. At the same time, New World, the waters of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. On the huge deck of the Moby DK, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, quickly walked up to Whitebeard, who was sitting at the bow, and said, Dad, are we really not going to do anything? As Marco finished speaking, the other captains on the deck stood up one after another. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was hung with IV tubes, sighed secretly, Edward Weevil may bear my name, but he is not my son. You are my only sons. After saying this, Whitebeard sighed in his heart. He knew very well whether Edward Wilbur was his son. If Edward Wilbur was really his son, Barkin would have brought his son to him long ago, as he attached great importance to his family. However, Ba Jin did not do so because he was very clear about the identity of the so-called Whitebeard 2 and did not dare to bring him before him. After a brief silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Marco, and changed his fierce and domineering attitude as the strongest man in the world, and spoke gently, Marco, my son. The execution of Ba Jin and his mother is not a bad thing for you. Because if they are alive, after I pass away, your biggest threat will not come from Marine, but from this so-called Whitebeard 2. Dad, I don't understand. Marco blinked blankly. Whitebeard patiently explained, Miss Bajin's real name is Bajingorm Stussy. We were both members of the Rocks Pirates back then. For some reason, she still holds a great hatred towards me. She has not appeared in my sight over the years because I am still alive. If I were gone one day, she would definitely transfer my hatred to you and let Whitebeard 2, who she brings with her, defeat you one by one and then take over all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. Because, although Whitebeard 2 is related to me, he is not my son, but a clone based on me. According to what I know, Buckingham Stussy first cloned herself through the Scientific Research Institute MADS. I'm not sure if her clone was successful, but it's clear that the clone she created based on me was very successful. After a slight pause, Whitebeard suddenly changed the subject. Of course it wasn't too successful. It is said that Whitebeard 2 is somewhat lacking in intelligence, glalala. The familiar laughter made all the captains and crew members, including Marco, feel inexplicably relieved. You know, when they first learned about Barkin and Whitebeard second through the Marine News Bulletin, their father's mood became very bad. At that time, they all thought that Whitebeard 2 was their father's biological eldest son, because Whitebeard 2 looked so much like their father. How could a father be in a good mood when his own eldest son was caught and was about to be publicly executed? But they didn't expect that things would take such a turn. This Whitebeard 2 is not their father's biological son, but just a clone. If it's a clone, there's no need for them to get involved. Otherwise, even if their father does not rescue them, they must take action to repay their father for his kindness in taking care of them, sheltering them, or saving their lives over the years. At the same time, the other 3 Sea Emperors of New World also received intelligence that the Whitebeard pirates were not making any moves. In the land of all nations, Cake Island, Katakuri, who had just received the latest information, stood outside the Cake Castle, looking at the open castle gate in front of him with some surprise, and said to himself, "My mother was right, Whitebeard really doesn't care about Edward Weeble's life or death. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard too is not his son? Brother Katakuri, the live execution is about to begin." Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Following the sound, he saw a group of men and women approaching him quickly. Leading the group were Smoothie and Cracker, both generals, and a group of Charlotte's family children. Smoothie, who was walking in the front, was holding a video Den Den Mushi. Although her video Den Den Mushi could not connect with the video Den Den Mushi of the naval headquarters, she could broadcast the images on the open-air screen in Sabayati Archipelago through the intelligence personnel of the Charlotte family lurking in Sabayati Archipelago. "I have no interest in the execution of Whitebeard too." Before Smoothie could turn on the video Den Den Mushi, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Then, a young woman with fair skin, wearing a red short skirt, red high heels and a purple cape, slowly walked to Smoothie. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, just turned 25th, and the user of the Paramesha butterfruit. Because Smoothie was over 4 meters tall, Garrett, who had a normal tall figure of a human woman, suddenly looked a little petite when she came next to her. She jumped up and took the video Den Den Mushi from Smoothie's hand, then narrowed her eyes and said, "It's Xia Yu who mobilized the soldiers and became the marshal of the naval headquarters. I can't wait to meet him." Before he finished speaking, snap, the video phone bug is turned on. Then, the images transmitted through the video phone were immediately projected onto a screen opposite them. At the same time, the outdoor screen in Sabayati Archipelago also lit up. As soon as the screen lit up, the naval headquarters Marineford Square appeared, and was clearly presented in front of everyone after being broadcast through the video telephone bug. Then, the camera gradually zoomed in, and Xia Yu, standing on the platform wearing the naval headquarters marshal's cloak, appeared in the camera. Chapter 082, End of the Age of Exploration. For Justice, 82 183rds. Chapter 082, End of the Age of Exploration. For Justice. As the live broadcast screen appeared, all the people around the world who were watching this live public execution concentrated and held their breath at this moment, or looked up at the screen at the young naval headquarters marshal who appeared in the camera, or squatted around the ordinary Den Den Mushi and listened because there were no video Den Den Mushi. The 4 emperors of the New World, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, all the major news agencies, and even the Power Room and the Flower Room in the Holy Land World Government Headquarters building were all watching this live broadcast. Some people were paying attention to Whitebeard too, the vicious criminal who dared to attack the marine training ship, while more people wanted to see what message the new marshal of the naval headquarters wanted to convey through this live execution. Naval Headquarters Marineford Square. As the live broadcast began, Xia Yu no longer paid attention to the Shichabukai, stood up and walked to the edge of the platform, facing the video Den Den Mushi placed opposite him. When he stood in front of the video Den Den Mushi and appeared in the camera, everyone, whether they were at the scene or could only watch through the live broadcast, seemed to have pressed the pause button, including the Shichabukai members sitting at the conference table, all of whom focused their eyes on Xia Yu at this moment. Xia Yu did not speak immediately. With the Gion sword hanging on his waist, he stood quietly in front of the camera with one hand holding the hilt, letting the sea breeze lift up his martial cloak and make it fly wildly with a rustling sound. Because his cloak was blown up by the sea breeze, his heroic figure with a tiger back and wasp waist and his hand on the hilt of the sword suddenly caught the eyes of the Shichabukai and marine generals sitting at the conference table without warning, which made Hancock's eyes flicker instantly, and even Gion was a little distracted. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Xia Yu suddenly stepped forward while holding the hilt of the knife and said slowly, "Good afternoon to all the righteous people, scums, and damned people who are watching this live execution. My name is Xia Yu, the current naval headquarters marshal. Please remember this name, because for a long time to come, this name may become a topic of conversation among you after dinner, and of course it may also become a lingering nightmare for some people. At this time, everyone is able to follow this public execution through live broadcast or rebroadcast. I believe you all already know the whole story. As you all know, the world-famous Miss Bacon, Bakingham Stussy, a former member of Rock's Pirate, was arrested and imprisoned for instructing her son Edward Weeble to attack the marine training ship, resulting in only 2 trainee officers left on the entire marine training ship. After investigation and evidence collection by our headquarters, Bakingham Stussy and Edward Weeble should be executed. Of course, there is no need to make such a big fuss to execute them. The reason why I'm holding a public execution via live broadcast, it is to talk to the whole world and let those criminals who are still at large and continue to trample on justice and order know." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu took a step forward, his aura rising, and his originally gentle eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. "I want to let them know that the heroic marine cannot be offended. I want to let them know that justice cannot be trampled upon." As the words, "justice must not be trampled upon," were spoken in a resounding voice, all the officers and soldiers, including the admiral headed by Sakazuki, straightened their backs, took a step forward, and raised their hands to salute. The next second, loyalty, The slogan that brought together the enthusiasm of all officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters was like a heavy bomb, shocking Shichabukai in Marineford Square and everyone watching the live broadcast. Foo 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 foo, it really makes my blood boil. At the Shichabukai conference table, even a tyrant like Doflamingo had to admit at this moment that the young Marine Marshal in front of him was a natural leader. Crocodile, who also has huge ambitions, fell into deep thought at this moment. When he first entered the headquarters, he was still hoping for a lucky break, and wanted to make a deal with the young Marine Marshal through the Shichabukai conference so that both sides could get what they wanted and reach an alliance. But after hearing Xia Yu shout to the world, "Justice must not be trampled upon," the luck in his heart instantly disappeared, and he clearly realized that in Xia Yu's eyes, he was nothing more than a pirate. Once the next execution is over, they will face life and death. Hanafuda, who was sitting side by side with Moria, also understood their situation at this time. Once the next execution was over, they would only have two choices, either surrender to Xia Yu or die. Surrender is absolutely impossible. He was once one of the three leaders of Beast's pirates. Although he has left Beast's pirates in recent years, it does not mean that he will betray Kaido. Not only will he not betray Kaido, but he will also try his best to find more devil fruit for Kaido in order to strengthen Beast's pirates. Jinbei didn't react, but looked at Xia Yu with a focused expression, as if he was looking forward to Xia Yu's next speech. The quietest ones are Mihawk and Hancock. Hancock, in particular, was completely immersed in the scenes he imagined. At this moment, Xia Yu, who was well versed in public speaking skills, looked up at the time after a brief silence of more than 10 seconds, and then turned to the camera again, sweeping away the previous unstoppable tone, and said in a gentle tone, 16 years ago, the so-called pirates King Roger said a word before being executed, which opened the age of discovery. In these 16 years, countless people went out to sea and became pirates because of the great treasure hidden by Roger on the island of the End. Countless innocent civilians living at the bottom of society suffered greatly along the way, and some even had their families torn apart. In response to this, I would like to say a few words to the persecuted people around the world through this live broadcast. At this point, Xia Yu's speech speed gradually increased. If your country can't take care of something, the Marine will take care of it. If the world government can't kill someone, the Marine will kill him. In a word, I will put an end to the age of exploration that has lasted for 16 years. Whether it's the pirates, the human trafficking gangs, other criminal organizations, or the once high and mighty aristocratic privileged class, anyone who stands in my way will be defeated. For justice. As soon as these words came out, all the people who were watching the live broadcast fell into a brief silence. Then, the squares where open-air screens were located in the Sabayati archipelago and around the world exploded, and all the people who saw or heard the live broadcast were boiling with excitement at this moment. Long live Lord Xia Yu! Long live the Marine! Long live justice! Sabayati archipelago. The deafening shouts spread rapidly from the squares where the outdoor screens were located to the entire island like a volcanic eruption. The people who had been suffering from the pirates and oppressed and exploited by the aristocracy over the years, and whose families were separated, reacted the most exaggeratedly, with excited expressions, some waving their arms and shouting slogans, and some hugging and crying. Xia Yu, who was facing the camera, did not deliberately speak in a rhythmic manner. He suddenly changed the subject and looked sideways at Ain and Bins who had been waiting at the podium. He said sharply, "Bring the criminal to the rack. Execute immediately." Chapter 083 Everyone, are you willing to bow down to me? 83 183rds. Chapter 083 Everyone, are you willing to bow down to me? Previous. Next. Inside the Wanoku territory, all the members of the Charlotte family fell silent as they watched the heroic figure standing in front of the camera through the video broadcast of the Den Den Mushi. The young Marine Marshal in the camera has made it very clear what the Marine is going to do next, which is that evil must be eradicated and justice and glory will last forever. What a mighty hockey man. After a brief silence, Charlotte Garrett, who had been staring at Xia Yu in front of the camera without moving her eyes away, took 2 steps forward to the screen and said with her red lips, "It's just that ending the age of exploration is not as easy as it sounds." Smoothie, one of the generals, was obviously also shocked by Xia Yu's speech. She frowned slightly and looked away at Katakuri who didn't react. She said solemnly, "If he uses the thundering means of launching a mutiny to deal with the pirates, the focus of the Marines will probably be the New World next, and they may even launch an all-out attack. At that time, the 4 emperors who rule the New World will be the first to bear the brunt. Brother Katakuri, we must prepare in advance." Among the children of the Charlotte family, a petite girl came out and said with a worried look on her face, "If the Marine really launches a large-scale attack on New World, Cake Island and Wanokuni will definitely be their primary targets. Because although the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates have their own territories, they are not fixed to a certain island, especially Whitebeard, who lives on the Moby DK all year round. It will be difficult for the Marine to find their whereabouts for a while. So, what are you afraid of?" Another member of Charlotte's family stood up and said disapprovingly, "If they really dare to come, Mom will make sure they never come back." Quiet. Katakuri, who had been silent the whole time, glanced at his brothers and sisters who stood up, and said in a deep voice, "This matter is not up to us to decide, everything is up to Mom." Before Katakuri could finish his words, a familiar laugh suddenly rang out, and then Charlotte Linlin, who was obese and wearing a floral dress, walked over leisurely. Well, so you're all here." Under the gaze of her children, Charlotte Linlin walked straight to the screen and tilted her head to take a look at the young marshal who appeared on the screen. With just one glance, her eyes suddenly lit up. What a majestic marine marshal. I heard that he led the naval headquarters to force the Holy Land to make concessions. Not only did he sign the Mariajoy Treaty with the Holy Land, but he also gave the Marine autonomy. That's really bold. Now that the Marine has autonomy, it means that the Marine no longer has to obey the orders of the world government. After a slight pause, Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned around and looked at Katakuri, and said in a shocking tone, Katakuri, go and prepare to send a tea party invitation to this young and promising Marine Marshal. If he is willing to come. At this point, Charlotte Linlin immediately moved her eyes to scan the daughters present and pointed at them. Well, you are all married. It's you, Garrett, as long as the young Marshal is willing to come to the tea party, you will marry him and make him the son-in-law of the Charlotte family. Almost at the same time, all the children of the Charlotte family widened their eyes in surprise and said in unison, Mom. It's decided. Without waiting for anyone to object, Charlotte Linlin made the final decision, then turned around and left in a hurry, leaving her children standing there staring at each other. After watching Charlotte Linlin leave, Smoothie looked at Garrett standing beside her with a dull expression. Was Mom sleepwalking just now? Not likely. Garrett shook her head, then looked up at the screen, narrowed her eyes and said, marrying the Marine Marshal. That sounds quite fresh. But, will he agree? What are you thinking about, Garrett? Unexpectedly, Garrett was actually a little moved. Cracker, who was standing aside, immediately widened his eyes and said angrily, Mom is confused, why are you fooling around too? Garrett smiled and said, Brother Cracker, Mom is not confused. Katakuri took over and agreed. This kind of thing was impossible before, but now the Marines have autonomy. In a sense, the Marines are now an independent group. Everything is decided by Xia Yu, the Marshal. As long as he is willing, the world government has no right to interfere. But, even if Xia Yu accepts the tea party invitation, he will never accept the marriage. Unless there is only Wan Guo in New World and the Big Mom Pirates don't exist. As long as the Big Mom Pirates continue to exist, Xia Yu, as the Marshal, will not form an alliance with the pirates. Hearing this, Smoothie frowned and asked, so, should the tea party invitation be sent to Xia Yu? Hair. Katakuri nodded. If Xia Yu accepts the invitation, it means that he is not completely sure about attacking New World, and will take this opportunity to test us. If he does not accept, we should be prepared for the war that may come at any time. Before Katakuri finished speaking, someone in the crowd suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Whitebeard 2 is out. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the screen again. In the camera, Edward Webber and Bakingham Stussy, who were handcuffed and shackled, were escorted by several officers through a long marine queue and onto the execution rack. When the mother and son knelt down on their knees in front of the mirror, Ian, wearing a Vice Admiral cloak and holding a verdict, jumped up and stood in front of the mother and son. After taking a look at the mother and son kneeling on the ground, Ian's eyes showed no emotion and he simply said, execution. Following Ian's order, the two executioners standing neatly behind the mother and son raised their knives almost at the same time, and then swung them down with a clean and decisive move. The moment the blade fell, blood splattered. All the people who were watching the live broadcast fell silent at this moment. Sabayati Archipelago, Rayleigh, who was sitting on a long wooden chair under a tree, saw two heads fall to the ground through the live broadcast. After a brief silence, he stood up and asked, what will happen to Shichabukai next? Shaki shook his head and smiled, his eyes focused on the heroic figure standing next to the execution stand on the screen, and said lightly, it doesn't matter where the other Shichabukai go. What's important is that I can understand why Hancock fell. Hockey is handsome and has a strong back and waist. Not to mention Hancock, if I had met him when I was young, I would have been fascinated by him too. Naval Headquarters. At the moment when the two heads fell to the ground, the sea breeze suddenly blew up, passed over the high wall of the headquarters at an astonishing speed, and once again rolled up the Marine flag, making a rustling sound, and then whistled through the square, lifting up the Marshal's coat on Xia Yu who was standing on the high platform. At the same time, Xia Yu, who was holding the hilt of the knife with one hand, suddenly turned around, letting his cloak flutter wildly in the sudden sea breeze. After sweeping his sharp eyes over the Shichabukai members one by one, he got straight to the point and said, the execution is over. It's your turn to make your choice. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu stepped forward while holding the hilt of the knife. His powerful aura was not concealed, and the invisible and majestic pressure enveloped the Shichabukai members sitting at the conference table. Everyone, are you willing to bow down for me? Chapter 84. Kill with Observation. Instantly destroy Shichabukai. 84 183rds. Chapter 84. Kill with Observation. Instantly destroy Shichabukai. No matter the Shichabukai and Marine officers present, or those who were still watching the live broadcast, they did not expect that as soon as the head fell from the rack, Xia Yu would immediately turn the gun around and put extreme pressure on the Shichabukai on the platform. As Xia Yu finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Sakazuki even raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light and swept over the Shichabukai members sitting at the conference table. The dozen or so officers standing on both sides of the podium pressed down the weapons at their waists. There is no doubt that no matter who resists or refuses at this moment, Sakazuki and more than a dozen officers will kill him on the spot with lightning speed. At this moment, all the people who were watching the live broadcast fell silent, especially the journalists and various forces in the squares of various regions in Sabayati Archipelago. They held their breath and stared at the Shichabukai that appeared on the screen, causing the entire Sabayati archipelago to fall into deathly silence, with only the gurgling sound of the bubbles rising into the air. Rayleigh and Shaki, who were planning to leave, stopped and looked back when Xia Yu, who was standing in front of the camera, suddenly said, "Will you bow down for me?" Looking back at the figure in the camera with one hand on the hilt and the other hand behind his back, Shaki narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Although many heroes and young kings have emerged in recent years, they are far inferior to this one. Strong, domineering, and irresistible." Rayleigh nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that the D-tribe member that Roger was expecting didn't show up." Instead, a young king appeared in the marine camp. In the camera, the Shichabukai members sitting at the conference table, even Mahawk, felt the invisible pressure from Xia Yu at this moment. Even as powerful as the world's #1 swordsman, he inexplicably felt a little palpitation. This palpitation was not due to Xia Yu's powerful strength, but the oppressive feeling brought to them by Xia Yu's natural kingly demeanor. Not only Mahawk felt palpitations due to the sudden sense of oppression, Jinbei, Hanafuda, including the ambitious crocodile and Doflamingo, all felt an urge to worship Xia Yu the moment he slowly approached the conference table because of the strange sense of oppression. He, you really don't leave us any wiggle room, Marshal Xia Yu." Suddenly, Doflamingo laughed sinisterly, then he stood up with his body hunched over and looked up at Xia Yu, saying in a deep voice, "However, you are using such strong means to put pressure on us. Even if we compromise because of the strong lineup of naval headquarters, how can you ensure that we will not regret it after leaving naval headquarters?" "You Xia." Without waiting for Xia Yu to react, Hanafuda, who wanted to prostrate himself to Xia Yu because of the oppressive feeling, stood up suddenly and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. "Don't forget, the Shichabukai system was proposed by the world government because they needed us to check the situation of the Grand Line, not because we wanted to become Shichabukai. If you don't want the Shichabukai system to exist, you can just announce the cancellation of the Shichabukai system. Why did you recruit us?" Doflamingo is right. Even if we compromise now, it will only be because of your powerful lineup. Of course, if you change the way you communicate with us, I believe everyone here will be very happy to continue to serve you. At this point, Hanafuda immediately turned his head to look at the two Shichabukai who remained silent beside him. "Jinbei, crocodile, am I right?" Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Jinbei didn't expect Hanafuda to mention his name at this moment, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hanafuda's intention was very clear, which was to take advantage of the opportunity when Doflamingo took the lead to bring them all over to jointly deal with Xia Yu's extreme pressure. But, Jinbei still couldn't help but want to curse. "This is the naval headquarters. Did you see the eager eyes of the 4 admirals around Xia Yu? Did you see those young officers on both sides of the platform who couldn't contain their desire to kill people with their swords? Do you feel the murderous intent from all the marines in Marineford? Even if all the Shichabukai joined forces, it would be almost impossible for them to escape. The most important thing is that Mahawk did not make any statement from beginning to end, and he even followed Xia Yu to the stage one after another. It was enough to show that Mahawk had probably reached some kind of agreement with Xia Yu and was unlikely to be involved. Hancock doesn't even need to consider it. This means that 2 people in Shichabukai have now chosen Xia Yu. In this case, pulling him out would be simply saying that he has lived too long. Although he thought so in his heart, Jinbei was very graceful and did not show it. Instead, he looked calmly at Crocodile who was sitting next to him. Crocodile obviously didn't expect that the Hanafuda would mention his name. The moment the Hanafuda looked at him, the cigar in his mouth almost fell out, and the golden hook on his knees almost couldn't hold it down and hooked the Hanafuda. Damn it! Seeing that Jinbei and Crocodile had no reaction, Hanafuda cursed inwardly and then turned his gaze to Moria. As soon as he looked at Moria, Hanafuda's eyes almost popped out. Moria is actually resting with his eyes closed. Finding that Moria also chose to remain silent at this time, Hanafuda's heart hardened, and he decisively withdrew his gaze to Xia Yu, and said in a deep voice, "Marshal Xia Yu, you should know very well. I am an ally with 4 emperors Kaido. If you kill me, I understand." Without waiting for Hanafuda to finish her words, Xia Yu, who had been silently waiting for them to make a choice, suddenly took a step forward and unsheathed the golden pilas from his waist. "Hanafuda, you have made your choice." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu passed by Hanafuda in a flash. There was no conqueror's haki covering the entire field as imagined, nor was there any dazzling sword energy blooming. Yes, it was just a ripple caused by Xia Yu and the Hanafuda passing by. As well as, Xia Yu cut off the head of the Hanafuda with its eyes wide open and held it in his hand. The moment they saw the head held in Xia Yu's hand, the Shichabukai, the marine officers at all levels, and the people who were watching the live broadcast, all thought they were hallucinating. They all widened their eyes, with shock in their pupils. How is this possible? After a brief silence, Mahawk was the first to react. He looked in horror at the figure holding a knife in one hand and a Hanafuda head in the other. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this moment. Although Xia Yu's sword-drawing speed was at ultimate level, almost achieving unity between man and sword, and he chopped off Hanafuda's head in an instant, even though Xia Yu's speed was amazing, there were many observation hockey masters present. Especially Hanafuda, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was able to fight back and forth with Kaido, and in the battle with Kaido, he felt that they had met each other too late and eventually became one of Kaido's 3 big men. This is enough to show that Hanafuda is incomparable to ordinary strong men, whether it is the ability of the fruit or the observation haki and armament haki. But, not only was Hanafuda killed instantly just now, but almost no one present, including him, could detect Xiao Yu's presence. After a brief moment of shock, Mahawk's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes instantly regained their eagle-like sharpness. He said in his heart, "Kill by seeing and hearing." Mahawk, who saw through all this, looked at Xiao Yu as if he were a monster. Obviously, Xiao Yu not only suppressed Hanafuda's observation haki through observation haki, but also suppressed all Shichabukai members including himself the moment he made the move. Xiao Yu did this not just to kill a Hanafuda, but to tell them clearly. Even if he wasn't at the naval headquarters, Xiao Yu could single-handedly defeat them one by one and kill them all. Just then, Hanafuda's body fell down with a thud, and Xiao Yu turned around and threw the head, whose lips were still trembling, onto the conference table. The fierce and domineering momentum surged. He spoke word by word, "Who else? Stand up." Chapter 0857 Warlords of the Sea Surrender. Anger from Kaido. 85 183rds. Chapter 0857 Warlords of the Sea Surrender. Anger from Kaido. Previous. Next. After the words containing endless murderous intent fell, the scene fell into silence again. Doflamingo's arrogance was completely extinguished after seeing Hanafuda's head. He had originally stood up, but after staring at Hanafuda's eyes that had not yet closed for a moment, he sat back in his seat in silence, with an extremely ugly look on his face. He is the person who knows Hanafuda best among everyone present. Hanafuda was once one of the big bosses of Beast's pirates. Not only is he powerful and trusted by Kaido, he has also been running around all these years to strengthen Beast's pirates, just to find more Zone Devil fruit to give to Kaido. Now Hanafuda has been beheaded by Xiao Yu in public. If Kaido is also watching this live broadcast, Kaido, who is hiding his strength in Wano-kuni, will definitely be furious. You know, Kaido has been preparing for a top-level war over the years. Xiao Yu killed his most trusted Hanafuda. With Kaido's temper, he will definitely start a war in advance at all costs. But at this moment, he has to make a choice. Choosing to bow to Marine Marshal Xiao Yu means that he will face Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air. If he chose to express his attitude like a Hanafuda at this time, he believed that Xiao Yu would definitely kill him without hesitation. Doflamingo sat down and, for the first time in his history, felt terrified by his situation. Hancock, who had been immersed in the scene in his mind, suddenly stood up. Then, she swept away her previous infatuated expression, took a step forward calmly, bowed her head slightly towards Xiao Yu, and said in a firm tone. Hancock, the Amazon Lily Queen, is willing to bow down to the Marshal. Hancock's choice did not surprise many people, but Shaki and Rayleigh who were in the Sabayati archipelago were somewhat caught off guard. Because in their opinion, Hancock will definitely choose Xiao Yu, but not so seriously, and will definitely appear in a different image. But after thinking about it, they both felt relieved. At such a solemn moment, if Hancock was still thinking with a love brain, then there would be no need for them to support Hancock to become the Queen of Amazon Lily. The reason is simple. The Shichabukai, including Hancock, are now facing not only their personal choices but also the forces behind them. Especially Hancock, she is not only the 7 warlords of the sea but also the Amazon Lily Kingdom behind her. The reason why Hancock accepted the invitation to become 7 warlords of the sea was to protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom from threats. Now that the Shichabukai system has been transferred to the naval headquarters, Hancock can only make a choice again as the Queen of the Amazon Lily. As Hancock stood up and bowed towards Xiao Yu, an unexpected figure suddenly stood up. Hehehehe. Accompanied by the familiar laughter, Gecko Moria, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately stood up and bowed to Xiao Yu. Gecko Moria, I am willing to bow to the Marshal. After a slight pause, Moria took a step forward under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, and then knelt on one knee in front of Xiao Yu in front of the camera and everyone present. Marshal, I have an unwelcome request. I believe that the Marshal is very clear about the details of Hanafuda, so I won't say much about it, he. Moria laughed out of habit, then knelt on one knee and immediately looked up at Xiao Yu. The Hanafuda was destroyed by the Marshal. Kaido, who is an ally and trusts him very much, will definitely be furious. If Kaido and Marine go to war in the future, please take me with you, Marshal. I understand. Xiao Yu nodded. You want to avenge the crew members killed by Kaido? No problem, I can agree to it, but from now on, your pirates group must be disbanded, and the crew members who follow you must report to the naval headquarters within 7 days to be reorganized. Having said that, Xiao Yu did not give Moria a chance to speak, and immediately turned his gaze to look at Jinbei and others. Without waiting for Jinbei, Crocodile and Doflamingo to react, Mahawk, who had been silent, stood up first and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu. Don't forget your promise to me. As he spoke, Dracula Mahawk suddenly drew out his black knife, then stepped forward and faced Xiao Yu, stopping to insert the knife, bowed his head and said, Dracula Mahawk, I am willing to bow down to the Marine Marshal. Crocodile and Doflamingo obviously didn't expect Mahawk to stand up before them and bow to Xiao Yu. Looking at the world's #1 swordsman bowing to Xiao Yu, the two looked at each other tacitly. At this moment, Jinbei also stood up and bowed to Xiao Yu, his tone most sincere. Jinbei, I am willing to bow down to the Marshal. Seeing this, Crocodile and Doflamingo also stood up. Crocodile, Doflamingo, I am willing to bow down to the Marine Marshal. As the two men's voices fell, the scene became quiet again. However, Although the scene became quiet, many people watching the live broadcast were excited. Especially in Dressrosa in the New World, since Doflamingo left the palace for the naval headquarters, members of the Don Quixote family have been paying attention to Doflamingo's movements through their intelligence channels. After the live broadcast started, all of them were present, nervously watching Doflamingo appear in the camera. When they saw Doflamingo lower his head, many members of the Don Quixote family stood up and said excitedly, "This is too much. This is too much. When the young master comes back, we will definitely avenge him." As soon as the two members finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a fur-brimmed hat and a red cloak, dressed like an aboriginal, stood up and said angrily, "Why would the young master go to this Shichabukai meeting? If I were there at the time, I would definitely stop the young master." Diamante, the user of the floating fruit, is one of the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Diamante, another figure, stood up and said in a serious tone, "It's useless to say these things now. The young master has no choice now. If he wants to leave naval headquarters alive, he has no choice but to do this." At the same time, New World, Wanokuni Ideographic Period. Ghost Island, 2 figures rushed towards a mountain not far ahead at an astonishing speed. Soon, the 2 arrived at the foot of the mountain. A towering figure sat at the foot of the mountain. The pungent smell of alcohol filled the air, and faint sounds of crying could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Hanafuda. Suddenly, a loud shout filled with endless grief was heard, and then a circle of terrifying air waves rushed out from the foot of the mountain, crushing the flowers, plants and trees within 100 meters into dust, and at the same time, the 2 figures that were rushing over were blown away. "Your Excellency the Governor, something terrible has happened." The 2 people who were blown away didn't care about the blood surging in their bodies. They both stood up and shouted to the towering figure at the foot of the mountain. "The big Hanafuda sign has been beheaded." And Doflamingo also chose to bow to Marine. As soon as the 2 men finished speaking, a huge hatred immediately ignited at the foot of the mountain. Then, the towering figure stood up arrogantly, and unparalleled pressure spread unscrupulously in all directions. Chapter 086 Grand Line's largest war machine is starting to move. 86 183rds. Chapter 086 Grand Line's largest war machine is starting to move. In Wanoku, the Charlotte family members who had been watching the live broadcast disappeared immediately after seeing the Hanafuda being cut and the other Shichabukai members choosing to surrender to Martial Marine one after another. Katakuri, who was standing in the first row, looked extremely solemn. The war is about to begin. After a brief silence, Katakuri slowly raised his head, staring at the Shichabukai members who were bowing to Xia Yu in the camera, and said in a deep voice, "Hanafuda's death will definitely lead to Kaido's crazy revenge. Once Kaido starts a war against Marine, Mom will definitely be implicated. Damn it, how could the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? Katakuri-san, what's going on here? Isn't it just that Hanafuda was beheaded? How is it related to Kaido? Idiot, Hanafuda used to be one of the 3 big bosses under Kaido. Although he quit Beast's Pirates midway, he did not sever his relationship with Kaido. Not only that, he also maintained an alliance with Kaido. Over the years, he even used the identity of Shichabukai to search for devil fruit for Kaido. Even so, it has nothing to do with our Charlotte family, right? It's very related. Mom and Kaido were both members of Rock's Pirate. It is said that Kaido was Mom's. Hey, you're still young, there's no need to know this. Anyway, you just need to know that if Kaido really wants to start a war, he will most likely come to find Mom." Hearing what his brothers and sisters said, Smoothie, who had been silent all this time, frowned again and looked at Katakuri with a serious expression. "What should I do with the tea party invitation?" Boom boom boom. Before Katakuri could finish his words, there was a sudden violent tremor from the direction of the castle. Then, Charlotte Linlin's voice came from the castle. "Kaido, don't be impulsive. It is not wise to start a war against the Marines at this time. Under the leadership of that young marshal, the Marines are now more united than ever before. Hey, Kaido, that's enough. I know that Hanafuda's death makes you sad, but you can't communicate with me when you're crying like this. Calm down before you contact me. That's all." Before she finished her words, Charlotte Linlin suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Snag, get in here right now." After hearing Charlotte Linlin's penetrating shouts, Katakuri and the others did not dare to delay and stood up and ran towards the castle. Inside the castle hall, Charlotte Linlin had stopped talking to Kaido and was sitting in a large chair with a serious expression. Katakuri and the other 3 who walked into the castle hall did not dare to make any noise at this time, because they clearly felt that Charlotte Linlin was on the verge of madness. That BD Hanafuda. Looking up at her 4 children who were approaching her, Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists and pounded the chair beside her, angrily saying, "His death would have put an end to everything, but it has left me restless." After a slight pause, Charlotte Linlin suddenly looked up at Katakuri. "Kaido wants to start a war to avenge Hanafuda, and hopes to get my help. Katakuri, what do you think?" Katakuri took a step forward calmly and asked, "Mom, don't you hope that Garrett can marry Xia Yu? If the Charlotte family chooses to ally with Kaido at this time, Mom's dream may be shattered because of this war." Xia Yu first launched a coup to become the Grand Marshal, and then forced the world government to compromise and sign the Treaty of Mariajoy. Then he publicly executed Whitebeard II, slashed the Hanafuda with a sword, and forced the rest of the Shichabukai to surrender. Each of these events would be enough to shock the world if released separately, but he completed them in just a few days, without giving the world a chance to breathe. The Marine, which was once relatively conservative and sought balance and stability, no longer existed from the moment Xia Yu ascended to the position of Marshal. Under Xia Yu's control, the Marine, the Grand Line's largest war machine, is running at full speed. Whoever stands out at this moment will become their main target. So, my opinion is, stay out of the way. After saying this in one breath, Katakuri looked up at Charlotte Linlin's gaze, then stepped back to stand side by side with Smoothie. As the core figure of the Charlotte family, known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, and the head star of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri has always had only one thing to do, and that is to protect every member of the family. So speaking purely from a personal perspective, he would never form an alliance with Kaido. In his opinion, Kaido is not only ambitious, but also a warmonger. Joining forces with him to wage war against Marine will only bring endless troubles to the Charlotte family, which has lived in peace and stability for all these years. Of course, this is just his personal opinion. After all, he no longer has the final say in the Charlotte family. As Charlotte Linlin's second son, no matter what decision Charlotte Linlin makes, he will absolutely obey and implement it unswervingly. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, a flag with a seagull pattern on it fluttered in the wind over Marineford. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers were silent from beginning to end. They all stood with their hands behind their backs straight, facing the platform. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan and Gion were no exception. They stood neatly on the platform, their eyes following Xia Yu's movements. Except for the Hanafuda whose head and body were separated, all the Shichabukai bowed their heads towards Xia Yu. Because Xia Yu didn't react, they didn't change their posture and stood there motionless. After glancing at the 6 former Shichabukai members, Xia Yu returned to the head seat of the conference table in silence amid the sound of flags, and sat down. Then he took the kanpila from his waist and handed it to Gion who was standing next to him. After receiving the kinpila from Gion, he suddenly looked at the 6 people, swept away his previous domineering attitude, and said with a warm smile, "Why? Did you lose face by bowing to me? Are you wrong? Everyone, sit down." Xia Yu waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and then said, "There is no essential difference between you becoming the 7 warlords of the sea back then and submitting to me now. Especially you, Doflamingo." Xia Yu fixed his gaze on Doflamingo, and spoke in the same calm tone as always. "It is undeniable that you have the temperament of a tyrant as you became the 7 warlords of the sea with the celestial dragons and celestial gold as threats, but that's all. The reason why the world government made you the 7 warlords of the sea is not because of a little bit of heavenly gold and the life and death of a few useless celestial dragons, but because you were once born into a celestial dragon family and knew some secrets of the Holy Land. And you cooperated with 4 emperors Kaido in order to return to the Holy Land, and even acted like a child in front of Kaido. So, Doflamingo, you are just like that, nothing special. Submitting to me is not something that will make you lose face, but it is the wisest choice in your life. Of course, the same goes for everyone here. Because Mr. Sengoku is relatively conservative, and in order to maintain the balance on the sea, I have tolerated you until now. Otherwise, do you really think that the strength of the naval headquarters can't wipe out your arrogance? But this situation will never happen again. Because, the next Grand Line, the offense and defense have changed. Chapter 087 The 5 elders take turns on duty, and if one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. 87 183rds. Chapter 087 The 5 elders take turns on duty, and if one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. With Xia Yu's calm words, the offense and defense have changed. This much anticipated live broadcast came to an end. Those who heard Xia Yu's words through live broadcast or relay, whether they were from the Revolutionary Army, the major forces of the Grand Line, the Holy Land Power Room, or the Flowers, were all confused. The reason is very simple. Although the number of pirates increased with the development of the Age of Discovery, the Marine has always been the main attacking party. Whenever pirates appear and are discovered by the Marine will immediately launch a pursuit. Most of the pirates dared not to confront the Marines head-on, especially in the park in the first half of the Grand Line. Almost all the pirates' first reaction when they saw the Marines was not to rush forward to fight, but to run as far away as possible. This means that the Marines are the main attackers, and Xia Yu said that the attack and defense are changing. Does that mean that the Marines will become the defenders, staying in the major branches and the headquarters, allowing the Grand Line pirates to burn, kill, and loot the holy place, the Room of Power? After the live broadcast ended, the 5 elders sitting in the hall of the Room of Power looked at each other in bewilderment. Azamburn, the financial god holding a samurai sword, was the first to ask, "What exactly does Xia Yu mean by the last sentence?" The god of law Topman pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, "Although I don't quite understand, it is definitely not what we understand. Instead of making chaotic guesses here, it is better to wait and see what he will do next. In a word, since Lord Yimu has chosen to let it develop, we should not interfere if we can. It's okay to arouse Xia Yu's anger, but if we make Lord Yimu unhappy, you should all know what the consequences will be." After a slight pause, Topman suddenly changed the subject and looked sideways at the god of agriculture Shepherd Ten Pit and god of environment Marcus Mosh, and said helplessly, "You two should get ready. Sengoku and Zephyr have already arrived at the Holy Land." Hearing this, although there was some reluctance in the eyes of the god of agriculture and the god of environment, they acted decisively and stood up and left. After watching the 2 men walk out of the power room, Topman immediately retracted his gaze to look at the 2 men's positions and said to himself, "The former subordinates are now trying to be on an equal footing with us. Azamburn, Satan, have you thought about how to get along with them? At the same time, World Government Headquarters Building, Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. Sora, who had watched the live broadcast with Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Vice Admiral Suru, let out a long sigh, then turned his gaze to Sengoku and Zephyr. After hesitating for a while, he reminded them, "Five elders, it's time for you to go to the room of power." Don't worry. Sengoku, who was holding a box of senbei in his arms, waved his hand. "We are already 5 elders, why do we still care about this little time? Let Topman and the others wait. You know, when I was still the marshal, every time I wanted to see them, they always made me wait for a while. Now I am on an equal footing with them, let them feel what it feels like to wait for someone." Speaking of which, at this point, Sengoku picked up a piece of senbei and threw it into his mouth, then turned his head to look at Zephyr and said with a smile, "I can be so successful at this age, thanks to Zephyr for accepting a good student. With a student like this, what more can a teacher ask for, haha." Although Zephyr ignored the old jerk Sengoku, the expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Indeed, not only Sengoku, he also benefited from Xia Yu. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you are a 5 elders or not. The important thing is, he didn't expect that Xia Yu would get rid of his worries as soon as he took office. Not only did he arrest the pirates who attacked the training ship that year, but he also publicly executed them. After fulfilling this wish, he originally planned to continue serving as the instructor of the naval headquarters and help Xia Yu train more outstanding marine commanders, but he did not expect that Xia Yu would push him to the position of 5 elders. He knew very well what Xia Yu meant by this. For the sake of his most proud student, how could he let down his team at this time? He must hold up a flag for Xia Yu in the Holy Land and prepare for a bigger plan. "Hey, don't ignore my existence." Seeing Sengoku's smug look, Garp, who was sitting next to him with bandages on his body, suddenly spoke up, angrily. Zephyr was Xia Yu's teacher for a period of time when he was in the officer training camp. After he left the officer training camp, I took good care of him. So, I am also half of his teacher. So it should be Zephyr and I who take turns to be the 5 elders. How did Sengoku get the advantage? Sengoku retorted, "Garp, if we compare them this way, you and Zephyr should be ranked behind Crane." "Right, Crane." Sengoku immediately turned his head to look at Vice Admiral Suru who was sitting quietly beside Sora. "Others may know, but Garp, Zephyr and I know it all. You have been taking care of him as your grandson-in-law all these years." Yes, I almost forgot about this." Garp took over the conversation and snatched a senbei from Sengoku's arms, and asked curiously, "Where's Peacock? Is she still in the Blade Force? You can go back to the headquarters now. Anyway, her relationship with Xia Yu has been spread in the headquarters for years. Although they are all rumors, we can make rumors become reality, ahaha." 2 old bastards. He glared at the 2 of them and scolded them unhappily, "Don't bring up that which is not relevant." "That's enough." Sora, who was sitting at the desk of the commander-in-chief of the entire army, looked at Crane, then at Sengoku Garp, and finally stopped his gaze on Zephyr. He said with a serious expression, "If one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit, right? I am now an outsider, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the office instantly became quiet, and the 4 of them immediately looked towards Kong. "Ha ha ha, a certain old man is jealous." After a brief silence, Sengoku couldn't help laughing and grabbed the senbei box and shouted to Zephyr, "What are you still standing there for, Zephyr? Hurry up, retreat." As Zephyr and Sengoku left, the office fell silent again. Suru looked at Sora, then at Garp, and said solemnly, "According to the information I have, Hanafuda and Kaido have a deep bond. Xia Yu beheaded Whitebeard too in front of the whole world after publicly executing him, which will definitely lead to a new war. I feel that Xia Yu is not simply trying to establish his image as an iron-blooded marshal through this live broadcast, but is preparing to completely break the existing balance." Sora nodded and agreed. His last words about attack and defense transformation were not meant for the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, but for the 4 emperors in the New World. Over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have been expanding their territory and have included the Undersea Dragon Palace Kingdom into their territory. Although Kaido has always been entrenched in Wano-Kuni, the Beasts pirates led by him have a great influence on many surrounding countries. The Big Mom pirates led by Charlotte Linlin have expanded to dozens of islands and established a kingdom with Cake Island as the core. Even the Red Hair pirates, who just became 4 emperors, quickly took over their territory after they came to the New World. On the other hand, Marine has almost no control over New World due to the continuous growth of 4 emperors. Now only the first branch is still supporting it. Unexpectedly, Kong also understood Xia Yu's last words. He stopped sitting and simply stood up and said to Garp, "Garp, don't think about retirement yet. Xia Yu will definitely need us old guys in the future. From what I know about him, he will never stay in the headquarters like Sengoku. If he leads the Marine fleet to sea, the headquarters can't do without us. Come on, follow me back to headquarters." Hearing this, Garp's eyes widened. "I just came." Chapter 088 Extreme Pressure, The Moment of Life and Death for the Don Quixote Family. 88 183rds. Chapter 088 Extreme Pressure, The Moment of Life and Death for the Don Quixote Family. Naval Headquarters, Marineford Square. Although the soldiers and officers in the square had dispersed and the execution racks had been cleared away, the open-air Shichabukai meeting continued. Doflamingo's expression when Xia Yu attacked him in the face was very interesting, showing anger, dissatisfaction, and shame. Especially when Xia Yu mentioned his humiliating experience of being rejected when he applied to return to the Holy Land, he almost couldn't help but overturn the table on the spot. Fortunately, Xia Yu stopped at that point, and not only did he not dig up more of his dark history, he also criticized other Shichabukai as well. Okay, the live broadcast is over now. At this moment, Xia Yu suddenly changed the subject and continued, next, it's about your arrangements. You definitely can't leave the headquarters right away. Not only can you not leave, you have to undergo a period of ideological transformation. Thought reform. Mahawk looked up suddenly, somewhat unexpectedly asking, do I have to participate too? Everyone must participate. Xia Yu nodded. Although you have not been enemies with Marines since you became Shichabukai, I have a certain understanding of the things you have done under the name of Shichabukai. Especially Doflamingo and Crocodile. One of you runs various illegal businesses in the underground world under the code name Joker, and the other one established a Baroque works in Alabasta under the code name Mr. Zero. After these words were spoken, Doflamingo and Crocodile's expressions changed slightly. Especially Crocodile, he didn't expect that Xia Yu was so clear about what he had done behind his back over the years. Before the two could react, Xia Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Crocodile. Sand Crocodile, your Gensokyo plan should not have started yet, right? It's the best. Xia Yu's sudden words made Crocodile's pupils shrink suddenly. He was already shocked because the news of his establishment of Baroque works was leaked. Then he stood up suddenly as a conditioned reflex and stared at Xia Yu in disbelief. After staring at Xia Yu for a few seconds, Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Marshal Xia Yu, what else do you know? What are you afraid of? Xia Yu raised his head slightly and said with a smile, is it because I know about your establishment of Baroque works, or your self-proclaimed top-secret Gensokyo plan? Or is it because among the members of the Baroque works you founded, there is a demon son named Nico Robin? As soon as Xia Yu said the name Nico Robin, Jinbei and Moria, who had been watching closely, looked up almost at the same time. Doflamingo also unexpectedly turned his head to look at Crocodile, with the corners of his mouth inadvertently curved. Although Crocodile did not react much, a huge wave was stirred up in his heart, and he froze in place. Xia Yu actually knew everything about Nico Robin's work at Baroque Studios. You know, Nico Robin is the only survivor of the Ohara incident. Because of his identity as an archaeologist and the fact that he is one of only two known people who can read ancient characters, he is wanted by the world government. He took the risk of keeping Nico Robin by his side and kept his identity secret because he was attracted by his ability to read ancient texts. If the world government knew that he had taken Nico Robin in, not only would his Shichabukai identity be stripped away, but he might also be killed. But such a confidential matter was casually mentioned by Xia Yu, which was enough to prove that his every move had been under Xia Yu's surveillance. Xia Yu brought it up now because he obviously knew that he would never be loyal to Marine. Seeing Crocodile's reaction, Xia Yu smiled and waved his hand, don't be nervous. Whether it's you, Doflamingo, or the loser on the other side who has been passive and lazy since losing to Kaido, there is no secret in my eyes. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to wait until now. In a word, from now on, I will personally lead you all towards justice. And the first step towards justice is to accept ideological transformation. As for your subordinates or family members, at this point, Xia Yu looked at Doflamingo, you have two choices. First, like Moria, all members of the Don Quixote family will report to the headquarters within 7 days. Second, Admiral Sakazuki will take over Dressrosa, and all members of the Don Quixote family will be led and arranged by Sakazuki. Hearing this, Doflamingo almost fell off his chair. After reacting in time, he immediately stood up and stared at Xia Yu with burning eyes. It seems that getting Dressrosa from me is your real purpose, Marshal Xia Yu. I can bow down to you, but I want Dressrosa to remain in the control of the Don Quixote family. I understand. Xia Yu nodded and said simply, Sakazuki. Exist. Sakazuki, who had been standing quietly beside Xia Yu, took a step forward without any hesitation. Immediately lead your Akainu army to arrest all members of the Don Quixote family. Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu suddenly changed his tone. No need to arrest them, just kill them all. Yes, Sakazuki still did not hesitate, and immediately took out the Den Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, Akainu troops assemble, target. Etc. Without waiting for Sakazuki's order, Xia Yu never expected that she would be so decisive and ruthless as to immediately send out Sakazuki, the admiral who pursues complete justice. Doflamingo was so frightened that he quickly spoke out to stop her, and then spoke in the most humble tone since he entered Marineford. Xia Yu, do you really have to kill her? Dressrosa is from the Don Quixote family. At this point, Doflamingo paused. Knowing that Xia Yu could not change her decision once it was made, he took a deep breath, then bowed his head towards Xia Yu and said, I'll choose one. You missed your chance to choose. Xia Yu shook his head and said simply, Sakazuki, let's go. After arriving at Dressrosa, if any members of the Don Quixote family dare to resist, kill them all. Remember, it's all. If they don't resist and cooperate with your work, recruit them all and wait for my instructions. Yes. Sakazuki straightened up and saluted, then picked up the Den Den Mushi and quickly turned around, continuing to issue orders, target Dressrosa. You have 10 minutes to assemble. Following Sakazuki's order, the Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral and Commodore of the Akainu army immediately rushed out of the headquarters building. At the same time, Officers of all levels below the Commodore and 1,200 soldiers on board the ship also rushed to the port in orderly steps and quickly boarded the 4 warships docked on the shore. Chapter 089 The enemy can go, and so can I. 89 183rds. Chapter 089 The enemy can go, and so can I. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu was so strong that Doflamingo was completely panicked. That's Sakazuki. If Xia Yu sent out either Kizaru or Aokiji, he might have a chance. But Xia Yu sent out Sakazuki. Just thinking about the scene of Sakazuki arriving at Dressrosa and covering the palace with lava, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Without any hesitation, as Sakazuki jumped off the platform and headed straight for the port, Doflamingo hurriedly took out the Den Den Mushi he carried with him from his arms. He didn't care how many people were present and didn't care about his previous image at all. He shouted to the Den Den Mushi, "Members of the Don Quixote family, listen up. Once the warship led by Admiral Sakazuki arrives in Dressrosa, no one is allowed to resist and must cooperate with Admiral Sakazuki." "Young master," a slow-moving voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "what happened to you?" Doflamingo didn't bother to explain, "If you don't want to be killed, just follow the order." After saying that, Doflamingo didn't dare to continue the call. He immediately put away the Den Den Mushi and looked up at Xia Yu. For the first time, a hint of pleading appeared in his eyes. Galloping on the Grand Line, the famous Heavenly Yaksha's heroic temperament disappeared at this moment. Xia Yu, who knew what Doflamingo was thinking, said calmly, "The only thing you can do is pray that the members of the Don Quixote family will absolutely obey your orders. Otherwise, Sakazuki will kill them all without mercy. Even if there are some who slip through the net, they will be nothing but lost dogs. Of course, you have another choice, which is to kill me, then fight your way out of naval headquarters and stop Sakazuki." As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Gion, who was standing next to Xia Yu, immediately pressed the hilt of the knife and took a step forward, staring at Doflamingo with burning eyes. Kuzan and Borsellino also glanced sideways at this time, and the pressure unique to the Admiral of Headquarters quietly covered the entire field. Feeling the terrible pressure from the Admiral of the Headquarters, Doflamingo, whose last bit of fighting spirit was wiped out, slumped back in his chair with expressions of reluctance, helplessness and mostly despair on his face. Because Xia Yu's strength and decisiveness far exceeded his imagination. At first he thought Xia Yu was just trying to make Shichabukai bow down, but now it seems that he was naive. What Xia Yu has to do is not only to make Shichabukai surrender, but also to take this opportunity to wipe out the power they have worked so hard to build up over the years, so as to completely cut off all their escape routes once they find an opportunity. Although Crocodile and Moria did not react much, Xia Yu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo made them sweat. The reactions of Jinbei and Mihawk were quite intriguing, especially when they saw Xia Yu putting extreme pressure on Doflamingo, completely depriving him of his usual sharpness. The two of them narrowed their eyes in tacit understanding and focused their gazes on Xia Yu. At this moment, what they saw was not only the Marine Marshal, but also a king whose every move and gesture exuded the natural aura of a king. Xia Yu ignored Doflamingo and his eyes fell on Crocodile. Although Crocodile was mentally prepared, when Xia Yu looked over, he inexplicably felt a little uneasy. This feeling made him feel very bad. After all, he is a veteran in the Shichabukai. He was not afraid at all when facing Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Even though he was defeated by Edward Newgate in the end, he did not fall into despair like Moria, who challenged Kaido and caused the death of all the crew members. Not only did he not lose heart, his ambition continued to grow, and he dreamed of becoming the next king of pirates. With such lofty ambitions and having experienced many ups and downs, he thought he would not be afraid of any powerful existence. However, after seeing Xia Yu put extreme pressure on Doflamingo and knowing their details clearly, he was afraid to look directly at this Marine Marshal who was much younger than him. "Crocodile, what's your reaction?" As soon as she turned her head to look at Crocodile, she saw that the cigar in his mouth almost fell out. Xia Yu blinked in confusion and asked, "Am I scary?" "More than scary, it's simply the devil," Crocodile complained to himself, then took a big puff of his cigar and said, "Marshal Xia Yu, what do you want?" "Hey, that's right." Xia Yu spread his hands and looked at Doflamingo. "If you could be as cooperative as Crocodile, we would have finished work and gone to eat long ago." Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Xia Yu immediately got straight to the point and said, "Crocodile, call all the members of Baroque Works to naval headquarters and don't bother with the Gensokyo project, because Alabasta doesn't have the Pluton you want." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Crocodile's pupils dilated again, and he looked at Xia Yu in horror. How much do you know about us? Didn't I just say this? You have no secrets in my eyes." Xia Yu shrugged slightly and continued, "Since I know all your plans and ambitions, I also know that Alabasta doesn't have what you want. As long as you are loyal to me, I will personally take you to the Alabasta Palace for a field trip. I believe the King of Alabasta will give me a favor. Of course, I am not interested in your Baroque workshop. The main reason why I asked you to bring the members of Baroque Works to the headquarters is because of Nico Robin." Hearing this, Crocodile's eyes darkened slightly. "You want to hand Nico Robin over to the world government?" "Hand her over to the world government? No, I need her ability to decipher historical texts." Xia Yu stood up, walked to Crocodile, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, then walked to the edge of the platform, turned his back to the crowd and looked at the sea and sky in the distance, and said slowly, "I said I would end the age of exploration, and I will definitely do it. To end the age of exploration, it is not enough to simply eliminate the lawless pirate forces on the sea. Because the source of all of this is Raftel, the so-called great secret treasure mentioned by Roger. In that case, I will find the source and cut it off. To find Raftel, you need to collect all 4 historical texts of the road signs, interpret the text and draw a sea chart based on the text description. Hearing Xia Yu calmly say that they wanted to go to Raftel, not only Shichabukai was caught off guard, but the 3 admirals Borsalino, Kuzan and Gion standing nearby also looked up at their young commander. Even the usually calm and steady Mahawk was moved at this moment, blurting out, "You want to send a warship to Raftel?" Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura suddenly rose, and the marshal's coat draped over him suddenly fluttered up automatically without wind. Then, he turned his head slightly and smiled at the Shichabukai. His originally calm tone was like a thunderclap that exploded out of nowhere. "The enemy can go, and so can I. Chapter 090. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as the target is the 4 emperors. 9183. Chapter 090. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as the target is the 4 emperors." The Shichabukai meeting ended as the sun set. Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile and Doflamingo stood in front of a dormitory building, and everyone had a different expression on their face. Jinbei was the calmest. Through this Shichabukai meeting and the execution of Whitebeard too, he has seen the current trend. In particular, Xia Yu dared to publicly propose to bring Nico Robin, the son of the devil who was wanted by the world government, to the naval headquarters. This was enough to prove that the current marine had completely broken away from the world government. Xia Yu no longer had to consider the attitude of the world government no matter what he wanted to do. This means that choosing to submit to Xia Yu, who is in charge of the huge war machine of marine, is his wisest choice. Although he would lose some freedom and have more restraints compared to when he chose to become a Shichabukai, it was not a bad thing for him, because with the support of the naval headquarters and Xia Yu, the well-deserved marine king, not everyone was qualified. In general, except for Hanafuda, the Shichabukai members are all lucky. Because Xia Yu gave them a chance to choose. If Xia Yu had not convened this Shichabukai, but directly announced the abolition of the Shichabukai system and arrested them as soon as possible, it would definitely be more than just one Hanafuda that would be killed, or even the entire army might have been wiped out. Of course, from another perspective, it means that they are worth giving Xia Yu a chance to choose. He had no idea what value the other Shichabukai had, but personally, he had a rough idea of the reason. What Xia Yu needs is not him, but the group of fishmen behind him, or even the Dragon Palace Kingdom located 10,000 meters under the sea. Because what Xia Yu wants to do is to eliminate the pirates, and the Ryugu Kingdom located 10,000 meters under the sea is the only way for all the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line Park to enter the New World in the second half of the year. As long as the throat of the Ryugu Kingdom is strangled, all the pirates who enter the Ryugu Kingdom will become turtles in a jar. Why isn't Mahawk here? At this moment, Moria suddenly asked a question. He looked around and saw that Mahawk and Hancock were not there. He continued, "Don't they have to live here? Moria, don't you understand yet?" For the first time ever, Doflamingo actually took over the conversation, grinning habitually and said, before he bowed to Marshal Xia Yu, he told Marshal Xia Yu not to forget the agreement with him. So, Mahawk was the first to surrender. Moria blinked. Crocodile also took the opportunity to change the subject, and said seriously, "It should be Hancock." Gion, who was in charge of arranging several Shichabukai, walked out of the dormitory building. She smiled when she heard the conversation between several Shichabukai and patiently explained, Mahawk lived in the marshal's house at first, but later, after Hancock and Miss Junzi moved in, he moved to the guest house. Of course, please rest assured, your rooms have been cleaned and all daily necessities have been prepared. As for meals, you will need to go to the cafeteria on your own in the near future. Thank you. Jinbei nodded politely towards Gion. Doflamingo looked up slightly after Gion mentioned the name, Junzi, and asked, "This Miss Junzi, is she the woman wearing a newsboy cap who had been standing behind Xia Yu?" "Yes, she is a member of the Knights of God." Gion did not hide it and nodded, because the Marshal is going to invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to participate in a plan. The Holy Land should want to know the process of this plan, so they sent Miss Junzi here. Hearing this, Doflamingo, who had long suspected Junzi's identity and now had it confirmed, seemed to have forgotten the fear of being suppressed and dominated by Xia Yu before, and grinned and laughed his signature laugh. Hey, he's actually a member of the Knights of God. However, if Marshal Xia Yu keeps him by his side, aren't you afraid that Junzi will report your plan to the Holy Land? Do you think the Marshal would have such concerns? Gion smiled and asked, even if the Marshal's plan is very important, how does it compare to the mutiny and abdication of the Holy Land? Doflamingo, take care of yourself first. Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Gion suddenly changed the subject. If you dare to be disloyal in the future, not only you, but all members of the Don Quixote family, including Vice Admiral Virgo, who you sent to the Marine as an undercover agent, will be killed without a burial place. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Gion's sudden words made Doflamingo's pupils shrink, and the sunglasses hanging on his nose almost fell off. Don't be surprised. Seeing Doflamingo's reaction, Gion still smiled. The Marshal said that in his eyes, you have no secrets. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Seeing Doflamingo's reaction was the same as his own when Xia Yu discovered his secret, Crocodile couldn't help but burst out laughing and gave Doflamingo a thumbs up. As expected of Heavenly Yaksha, he actually sent an undercover agent to the Marine and made him a Vice Admiral. What a great move. As he spoke, Crocodile's mood inexplicably improved. He held a cigar in his mouth, shook off his coat, and walked into the dormitory door with his head held high. He. Crocodile has been caught in the rain himself, so he is very happy to see others get soaked as well. Seeing the figure who walked into the dormitory door first, Moria also laughed his signature laugh. Fortunately, he has been quite obedient in the past few years, hiding in the thriller bark and not going out to do any conspiracy. Otherwise, thinking of the way Xia Yu had just put extreme pressure on Doflamingo, Moria couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill on his back. At the same time, Marshal's office in the headquarters building. Xia Yu looked up at Borsellino and Kuzan, who followed him in, and immediately took out a document and handed it to Borsellino. This is the latest intelligence just submitted by the intelligence department. According to the intelligence, Kaido has contacted Charlotte Linlin and is preparing to join forces with Charlotte Linlin to take revenge on Marine. So far, the Big Mom pirates haven't made any moves. They're probably still weighing the options. But that's not important. Xia Yu took out another document and handed it to Kuzan, then continued, the important thing is, I didn't think of waiting for them to take action before responding. The public execution of Whitebeard 2 was actually a test for the Whitebeard pirates. Because I'm not sure if Whitebeard 2 is Whitebeard's son. If he is, Whitebeard will definitely take action. Even if he doesn't take action, I will kill Hanafuda. Because my target is the 4 emperors. It doesn't matter who they are, as long as one of them shows up and takes action. Kuzan, who was listening and reading the document carefully, suddenly looked up and pointed at the content of the document with a surprised look on his face. Gradually transfer the naval headquarters to the New World First Branch. Xia Yu nodded. This matter needs to be done by you and Sakazuki together. Sakazuki went to Dressrosa to recruit the Don Quixote family, but it was just a cover for your secret operation. You will set off tonight and lead the Aokiji army to secretly reach the First Branch through the Holy Land. You will be in charge of the First Branch and form a corner with Sakazuki, who took over Dressrosa. You will also keep a close eye on the movements of the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. Which of them does something that makes you feel dangerous? Do not ask why. Suppress them immediately as quickly as possible. If the war expands, Kaido and the Charlotte family will form a life and death alliance. You must report the information back as soon as possible. I will be there in person in New World, standing shoulder to shoulder with you. Chapter 091 No need to wait for the torch. The sun has risen in Marine. 91 183rds. Chapter 091 No need to wait for the torch. The sun has risen in Marine. Hearing that Xia Yu would come to New World in person to work with them, Aokiji's hand holding the document trembled slightly. Go ahead. Seeing Kuzan's slight reaction, Xia Yu smiled and said, remember to contact me when you get to the First Branch. Kuzan nodded and simply turned and walked away. Just as he turned and walked towards the office door, Xia Yu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Kuzan, the burning justice you practiced before the Ohara incident, is it still there? Hearing this, Kuzan's heart was shocked. He immediately straightened his back and turned to look at Xia Yu. The laziness and confusion in his eyes faded away, and the fire of justice was rekindled in his eyes. He raised his hand again and saluted Xia Yu. Never extinguished. After saying that, Kuzan didn't waste any more time, turned around and walked out of the office quickly. Kuzan did not lie. The burning fire of justice that he pursued back then has never been extinguished, but it was buried deep in his heart because the Ohara incident that year made him confused about the justice that Marine insisted on. Kuzan walked out of the office feeling relaxed. His lazy air was gone, replaced by a long-lost vigor and energy, which made him feel as if he had returned to the passionate era of his youth. Just then, 2 officers came towards them. Because of the change in Kuzan's temperament, the 2 officers didn't react for a moment, until Kuzan walked in front of them and was about to pass by them. They suddenly woke up and saluted in unison, Admiral Kuzan. Loyalty. Kuzan returned the salute and even called out the word loyalty. Then, without waiting for the 2 officers to react, he strode into the elevator. After arriving at the lobby on the first floor via the elevator, Aokiji did not neglect the soldiers and officers who kept standing up to salute him, and raised his hand in time to return the salute. When he walked out of the door, a sea of blood suddenly hit him in the face. Looking far into the distance, you can see a red sun hanging in the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun makes the sea surface blood red and shrouds Marineford in the magnificent sunset. Looking at the red sun hanging in the sky, Aokiji couldn't help but recall a scene that he had long forgotten. It was a chance encounter 2 years ago. He was on vacation and was riding his bicycle on the sea, but he unexpectedly met Xia Yu, who was on a mission. Fighting against the Marine led by Xia Yu was the Pirates, a rising star at the time. Its captain is a supernova with a bounty of 180 million berries, and he has several subordinates with bounties of over 30 million. Perhaps it was because of their strong confidence that the Pirates were so fierce in the battle with the Marine led by Xia Yu. Their captain even teamed up with 2 cadres to launch a crazy attack on Xia Yu. Facing the attack from 3 pirates, Xia Yu remained calm and fearless and firmly gained the upper hand with his strong strength. In less than 30 seconds, Xia Yu used the finger pistol from the Marine 6 styles to kill one of them. At the same time, without any pause, she used the Tempest kick from the 6 styles to kick the other man's head off. After killing 2 of them in one breath, Xia Yu's offensive did not decrease but increased. He drew his sword while the only remaining pirate's captain was off guard, and then slashed out with a whirlwind wave, beheading the pirate's captain on the spot. Because Xia Yu killed the captain and 2 cadres of the pirates, the morale of the marine officers and soldiers who followed Xia Yu reached its peak, and they frantically launched a final charge against the completely chaotic pirates. In less than a few minutes, all the pirates on the pirate ship were killed and executed on the spot. After the battle, the marine soldiers swarmed around Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not join in the celebration. Instead, he grabbed the captain of the pirates and jumped to the bow, holding him high up. He said something that excited all the officers and soldiers and moved him. No need to wait for the torch. If there is no torch from now on, we will be the sun in this turbulent age of exploration. Marine is mighty. Brothers, you are mighty. The sun, inadvertently recalling the scene 2 years ago, Kuzan, who had already walked out of the door, turned his head slightly to look towards the headquarters building. The sun that belongs to the world is about to set. The sun of Marine has risen and will illuminate the world again. Suddenly, Kuzan decisively turned around and walked out quickly, with a long-lost fire of justice burning in his eyes. He took out the Den Den Mushi and decisively ordered, "Send an order, all officers and soldiers of the Aokiji army will gather at the port in 2 hours. In the marshal's office, Borsellino, who was standing in front of the desk, glanced at Xia Yu, who had been silently flipping through the documents after watching Kuzan leave. He stood there for almost a minute. After seeing Xia Yu finish reading the documents, he could no longer hold back and asked tentatively, "Marshal Xia Yu, what about me? Don't I have any mission?" "No hurry." Xia Yu put down the document he had finished reading, looked up and said with a smile, "After such a long meeting, I am a little hungry. Let's eat and talk at the same time." Before Borsellino could react, a soldier ran into the office carrying 2 bowls of miso ramen. "Marshal, the noodles are ready." The soldier put down his bowl and said happily, "Enjoy your meal, you and Admiral Kizaru. If it's not enough, there's more. Thanks for your hard work." Xia Yu took out a stack of Baileys from the drawer and threw them into the soldier's hand. "Take it and distribute it to the brothers in the cafeteria." The soldier took the Bailey, immediately straightened up, raised his hand and saluted, and shouted loudly, "Loyalty." Hearing Xia Yu actually calling the soldiers in the cafeteria brothers, Borsellino frowned slightly and said bluntly, "Marshal Xia Yu, it's not good for you to still call the soldiers brothers." "Why, Marshal, we can't just call each other brothers. Besides, it's time to get off work now." Xia Yu smiled and pulled out another stack of Baileys from the drawer and threw them into Borsellino's arms. "This was looted from those Shichabukai. Although I am the one who keeps them at the headquarters, they can't eat and live for free." Xia Yu said, no longer paying attention to Borsellino, walked to the coffee table next to him, picked up one of the bowls of ramen and began to wolf it down. Seeing this, Borsellino looked at the Pele in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. As expected of Xia Yu, he never forgets his roots even after becoming a marshal. If Xia Yu was still the vice admiral, he would definitely not accept this money. But, it's given by the marshal, so I'd better not miss it. Thinking of this, Borsellino readily accepted it, quickly put away the Pele and came to the opposite side of Xia Yu, and also picked up the ramen as if he wanted to compete with Xia Yu for who had a bigger appetite, and ate it with great relish. "You go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters." Suddenly, Xia Yu, who was eating ramen with his head down, spoke incoherently because he was still chewing noodles in his mouth. "Meet with Dragon on my behalf. If he sincerely wants to build a harmonious, free, equal and dream-filled new world instead of just for the D-clan, maybe the Revolutionary Army and the Marine can cooperate." At this point, Xia Yu suddenly remembered something, swallowed the food in his mouth, took out a piece of ginger from his bag and threw it to Borsellino, then said, "The Revolutionary Army is too idealistic. If they want to build a brand new world, they can't just overthrow the world government to do it. Let's not talk about whether they can overthrow the world government. Even if they really did it, freedom and dreams might emerge and even be magnified, but equality and harmony would never be possible. Unless, there are no thieves in the world." Chapter 092 Suru Vice Admiral, Paramesha Washing Fruit. 92 183rds. Chapter 092 Suru Vice Admiral, Paramesha Washing Fruit. Kizaru said nothing, but just kept showing off the noodles. It's not that he can't speak, but Xia Yu suddenly asked him to go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, which made him very embarrassed. Because on the night when Xia Yu launched the mutiny, his background was thoroughly investigated and thrown in front of him, so he chose to remain silent when Xia Yu launched the mutiny. That was why he had been feeling uneasy in the past few days, because Xia Yu, who held all the power in Marine, could eliminate him as an uncertain factor at any time. What he didn't expect was that Xia Yu actually brought this matter to the table and asked him to go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters on behalf of Marine Marshal. This means that the young Marine Marshal is not worried that he will do anything out of line. It also indirectly shows that even if Xia Yu knows his other identity, she still has expectations for him. For this reason alone, he had to admire Xia Yu's vision and courage. He was sure that no matter who it was at naval headquarters, once they knew his other identity, they would never get along with him as well as they did now, let alone prepare a piece of his favorite ginger for him. At this moment, Xia Yu, who had finished all the noodles like a whirlwind, suddenly changed the subject and said, "This is also the moment for you to make a choice. If you return to the naval headquarters after meeting with Dorag, it means you have given up on that place. If you haven't made the above choices, stay there." At this point, Xia Yu stood up and wiped his mouth with a tissue, then continued, "I'll let you go, but next time we meet, I'll personally measure your speed, which is how heavy your weight is. Hearing this, Borsellino used a finger from his chopsticks to push the frame, and said seriously, "It's finally my turn. Don't worry, Marshal Xia Yu, I will give you a satisfactory answer." After saying that, Borsellino continued to show off his noodles. Bulu bulu. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Seeing this, Xia Yu did not avoid Borsellino, walked over to pick up the Den Den Mushi, and simply said, "Naval Headquarters, Xia Yu." "It's me." Imna's voice came from the Den Den Mushi, as if he was suppressing his throat, with a questioning tone. "You want to bring Nico Robin to the Naval Headquarters and let her decipher the ancient text?" Xia Yu glanced at the wall clock and said unexpectedly, "You just received Junzi's report now. I thought she would report to you right after the Shichabukai meeting. I am indeed going to form a fleet and have them look for the historical text of the signposts to reach Raftel." After a slight pause, Xia Yu's tone suddenly turned cold. "Also, don't use this interrogative tone when you come to me in the future, otherwise when I'm in a bad mood one day, I'll go live in Wahian for a while." As Xia Yu finished speaking, Den Den Mushi fell silent. Perhaps, possibly, at this moment, an old monster among the flowers, who was not sure whether it was a man or a woman, was choked by Xia Yu's words. However, it was obvious that the other end of the Den Den Mushi was not angry or furious. Because the Den Den Mushi is very quiet, there is no emotional reaction from the person on the call. After a brief silence, Yimu probably adjusted his mentality and said slowly, "You launched a mutiny and signed a treaty with the world government, and those lawless pirates on the sea are not important to me. What I care more about is the person who can decipher ancient texts. I cannot interfere with your actions. But you need to promise me one condition." Xia Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yimu, and spoke first. "I know what you are worried about. Isn't it the blank 100 years of history? This matter has been sealed for 800 years. Even if the truth is in front of me now, I am not interested at all." Hearing this, Yimu's tone was obviously relaxed, and he asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Xia Yu said without hesitation, "Find Raftel and wipe it off the map completely. This should be something you'd like to see, so I can't let you get away with it. If I really find Raftel and wipe him out, you must show your appreciation." Yimu said straightforwardly, "If you really keep your promise, I will agree to your 3 conditions." Xia Yu, "It's a deal. The sun sets and dusk is approaching." After briefly exchanging some information with Kizaru, Xia Yu left the headquarters building and walked towards the family compound alone. "As soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw 2 pieces of clothes floating on the clothesline in the yard. What he didn't expect was that although there were clothes hanging in the yard, there was no sound, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. What's going on? Xia Yu pushed open the courtyard door and looked around, muttering a little uncomfortable. Are they tired of arguing? Did both sides sign a ceasefire agreement? The reason why he and Borsellino showed off their ramen in the office before coming back was because he was worried that coming back too early would trigger a war between Hancock and Junzi again. Although he didn't understand why the 2 of them were at loggerheads, he knew that they had basically never behaved well since they moved in. He understood Hancock's willfulness. After all, she was the Amazon Lily Queen and was used to being spoiled and willful. But when Junzi first appeared, she looked like a queen and was very cool. As a result, after spending less than 2 hours with Hancock, she transformed into Pepper. The tit-for-tat confrontation with Hancock scared even the world's #1 swordsman, and he dared not stay there any longer. But Xia Yu soon felt relieved. Although Junzi looks aloof and has developed an arrogant temperament because he is a member of the Knights of God, these are all illusions. Because beneath Junzi's seemingly cold and arrogant appearance, she hides the heart of a little girl. After all, in the original book, this guy is an out-and-out star chaser and a loyal fan of the Soul King Brook. One likes to chase stars, and the other is love-brained. It would be strange if they could behave themselves when they get together. But, what happened today? Xia Yu walked into the yard and looked around again to make sure that there was no noisy sound coming from any corner or room. Xia Yu blinked blankly, pushed open the door of the living room and walked in. As soon as she walked into the living room, Xia Yu was stunned. On the sofa in the living room, Vice Admiral He, wearing a Vice Admiral coat, was sitting in front of a chair, crossing his legs and reading a newspaper leisurely. Suru Vice Admiral. Unexpectedly, Vice Admiral He actually returned to the headquarters, and now he was sitting in his own home. Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, then took off his martial coat and walked over quickly. "When did you come back? Why didn't you notify me?" Hearing this, Vice Admiral He put down the newspaper and looked up at Xia Yu. "The Marshal is very busy, how dare I bother him?" "Absolutely not." Xia Yu, who felt sorry for Vice Admiral He for launching the mutiny, quickly pulled a chair over and sat opposite him, grinning. "I can ignore anyone else's return, but I must welcome you back." "How can I not come back?" Vice Admiral He said angrily. "Others may not understand you, but how can I not understand you? As a marshal, you will definitely not sit in the headquarters and issue orders like Sengoku did. If you suddenly get too excited and run out to catch pirates one day, does the naval headquarters need someone to help you watch over it?" Xia Yu nodded fiercely. "This person must be Vice Admiral He." "Glad to know." Vice Admiral He's expression eased a little, raised his hand and pointed to the kitchen and said, "You've been busy all day, you must be hungry. I prepared some food for you, go to the kitchen and get it yourself. They are all your favorite foods." "Good." Xia Yu stood up reluctantly. If he had known that Vice Admiral Suru had returned and prepared dinner for him, he wouldn't have shown off such a big bowl of ramen to Borsellino in the office. Fortunately, ever since the system upgraded all of his abilities to the highest level, his appetite has also greatly increased, so having another meal won't be a problem. After bringing all the food out of the kitchen and placing it on the dining table, Xia Yu, who was picking up the bowl and chopsticks, suddenly remembered something. She turned her head to look at Vice Admiral He, who was picking up the newspaper again, and asked, "Vice Admiral He, when you came back, was there no one at home?" Vice Admiral He nodded, without taking his eyes off the newspaper, and pointed to two pieces of clothing hanging on the clothesline outside the door. "They're hanging on the clothesline." Xia Yu turned around and looked at the two pieces of clothes hanging on the clothesline outside the door and fluttering in the wind. They were Hancock and Junzi, who were transformed into human-shaped clothes by the ability of the Suru Vice Admiral Paramesh's washing fruit. Looking at the two women hanging on the clothesline, Xia Yu's facial muscles twitched wildly. "This is really marvelous. Finally I can have a quiet meal at home." Chapter 093 I would rather be hacked to death by the Supreme Sword than endure this humiliation. 93 183rds. Chapter 093 I would rather be hacked to death by the Supreme Sword than endure this humiliation. Xia Yu, who was sitting at the dining table, had just picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth when he suddenly stood up and changed his position, facing the gate with his back to Vice Admiral He. Vice Admiral He still kept his eyes on the newspaper and said calmly, "Don't worry, they won't die." "I'm not worried about them dying." Xia Yu blinked and looked at the human-shaped clothes floating on the clothesline outside the door. "I'm just curious about how they offended you and made you so angry and cruel." "It's not that bad," Vice Admiral Crane explained very cooperatively. "As soon as I walked into the yard, I saw that they were on edge and might fight at any time, so I scolded them. As a result, Hancock ran over and pointed at my nose and told me to mind my business, saying that she would be forgiven for anything she did, and kicked away a kitten that followed me into the yard." Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Hancock is not wrong at all. She can do whatever she wants in Amazon Lily. After all, she is the queen of Amazon Lily. But this is the naval headquarters, and the target is the Vice Admiral. You know, when Vice Admiral Suru was young, she was a cool and awesome female marine. She followed Garp and Sengoku to conquer and capture pirates everywhere, perfectly demonstrating that women are as good as men. How could he be a good person if he could fight alongside Garp and Sengoku until now? In the original novel, Doflamingo was arrogant enough, but he had to restrain his arrogance when facing Vice Admiral Crane. The reason is simple: Vice Admiral Suru is the user of the Paramesha wash fruit and believes in pure justice. If he disagrees with someone, he will wash them like clothes and hang them on the clothesline. Most importantly, Suru is not only the Vice Admiral, but also holds the position of a staff officer of the naval headquarters. To put it simply, she was the second most important person in the naval headquarters after Sengoku, and even the third admiral had to be respectful to her as the Vice Admiral. However, these are all past events, and no one can escape the baptism of time. Even if Vice Admiral Suru has a high position in the headquarters, it is almost impossible for her to kill Hancock, the Empress who owns Conqueror's Hockey, and Junzi who possesses the power of the arrow fruit and is from the Knights of God without any injury. Thinking of this, Xia Yu asked again, "Where is Junzi? What mistake did she make?" A cold light flashed in the eyes of Vice Admiral Crane. "She reported the contents of the Shichabukai meeting to the Holy Land in front of me." "I understand." Xia Yu nodded. "You helped Junzi cleanse her soul when she was talking to Shungi. And Hancock probably didn't expect that you would not only not forgive her, but also take decisive action." After saying that, Xia Yu quickly finished the food on the plate, put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, picked up a chair, walked out of the living room and sat in front of Junzi and Hancock, who were reduced to clothes. Although reduced to clothing, Hancock and Junzi remained sober. They had already seen Xia Yu when she walked into the yard. The reason they didn't make any sound was that they didn't want Xia Yu to see their miserable appearance. But what they didn't expect was that Xia Yu actually lifted up the chair and sat in front of them, and even put his head in front of them to look left and right. "Xia Yu, I feel a little dizzy. Can you ask Vice Admiral He to put me down first?" Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Hancock made a sound first. She was hanging upside down on the clothesline, swaying in front of Xia Yu with the wind. The sound was intermittent, which was very funny. Although Junzi was also hanging upside down, when Xia Yu came closer, she decisively closed her eyes and acted as if she could not see, and it was others who would be embarrassed. "Your Excellency the Marshal, Your Excellency the Marshal." Just then, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate. Immediately afterwards, a group of more than a dozen marine officers ran to the gate of the courtyard in a panic, but none of them entered. After looking up at the dozen officers, Xia Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Because all the officers in front of him had bruised faces and noses without exception, obviously having just been beaten. "Marshal, you have to make the decision for us." The leading officer stepped forward and complained pitifully. "Rear Admiral Noah and Mahawk were fighting. We were worried that Rear Admiral Noah would get hurt, so we rushed to help. But, that damn Mahawk actually beat us with a stick. We would rather be hacked to death by their supreme swords than suffer such humiliation, Marshal. Yes, we are all soldiers of the Marshal. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. Marshal, Mahawk is going too far." Hearing the officers getting more and more excited, Xia Yu quickly spoke up to stop them. Calm down first. Tell me what's going on first. Is Rear Admiral Noah seeking revenge on Mahawk?" It's not even revenge. The leading officer hung his head, his voice getting softer and softer. Rear Admiral Noah said to test Mihawk's swordsmanship. What? Xia Yu thought he had heard it wrong, and said with a dull expression, Noah. Weighing Mihawk's swordsmanship, Xia Yu immediately felt relieved as soon as he finished speaking, which was very much in line with Noah's temperament. Noah was an officer transferred under him after he was promoted to Vice Admiral. Because he had some personal talents, he often brought Noah with him and led Noah into the doors of armament hockey and observation hockey. Of course, none of this is important. What is important is that under his guidance, Noah's strength has improved rapidly, and he has also learned some of his previous catchphrases, behaviors and habits. Xia Yu, relieved, glanced at the officers outside the gate with bruised faces and noses, and couldn't help laughing and said, since Noah is measuring Mihawk's swordsmanship, why are you guys joining in the fun? We also want to weigh it, hee. Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. These officers and subordinates didn't want to compete with each other. They just wanted to make progress but couldn't find anything to do. So they just took out their anger on Mihawk together with Noah. As for the reason, it must be because Noah's former boss died at the hands of Mihawk. Thinking of this, Xia Yu simply stood up and said, let's go. We can take this opportunity to resolve the issue between Noah and Mihawk. When Xia Yu left, Hancock and Junzi, who were hanging on the clothesline, suddenly panicked. Although Junzi didn't show it too obviously, every time she floated in the wind, the look in her eyes when she looked at Xia Yu would become more pleading. Hancock blurted out, anxiously shouting, Xia Yu. Huh. The sudden sound instantly attracted the attention of the officers who followed Xia Yu and turned away. Several of them looked towards the yard at the first moment. Just at this moment, a gust of sea breeze blew in, blowing the two pieces of clothing on the clothesline high up, perfectly avoiding the sight of several officers. What's that sound? It seems like someone is calling the marshal. You must be hallucinating. There's no one in the yard. Maybe. Let's go. As they spoke, several officers withdrew their gazes and ran out with Xia Yu. Hancock, Junzi. Chapter 94 Hawkeye Mihawk challenges Marine Marshal. 94 183rds. Chapter 94 Hawkeye Mihawk challenges Marine Marshal. Holy Land Mariajoy. In Pangu City shrouded in moonlight, lights were on in almost all the mansions scattered throughout the city, and from time to time there were sounds of laughter and wailing as if one was enduring some kind of torture. In the courtyard of one of the mansions, Shepherd 10 Peter and Makazmosh, who were forced to take a vacation because Sengoku and Zephyr took turns to be the five elders, sat in a row, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky with gloomy eyes. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed by. Immediately, a man in a white robe and a mask appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the two of them respectfully. Saint Marcus Mosh, another troop from the naval headquarters led by Admiral Aokiji, has just entered the Holy Land. Hearing this, Marcus Mosh turned his head to look at Shepherd 10 Pit next to him. During the day, it is the Akainu army led by Admiral Akainu, and at night, it is the Aokiji army led by Aokiji. What is Xia Yu going to do? Is he preparing to strike hard against New World? Shepherd 10 Peter narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy tone, don't worry, they won't be in glory for long. Makazmas shook his head and smiled. In my opinion, everything Xia Yu did is not a bad thing for us. Not only is it not a bad thing, it is also beneficial to us. Oh, Shepherd 10 Peter tilted his head and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Makazmas waved his hand to signal the white-robed man standing in front of him to step back. He did not speak until the man disappeared outside the wall of the mansion. Xia Yu is now in control of the war machine of naval headquarters, and it is at its peak. Lord Yimu put aside his attitude and met all his conditions, just to master this sharp knife, and let this knife kill through the Grand Line on our behalf. If he can't do it, those lowlifes at Grand Line will tear him to pieces without us having to do anything. It doesn't matter if he does, because he will age like Garp, like Sengoku, and like Sora. In another 100 years, the Room of Power will still be ours. The most important thing is that even if he clears out the pirates, Nika will show up sooner or later. That's why Lord Yimu agreed to all his conditions, just to tie him to the world government. To Lord Yimu, the only real threat is Nika. Although he said it calmly, Makazmas clenched his fists unconsciously, and the humiliating scene of Xia Yu using Conqueror's Haki to beat them back to their original form in the Holy Land Palace Hall emerged in front of him. Seeing Makazmas's reaction, Shepherd 10 Peter calmly picked up the teacup beside him and said thoughtfully, it is undeniable that Xia Yu is a sharp weapon, but while killing the enemy, it may also hurt yourself. If Lord Yimu cannot completely control it, this sharp weapon may go out of control and pierce into the heart of the Holy Land. Besides, I'm worried that this won't go as we wish. After a slight pause, Shepherd 10 Pit looked up at Makazmas again. Don't forget, we are also a threat in this Holy Land. Makazmas turned his head sharply. The Figolando family. Shepherd 10 Pet nodded. I always feel that Greengu doesn't care much about Xia Yu's mutiny and his series of actions on the Holy Land. In fact, I saw ambition in his eyes. Makazmas's pupils shrank slightly, and he said in a deep voice, is it your intuition, or? Shepherd 10 Peter waved his hand. No need for intuition. Greengu is eager to get to the Room of Power. If it weren't for Lord Yim, would he, who holds the Knights of God, be obedient? I wasn't too worried before. After all, many family members in the Holy Land have joined the Knights of God. It's almost impossible for Fegolando to completely control the Knights of God and pose a threat to us. However, because Xia Yu showed up and snatched away 2 5 elders' seats, this is a golden opportunity for Green Gu. I dare to assert that as long as he wins a seat, his son Shamrock will definitely become the new leader of the Knights of God. At that time, the Figolando family will replace us as the largest family in the Holy Land. Marcus, when the existence of Lord Yim is no longer a secret in the Holy Land, the ambitions of many people in the Holy Land will gradually expand. After all, the 19 celestial dragons in the Holy Land are all descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Naturally, some people would like to have a try for the void throne that Lord Yim sits on. At the same time, naval headquarters, in a training ground, Noah, who had been fighting for more than an hour, used his sword to support his body to prevent himself from falling. With red eyes, he stared at Mahawk, who was carrying a supreme sword on his back and holding a small cross knife in his hand. Noah, whose physical strength was severely overdrawn, did not notice that Xia Yu and others had already come to the training ground to watch the battle for a long time. He only stared at Mahawk for a moment and took a breath, then slowly raised his sword, and then took a step forward, gritting his teeth and said, "Hawkeye, come again." Before he finished speaking, Noah leaned down quickly without any hesitation, and then rushed towards Mahawk with his last bit of strength. Mahawk did not wait there because Noah was exhausted. The moment Noah rushed towards him with a sword, he threw down these words and flashed forward to meet him, passing by Noah in an instant. When he stopped, he and Noah were standing back to back. "Good perseverance, but average swordsmanship. I've been spending almost 2 hours with you. It's time to end this meaningless battle." As soon as Mahawk finished speaking, Noah stumbled forward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Xia Yu, who was standing outside the training ground, came to him and pulled him up. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu would suddenly appear and support him at this moment. Noah was stunned for a moment, then he shouted weakly, "Marshal." Before he could even say the word, "Ren," Noah, who was exhausted, leaned his head into Xia Yu's arms. Glancing at Noah who had fallen asleep, Xia Yu shook her head and smiled. "Although Mahawk is using you to kill time, it's pretty good that he can hold on for 2 hours. Xia Yu, you're just in time." Mahawk, who had already discovered Xia Yu, glanced at Noah, then grabbed the handle of the supreme sword on his back with his backhand, and then suddenly raised his head. "Fulfill your promise to me." After a slight pause, Mahawk took a step forward, holding the world's strongest black sword in his hand. The majestic aura unique to the world's #1 swordsman swept across the field unscrupulously, and even created a circle of visible ripples in the void in the training ground. "You really know how to pick the time." Xia Yu raised his hand and slapped Noah to the 7 or 8 officers outside the training ground, then grabbed Noah's sword and stood up to face Mahawk. "Before that, I want to know one thing. Is it about Rear Admiral No's former boss?" Mahawk gripped the hilt of the black knife and slowly bent down, his sharp eagle-like eyes gleaming with a breathtaking light. "I did kill a lot of Marines in the past, including righteous officers and corrupt officers who colluded with the pirates. I know you have a very good reputation and you are very protective of your shortcomings. If you want justice for the Marines who died under my knife." As Mahawk spoke, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly burst out from under his feet. "Don't worry about our encounter 6 years ago. Just go ahead and fight me. Come." Before he finished speaking, the supreme sword that embodied Mahawk's majestic power slashed down fiercely, and purple flames suddenly bloomed, shaking the void to emit a low-frequency vibration, as if to distort the void. Buzz. Amid the dizzying low-frequency vibration, the purple blade flame was as powerful as thunder, carrying the terrifying power to cut through everything as it rushed towards Xia Yu to chop. Chapter 95. The Supreme Sword has arrived. The sword opens the gates of heaven and splits the clouds to reveal the sun. 95 183rds. Chapter 95. The Supreme Sword has arrived. The sword opens the gates of heaven and splits the clouds to reveal the sun. Dusk came quietly and night gradually enveloped us. In the dormitory building prepared for Shichabukai members, Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile and Doflamingo gathered in the living room, staring at each other. For 2 full hours, no one spoke. We just looked at each other, and the scene was extremely awkward. The reason was simple. Before they moved into the dormitory building, Xia Yu had confiscated all of their den mushi and travel expenses. Apart from the clothes they carried with them, they were all left penniless. What made Crocodile most upset was that Xia Yu had confiscated his cigar, making it a luxury for him to take a puff of cigar to relieve his depressed mood. "I'm going out for a walk." Finally, Jinbei spoke first to break the silence and stood up decisively. "Let's go together." Crocodile made an unprecedented invitation. "After all, we are now in a special position. If we are not careful, we may cause dissatisfaction among some officers of the headquarters. Especially Doflamingo. If I remember correctly, during the last Shichabukai meeting, you seem to have bullied many officers and soldiers of the headquarters and treated them as puppets." Doflamingo grinned and said, Hey, I suddenly miss Marshal Sengoku. If you 3 want to go together, then go together." Jinbei looked back at the 3 of them, then took out a few Baileys from his pocket like a magician. Seeing this, Crocodile, who had never been so poor before, instantly brightened up his eyes. "As expected of Jinbei, the Sea Knight, you are so righteous. But, these Baileys can't even buy a cigar, because I only smoke." Before Crocodile could finish his words, Jinbei's eyes widened. "Who wants to buy you a cigar?" Buzz. Suddenly, the dizzying low-frequency vibrations came from far away and rolled up visible ripples that instantly swept across the top of the dormitory building. "This is slashing wave." When the ripples flashed by, Doflamingo and Crocodile looked out the window almost at the same time and said in unison, Eagle Eye. Before he finished speaking, the two of them jumped out one after the other, and used their respective fruit abilities to directly reach the rooftop of the dormitory building. Jinbei and Moria also reacted at this time, and fell beside the two of them, looking towards the direction of the training ground where the slashing wave suddenly burst out. In the direction of the training ground, a purple sword flame containing terrifying power collided with an even more powerful black and red sword wave, causing the void to continuously emit low-frequency vibrations. Circles of air waves spread out after the collisions, causing ripples in the void that spread in all directions. Without waiting for the four to react, the two intertwined slashing waves suddenly flew up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the dark night sky. Boom boom. Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, a crack appeared in the night sky, and golden light poured down, illuminating Marineford, which had just been shrouded in the night. At first glance, it looked as if a gate had opened in the night sky. The four Shichabukai were so shocked that they secretly swallowed their saliva. At this time, other officers in the headquarters either opened the windows or stopped to look up, staring in amazement at the suddenly opened gate. The sword opens the sky and splits the clouds to reveal the sun. Outside the school grounds, the marine officers who followed Xia Yu were all knocked to the ground due to the collision between Mihawk and Xia Yu's slashing waves. However, they seemed to be unaware, with their eyes wide open, standing like wooden chickens under the shining golden light. At the same time, Xia Yu, who casually slashed with his sword and blocked Mihawk's slashing wave, suddenly frowned. Next second, bang, there was a loud explosion without any warning, which stopped Mihawk, who was about to charge. Following the sound, I saw the long sword in Xia Yu's hand shattered and then turned into powder and scattered in the wind. Even someone as powerful as Mihawk secretly gasped after seeing this scene that was enough to shock all the swordsmen in the world. As the world's #1 swordsman, he knew very well what this meant. This means that the long sword in Xia Yu's hand cannot bear his terrifying swordsmanship. Because the long sword that Xia Yu grabbed was not enough to withstand the attack of the world's strongest black sword in his hand. Xia Yu grabbed it in his hand and blocked his slashing wave. The moment Xia Yu grabbed the hilt of the sword, he wrapped the sword with armament haki to protect it and strengthened it with Conqueror's haki. However, because the sword could not bear its weight, it was eventually turned into powder. At this moment, Mihawk finally understood why Xia Yu, who clearly possessed the strength of a great swordsman, did not have his own sword during the Shichabukai meeting and instead used Gion's Kanpila. Because ordinary famous swords are simply unable to withstand Xia Yu's terrifying swordsmanship. Wait a minute, just as Mihawk was secretly frightened, Xia Yu suddenly turned and walked towards the weapon rack on the side of the training ground. Change 1 and continue. Hearing this, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched wildly. Not to mention changing 1, it would be useless even if you used all the weapons on the weapon rack. After secretly complaining in his heart, Mihawk looked up at the sky, which was getting darker again as the gate of heaven closed. Although he did not experience a hearty battle, as the world's #1 swordsman, he knew very well that if Xia Yu had not held an ordinary sword but Gion's sword Kanpila, the outcome would have been decided at this moment. After a brief silence, Mihawk took a deep breath, then looked at the figure who had walked to the weapons rack and said, "No need to continue, our agreement ends here." Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Xia Yu, who had already picked out a long sword that suited him, turned around with a face full of question marks. What do you mean don't continue? This concerns the reward for the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword, how can we not continue? Just as Xia Yu was about to call out to Mihawk, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding dong, it is detected that Mihawk, who challenged you, has given up the fight. After the system's judgment, you have won. Random reward. A Supreme Sword of the 12th skill. Do you want to extract it immediately? Unexpectedly, Xia Yu got the reward just like that. He blinked in surprise, but was not in a hurry to collect it. He looked up at Mihawk and said simply, "Since our agreement ends here, let's talk about you and Noah Rear Admiral. Although First wasn't a Marine when you killed Noah Rear Admiral's former boss, he is my subordinate now after all. But you helped me back then, and everyone in the Marine knows that I will repay you for your kindness. So let's make a compromise. From now on, you will be the sword instructor of the naval headquarters. Help me train Noah and other officers who can use swords." At this point, Xia Yu suddenly raised her voice, "I won't let you work for nothing. How about a monthly salary of 100,000 Baileys?" Hearing this, Mihawk turned his head to look at Noah, who was carried on the back of an officer, and said very coldly, "Tell them to gather at the parade ground at noon tomorrow." Noon. Xia Yu was stunned. Mihawk's mouth twitched slightly. "Aren't you going to let the Shichabukai participate in ideological transformation?" Xia Yu was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I almost forgot about it." Mihawk stopped talking nonsense and strode out of the training ground. "What are you still standing there for?" After watching Mihawk leave, Xia Yu immediately looked at the officers outside the training grounds and said, "Take Noah back quickly." The officers were clearly still in shock from the miracle of the sword opening the gate of heaven, and were secretly afraid of following Noah in beating up Mihawk. Fortunately, they have the Marshal's protection, so Mihawk dare not kill them, otherwise all of them combined would not be enough for Mihawk to kill with one blow. The most important thing is, they relied on the support of the Marshal to approach Mihawk several times, only caring about their own ideas and not considering their Marshal. You know, if Mihawk hadn't brought their Marshal back from the isolated island, would they be where they are today? Thinking of this, all the officers regained their composure, lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Yu, and turned around and left silently with no on their backs. Seeing the reactions of the officers, Xia Yu just shook his head and smiled. Although he had discovered that many officers and soldiers in his army had become inflated since the signing of the Treaty of Mariajoy, he had no intention of stopping them because there might very well be a new war to be fought. As the saying goes, the first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. It is not wise to suppress the morale of officers or soldiers at this time. Ding dong, host has successfully obtained a random reward of a supreme great sharp sword 12 works. Do you want to extract it immediately? The system prompt sounded again, drawing Xia Yu's attention back. T. Xia Yu no longer hesitated and chose to withdraw immediately. As he made his choice, the void in front of him suddenly twisted. Then, a long sword with a rapier handle, a slender blade, a crescent-shaped tip wider than the blade, appeared out of nowhere. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the supreme blade. This sword is called Ace. It was the sword of the previous pirates King Roger. Since the name Ace was given by Roger, the host can continue to use this name or rename it. Rename it, Roger's Saber. Xia Yu grabbed the handle of the knife and raised it high. After looking it up and down, he couldn't help but complain. First I'm the Marine Marshal, and you give me a knife used by the Pirates King. Despite all the complaints, Xia Yu still made a decisive decision. After all, something is better than nothing. Rename. Please name this knife. Just call. Xia Yu thought about it and simply said, Justice. Chapter 096 Cross Time and Space Showdown with the Pirates King Roger. 96 183rds. Chapter 096 Cross Time and Space Showdown with the Pirates King Roger. Hint. The Supreme Blade, Justice, has been named successfully. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the blade of the supreme sword held in Xia Yu's hand suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the blade began to tremble slightly. Then, a strange breath suddenly burst out, as if in protest. Before Xia Yu could react, a series of scenes like movie scenes flashed quickly in the strange atmosphere. The person who appears most frequently in the picture is Galdi Roger, the previous owner of this supreme sword. The first thing that flashed by was the image of a young Roger wearing a straw hat and extending an invitation to someone on a ship. Although the image flashed by, Xia Yu still recognized that the person Roger was inviting was Pluton Rayleigh, who was living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago at that time. As the picture flashed by, Roger's bold and crazy voice could be heard faintly, "Would you like to join me in turning the world upside down?" Rayleigh. Although each scene was almost fleeting, Xia Yu still captured them all with the powerful observation hockey. In the rapidly flashing images, there are scenes where Roger leads the pirates to fight against the Golden Lion Shiki, another giant on the sea at that time. There are scenes where Kazuki Oden, the captain of the second team of the pirates, chops Whitebeard away with the supreme sword, and there are high-energy scenes of a shocking battle with Whitebeard. Suddenly, the rapidly flashing images slowed down. The person who appeared on the screen at this time was Roger kneeling on the execution platform. In this picture, Roger, wearing shackles and handcuffs, shouts the words that opened the age of discovery, "Want my treasure? Go find it. I put all my treasures there." After saying this, as if sensing the future, he suddenly looked up and had a cross-time and space eye contact with Xia Yu, who came from the future and held the supreme sword renamed, Justice. The next second, the picture shattered and disappeared, and the blade began to tremble violently, making a dizzying sound. Immediately afterwards, an unparalleled terrifying pressure burst out from the blade and directly materialized into flame clouds, as if trying to break free from Xia Yu's control and fly away. Stored Conquerors. Interesting. Feeling the sudden violent vibration of the blade and the sudden terrifying pressure, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly exerted force with the 5 fingers grasping the handle, and Conqueror's Haki was released and injected into the blade like a raging wave. Buzz, buzz, buzz buzz buzz. As Xia Yu injected Conqueror's Haki into the blade, the terrifying pressure emanating from the blade rose again, colliding wildly with the Conqueror's Haki injected by Xia Yu, causing the surrounding void to ripple in waves of low-frequency vibrations, spreading in all directions at an alarming speed. The collision of Conqueror's Haki that appeared without any warning alarmed Mihawk, who had already returned home, Clarkdale and other Shichabukai who were preparing to return to the dormitory, Crane who was at Xia Yu's house at this time, and Garp who was returning to the headquarters with Crane and was leisurely in his own courtyard at this time, as well as all the officers and soldiers of the headquarters. Before everyone in Marineford could react, the dizzying low-frequency vibrations of the air suddenly climbed, accompanied by shock waves from the collisions of one Conqueror's Haki after another. At this moment, a restricted area was formed within 100 meters around the training ground where Xia Yu was, which no ordinary person could approach. Mihawk, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped, then quickly turned around and ran back to the training ground as fast as possible. The 4 crocodile members who were originally standing on the roof of the dormitory building had no idea what was happening, especially Doflamingo, who possessed the innate Conqueror's Haki. After catching the sudden collision of the Conqueror's Haki from the direction of the training ground, he could no longer bear it and decisively released the ability of his fruit to grab a silk thread and fly over. Seeing this, Crocodile, Jinbei and Moria did not delay and followed him straight to the training ground. Conqueror's Collision. After arranging accommodation for Shichabukai, Gion returned home. When she saw the sky rising in the direction of the training ground, causing the void to seem to be distorted and filled with terrifying pressure, she did not hesitate at all, grabbed her sword Conpila and rushed out. In Garp's yard, Garp, who was startled by the collision of Conqueror's Haki, stood up suddenly. After being stunned for a few seconds, he regained his composure and said in horror, "The collision with Xia Yu conquerors. Is it Roger's conqueror's haki? How is that possible? Roger is resurrected." Before he finished speaking, he didn't care that the wounds on his body had not yet healed, and directly released terrifying energy and catapulted out on the spot. At the same time, officers at all levels of the naval headquarters and all the soldiers rushed to the same direction like a tide from all directions because of the sudden wind and thunder. The first to return to the training ground was Mahawk. But as strong as he was knocked back several steps by the terrifying shock wave the moment he approached the training ground before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, Garp, Gion, Suru, Hancock, who had released the cleansing state of the wash fruit, Junzi, and 9 and others gathered from their respective directions, all staring with wide eyes at the young marshal standing in the parade ground with a long sword in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo and others also landed in 4 directions at an open space 100 meters away from the parade ground. As soon as the 4 men landed, officers and soldiers of all levels of the naval headquarters surged in like a tide and surrounded the parade ground. "Don't come near." Suddenly, Xia Yu, holding the supreme sword, turned his head sharply and looked at the densely packed figures that were constantly gathering and surrounding the training ground. He said in a deep voice, "Get away from here immediately." Buzz. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, an even more powerful wave of destructive energy burst out from the blade again. The next second, most of the densely packed soldiers who had just approached fell down in an instant. Even powerful people like the Shichabukai and vice admirals at all levels of the headquarters felt the pressure at this time, and many of them almost suffocated on the spot. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Moria, who was standing next to Doflamingo, nearly fell to the ground because of the conqueror's sweeping attack. After taking several steps back, he didn't care about his embarrassed appearance and asked in horror, "Marshal Xia Yu is fighting against the knife in his hand." Foo. Doflamingo, who was not affected much because he released Conqueror's haki in time to protect himself, laughed his signature evil laugh. "No, Marshal Xia Yu is not fighting against the sword, but conquering it." Junzi, who had come with Hancock and Crane, stood in an open space 100 meters away from the training ground, staring intently at the supreme sword in Xia Yu's hand that was constantly releasing terrifying pressure. He said with great experience, "That sword actually stores Conqueror's haki." That is, suddenly, the pupils of Vice Admiral He, who was standing in front of Junzi and Hancock, contracted and he blurted out, "Garp, that knife." Garp, who also rushed over at the first moment, jumped to the side of the Crane Vice Admiral, staring at the supreme sword held tightly in Xia Yu's hand, and said in disbelief, "Roger's sword ace." Chapter 97, Stand Up. Deafening Thunder. 97 183rds. Chapter 97, Stand Up. Deafening Thunder. Buzz. An even more domineering and terrifying collision occurred again, accompanied by a series of deafening and dizzying explosions. The void around Xia Yu was visibly distorted, like waves on a calm lake. Then, Xia Yu, holding the knife handle, took a sudden step forward and exerted force again with the 5 fingers holding the knife handle. "Roger, you are such a troublemaker. He's still so restless even after 16 years of death. To think that such a powerful conqueror's haki is stored in this saber. But ace is a thing of the past. It is now my justice. Justice that reigns supreme." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu raised his right hand, which was holding the hilt, in front of him. His left hand, which had gathered armament haki and conqueror's haki, simultaneously rolled up the wind and thunder to grab the blade, and then quickly pulled it along the blade towards the tip like pulling a skewer. The moment Xia Yu's left hand reached the tip of the knife, the void that had been emitting low-frequency vibrations the previous second became quiet. The violent and fierce conqueror's collision came to an abrupt end, and the invisible pressure covering this area of the world disappeared silently, making everyone within 100 meters around the training ground feel relieved, and many of them sat down on the ground as if relieved. Mahawk, who arrived at the training ground first and relied on his great strength to hold on and not retreat, was no exception. As the invisible pressure like a mountain pressing down on his head disappeared, he let out a long breath and inexplicably had an absurd illusion that he had been pardoned. But none of this matters. What's more important is that the pride in his heart was once again shattered by Xia Yu's terrifying strength. Because he clearly saw Xia Yu use extremely forceful and unreasonable means to forcibly turn the tip of the supreme sword with a fox moon shape into a straight blade. Not only Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, was shocked by Xia Yu's operation, but Garp, who had forced Roger into desperate situations several times and had also joined forces with Roger to fight the enemy, almost popped his eyes out of his head when he saw Xia Yu simply and roughly change the shape of Roger's sword blade. It is no exaggeration to say that among all the people present, no one knows Roger better than him, and no one knows Roger's strength better than him. Especially Roger's sword. He almost fell down several times under its sword. However, this supreme sword that had followed Roger across the sea and defeated countless strong men under Roger's tempering was actually suppressed and subdued by Xia Yu in such a brutal, simple and rough way. Under the shocked gazes of Mahawk and Garp, Xia Yu forcefully suppressed the Conqueror's haki stored in the blade and straightened the blade through the armament haki and Conqueror's haki. Then, he suddenly turned around and quickly glanced at the officers of all levels at the headquarters and the Shichabukai present around the training ground. The next second, he raised the supreme greatsword above his head. This sword is one of the 12 supreme greatswords that disappeared 16 years ago after Roger was executed. It doesn't matter what name it had before, it is now called Justice. After a slight pause, Xia Yu suddenly took a step forward. The sword pointed at the soldiers and officers who had fainted in the collision of Conqueror's Haki, and shouted in a deep voice, "Give them all to me. Stand up." As Xia Yu's voice rang out, a majestic yet very gentle energy wave suddenly burst out, and then swept across the entire venue like a spring breeze. Then, the officers and soldiers who were unconscious due to the impact of Conqueror's Haki's collision opened their eyes one after another. When Xia Yu shouted the three words, "Stand up," the officers and soldiers who had just opened their eyes did not know what was happening, but they instinctively stood up quickly, and then stood straight with their bodies facing Xia Yu. Whether it was the officers and soldiers who had just woken up from coma or the generals such as Gion who had withstood the shock wave generated by the Conqueror's collision, they all focused their eyes on Xia Yu at this moment. Although everyone remained silent at this moment, but the fanatical gazes were filled with worship, admiration and loyalty. Like a deafening thunder, at this moment, all the Shichabukai members felt the long-lost blood boiling. The warships that entered the New World through the Holy Land, led by Admiral Gion, braved the heavy rain and rough waves and sailed into the port of the first branch of the Marine in the New World. The first branch is located near the Red Line. Since almost all of the New World is under the control of the four emperors, the Marine First Branch, backed by the Red Line, is almost the last barrier of the world government. Its security and defense responsibilities are extremely arduous and heavy, and it is always guarded by the old Vice Admiral of the headquarters. As long as the world government center at the top of the Red Line does not collapse, even if the naval headquarters holds a major meeting, the Vice Admiral and all the officers stationed here will not leave. Of course, Marine has more than just the first branch in New World. There is also the fifth branch, which is led by Vice Admiral Virgo and is closest to the four emperors' sphere of influence. To put it simply, the fifth branch is the fortress in front, and the first branch is the last line of defense of the Red Line. As for the second, third and fourth branches, they had already been completely destroyed by the continuous influx of pirates into the New World during the years when the four emperors were fighting for territory. In the heavy rain, the Vice Admiral in charge of the first branch led all the officers and soldiers of the base to stand neatly in the port wearing raincoats, and then watched the large warships slowly entering the port. Soon, the leading warship docked steadily at the shore. Gion, who was also wearing a raincoat and standing on the deck, did not hesitate at all and simply jumped down to the front of the commander of the first branch base. "Stand at attention. Salute." The soldiers standing in the rain raised their hands and saluted Gion almost at the same time after the base commander gave the order, and shouted in unison, "Loyalty. I am here on the secret order of the Marshal, so I don't want the news of my presence in the first branch to get out." Gion took a step forward and raised his hand to salute everyone like Xia Yu did. He swept away the laziness of the past few years and said with full energy, "Next, all officers and soldiers of the first branch will rotate with the soldiers and officers I brought. All officers and soldiers who have been rotated out will be assigned to new positions. They will maintain 24-hour communication with the fleet led by Admiral Sakazuki, which is on its way to Dressrosa. All intelligence personnel on missions outside will be asked to closely monitor all movements in the New World. If you find that the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates warships have left their permanent residence in the Wanokuni Sea, you must report to me immediately." Chapter 098 Crocodile, Step Out. 98 183rds. Chapter 098 Crocodile, Step Out. The next morning, the sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. The holy place, the room of power. Sengoku was leaning back against the spacious and comfortable sofa with his legs crossed leisurely, holding a box of potato chips that he had never eaten before in his arms. The crunching sound echoed clearly in every corner of the hall. Opposite him, the god of finance Azamburn, the god of law Topman, and the god of science defense Satan were either standing or sitting, their expressions looking slightly anxious. "Sengoku, could you please stop eating?" Finally, Azamburn couldn't help it. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "This is the room of power, not a place for you to eat snacks. Also, why hasn't Zephyr come yet? What's wrong with him? He's late on his first day as 5 elders." Azamburn. Sengoku picked up a potato chip and put it in his mouth, saying slowly, "Don't talk to me in your condescending tone anymore. Don't forget, I am now Sengoku, the environmental warrior god Buddha, on the same level as you." "You." Azamburn gritted his teeth and uttered a sinister sound. He was about to explode but was immediately reminded by a look from Topman who was sitting upright on the sofa, so he held it back. Although Sengoku's tone and intonation were very friendly, Sengoku was now the rotating environmental god of war, and they really couldn't use a commanding tone to deal with him anymore. After suppressing the anger in his heart, Azamburn changed the subject and asked, "Where is Zephyr, the god of farming?" "He's reclaiming the land." Sengoku turned his head to look out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze passed through Pengu Plaza and fell on a grove of artificial trees on the eastern outskirts of the square. Next to the woods, the one-armed Zephyr was directing a dozen Holy Land workers to weed and dig the ground. They were very busy and had a lot of fun. "You." After capturing Zephyr's figure, Azamburn took a deep breath again and said gloomily, "Is land reclamation more important than our meeting? Quickly notify him and ask him to come to the meeting. It must be more important than our meeting." Sengoku changed his posture and took out a potato chip and handed it to Topman. Seeing Topman waving his hand to refuse, Sengoku did not insist. He chewed the potato chip and said slowly, "Marshal Xia Yu said that he would come to the Holy Land often in the future and ask his teacher Zephyr to help reclaim a piece of land. Marshal Xia Yu also said that it is a shameful waste not to use such a vast red line for farming, especially that the artificial forest should be completely raised and planted with real plants. At this point, Sengoku immediately turned his gaze to look at Azamburn, which is more important, the land that Marshal Xia Yu wants, or this insignificant meeting. If Marshal Xia Yu came to the Holy Land and didn't see the land he wanted, he wouldn't ask Zephyr to help, but let the three of you go down to the ground and stretch your muscles. Most importantly, Zephyr is the god of agriculture. Cultivating the land and farming is the real job. How can you eat fresh fruits and vegetables if you sit in an office and attend meetings all day? Upon hearing this, Azamburn's facial muscles twitched violently. He glanced at Topman and Satan, who had not reacted from beginning to end, and turned away silently, as if he had made some kind of decision. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, outside the gate of the dormitory building where Shichabukai lives. Gion, who was standing on the roadside outside the door, nodded to an officer beside her. The officer did not hesitate at all. He took a decisive step forward, looked up at the dormitory building, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, Doflamingo, assemble." The penetrating sound was like a sudden thunder, booming in the ears of the four Shichabukai who were still sleeping, waking them up one after another. Get up, get up. Jinbei was the first to get out of bed. He didn't even bother to brush his teeth or wash his face. He put on his clothes and ran out of the dormitory as fast as he could. Then, Moria reluctantly turned over and sat up, looking around blankly. After a few brief seconds, he shuddered suddenly. He was already lying in bed with his clothes on and didn't even bother to wash up. He even jumped out of the window in an exaggerated manner. Crocodile and Doflamingo were relatively particular. They walked into the bathroom almost at the same time and brushed their teeth, washed their faces and rinsed their mouths in front of a mirror. After everything was over, Doflamingo put on the sunglasses next to him and walked out before Crocodile. Although Crocodile was not in the habit of wearing glasses, he still stood in front of the mirror and combed his slicked back hairdo. He did not walk out of the dormitory building until he was satisfied with the cigar with only a butt left in his mouth. Crocodile, 30 seconds late. As soon as Crocodile walked out of the dormitory building and stood beside Doflamingo, the officer who was responsible for picking them up for ideological transformation immediately stepped forward and shouted sternly. The marshal said that no matter who is late, they will be severely punished. Crocodile, step out. If you are late for 1 second, you will have to carry a weight of 10 kilograms. If you are late for a total of 30 seconds, you will have to carry a weight of 300 kilograms and run around the square 100 times. Destination, Marineford Square, running. As the officer finished speaking, the air suddenly became unusually quiet, and the other three Shichabukai all turned their heads to look at Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He bit the small half of the cigar in his mouth tightly, and the veins on his forehead gradually popped out. However, he finally took a deep breath and endured it. If Xia Yu's extreme pressure on Doflamingo during the Shichabukai meeting only made him feel cold, then Xia Yu's words, "Stand up," shouted with a knife in one hand last night, and the shocking scene of him waking up from his coma and standing up facing Xia Yu in silence listening to the thunder, made him completely realize the situation and acknowledge Xia Yu's qualifications as a king. It is undeniable that he has his own ambitions, but when his strength is not enough to carry out his ambitions, the best choice is to choose the right tree to roost in. For someone who can unite the naval headquarters from top to bottom and gain fanatical admiration and loyalty from officers and soldiers at all levels, it is no longer a question of whether he recognizes him or not, but whether he is qualified to be this person's subordinate. Now Xia Yu has given him the qualification and opportunity. If he misses it, what awaits him is not only death, but also the glory that has passed him by. After a brief silence, Crocodile stepped out with his head held high, and then, led by the officer, ran straight to Marineford Square. Surprisingly, the three Shichabukai standing there did not show any mockery for Crocodile compromising in front of a small officer, because they had seen the real queen last night and had the same understanding as Crocodile. "Three of you, follow me." Just then, Gion's voice came. Without waiting for the three to react, Gion turned around and walked out. Seeing this, the three of them hurried to catch up, as if they were worried that they would be forced to run with weights if they were slow. Soon, the group of three came to a training ground under the leadership of Gion. In the training grounds, Hancock, Mahawk and Junzi have already arrived. Seeing this, Jinbei, Moria and Doflamingo quickly ran over and stood in a row with them. "Where's Crocodile?" Xia Yu, who was standing at the edge of the training ground with his back against the weapons rack, looked around and asked, "Were you punished to run for being late?" "Yes." Gion nodded with a smile. "Then don't wait for him." Xia Yu stood up and walked in front of the 6 people standing in a row, and said seriously, "Today's thought reform course is very simple. I will personally teach you a set of simple and easy-to-learn exercises to cultivate your character." Without waiting for the 6 people to react, Xia Yu simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers, music. As the words fell, music sounded over Marineford, and a rich and moving broadcast was heard. "Now let's start the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Stand still, walk." Chapter 099 All members of the Don Quixote family were recruited. 99 183rds. Chapter 099 All members of the Don Quixote family were recruited. As the broadcast sounded, Gion, who was standing next to Xia Yu, immediately took a step forward and began to mark time in place following the broadcast instructions. At first, The 6 people didn't care too much, but when Gion demonstrated to them some stretching exercises and chest expansion exercises that were broadcast on the radio, the expressions on their faces gradually began to distort. The first person whose expression began to twist was naturally Mahawk, who always did his own thing and had a cold appearance. When he saw Gion following the broadcast and jumping to the 5th section of the body rotation exercise, he felt like the sky was about to fall. He's the world's #1 swordsman, and you're asking him to do all this nonsense. The 8th set of radio gymnastics. There are 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th sets before love, right? For a moment, Mahawk regretted participating in this ideological transformation. Following closely behind were the soldiers from the Knights of God who could no longer hold back. To be precise, she lost her mind before Mahawk did, because when she saw Gion jumping to the 3rd kicking exercise, her eyes widened and she pulled her cloak reflexively. She is obviously not a Shichabukai, so why did Xiau Yu call her here? The most important thing is, if she had known what kind of radio gymnastics it was, she should have changed her outfit. When she thought about the dancing and kicking exercises she would be doing later while only wearing a pair of super short pants, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jinbei's eyes were dull, as if he was asking himself, who am I and where am I? Moriya's concerns were a little different. Radio gymnastics and the like were not important. From the moment he bowed to Xiau Yu, he had decided to be loyal to Xiau Yu, so no matter what Xiau Yu asked him to do, he would cooperate. However, he is fat, so it might be difficult for him to do this set of radio gymnastics which seems simple but is actually very simple. Doflamingo didn't react much, his mouth just twitched wildly. The most serious one is only Hancock. It was her first time seeing this kind of radio gymnastics and she looked focused and serious. Soon, the 8th set of radio gymnastics demonstration out of a total of 8 sessions ended. Seeing all the reactions of the 6 people, Xiau Yu suppressed a smile, and his expression was as serious as ever. You are all famous people in the Grand Line, I believe you should have memorized the movements. However, don't underestimate this set of radio gymnastics. Although the movements are simple, the simpler the things, the more difficult it is to do them. What you need to do now is to give up your previous identity and so-called reputation, and start from scratch to reverse your life. At this point, Xiau Yu clapped his hands, and the emotional voice that made the 6 people collapse was heard again on the radio. Although they were reluctant, the 6 of them cooperated and followed the broadcast instructions and began to mark time under the leadership of Gion. At the same time, having completed his punishment, Crocodile headed straight to the training ground under the leadership of the officer. Crocodile saw Mahawk and others standing in a row and doing some strange movements on the parade ground from afar. He didn't take it seriously at first, but as the distance between them kept shortening and he saw the 6 people's desperate expressions, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Cough. After decisively stopping and letting the officer in front of him stop with a dry cough, Crocodile said seriously, did I just run 100 laps? The officer blinked blankly. He should have finished running. No, not at all. Crocodile looked at the officer who turned around with a serious expression and said firmly, you must have counted wrong. I should have run 10 laps less. Before the officer could react, Crocodile continued, you don't want to be punished for not supervising properly, do you? I'm going to go back now and run another 20 laps. No, I'm going to start from the beginning. I counted correctly. The officer shook his head. Rules are rules. If they say you should run 100 laps, you should run 100 laps. Hurry up and do the 8th set of radio gymnastics with them. This is an exercise invented by the marshal when he was a captain. Almost everyone in this unit knows how to do it. It's very simple, much easier than running in the square with weights. Hearing this, Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly. Is he worried that he won't be able to learn it? Is he worried about whether it is easy or not? That set of gymnastics is just too childish. After all, he is the president of Baroque Works, Sir Crocodile who once challenged the world's strongest man Whitebeard. It would be better to ask him to run from morning to night with 1,000 pounds of weight than to ask him to do this radio show. Although he thought so in his heart, Crocodile knew that he could not avoid this hurdle, so he gritted his teeth and followed the officer to the parade ground. As Crocodile walked into the training ground, the Den Den Mushi in Xiau Yu's arms suddenly rang. Marshal Xiau Yu, I am Akainu. Sakazuki's deep voice came from the Den Den Mushi, all members of the Don Quixote family have been recruited by me. Xiau Yu nodded. Very good, send a warship to send them to the headquarters immediately. If they stay in Dressrosa, there will be chaos. After that, Xiau Yu told Sakazuki some more things and ended the call. After that, he immediately looked up at Doflamingo who was hunched over while doing the 7th section of the jumping exercise, and said with a smile, Doflamingo, can't you just stand up straight? Doflamingo didn't respond, and followed the broadcast to perform the 7th quarter jumping exercise with a sense of, come and hit me. It's not that he doesn't want to stand up straight, but that he can't straighten his hunched back. However, perhaps because he was worried that Xiau Yu would single him out as an example, he still tried his best to straighten his hunchback. Seeing this, Xiau Yu shook the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Good news from Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family members are very cooperative with Sakazuki's work. You can rest assured to receive the transformation here. Before she finished speaking, Xiau Yu immediately followed the broadcast and shouted, 8th section finishing exercise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, go go go. Just as the 8th period of cleanup was over, the Den Den Mushi rang again. Marshal, I'm Flying Squirrel. I've brought all the members of Baroque Works onto the warship and will be heading back to headquarters immediately. Shortly after ending the call with the flying squirrel, Stalo Berry, who was responsible for heading to the Devil's Triangle, successfully brought all of Moria's subordinates on board the warship and was already on the way back. Just like that, a morning passed quietly with the repetitive broadcast of Channel 8 and Xiao Yu's occasional phone calls. As Xiao Yu said, "That's enough for today, disband right here." Mahawk, Crocodile and Doflamingo disappeared almost at the same time, while Jinbei, Moria and Junzi stood there with their heads lowered as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Hancock obviously hadn't finished yet. He held his face in his hands and walked quickly to Xiao Yu, saying excitedly, "Xiao Yu, did I dance well just now? If you like this set of radio gymnastics, I can still dance." Hearing this, Jinbei and Moria looked up almost at the same time, and then disappeared in a flash. Junzi also lost his temper at this point, gave Hancock a look that said, "Hopelessly in love," and left decisively. Chapter 100 This is the Romance of a Swordsman. 183rds. Chapter 100 This is the Romance of a Swordsman. Xiao Yu certainly doesn't like the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Even if Hancock, the world's most beautiful girl, performed it for him to see, he wouldn't be able to appreciate it. You know, before he traveled through time, when he was in junior high and high school, every time he heard the music from Channel 8 on the school radio, his head would buzz. Especially during morning exercises, he would try to avoid them if he could, and if he couldn't, he would stand in the middle of the classmates' line and think about life. It was because he had experienced the 8th set of radio gymnastics that he let the Shichabukai also experience it. Because there was still some time before lunch, Xiao Yu did not go home, but went straight to the marshal's office on the top floor of the headquarters building. Xiao Yu had just walked into the office and hadn't had time to sit down when Mahawk followed in at full speed. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to respond, Mahawk went straight to the point and said, "Xiao Yu, I want to quit. You can let me continue to participate, but I can't do the 8th set of radio gymnastics." Xiao Yu, standing in front of the desk, blinked and asked, "Is it difficult?" "Can't learn it. It's not a question of whether it's difficult to learn or not." Mahawk waved his hand and continued, "But I can't accept it." "Don't get excited, don't get excited." Xiao Yu took out a bag of walnuts from the drawer, walked to the coffee table and sat down, then said, "Sit down and eat a few walnuts first, and chat while you eat." After saying that, Xiao Yu took out a few walnuts and placed them on the coffee table. He looked around and found that there was no tool that could be used to crack the walnuts. He immediately stood up and walked to the right wall, took down the supreme big knife hanging on the wall, and then raised the back of the knife and smashed the walnuts cleanly. Hey, is that the supreme sword you conquered that you are holding?" Seeing Xiao Yu actually using the supreme sword to smash walnuts, Mahawk's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he quickly walked to the coffee table and said excitedly, "As a swordsman, how can you use a saber to smash walnuts? This is disrespectful to the sword. Look how anxious you are." Xiao Yu picked up the cracked walnuts, took out the walnut kernels and threw them into his mouth, saying nonchalantly, "For you, the sword may be your second life, but for me, the sword is just a tool." "Mahawk, do you know why you haven't made much progress in swordsmanship? It's because you rely too much on having a sword in your hand, and you regard the sword as more important than anything else. Your understanding of the way of the sword is still at the elementary stage, and you are only qualified to cross the threshold to see me. In my opinion, if you have a sword in your heart, everything can be transformed into a sword. This is the ultimate secret of the sword." Mahawk's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Xiao Yu, forgetting the incident of Xiao Yu smashing walnuts with the supreme big sharp knife, and said thoughtfully, "If there is a sword in the heart, everything can be turned into a sword." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. "This is the romance of a swordsman. Go figure it out on your own. You don't have to participate in ideological transformation, but you must teach those swordsman officers who are clamoring to kill you." Mahawk's eyes lit up when he heard that he no longer had to participate in ideological reform. However, he did not show it too obviously. He walked straight to Xiao Yu and sat down. He picked up a few walnuts and crushed them, as if showing off to Xiao Yu, and placed the walnut shells on the coffee table closer to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pretended not to see it and continued to pick up the supreme sword and smash it. Seeing this, although Mahawk agreed with Xiao Yu's ultimate secret theory of kendo, he still couldn't help but tense up. You know, the sword Xiao Yu used to crack the walnuts was the supreme sword that once followed Pirates King Roger to gallop on the Grand Line. Although the Conqueror's hockey stored in it by Roger was suppressed by Xiao Yu, and the aura of the previous owner remaining in the blade was wiped out completely as Xiao Yu straightened the blade, it is still an unparalleled sword after all. You know, many sword masters cannot master the supreme sword in their entire lives, that is why the 12 techniques of the supreme sword are regarded as treasures by all swordsmen, but in Xiao Yu's hands, it is just a tool. Don't feel bad. As if knowing what Mahawk was thinking, Xiao Yu said calmly, let alone the late Roger's saber, whether it's Whitebeard's Kusakumo Kiri, Shanks's Griffin, Kaido's 8 precepts, and the other 12 and 21 tools, they will gradually be hung on the wall of this office. Hearing this, Mahawk instinctively thought of protecting his supreme sword. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Then, Gion quickly walked up to Xiao Yu and said solemnly, Marshal. What happened? Xiao Yu picked up 2 walnuts and continued, it's okay to say it. Mahawk is not an outsider. He is now the sword instructor of our headquarters. Hearing this, Gion no longer hesitated and went straight to the point. Just now, East Blue sent back a message that Colonel Stock, who was assigned to the 16th branch as the base commander, was ambushed by the dragon pirates while clearing out the pirates in the waters under his jurisdiction. At this point, Gion paused for a moment, his eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Xia Yu again, and said softly, "All officers and soldiers on the ship, no one survived." Snap! The sound of walnuts being crushed was heard suddenly, and the 2 walnuts held in Xia Yu's hand turned into powder and fell out from the gaps between his fingers. As the walnut in Xia Yu's hand turned into powder, the office suddenly fell into a depressing silence. Mahawk and Gion did not dare to make a sound at this time. Especially Gion, because she knew Xia Yu very well and knew that Xia Yu was very, very good to his subordinates, especially the veteran subordinates who had been following Xia Yu over the years, and treated them as family members and brothers. And Colonel Stalker happened to be one of them. After dozens of seconds of silence, Xia Yu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door without saying a word. After walking a few steps, Xia Yu turned back as if he had forgotten something, and said in a hoarse voice, "Gion. I seem to have lost something, please help me find it." Hearing this, Gion quickly picked up the supreme sword, Justice, which was on the coffee table and held it in his arms. Yes, my knife." Xia Yu nodded, her voice still hoarse, "Let's go to East Blue. Shichabukai dormitory building." Doflamingo carried the lunch box he got back from the cafeteria, and pushed open the dormitory door with a ruthless step, speaking with a hint of excitement. "I heard a piece of news in the cafeteria. Colonel Stock of East Blue 16 was attacked by the dragon pirates during the operation to eliminate the pirates. All officers and soldiers, including Colonel Stock, were killed." Before he finished speaking, he immediately swept his eyes from Crocodile and Moria to Jinbei. "Jinbei, if I remember correctly, you have a shark-like fishman subordinate named Arlong, right? Unfortunately, the captain of the dragon pirates is named Arlong, also a shark-like fishman. Oh, by the way, I also heard that this Colonel Stock was not only sent to East Blue by Marshal Xia Yu himself, but was also one of the earlier officers who followed Marshal Xia Yu. What do you think Marshal Xia Yu will do when he hears this news?" Chapter 101. Using Marine Blood for Sacrifice. Ignorance is not an obstacle to survival. 101 183rds. Chapter 101. Using Marine Blood for Sacrifice. Ignorance is not an obstacle to survival. East Blue, Logue Town Base. Damn it, dragon pirates. After receiving the news that Colonel Stock's entire ship was attacked by the dragon pirates and no one survived, Smoker, the highest commander of the Logue Town Base, walked out of his office angrily with 2 cigars in his mouth and ordered his adjutant Tashigi, who was following him, "Gather all officers and soldiers of the base to go to Kokosia village immediately." Yes, Tashigi didn't dare to delay and turned around and ran out. Soon, all the officers and soldiers of the base came to the base square as quickly as possible after hearing the order, and then followed Smoker and Tashigi to board the deck as quickly as possible. As soon as he arrived on the deck, Smoker looked solemnly at his subordinate standing in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Colonel Stock was sent to East Blue by Marshal Xia Yu himself. His sacrifice will definitely shock the entire headquarters. There is only one thing we need to do, capture the entire Dragon Pirates group and escort them to the headquarters. Everyone, destination, Kokosia village, let's go." Yes, all the officers and soldiers saluted at the same time, and then quickly dispersed to their respective posts. At the same time, the 153 Marine branch in East Blue Shields town was also ready to go. Monka, who was promoted to colonel of the 153 branch by Xia Yu, stood majestically in front of a group of officers and soldiers holding a huge axe. "I only have one thing to say. If we don't kill the dragon pirates today, it will be the time for us to be loyal to Lord Xia Yu." After a slight pause, Monka suddenly took a step forward and raised his voice. "The dragon pirates are a group of fishmen who came from the Grand Line. They have been entrenched in Kokosia village for many years. They have been colluding with Colonel Mouse of Branch 16. Lord Xia Yu is very observant and personally sent Colonel Stock from the headquarters to clean up the corruption within the Marine, and also to purge the pirates of East Blue. Now that Colonel Stock has been attacked and killed by the Fishman pirates, what should we do?" As soon as these words came out, all the officers and soldiers present took a step forward and shouted in unison, "Revenge for Colonel Stalker. Kill, 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 comma comma, comma comma." The sea area under the jurisdiction of the 16th branch, Kokosia village. In a huge building built by the sea, a group of Fishman pirates from the Grand Line kept emerging from the open-air swimming pool connected to the sea. The first one to emerge from the swimming pool and walk to the chair at the top of the pool and sit down was Arlong, the captain of the Dragon Pirates. He was once a member of the Sun Pirates, but was defeated by Borsellino, who was then the Vice Admiral, for attacking a warship and was imprisoned in the underwater prison Impel Down. However, he was soon pardoned when Jinbei, then captain of the Sun Pirates, became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After being released from prison, Arlong had a disagreement with Jinbei, so he took a group of Fishman pirates and left the Sun Pirates to come to East Blue, with the ambition to build an empire in East Blue. Soon after arriving in East Blue, the Dragon Pirates quickly rose under his leadership, and after reaching a cooperation agreement with the 16th branch Mouse Colonel, they quickly took control of a dozen or 20 villages around, ruling these villagers with a high-pressure policy and forcing the villagers to pay money to survive. Once anyone can't pay, he will kill them without hesitation. It was because of his various evil deeds in East Blue that he was offered a reward of 20 million Baileys, making him the pirates with the highest bounty in East Blue. However, all this changed with the arrival of Colonel Stoker, who came from naval headquarters to serve as the colonel of the 16th branch, cleaned up the corruption in the branch marine with thunderous means, and even executed the former Colonel Rat without trial. After that, Colonel Stoke began to attack from all sides and carried out thunderous sweeps against the pirates in the waters under his jurisdiction. Because of Colonel Stoke's arrival, several villages controlled by the dragon pirates sent representatives to the 16th branch to complain. Upon learning that a group of evil dragon pirates was entrenched in the village of Kokosia, controlling more than a dozen surrounding villages and treating human lives as worthless, Colonel Stock immediately led the warships out of the 16th branch base. However, Colonel Stoker would never have imagined that as early as when he executed the rats, some officers from the 16th branch that had not yet been liquidated had immediately notified the dragon pirates. Arlong, who received the notice, made preparations in advance and sent people to lurk on the seabed of the waters of Kokosia village. He successfully killed Colonel Stoker by surprise at sea. Scary ha ha ha. As soon as he sat on the chair in the dragon paradise, Arlong laughed evilly. What a bunch of ignorant humans, Marine. They are just a bunch of lowly humans. At this moment, the pirates' leader jumped out of the swimming pool and stood beside Arlong. Chirp, a cadre of the dragon pirates, the Kissing Murloc, with a bounty of 5.5 million berries. Ju, who came to Arlong's side, pouted and looked disdainful. How dare you challenge us in this area of the sea? You don't know how to live or die. Arlong, we must prepare for the upcoming battle. An octopus with 6 arms just climbed out of the swimming pool and said with a worried look on his face, I heard from a marine soldier I killed that Colonel Stock was sent by the naval headquarters himself. Once the naval headquarters knows about this, they will definitely send a new colonel over. Little 8, Octopus Fishman, one of the leaders of the dragon pirates. Before Arlong could react, one of the fishmen pirates surfaced. Brother Arlong, I think we should go to branch 16 and wait. It's not a good idea to keep going like this. We should negotiate with them. If the new colonel is the same as Colonel Mouse, we can continue to share the rent and make money. Kruby, a cartilaginous fishman, a cadre of the dragon pirates, with a bounty of 9 million berries. Arlong was about to speak when his eyes suddenly froze and he looked up at the sea ahead. In the distant sea, 2 warships were seen approaching the waters of Kokosia village rapidly from different directions. After a while, the 2 warships met in the waters of Kokosia. So soon, Ju, who was the first to stand beside Arlong, also saw the warships appearing on the sea at this time. He took a step forward and said with murderous intent, what a bunch of stupid humans, don't they know that we are invincible at sea? Brother Arlong, looking at the warship that entered the Kokosia Sea and headed straight for Kokosia village, Kruby walked quickly to the edge of the swimming pool and asked in a serious tone, do you need to negotiate? No, Arlong stood up suddenly, grinning bloodthirstily, let's kill them all in one go. Yeah, as soon as Arlong finished speaking, the members of the dragon pirates who gathered around Arlong and his companions made excited noises. Get ready for battle, ahahaha, stupid marine, I'm going to use them for a blood sacrifice. Chapter 102 The Marshal is here, East Blue is in big trouble. 102 183rds. Chapter 102 The Marshal is here, East Blue is in big trouble. Calm Belt. Several warships departing from the naval headquarters traveled in parallel, silently passing through the Calm Belt waters where various sea kings gathered, and moved at a constant speed towards the East Blue. Soon, the warships sailed out of the Calm Belt and then suddenly accelerated into the East Blue. The moment we entered East Blue, the sea breeze blew towards us, creating huge waves and also fluttering the seagull flags above the warships, making fluttering sounds. As these warships sped through the East Blue waters, the news that the naval headquarters fleet had entered the East Blue quickly spread back to Logue Town. Located near the entrance of the Grand Line, Logue Town is known as the town of the beginning and the end, and is a red light district where good and bad people mix. A group of gang members, led by a young man with a grass-green coxcomb on his head, rushed aggressively towards a bar not far ahead. Boss Bartolomeo, do we really have to go grab the territory now? A bad boy following the coxcomb-haired boy looked around and said with a worried look on his face, why don't we do it at night? Although the sheriff is our man, the new chief in Logue Town won't allow us to be so presumptuous. I heard that guy is from the naval headquarters and is a demon fruit power. Not to mention us gangsters, since he came to Logue Town, many pirates dare not show their faces in Logue Town easily. Hey ha ha ha, don't worry. The young man with a grass-green coxcomb named Bartolomeo waved his hand and said enthusiastically, Colonel Smoker is leading the warships out to sea to catch pirates. Now is the best time for us to kill the enemy and seize their territory. Guys, cheer up and seize the territory before Colonel Smoker returns to Logue Town. Boss Bartolomeo, don't worry, we will win. Go. Following Bartolomeo's roar, a group of bad boys suddenly accelerated and rushed towards a bar opposite like a tide, holding various weapons. Before Bartolomeo and his group could rush into the bar, the door of the bar suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, a group of vicious pirates rushed out of the door in panic and collided with Bartolomeo and others who were standing in front of them. The leading pirate decisively pulled out his gun and pointed it at the head of the bad boy he bumped into, saying with a fierce expression, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Captain, who are you talking to? As soon as pirates finished speaking, an anxious voice came from the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Don't waste time, something big is bound to happen in East Blue. A merchant ship just docked sent a message that they saw a fleet passing through the calm belt, led by the new Marine Marshal Xia Yu who previously lived broadcast the public execution of Whitebeard II. The captain's face changed drastically. Damn it, why would the Marine Marshal come to East Blue in person? Captain, are you really not aware or are you pretending not to know? The damned dragon pirates in Kokosia village attacked the Marine Colonel of the 16th branch. Rumor has it that this colonel is a direct descendant of the new Marine Marshal. Let's run away, Captain. The East Blue is going to cause a huge wave. According to the news from the caravan, not only did the Marine Marshal come to East Blue in person, but he was also accompanied by a new admiral and several vice admirals. If they were only going to deal with the dragon pirates, there would be no need to mobilize such a large force. There is only one explanation for them to mobilize such a large force. They will launch a crazy revenge on the East Blue Sea, and all the pirates may be affected. Hearing this, Captain Pirates, who had a gun pointed at the bad boy's head, dared not waste any more time. Not wanting to be held back by these Logue Town gangsters, he decisively took out a bag of Baileys and threw it at Bartolomeo's feet, then turned and ran. Bartolomeo blinked, somewhat bewildered, and said blankly, "What's going on? Lousy is so famous now. He actually scared the pirates into paying for their lives. Ha 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 ha, I really have the potential to be the boss of Logue Town." At the same time, East Blue's famous sea restaurant Barati. There was suddenly a burst of noise in the originally quiet restaurant. Immediately afterwards, some guests put down their bowls, chopsticks and wine glasses, stood up and ran out of the restaurant and onto the deck. What happened? What's going on? Why are there so many warships suddenly in this sea area? Wait, that's, the guy standing on the deck of the leading warship looks so familiar. What memory do you have? He is the new Marine Marshal Xia Yu who spoke to the camera during the public execution of Whitebeard II at the naval headquarters. So majestic, so handsome. Can I go on a date with him? His handsomeness is his least noteworthy quality. He became a marshal at such a young age. He is truly a role model for our generation. Why did the marshal of the naval headquarters suddenly come to East Blue? Not only the Marine Marshal, do you see the female officer standing next to him? She's wearing the Admiral of Headquarters coat. Oh my goodness, the Marine Admiral is here too. No, I remember there were only 3 admirals in the naval headquarters, and they all seemed to be men. I don't know about that, but she was definitely wearing an admiral coat, and the people around her were all naval headquarters vice admirals. Such a big event. Has something big happened in East Blue? They even had the marshal, admiral and so many vice admirals come in person. More and more restaurant guests left their tables and stood on the deck or crowded in front of the windows. With various discussions one after another, everyone's eyes were looking in the same direction. In the sea 100 meters away from the offshore restaurant, several warships came in a fan-shaped procession. On the deck of a huge warship, Xia Yu stood at the bow wearing a marshal's coat, his eyes were sharp, and his murderous intent was quietly released inadvertently. Even though they were 100 meters apart, all the restaurant guests and the chefs standing in the kitchen corridor still felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Old Man Zeph. In the kitchen corridor, a boy who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with blonde hair and eyebrows curled in a clockwise spiral, looked at the huge warship that was coming and passing in front of the sea restaurant. He stopped his eyes on the young marshal standing on the bow and asked curiously, "Is he the naval headquarters Marshal Xia Yu who publicly executed Whitebeard II through live broadcast and made Shichabukai surrender? How impressive, even more impressive than what you see in the newspapers." After saying that, the boy immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the chef and owner of the sea restaurant, Zeph, who was standing next to him with his 2 golden beards tied into a braid and a very tall chef hat on his head. Zapu, wearing a very tall chef's hat, nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the huge warship passing in front of the sea restaurant. He said solemnly, how can he not be impressive? He dared to launch a mutiny and ascend to the position of marshal in his 20s, and even forced the Holy Land to sign the Treaty of Mariajoy. Looking around the world, even if we go back another 500 years, there is only one person like him. Suddenly, Xia Yu, who was standing on the deck of the leading warship, turned his head to glance at the restaurant on the sea after the warship passed by the restaurant on the sea, and his sharp eyes swept directly towards Zapu and the young Sanji. With just one glance, Zapu felt a chill in his heart that went straight to the top of his head, making him shiver uncontrollably. At the same time, he instinctively withdrew his gaze and dared not look at the warship again. It was not until the warship was far away that Zeph raised his head again and said with lingering fear, "Hockey is exposed. East Blue, we are in big trouble." Chapter 103 Mahawk volunteers to fight, leaving no one behind. 103 183rds. Chapter 103 Mahawk volunteers to fight, leaving no one behind. At the same time, on the deck of the warship that continued to speed forward after passing by the restaurant at sea, Gion, wearing an admiral coat, walked quickly to Xia Yu with a Den Den Mushi in his hand, bowed slightly and said, "Marshal, I just received news that Colonel Smoker and Colonel Monk are simultaneously encircling the Dragon Pirates. The battle has now ended and all members of the Dragon Pirates are under control. Report." Without waiting for Xia Yu to respond, Ain, wearing a vice admiral coat, quickly walked over and said, "Pirate ships have been spotted in the sea ahead. There are a large number of them, at least 30. Xia Yu looked sideways at Ian in surprise. 30 pirate ships. Ian took out a stack of East Blue Pirates information that had been registered but not yet captured, and flipped open a page before saying, judging from their pirates' flag, they are the largest pirates force in East Blue, called the Creek Pirates. They have evaded the Marines, pursued several times over the years, and have been expanding their crews along the way. Now, the Creek Pirates have more than 3,000 recorded crew members. 3,000 people. Xia Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a deep voice, all warships speed up and run over. No need to bother. Just then, a voice came from the cabin. Then, Mahawk stepped out with a great sword on his back. How can we let the Marshal go out to deal with these pirates? Leave them to me. As he spoke, Mahawk had already arrived in front of Xia Yu. He paused for a moment and then asked, capture them, or kill them all. There was no emotion in Xia Yu's words, don't leave anyone behind. Mahawk was stunned, that's 3,000 people. Seeing Xia Yu didn't respond, Mahawk nodded slightly, I understand. Before he could finish his words, Mahawk leapt and disappeared on the deck. The next second, a coffin-shaped boat that followed the warship flashed out from the right side of the warship and rushed towards the sea ahead at an astonishing speed. No one on the warship deck, including Gion, showed any surprise because of Xia Yu's order to kill all the pirates appearing in the sea ahead. All of them stood upright behind Xia Yu, looking forward with calm expressions. If it were in the past, they might have advised them, because the Marine is a righteous army, and the most heinous crimes should be executed, but not all pirates have committed capital crimes, especially those who were forced to become pirates. After arresting them, putting them in jail and educating them, if they show the intention to mend their ways, they can be given a chance to start over. But the situation is different now. Colonel Stock's sacrifice means that all the pirates in the East Blue area will be subjected to thunderous suppression and purge from the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. The most important thing is that since following Xia Yu, they have all clearly realized one problem. Being kind to the pirates is being cruel to the Marines and the lower-class civilians who are powerless to fight against the pirates. The former Admiral Zephyr could relate to this the most. Zephyr, who used to be an admiral, had a nickname, which was, the Do Not Kill Admiral. No matter how heinous the pirates were, he would just capture them and not kill them. But the result was that not only did his wife and children die at the hands of the pirates, but an entire ship of trainee officers also died at sea a few years ago. As one of the only two survivors of the training ship, Ian naturally agreed with Marshal Xia Yu's point of view. Putting aside the fact that Xia Yu publicly executed the pirates who attacked the training ship as soon as he took office as Marshal, the idea proposed by Xia Yu alone was worth her lifelong pursuit. The warships did not slow down because Mahawk rushed out alone. Not only that, they all accelerated after Mahawk sped away. Inside the mothership cabin where Xia Yu is. Foo. Hawkeye is totally thinking of himself as a Marine. Doflamingo laughed so hard that Jinbei went crazy. He looked at Jinbei who was sitting alone in the corner and gloated, Jinbei, did you hear that? All the members of the Dragon Pirates have been controlled. If you don't show your support now, you might be implicated when we get to Kokosia village. Hurry up and join forces with Mahawk to kill the pirates that appear on the opposite side. It would be best if we kill more than Mahawk to reduce Marshal Xia Yu's anger. Buzz. Suddenly, a dizzying sound came from far away and swept across the warship in an instant, making the several Shichabukai in the cabin quiet down. What's going on? After a brief silence, Doflamingo suddenly looked up, then put his hands on his hips and walked out of the cabin quickly. When several other Shichabukai also came to the deck, the scene that appeared on the sea ahead suddenly made them open their eyes wide in surprise. On the sea surface hundreds of meters in front of the warship, a dazzling sword energy bloomed in the air, and then it cut a visible gully on the sea surface as if the world was created, instantly cutting off the several pirates' ships blocking the way. With the screams coming one after another, the densely packed pirates fell to the sea like dumplings from the severed pirate ship. Before the few people who had just walked out of the cabin and onto the deck could react, another dazzling sword energy shook the void, slashing down from the air like a divine punishment. In an instant, a roar resounded through the sky, and flames rose up. In the billowing smoke, all kinds of screams intertwined together, and finally converged into a tragic song of death that lasted for a long time over this sea area. When the warship entered this sea area, the sea was already in a mess. The pirates had to abandon their ship and jump into the sea to escape because their ship was cut off. While they were screaming on the sea, their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Damn it, what's going on? Who is that person? Why did he attack us just because we disagreed with him? Help me, someone save me, my body has been cut into pieces. I'm dying. Wow, is that guy a devil? He actually cut off all our pirate ships. How terrifying. Hey, the Marines' warship is coming. It is not known who first discovered the approaching warship, but the moment they saw the warship entering the sea, the pirates floating on the sea turned around and shouted for help at the warship as if they had seen a savior. Marine, come and save us, we surrender. Yes, we turn ourselves in. Woo, take us away quickly. Marine Sama, we were wrong. We will never be pirates again. Help. Amid the cries and wails for help, some pirates floating on the sea scrambled to swim towards the warship, hoping to be rescued by the Marine as soon as possible. But, just as the warships were entering this sea area, a group of fully armed soldiers suddenly emerged from the decks of all the warships, and they aimed their guns at the pirates on the sea with a chilling coldness. The next second, intensive gunfire suddenly rang out. Chapter 104 Mahawk. I don't need a reason to kill you. 104 183rds. Chapter 104 Mahawk, I don't need a reason to kill you. As the warships passed through this sea that had turned into a sea of blood, no pirates could make any noise on the sea. At the same time, on the sea not far in front of the warship, on the deck of a huge ship that fled in panic but was eventually caught up and cut off by Mahawk, Mahawk was holding a black knife in front of a mighty man in golden armor. The mighty man knelt on the ground with a shocking wound on his body. The gushing blood dyed his armor shiny black. War, the admiral of the Creek pirates, a captain of a pirate ship who thinks he is invincible, is arrogant, ruthless and despicable. Over the years, he has long occupied the position of overlord in East Blue through continuous expansion and looting of towns and villages wherever he goes. However, Krieg was no longer majestic at this time. He knelt on his knees in front of Mahawk. Under the invisible and majestic pressure from Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, his eyes were full of despair and fear. Dracul Mahawk, a seriously injured man lying next to Krieg, struggled to stand up on the deck. He looked around with a gray and blue striped turban on his head. After seeing that there was no intact pirate's ship on the sea, his dark-rimmed eyes flashed with deep despair. As the world's #1 swordsman, we shouldn't be worth your attack, right? Why did you suddenly attack us? The Ghost Agent, the chief combat captain of the Creek pirates, is the second in command of the Creek pirates. He is absolutely loyal to Krieg. As long as it is Krieg's order, he will ruthlessly kill even the powerless civilians standing in front of him. However, even though he had a resounding name in East Blue, when facing the world's greatest swordsman, he didn't even have a chance to attack. He was directly hit by a world wave that was not aimed at him, and then fell to the ground seriously injured. Under the sword of the world's greatest swordsman, they are all ants. Mahawk glanced sideways at the Ghost Agent who was struggling to stand up, and said expressionlessly, I don't need a reason to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mahawk raised his supreme sword and chopped it down at Krieg with great force. The black knife slashed down, and blood rose up. Krieg, who had dominated East Blue for many years, fell. At this moment, the warship Xia Yu was on quickly approached. When passing by the severed mothership of the Creek pirates, except for Shichabukai on the deck who glanced sideways, all the marine commanders did not turn their heads, as if the destroyed Creek pirates did not exist at all. They stood neatly behind Xia Yu and looked into the distance with their young commander, all looking towards the direction of Kokosia village. Seeing this, Mahawk bowed his head slightly towards Xia Yu who was standing at the bow and looking forward. Then he killed a Jin with a backhanded knife, and then jumped onto the coffin boat without any delay, following the galloping warship. At the same time, in the village of Kokosia, Colonel Smoker and Monka suddenly led their warships to engage in a fierce battle with the dragon pirates. The villagers of Kokosia were alarmed by the sudden battle, and they ran out of their homes like frightened rabbits and gathered in a square in the village. Finally, a marine has come to attack Arlong's group. Woo woo woo, come on, Marine Sama, please make sure to capture all of Arlong's gang. Don't shout, I heard that a warship led by a marine officer was attacked by Arlong's gang and the entire army was wiped out. If you can't kill the marine now, Arlong's gang will definitely capture and kill you first. Gion, do you know where these marines come from? Yes, Gion, you are the sheriff of our village, you should know these marines, right? How should I know? In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a small windmill on his head and scars all over his face looked nervously at the dragon park built by Arlong and his group by the sea, and said anxiously, now is not the time to worry about the outcome of the battle. Nami is in the dragon park now. If she is affected by the battle, Gion, the resident police officer of Kokosia village, was brutally beaten by Arlong's gang a few years ago when they suddenly came to Kokosia village in order to protect the single mother Belmir and her adopted daughters Nami and Nohigo in the village. He was left with permanent hideous wounds on his face and body. Gion. At this moment, a 14 or 15-year-old girl with short blue hair ran into the square from outside the village, pushed through the crowd and came to Gion, saying excitedly, the battle is over, Arlong and his gang are controlled by Marine, let's go and rescue Nami. Nochigao, a villager of Kokosia village, had his adoptive mother tragically killed by Arlong's gun. Since then, he has been dependent on his non-blood related sister Nami. Real. Gion was a little bit incredulous and said, Arlong and his gang, were they really caught? Yes, Nohigo cried with joy and nodded vigorously, I saw it with my own eyes. I also heard 2 of the Marines say that their marshal would arrive at Kokosia village soon. What? Gion's eyes suddenly widened, and he got goosebumps because of the sudden news. Marshal Marine is going to visit Kokosia village in person. How is this possible? Quote, really, Gion, those 2 Marines said it themselves. Very good. Gion was so excited that tears were streaming down his face. It's actually Marshal Marine himself. Kokosia village is saved. Gion, why are you crying? Nochigao obviously couldn't understand Gion's feelings, and said anxiously, let's go find Nami quickly. If we go too late, Marine may mistake her for Arlong's gang and capture her. As if he didn't hear what Nohigo said, Gion turned around excitedly and looked towards the sea, muttering, Marshal Marine is here in person. Marshal Marine is here in person. As he spoke, Gion could no longer suppress his emotions, as if he had seen the coming of a savior. He knelt down on his knees facing the sea and couldn't help but burst into tears. It's not that he's being pretentious. Instead, as the resident sheriff of Kokosia village, he has not stopped quietly seeking help from Marines outside the 16th branch over the years, and even wrote down everything that happened here and took it to the naval headquarters on the Grand Line as a trustee, hoping that the Marine would show up in time to save the villagers who were under the high-pressure rule of Arlong and his gang. But to this day, no matter he went to other Marine bases for help or sent letters to the naval headquarters, there was no response, which made him completely lose faith in the so-called justice of the Marine. It wasn't until he saw in the newspaper that a new marshal appeared at the naval headquarters that he rekindled his hope. After learning from the news that the new marshal was once a responsive naval headquarters vice admiral, he decisively began to plan in secret, preparing to tell the young naval headquarters marshal everything that happened in Kokosia village. But before he could figure out how to get rid of Arlong and his gang and spread the news, the new Marine marshal had already come to East Blue and was about to arrive at Kokosia village. Even if a rear admiral or a righteous colonel appeared at this moment, he would be moved to tears, not to mention the marshal of our headquarters. You know, the naval headquarters marshal is a big shot that countless people will never see in their lifetime. He is the powerful figure in charge of the naval headquarters and all Marine bases around the world. Such a big shot who can make the whole world tremble with just a stomp of his foot actually came to a humble little village like Kokosia. How could a Gion not be excited? Most importantly, the presence of the naval headquarters marshal means that not only the Kokosia village, but the entire East Blue will be shrouded in the light of justice in the future. Chapter 105 Monka. Don't let go of the earthworms in the Dragon Park, dig them all out and crush them. 105 183rds. Chapter 105 Monka. Don't let go of the earthworms in the Dragon Park, dig them all out and crush them. Dragon Paradise. The members of the pirates were tied up and knelt neatly in the yard next to the swimming pool. Although they were all injured to varying degrees and their hands and feet were bound with shackles, they did not beg for mercy. Instead, they all looked up and glared at Colonel Smoker and Colonel Monka who were standing opposite them. The burly Monka carried an axe stained with bloodline on his shoulder, and majestically stepped on Arlong, who had his hands handcuffed behind his back. Although he had several shocking wounds on his body, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he looked fanatical and a little excited. Whenever Arlong moved, the axe on his shoulder would fall heavily and hit Arlong with the back of the axe. It's not that he didn't dare to kill Arlong, but they received news that Marshal Xia Yu was about to arrive. If it weren't for this news, he would have killed every one of these fishman pirates on the spot without hesitation. However, Arlong's strength was far beyond his imagination. If Colonel Smoker of Logue Town had not come with him, he would probably have followed in Colonel Stock's footsteps and been defeated in this sea area. Putting aside the other members of the Dragon Pirates, just talking about Arlong alone, the warship's shells could not cause any damage to him. Even facing the whistling shells, Arlong actually opened his bloody mouth and bit them to pieces. It was precisely because of Arlong's strength and several cadres of the Dragon Pirates that several soldiers were seriously injured in this battle. Even he, as a colonel, was bitten twice by Arlong and almost had his arm chopped off by the big saw in Arlong's hand. Even though Smoker killed 2 cadres of the Dragon Pirates to help, it still took the 2 of them a lot of effort to suppress and capture them alive. Colonel Monka, the entire park has been searched. No remnants were found. An adjutant ran up to Colonel Monka and said, however, according to one of the fishman pirates, they have another companion named Mu, who is a manatee. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Monka's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, find it out and kill it, and stew it for the brothers to replenish their body. Don't even mention a manatee. Even the earthworms in this park should be dug out and crushed. Yes, the soldiers left as ordered. After a while, the soldiers that Monka brought from the 153rd branch actually found hoes and shovels and started digging the whole yard. More soldiers quickly grabbed diving tools and jumped into the swimming pool one after another to dive to the bottom of the sea outside the park to look for Mu. Hearing that Monka even spared no earthworms in the yard and the soldiers actually did as he was told, Smoker, who was standing next to him with 2 cigars in his mouth, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, he did not say anything to stop it, but looked at the sea ahead with a serious expression. He had never expected Xia Yu to come to East Blue in person. When he was in the headquarters, he knew that Xia Yu was very protective of his subordinates, but he did not expect that Xia Yu would maintain the same style after becoming the marshal of the headquarters. He even went to East Blue in person with such a large army because of the sacrifice of a colonel under his command, and was about to arrive at this time. This means that Xia Yu set out from the headquarters and headed straight for East Blue at full speed as soon as he received the news. Although he was once a problem child of the department, he knew in his heart that Xia Yu's visit to East Blue was definitely not just for Colonel Stock's sacrifice, there must be follow-up actions. This follow-up action is not just an opportunity to purge East Blue, but it is also likely to formulate some new policies within Marine. At the same time, villagers from Kokosia village who heard the news arrived one after another and gathered outside the gate of Dragon Park. Because there were still Marine soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, and the gate of the Dragon Park was destroyed, the villagers who came to the gate saw Arlong and his gang tied up and kneeling on the ground, and even saw Arlong being stepped on by Colonel Monka. After confirming once again that all members of Arlong's gang had been arrested, the villagers who had gathered could no longer control their emotions. Some cried for joy, some shouted, "Long live Marine," and many more sat down on the ground with a sense of relief. Ever since Arlong and his gang entered Kokosia village, they have been living in fear every day, especially when Arlong and his gang were collecting protection fees. Even though they had already prepared the money to buy their lives, they were still worried, fearing that Arlong and his gang would suddenly shoot and kill them for no reason. Gion and Nuaochigao, who were standing at the front of the villagers, were not excited because they did not see any familiar figures. Takaru, I didn't see Nami. After carefully searching among Arlong's group and confirming that Nami was not there, Nohigo became anxious. After saying this, she ignored the marine soldiers standing in front of the gate and went straight into the park between the two of them, then shouted anxiously, Nami, Nami. Hey, little girl. Two soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield reacted quickly and rushed over to stop Nohigo. You can't come in. I'm looking for my sister. Nohigo choked up and said loudly, my sister was captured here by Arlong and his gang. Woohoo, Master Marine, can you help me find her? Just then, Tashigi came over. After signaling the two soldiers to stand back, she took a step forward and stood in front of Nohigo. Wait. Without waiting for Tashigi to ask what happened to Nokigo, Ken rushed past the two soldiers and crawled to Tashigi, anxiously saying, Marine-sama, Nokigo is ignorant, I hope you. As if knowing what Gion wanted to say, Tashigi said in time, don't worry, we are the Marines of Justice. If your relatives are really captured by Arlong and his gang, the Marines will definitely help. Of course, I also know that the Marine Colonel in this area once hurt you, but that is all in the past. The Marine Colonel who colluded with Arlong and his gang has been executed. After a slight pause, Tashigi changed the subject and asked Nohigo, are you sure your sister is in this park? We have searched it just now, and we didn't find any humans other than the fishmen. I'm sure. Nohigo nodded vigorously. Nami told me that she lives there. After saying that, Noki raised his hand and pointed to the top of the towering building in the courtyard. Come on, I'll take you to find it. Tashigi did not hesitate, and turned around to lead Nohigo to search again. But, as soon as Tashigi turned around, she saw Monka sitting opposite her and all the Marines from Branch 153 stopped what they were doing, stood up straight, faced the sea, and saluted. Even Smoker subconsciously stood up straight at this moment, looking solemnly at the several large warships that suddenly appeared on the sea. Following Monka and Smoker's gaze, Tashigi's eyes widened unexpectedly, and he shouted in panic. The Marshal has arrived, everyone, salute. Before he finished speaking, Tashigi straightened up and turned to face the sea at the same time as the other Marine soldiers from the Logue Town base.